Chapter 1. The Tower of the Great Desolation. Fenger, I wish for you to promise me one thing. Qin Feng gazed at his extraordinarily beautiful master, nodding solemnly. With a decree from my master, I shall follow without question. Yu Qingxian extended her delicate hand, gently caressing his face as she spoke. I require you to forfeit your cultivation. After I am sealed within my coffin, you shall guard my spirit for 3 years. Only after this period shall you open the coffin, at which time you will possess unparalleled talent. Do you consent? Without a trace of hesitation, Qin Feng instantly relinquished his powers. Yu Qingxian nodded with a smile. Then her vitality faded as she entered eternal slumber within the coffin. Tears streamed down Qin Feng's face as he constructed a small dwelling nearby, devotedly guarding it for 3 years. During this time, he fell from being the pride of his sect to a mere invalid, his status plummeting as he experienced the vicissitudes of life. Time flowed swiftly, and on this day, Qin Feng sat before the coffin. Master, the 3 years are almost over. I will surely restore the glory of Yuhua Peak and uncover the truth behind your passing. The sect Qin Feng belonged to was the Eternal Heaven sect, one of the premier sects of the Eastern Wilderness, which comprised 7 peaks, with Yuhua Peak being one of them. His master, Yu Qingxian, was the leader of Yuhua Peak, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary cultivation, once hailed as the most stunning woman in the Eastern Wilderness. Yet, upon returning to the sect one day, she bore grave injuries and, after imparting her final wishes, passed away. The already sparsely populated Yuhua Peak was left in utter decline. Are you Qin Feng? Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from behind. Qin Feng turned around. He beheld a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his demeanor stern, with an aura of wind and thunder swirling around him, clearly a formidable cultivator, accompanied by a young maiden. The young woman possessed striking features, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, skin as fair as snow, and eyes deep as a cold pond, exuding grace in her every movement. Qin Feng's expression remained composed despite her beauty. Having spent countless days with his master, he had long since grown immune to such appearances. Indeed, may I inquire who you two are? The woman regarded him with an air of cold indifference, looking down upon him. I am Yi Qing Snow, and you should have heard of me. Qin Feng paused, suddenly recalling that his master had arranged several betrothals for him in the past, of which she was one. Her talents were remarkable, only slightly inferior to himself from 3 years ago. According to his junior sister, Xiaoru, she had now become the foremost disciple of the sect. Cultivators' realms are classified from low to high. Spirit Gathering, Qi Si, for symbols, Divine Platform, Transforming Dragon, Beyond, and Great Path. Yi Qing Snow reached the pinnacle of Spirit Gathering at 9 years old, and the pinnacle of Qi Si at 16, becoming the top prodigy of the sect after Qin Feng's downfall. She was accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader, becoming the foremost disciple, with hopes of ultimately presiding over the Eternal Heaven sect. As Qin Feng reminisced, Yi Qing Snow cast a glance at him. Having lost all cultivation, he was nothing but a waste. The rumors surrounding him suggested he had foolishly abandoned his powers, a truly lamentable situation. Had he still been the dazzling prodigy she once admired, their union would have been a celebrated tale. Now, he was merely a burden. Sensing Yi Qing Snow's gaze, Qin Feng remained unfazed, calmly responding, Junior sister, you must be here to annul our engagement. Have you brought the marriage contract? His tone elicited surprise from both Yi Qing Snow and her accompanying protector, who had expected him to react with fury upon realizing her intentions, yet he remained composed. Yi Qing Snow's brows furrowed, feeling her dignity had been provoked. Coldly, she replied, Indeed, but it is a pity that my master, Uncle Yu, was once so magnificent, while his disciple has now become a waste. How tragic! Qin Feng raised his gaze. He disregarded her mockery, yet as his master had treated him like a mother, Yi Qing Snow had crossed a line. Since you have come to annul the engagement, why waste words? Present the marriage contract, and let us part ways amicably. Yi Qing Snow clenched her sleeves tightly, her voice icy. You are but a waste, yet you dare to be so arrogant. I initially intended to annul the engagement, but now I have changed my mind. Qin Feng frowned. What do you mean by that? Yi Qing Snow sneered. Many wish to become my partner both inside and outside the sect, but the only man worthy in my heart is the holy son of the sacred land. Keeping this engagement will deter many foolish suitors, and once I unite with a true prodigy of the eastern wilderness, I will simply tear it apart. Such a wicked heart. Qin Feng's anger flared within him. She clearly intended to use him as a shield. When those infatuated with her learned of this, each would undoubtedly come seeking trouble with him. He spoke firmly. If you refuse to annul the engagement, then I shall take action. With that, Qin Feng retrieved a stack of marriage contracts left by his master and found Yi Qing Snow's among them. Then, under their watchful eyes, he forcefully tore it apart with a sharp sound, reducing it to shreds. Yi Qing Snow was taken aback, her voice rising in anger. For a waste like you to have an engagement with me is your honor. How dare you take the initiative to destroy the marriage contract? She was in a frenzy, unable to comprehend where Qin Feng found the audacity. Regaining her composure, she scoffed, "There are 2 copies of the marriage contract, the other is with me. As long as I do not tear it up, outsiders will believe you are my future partner." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Wait, I will soon come to your door and demand you return the marriage contract, watching you tear it apart with your own hands." Yi Qing Snow dismissed him with scorn, ignorant bravado. "I look forward to seeing how a waste like you can accomplish that." She believed Qin Feng was merely putting on a show to save face, and she couldn't be bothered to entangle herself further with him. Having said that, she and her protector soared into the air and departed. Qin Feng's gaze deepened. He was not making empty threats. This concerned his dignity and his master's honor. He would undoubtedly obtain that marriage contract from Yi Qing Snow and destroy it with his own hands. "Senior brother." At that moment, a melodious voice called out, and upon hearing the familiar tone, Qin Feng's face broke into a smile. A lively young girl appeared before him. She was Lu Hanyan, a named disciple whom his master once took under her wing. They had grown up together, sharing a profound bond. Throughout the past 3 years of his cultivation being reduced to nothing, while others mocked him, only Ruer had remained by his side, tending to his daily needs. She was the warmth in Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng smiled. "Ruer, what brings you here?" "I will be leaving shortly." Lu Hanyan glanced at the coffin and playfully remarked, "I wanted to see Master as well. By the way, Master must have said the time has come. Has your cultivation been restored?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not yet. I suppose we must wait a little longer." Lu Hanyan pondered. "Senior brother, could it be that Master deceived you, and there is truly no opportunity?" Qin Feng gently tapped her forehead. "Nonsense. How could Master deceive me?" "Hee." Lu Hanyan stuck out her tongue, saying, "Then, senior brother, has your sword bone reached perfection? I heard that once the sword bone forms, it can reshape the foundation and restore cultivation." Qin Feng nodded. "Just achieved perfection a few days ago." He had awakened the innate sword body, capable of nurturing a sword bone within him. Once the sword bone reached perfection, he would become a master of the sword path, a prodigy on par with the ancient emperors. This matter had been kept from him by his master, but he had mentioned it casually to his junior sister. However, upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the next moment, a sharp weapon pierced through Qin Feng's chest. Pain surged through him as he looked at her in disbelief. He had not reacted in time, nor had he anticipated this betrayal. "Why?" Lu Hanyan sneered. "If it weren't for your sword bone, why would I have bothered to care for you, a waste for 3 years? Now that you possess the sword bone, Xiao Yun will undoubtedly become a top prodigy, the man I, Lu Hanyan, can rely upon." Xiao Yun. Qin Feng recalled her mentioning him, seemingly a genius within the sect. For the sake of an outsider, she would resort to such treachery against him. Having remained unfazed even in the face of Yi Qing Snow's humiliation, Qin Feng's eyes now blazed with crimson fury. He had regarded Lu Hanyan as kin, yet this betrayal was unbearable. Seeing the resentment in Qin Feng's eyes, Lu Hanyan felt a chill in her heart. She extracted the sword bone from him and then pushed him to the ground. "Senior brother, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for believing Master's foolish words, which turned you into a waste." With that, she turned her back and departed without a glance. Qin Feng lay in a pool of blood, the extraction of his sword bone sending him to the brink of death, barely clinging to life. As his consciousness began to fade, blood pooled around the coffin, and a shadowy light flickered. The next moment, Qin Feng's body vanished from its place. A gentle voice echoed, accompanied by a soft sigh. "Fenger, you have suffered. This is the opportunity one have left for you in this vast realm. With it, you shall one day grow to become a figure even your master must look up to." The Tower of the Great Desolation awakened. Chapter 2. The Empress of the Nine Nether Realms. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in an enigmatic realm beyond comprehension. Above him loomed an ancient tower shaped like a sword. Towering 100 feet high, comprising 9 levels, exuding an aura of antiquity and gravitas that commanded reverence. Golden characters flickered at the pinnacle of the tower, shimmering with a sharp brilliance. The Taihuang Sword Tower seemed to acknowledge Qin Feng, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged into his brow. His astonishment. Within the depths of his consciousness stood a majestic sword-shaped ancient tower. Furthermore, it appeared that this Taihuang Sword Tower had forged a profound connection with him. His soul could traverse the Taihuang Sword Tower at will. "Ah, you have garnered the recognition of the Taihuang Sword Tower." A voice of astonishment echoed from within the tower. "Who are you?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, startled to hear another presence within the Taihuang Sword Tower. Just as he entered, he gazed inward and beheld an enchanting woman imprisoned within a cage. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes deep as the night. With a regal nose and crimson lips, her complexion fairer than snow, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. What astonished Qin Feng even more was her unparalleled beauty and an aura that dominated the heavens. This woman was a top-tier powerhouse. Even the sect master could not compare to her in the slightest. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Qin Feng inquired. "I am the Empress of the 9 Nether Realms." She replied, her eyes filled with haughty pride. "As for why I am here, you need not concern yourself with that. You only need to know that I can assist you in reforging your sword bones and dantian, enabling you to achieve supreme greatness." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "What are the conditions?" He was not naive enough to believe that she would offer her assistance without a price. The Empress of the 9 Nether Realms said, "It is quite simple. Release me and the 8 others imprisoned above." 8 others? Qin Feng was taken aback. Could it be that each level of this Taihuang Sword Tower contained a formidable being? Who possessed such immense power? The Empress of the 9 Nether Realms nodded slowly. Indeed. Qin Feng cast a glance at the cage imprisoning the Empress, sensing an unimaginable force emanating from it. Just a single glance made it difficult for him to resist, let alone open it. "How can this cage be opened?" Qin Feng asked. The Empress of the 9 Nether Realms replied indifferently. "Once your strength reaches the level of the Great Tao, you will have the qualification to open the cage and free me." The Great Tao. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. What was her true origin? To unlock the prison, one must possess strength at the level of the Great Tao. After pondering for a moment, he replied decisively, "Very well. I agree. Excellent." A smile curved on the Empress's lips, revealing a captivating charm that was breathtaking. She let a drop of blood fall from her pale fingertip. "Drink it." The drop of blood floated in the air, pulsating with an overwhelming Sword Tao principle. This was a Sword Tao principle that Qin Feng had never encountered before. Each strand was enough to bestow immeasurable benefits to a martial cultivator. Yet in this moment, these Sword Tao principles circled around Qin Feng, continuously merging into his bloodline. The sword bones that had been extracted were now being reforged, emanating an ancient aura reminiscent of divine beings. He trembled all over, for the power of the Taiwan divine magic was utterly colossal. He felt as though his flesh might burst apart. It hurts. It hurts so much. Every bone felt as though it were being crushed. But he gritted his teeth and endured, swallowing the blood in one gulp. Qin Feng understood that if he could withstand the onslaught of this Sword Tao power, he would be able to fully transform. After a while, Qin Feng's body gradually stabilized, and his sword bones had regrown, now stronger than before. Ancient and profound sword patterns were inscribed upon the divine sword bones, radiating an air of unparalleled dominance. Akin to a sovereign overlooking the world, All of this was, of course, due to the effect of that drop of blood. Qin Feng stood up and clenched his fists, the surrounding sword Tao principles surging into his body. Amplifying his strength several-fold, a flicker of thought crossed his mind, and a humming sound resonated from within. Within his dantian, a Taihuang sword seed glimmered with brilliance, seventh layer of spirit gathering. A look of disbelief crossed Qin Feng's eyes. In such a short span of time, he had actually ascended to this level. It was simply unfathomable. Moreover, he had condensed a sword seed even while in the spirit-gathering realm. To think that the threshold for condensing a sword seed was at least the four symbols mirror. If others were to discover that he had condensed a sword seed while still in the spirit-gathering realm, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. With the Taihuang sword seed and divine sword bones, he could now easily crush any prodigy within the spirit-gathering realm. He was invincible among his peers. Even against a first layer of Qi realm opponent, he felt no fear. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the Empress's beautiful eyes. It should be noted that even a single drop of her blood was not something an ordinary person could easily endure. The agony of merging with this drop of blood was unimaginable. Only those of great willpower could persevere, and oh wonder, the Taihuang Sword Tower chose Qin Feng. There exists a supreme sword technique within the sword seed in your dantian. Take your time to comprehend it. Qin Feng carefully delved into the sword seed, discovering a technique named the Floating Pagoda Sword Art. One sword, floating pagoda, divine beings bow down. This technique did not reveal its rank, but it was undoubtedly far superior to the mystical level techniques Qin Feng had practiced before. The techniques were categorized as earth, heaven, mysterious, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. In Qin Feng's estimation, this floating pagoda sword art was at least of the heavenly tier, if not higher. You may return now, the Empress of the Nine Nether Realms declared. That a flash of white light enveloped Qin Feng, and the next moment he found himself back at Yuhua Peak. Had it not been for the return of his dantian and sword bones, Qin Feng would have thought he had merely been dreaming. Yet he knew that his future would be extraordinarily bright. Gazing at the tombstone before him, Qin Feng solemnly declared, "Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. And as for Lu Hanyan, my sword bones are not so easily taken." Qin Feng hurried towards Lu Hanyan's residence. Replacing the sword bones would take time, and he hoped he would still make it in time. However, upon arriving at Lu Hanyan's residence, he found no sign of her, only her friend, Shun Nana. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Shun Nana's eyes flashed with disdain. "You worthless fool, are you here to pester Lu Hanyan again?" Qin Feng paid no heed to Shun Nana's words, turning to leave the tea present. Retrieving his sword bones was the utmost priority. Although they were of little use to him now, they were certainly not something that could be easily taken. Moreover, Yu Qingshan had emphasized to him since childhood to remember the phrase Tao Guang Yang Hui, to hide his brilliance and bide his time. Otherwise, with his previous qualifications and innate sword bones, he would have easily trampled upon any so-called peer prodigy. Thus, his journey was not only to reclaim his sword bones, but also to ensure that the two individuals aware of his sword bones would forever remain silent. However, just as Qin Feng prepared to leave, Shun Nana, incensed by his disregard, stepped forward and grabbed him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you intent on pestering Hanyan again?" Chapter 3 Dog Slaughter. Shun Nana's face was filled with contempt. Hanyan already has Xiaoyan by her side, and Xiaoyan has recently been accepted as a disciple by Elder 13, Yet you, a mere waste, keep dreaming of reaching for the swan. Qin Feng shot her a cold glance. "Let go." Shun Nana was momentarily intimidated by Qin Feng's glare, her body trembling involuntarily. Still, she mustered the courage to retort, "What? You want to fight? Let me tell you, I'm at the third layer of spirit gathering." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam flashing. In the next moment, Shun Nana yelped in pain, instinctively covering her right cheek. Blood dripped through her fingers, revealing a gruesome gash on her face. "How dare you scar my face?" Shun Nana exclaimed, her voice a mix of anguish and fury. Qin Feng swiftly placed the sword against Shun Nana's throat, his voice icy. "Now, you will answer my questions. Get one word wrong, and I won't hesitate to leave another mark on your face." Feeling the chilling presence of the blade, Shun Nana swallowed hard. The sect master strictly forbids disciple from harming one another. If you dare to kill me, you'll suffer the consequences. Qin Feng replied indifferently. I won't kill you. I'll simply ruin your face completely. Now answer my question. Where is Lu Hanyan? Shun Nana perceived the man before her as a madman, utterly unreasonable. Fearing that Qin Feng would indeed destroy her face, she reluctantly revealed, half an hour ago, she returned to fetch something. She should be at Xiaoyun's residence now. Qin Feng pressed further, where is Xiaoyun's residence? Baiyun Peak, Shun Nana immediately responded. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and swiftly turned towards Baiyun Peak. Once Shun Nana saw him leave, she slumped to the ground, her expression venomous. Qin Feng, just you wait. You dare to scar my face. I will make you pay a bloody price. Baiyun Peak was the residence for many outer disciples that ate tea this moment. Within a prestigious courtyard, Lu Hanyan was showcasing the sword bone she had extracted from Qin Feng to Xiaoyun. Greed flickered in Xiaoyun's eyes as he whispered, I never expected that a waste like him would actually possess sword bones. Lu Hanyan couldn't help but tease. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first either. After all, with his prior qualifications, coupled with innate sword bones, he should have been able to look down upon his peers. But who would have thought he actually listened to that foolish woman? Wasting his cultivation to guard a tomb for 3 years. After saying this, she couldn't help but mock. Ha! What a stroke of fortune. What fortune can a corpse bestow? Xiao Yun's gaze shifted. Perhaps that woman truly left behind some opportunity for him. Why not take some time to return and investigate? Lu Hanyan's eyes immediately brightened. Are you suggesting that the item lies in her grave? If there's indeed an opportunity, her tomb would be the sole possibility. Lu Hanyan nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return in due time. After all, Qin Feng has just passed. To return now would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Yu Qingshan likely never anticipated that she would cultivate such a disciple. Not only did he wield a blade against his kin, but now he also desires to unearth the grave of his own mentor. Xiaoyun did not urge her further, but instead remarked, once I have integrated the sword bone before me, my talent will undoubtedly soar that time. I shall surely impress Elder 13, and my status will rise accordingly. Clearly, Xiaoyun had not divulged the matter of the sword bone to Elder 13. After all, if Lu Hanyan and Xiaoyun could conspire against Qin Feng to extract a sword bone, others would surely be capable of the same. Thus, until the dust settles, Xiaoyun would not publicly share the opportunity he had discovered. Lu Hanyan seemed to recall something and cautioned, if you become an inner disciple, do not forget me. Xiaoyun immediately embraced Lu Hanyan, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Rest assured, I shall never forget you. On the path of the Great Way, with you by my side, I shall never feel alone. Senior brother. Lu Hanyan's eyes shimmered with affection, her face flushing slightly. After a moment of intimacy, they began the process of bone exchange. The sword bone originally belonged to Qin Feng, and to transplant it into himself would naturally require a considerable price. Xiaoyun channeled his energy, temporarily sealing his meridians, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan grasped the sword bone and prepared to implant it within Xiaoyun. Just as the two were engaged in the transplantation, someone scaled the wall and entered simultaneously. The intruder was none other than Qin Feng. Upon landing in the courtyard, Qin Feng lifted his gaze toward the room. He saw that the two had reached a critical juncture in the exchange. Indeed, the only one who could truly harm oneself is a comrade. Rest assured, Master, I shall immediately deliver her to the depths below to atone for my sins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Feng crushed a green crystal. This object, known as the barrier stone, could isolate an area within 100 meters from the outside. Although most of the belongings had been seized by the sect elders under various pretenses at the time of Yu Qingshan's demise, many so-called useless items remained. For instance, the barrier stones which others could not see through. Inside the room, Lu Hanyan and Xiaoyun remained oblivious to the lethal sword hanging over their heads. Bang! The main door was kicked open with a resounding crash, nearly causing Lu Hanyan to tremble in fright. Instinctively turning around, she beheld Qin Feng, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, striding toward her. How are you still alive? Lu Hanyan gasped in shock, immediately gripping her sword tightly. Qin Feng swept a glance at Xiaoyun, who was in the midst of merging with the sword bone. then fixed his gaze back on Lu Hanyan. Today, you cannot escape death. Do you have any final words? Lu Hanyan's mind raced, and she stepped forward slowly. Her voice choked. Senior brother, I was coerced. My parents are the foot of the mountain. If I do not heed Xiao Yun's words, he will harm them. Before she could finish, Lu Hanyan drew her sword, aiming for Qin Feng's throat. Clang! Qin Feng deflected her blade with his own, turning his head to say, Is this your final remark? Lu Hanyan's pupils constricted in terror. Your cultivation, before she could complete her sentence. Qin Feng raised his hand and swung his sword forward that a silver line suddenly appeared before Lu Hanyan's throat, and blood immediately poured from the corner of her mouth. Senior brother, please spare me. Lu Hanyan's sword fell to the ground as she clutched her throat with both hands, tears welling in her eyes as she knelt, pleading for mercy. You may descend and apologize to master. Qin Feng's expression was cold and indifferent as his long sword pierced Lu Hanyan's chest. She muttered a few words, a look of regret flashing in her eyes before she collapsed, breathless. Qin Feng withdrew his sword, blood splattering outward, and slowly approached Xiao Yun, who lay on the bed. You cannot withstand my possession. Qin Feng arrived at the bedside, gripping the long sword with both hands, aiming for Xiao Yun's brow. Chapter 4. Sword of Life and Death. As the sword energy descended, poised to pierce Xiao Yun's head, he abruptly opened his eyes. Crack! The sword energy surged, shattering the solid jade vessel. A flicker of trepidation crossed Xiao Yun's eyes. Just now, had he not been fortunate enough to merge the sword bone in advance, he would likely have met his demise. Xiao Yun cast a glance at the corpse of Shinnan on the ground. His gaze icy, sword energy raging around him. Qin Feng, you dare to kill my woman. Qin Feng strode forward against the oncoming sword energy, his disheveled hair swept back. You would use my sword bone against me. Your mind is truly clever. With that, Qin Feng decisively drew his sword. Xiao Yun remained indifferent. Qin Feng, I have now integrated the sword bone and entered the Qi realm. You, merely at the gathering spirit stage. Dare to be arrogant. With that, the long sword in Xiao Yun's hand erupted with brilliant sword light. Clang! The two swords clashed, and Xiao Yun's once arrogant demeanor faltered. How is that possible? Qin Feng pressed down on Xiao Yun's sword. His cold eyes fixed upon him. It is merely an empty shell, devoid of any sword intent. With your talent, even if you were to don an entire set of sword bones, it would be futile. Qin Feng suddenly exerted force, and in the next moment, Xiao Yun was sent flying as if struck by a boulder. How did you recover your cultivation? No, I clearly struck your vital point before. How could you possibly still be alive? Witnessing Qin Feng's overwhelming prowess, Lu Hanyan's pupils dilated in shock as she realized her former ally had been utterly crushed beneath him. Speaking of which, I must thank you. Were it not for you, I doubt I would have reached my current state. Qin Feng's sword tip pointed to the ground, his robes billowing slowly as his aura shifted dramatically. To condense the sword seed is merely the initial stage. Thereafter, one nurtures their own intent within the sword seed. During the 3 years since Yu Qingshan's death, Qin Feng had witnessed the vicissitudes of human nature, and Lu Hanyan's previous betrayal had granted him profound insight. Thus, he had managed to comprehend a sword technique that was more attuned to his essence soon after condensing the sword seed. Kill. To cease killing with killing. Gather the intent of slaughter. Sever emotional ties. Now that I have donned the sword bone and transcended to the Qi realm, how could I possibly be defeated by you? Rising from the ground, Xiao Yun could not accept the reality. He appeared disheveled and wild. Ethereal sword. Xiao Yun stepped forward repeatedly, his form becoming illusory, casting countless sword shadows. However, he still failed to perceive the more vital information. If he were to suppress Qin Feng using their disparity in realms, perhaps the battle could have some merit. Yet, Xiao Yun, having integrated the sword bone, obstinately believed he would never lose to Qin Feng in swordsmanship, and thus sought to confront him solely with sword techniques. Just as Qin Feng had previously remarked, Xiao Yun's intention to use Qin Feng's sword bone against him revealed a certain folly in his reasoning. Qin Feng's eyes glinted coldly, his entire being radiating a chilling intent as he actively swung his sword toward Xiao Yun. The first stance of the floating pagoda sword technique. The killing sword. The moment the two swords collided, Xiao Yun felt a numbness in his grip, nearly dropping his long sword. With his resolve shaken, he appeared almost deranged. Come, fight! He had just entered the Qi realm, and his energy was already unstable. Now, forcibly channeling his internal power, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Xiao Yun disregarded everything, consumed by the desire to kill Qin Feng. Having meticulously plotted this entire scheme, he could not accept being so easily vanquished by Qin Feng. This frenzied intent to kill only sharpened Xiao Yun's sword intent further. In the courtyard, the flickering sword shadows revealed the two engaged in a fierce struggle within the confined space. However, Xiao Yun soon discovered that he could not suppress Qin Feng even with the advantage of the Qi realm. What kind of sword intent is this? The game ends here. A chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from Qin Feng's sword, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. Initially, he had merely viewed Xiao Yun as a sparring partner, testing the power of his sword seed. Now that he understood the depths of their abilities, Qin Feng deemed it unnecessary to waste further time on them. Once more executing the first stance of the floating pagoda sword technique, the killing sword, Xiao Yun instantly felt a chilling sensation at his throat. In the next moment, blood gushed forth. Xiao Yun's expression twisted in agony as he clutched his throat, gritting his teeth to retrieve a talisman stone, which he promptly shattered. Boom! Xiao Yun's figure vanished. A teleportation talisman? Qin Feng turned his head, directly locking onto the retreating figure of Xiao Yun, who clutched his chest and sprinted toward the courtyard's gate. The teleportation talisman was a one-time artifact, capable of randomly transporting the user within a 100-meter radius. Such items are exceedingly precious. Who would have thought Xiao Yun possessed one? It seems he has a competent master backing him. Qin Feng moved like a startled swan, swiftly pursuing. Xiao Yun, he must die today. Damn it! Xiao Yun cursed under his breath, pushing the courtyard door open. However, just as he did so, a streak of sword energy knocked him down. Xiao Yun screamed, blood soaking his back. Yet before he could rise and flee again, Qin Feng lunged forward and stomped him back to the ground. You have taken what does not belong to you, Qin Feng declared, reaching into the wound on Xiao Yun's back. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth as a small segment of his spinal column was forcibly extracted by Qin Feng. Xiao Yun let out another anguished scream as the teleportation talisman, clutched in his palm, was abruptly crushed. In the next heartbeat, his figure vanished once more. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. I am quite curious to see how many teleportation talismans you possess. With that, Qin Feng followed the trail of blood, swiftly pursuing Xiao Yun since the teleportation distance was limited to less than 100 meters. Qin Feng leaped into the air, unleashing a slash of sword energy that sent Xiao Yun crashing to the ground. Die! Qin Feng struck again, aiming directly for Xiao Yun's vital points. No! Xiao Yun cried out in desperation, attempting to draw the attention of others. Indeed, his cries caught the notice of fellow disciples. However, unaware of the situation, they did not intervene to stop Qin Feng, or rather, even if they wished to, they lacked the capability to do so. After all, they were outer disciples, and how could they possibly hinder Qin Feng? Yet, although the fellow disciples did not act, suddenly someone descended from above, catching Qin Feng's lethal strike with bare hands. You harm a fellow disciple. What punishment do you deserve? The elderly man slowly raised his head, his hair billowing like an enraged lion. Who are you? Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Yun before turning his attention back to the elder. I am the elder steward of the Wan Men, the elder replied coldly. The 13th elder? Qin Feng realized suddenly that it seemed Xiao Yun must have employed some means to notify the 13th elder. Otherwise, how could he have appeared at such a critical moment? Since you recognize me, surrender willingly, lest I be accused of bullying the weak. A cold glint flickered in the 13th elder's eyes as his fingers curled into claws. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could not allow his newly accepted disciple to be bullied by others. Otherwise, it would be akin to trampling on his reputation. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng sheathed his sword. Observing this, the 13th elder also withdrew his attack. Xiao Yun let out a sigh of relief. Yet his gaze was filled with venomous hatred directed at Qin Feng. Even if I become a cripple, you shall not escape unscathed. Clearly, he had already resolved to inform the 13th elder about Qin Feng's possession of a sword bone upon returning. Yet the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. for he witnessed Qin Feng drawing his sword. Whoosh, like a specter, Qin Feng flashed forward and Xiao Yun's head so evidently. The majority of the remarks made by the outer disciples moments ago were largely disregarded by Elder Shursan. However, one statement caught his attention directly. Qin Feng is not from the Ice Lotus Peak, but rather from the Jade Blossom Peak. It is worth noting that the current Jade Blossom Peak has very few members remaining. And last year, there was even a proposal put forth by an elder to abolish it entirely. Consequently, Elder Shursan naturally shed his previous concerns. After all, if Jade Blossom Peak truly had any viable members, how could it have fallen to such a state? Qin Feng ignored the hushed whispers of those present, calmly directing his gaze towards the approaching Elder Shursan. Upon noticing the look in Qin Feng's eyes, Elder Shursan hesitated no longer and immediately took action. Although his reservations had dissipated, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. With swift claws, he lunged forward, the gusts of wind howling ominously as he aimed for a fatal strike. Death, just as Elder Shursan was within a mere 2 meters of Qin Feng. An unexpected turn of events unfolded, but a layer of frost rapidly manifested on his body, swiftly encasing him in ice. Did you truly believe I would strike? Unbeknownst to him, a young maiden clad in a pale blue gown, with a serene visage, had suddenly stepped from beside Elder Shursan to stand before Qin Feng. No one noticed when she had appeared, nor did they anticipate that she would subdue the formidable Elder Shursan, a master of the Four Symbols realm, with a single blow. Chapter 6. The Heart-Searching Mirror Murong Shui. The chief of Ice Lotus Peak. It was astonishing that Qin Feng could actually summon someone from Ice Lotus Peak. Moreover, Murong Shui was even stronger than the rumor suggested, effortlessly restraining Elder Shursan with just one move. While the crowd stood in shock, Qin Feng turned his attention to Murong Shui. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Murong Shui replied, This opportunity is singular. Are you truly willing to expend it on him? She was, of course, referring to Elder Shursan. Perhaps in the eyes of the outer disciples, the power of the outer elders appeared substantial. However, within the context of the 7 peaks of the Eternal Sky sect, they remained peripheral figures. Thus, Murong Shui's disdain towards Elder Shursan was hardly surprising. Yet, Qin Feng understood precisely what he required at this moment. I implore you to assist me in obtaining the heart-searching mirror from the Sky Peak, to conclusively resolve the troubles at hand. Murong Shui's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her confusion stemmed not from the complexity of Qin Feng's request, but rather from the perception that it was somewhat redundant. Given Ice Lotus Peaks, standing within the Eternal Sky sect, resolving this matter would merely require a word. Yet, Qin Feng insisted on involving the Sky Peak and the heart-searching mirror. Although the heart-searching mirror was not a top-tier artifact, it played a crucial role in the law enforcement hall's interrogation of lower-tier cultivators. Should Ice Lotus Peak intervene, all preliminary steps could be bypassed, and the matter could be swiftly classified as a minor conflict. Of course, since it was Qin Feng's request, Murong Shui did not press further. She quickly nodded in response. This matter I shall handle. Having said that, she turned her gaze towards Elder Shursan. All involved parties, accompany me to the Sky Peak. As her words fell, the frost-binding Elder Shursan shattered. As it fell to the ground, a look of resentment immediately crossed his face. Clearly, he was still vexed over his failure to eliminate Qin Feng. Yet he found himself devoid of further opportunities to act. After all, with the intervention of Ice Lotus Peak and Murong Shui's displayed prowess, any continuation of hostilities on his part would only result in self-inflicted humiliation. Qin Feng cast a glance at Elder Shursan before following in Murong Shui's footsteps. In truth, he had possessed the capability to eliminate Elder Shursan earlier. However, had he chosen that path, his stay within the Eternal Sky sect would have been untenable. Therefore, even if he were to kill, he could not leave behind any evidence, lest he become bound by the consequences. Otherwise, he would not have expended the favor left by Yu Qinxian, directly inviting the increasingly influential Ice Lotus Peak to intervene in this matter. Sky Peak, Law Enforcement Hall. Before the solemn hall stood a crystalline mirror, floating above the main entrance. As the initiator of the proceedings, Qin Feng naturally had to endure the initial wave of interrogation. Clad in black and bearing a stern expression, an elder from the Law Enforcement Hall stood upon the steps and coldly declared, Qin Feng, why did you slaughter your fellow disciples? Qin Feng replied, Lu Hanyin coveted the possessions of my master and conspired with Xiao Yun to end my life and seize my treasures. With that, he pulled aside part of his clothing, revealing the gruesome scars marring his chest. The black-clad elder glanced at the unresponsive, heart-searching mirror and nodded slightly. If Qin Feng's earlier statements had been false, the mirror would have actively projected the truth. Elder Shursan's countenance darkened at these words. Evidently taken aback by Xiao Yun's clandestine actions behind his back, the black-clad elder continued to inquire, why did you not clarify this matter in the presence of the outer elders? Be mindful. Had you done so, the ensuing conflict could have been averted. Qin Feng clasped his fists in salute. I am but a weak disciple, and Jade Blossom Peak lacks any elder to preside over matters. Thus I feared that my master's final instructions might be compromised. With that, Qin Feng produced an ancient jade tablet. This item was discovered by my master during his travels. My master's dying wish was for me to forfeit my cultivation, using this earthly level technique to begin anew. Once my cultivation is restored and everything returns to normal, I shall submit this technique to the sect. However, for reasons unknown, Lu Hanyin became aware of this and sought to usurp the credit for herself. Therefore, to avoid impacting my master's legacy and reputation, I beseech the elders of Ice Lotus Peak to borrow the heart-searching mirror from the law enforcement hall to conclusively resolve this matter. I hope the elders can forgive my presumptuousness. Upon concluding his statement, the heart-searching mirror remained entirely unresponsive. Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. That it was evident that he had spoken the truth, or perhaps a version of it that concealed certain details. For instance, the jade tablet truly was an artifact found by Yu Qinxian during his travels. Moreover, the desire to forfeit his cultivation in order to rebuild was also genuine. Yet he had not disclosed that his actual opportunity to restore his cultivation lay within the Tower of Blades. As for the remaining content, it was, of course, true. However, due to the significance of the sword bone, Lu Hanyin had overlooked its existence while conversing with Xiao Yun, unaware of the tablet's true nature. Yet, Lu Hanyin's casual acquisition of the jade tablet had provided Qin Feng with a pretext to obscure the truth. Indeed, the heart-searching mirror functioned precisely as his master had described it. It only reacted when falsehoods were spoken. With this realization, Qin Feng felt a tinge of helplessness. Were conditions favorable, he would not have taken the risk of appearing at the law enforcement hall. Yet, as he had mentioned previously, Jade Blossom Peak lacked the protection of elders, leaving him vulnerable to the predatory eyes within the sect. Thus, he needed a plausible excuse to quell the previous troubles, while also presenting a tempting morsel to divert attention, thereby securing the time and space necessary for his growth. Perhaps Qin Feng's method of resolution was merely a stopgap, and he would eventually find himself targeted once more. Yet, he believed that, given time, he could contend with any number of predators. Returning to the matter at hand, the lack of reaction from the heart-searching mirror indicated that Qin Feng's words were truthful. As for the critical information he had chosen to withhold, it had, as he suspected, been overlooked due to the emergence of the jade tablet. The black-clad elder nodded once more and proceeded to pose several additional questions. However, the moment Qin Feng unveiled the jade tablet, the elder ceased to concern himself with the details of right and wrong. The facts had made it clear that the fault did not lie with Qin Feng. Moreover, the value of an earthly-level technique far outweighed that of two outer disciples, making the black-clad elder's desire to resolve the matter swiftly entirely reasonable. Before long, the black-clad elder rendered his judgment. Lu Hanyin and Xiao Yun conspired against their fellow disciples, seeking to kill and plunder, only to be met with retaliation. Qin Feng is innocent. Yang Yun's disciple is guilty of misconduct. His salary shall be halved for 2 years, and he shall be demoted to a steward. As soon as the black-clad elder finished speaking, the red-robed elder stepped forward and declared, Qin Feng, the item you presented must be evaluated by the scripture repository. You must wait a few days, and your reward will be delivered to you. The appearance of the red-robed elder was prompted by the black-robed elder's notification, given the gravity of an earthly-level technique. It was only fitting that a representative from the scripture repository be involved. Thank you, esteemed elders. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. Elder Shursan, meanwhile, returned to the outer sect in a state of dejection. However, no sooner had Qin Feng descended the mountain than Murong Shui approached him. The previous request was too simple. The peak master has decided to assist you further. Qin Feng's heart filled with caution, though his expression remained impassive. What assistance? Murong Shui replied, the reward from the scripture repository will be delivered to you in full. Furthermore, should you wish to transfer to another peak, the peak master will facilitate that as well. Qin Feng shook his head. For the first matter, I must extend my thanks. However, the second matter is entirely unnecessary. Chapter 7. The Purple Sun Sword Technique. Having pledged myself to Jade Blossom Peak, I shall never alter my allegiance. With those words, Qin Feng ceased to linger, turning his back to the outer sect as he walked away. Observing his receding figure, Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Murmuring to herself, how fascinating. On the other side, shortly after Qin Feng returned to Yuhua Peak, a piece of news swiftly spread throughout the entire sect. Lu Hanyan had perished, and she had fallen victim to an underhanded scheme. This incident immediately stirred up a tremendous uproar. While many believed that Lu Hanyan had brought her demise upon herself, it did not prevent the elders from other peaks from expressing their outrage. The 13th elder, in particular, was consumed with a desire to eliminate Qin Feng at once. Not merely for the murder of Lu Hanyan, but also because of Xiao Yun. However, due to Qin Feng's recent submission of a mid-tier technique, he dared not take action. The 13th elder muttered to himself, since he possesses a mid-tier technique, there must be even more formidable techniques in his possession. If I do not seize this opportunity, I fear there may never be another. With this thought in mind, the 13th elder promptly left his cave dwelling, making his way to the innermost depths of the Outer Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. During this time, individuals from various peaks flocked to the Law Enforcement Hall to inquire about the matter, only to be turned away by the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, leaving them dejected. Shortly after everyone had departed, a sudden rumble echoed from deep within the Law Enforcement Hall. Subsequently, a stone chamber slowly opened, and the voice of the elder clad in black reverberated through the air. Have you all heard that Qin Feng possesses a mid-tier technique called the Xiang Sword Art? Upon the utterance of these words, astonishment gripped the crowd. The Xiang Sword Art, the legendary mid-tier technique? How could Yuhua Peak possibly possess such a technique? The crowd turned their gaze to the 13th elder, standing beside the black-clad elder, clearly aware that this revelation originated from him. Xiao Yi, you claim that Qin Feng has the Xiang Sword Art. Is that true? An elder questioned. The 13th elder responded with unwavering certainty. Indeed, if Qin Feng did not possess the Xiang Sword Art, his Dantian could not have possibly recovered. The greatest ability of the Xiang Sword Art is to restore the Dantian and to condense the pure, unyielding Zhang Sword energy. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered elders glimmered with fervor. After all, it was the Zhang Sword Art, a mid-tier technique. Yet, what Qin Feng had submitted was merely a low-tier technique. Seeing the other elders becoming increasingly interested, the 13th elder's gaze darkened with deep-seated hatred. An innocent man is often punished for possessing a treasure. Once the fact that Qin Feng harbored the Xiang Sword Art became known, countless individuals within the Wangu Tianzong would undoubtedly seek to harm him, especially the one beside him. Xiao Yi looked at the black-clad elder with eager anticipation. Though Murong Shui from the Ice Lotus Peak was formidable, this elder was also a ruthless character, known as the black-faced Shuro within the Outer Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. He was said to be on the verge of becoming a true disciple of an inner sect elder. That inner sect elder was at the divine platform stage. With such a background, subduing Qin Feng would be a simple task, wouldn't it? Since the Xiang Sword Art is in Qin Feng's hands, who among you will approach him for it, for the sake of the sect's development? The black-clad elder scanned the crowd before speaking slowly. His name was Chun Sheng, and although he was ruthless, he was not a mindless brute. He had heard of Murong Shui's protection of Qin Feng, and was well aware that Xiao Yi sought his assistance in dealing with Qin Feng. However, the Xiang Sword Art was far too precious for him to relinquish. Yet, it would not be prudent for him to take action personally. Thus, it would be better for other peak elders to handle the dirty work. A certain elder stepped forward, grinning, and said, leave this task to me. It will be an excellent opportunity to test this young man's limits. I trust that with a little incentive, Qin Feng will willingly hand over the technique. The sect's rules were strict. With Murong Shui backing Qin Feng, they naturally could not act too aggressively. Therefore, their plan was to first offer a small incentive to persuade Qin Feng to comply. If he proved cooperative, the matter would end there. But if he remained obstinate, they had ample means to make him see reason. The other elders agreed with this assessment, and Elder Qin Sheng cast a satisfied glance at the volunteer elder, signaling him to proceed to Yuhua Peak. Xiao Yi clenched his fist that he had initially believed that he could manipulate these individuals to take action against Qin Feng, only to find that Qin Sheng was not so easily deceived. Now he could only hope that Qin Feng would refuse to yield the Ziyang sword art and instead stand his ground. The elder, named Lu Yu, was a capable elder from the Tianqiang Peak. He approached Qin Feng's cave, dwelling with a smile, already devising ways to entice Qin Feng into revealing the Ziyang sword art. Qin Feng, I have heard that you have been performing well in the law enforcement hall. Having submitted a mid-tier technique, Elder Lu Yu said cheerfully. However, I have also heard that you are concealing an even more powerful technique, the Ziyang sword art. Is there any truth to this? Qin Feng's heart sank. But he maintained a composed facade. Elder Lu, you jest. I possess no such Ziyang sword art. That is merely a fabrication by some well-meaning individuals. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue. But he quickly regained his smile. Qin Feng, there is no need for you to be modest. We all know you possess the Ziyang sword art. Otherwise, how could your dantian have been restored? He paused for a moment before continuing. How about this? If you are willing to submit the Ziyang sword art to the sect, I can secure a generous reward for you, in addition to offering you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you say? Qin Feng scoffed inwardly. He had long anticipated that someone would come to probe him. As for the 1,000 spirit stones, they were nothing compared to a mid-tier technique, merely a paltry attempt to swindle him. Moreover, he did not possess the Ziyang sword art at all. Instead, he held an even more advanced technique, the floating pagoda sword art. He shook his head lightly. I appreciate Elder Lu's kindness, but I truly do not possess the Ziyang sword art. Furthermore, the technique I submitted is all I have. Seeing Qin Feng's resolute stance, Elder Lu Yu's expression darkened slightly. He had not expected Qin Feng to be so obstinate, yet he did not intend to give up easily. Qin Feng, you must think this through. Elder Lu Yu's tone took on a serious note. The Ziyang sword art is a hot potato for you, but is an invaluable treasure for the sect. If you insist on concealing it, you may attract greater troubles. Qin Feng lifted his head, meeting Elder Lu Yu's gaze directly. Elder Lu, I will say this once more. I do not possess the Ziyang sword art. I trust that the sect will handle this matter fairly. Realizing that further persuasion would be futile, Elder Lu Yu let out a cold snort and turned to leave. He had already resolved to report this matter to Elder Qin Sheng and request further instructions. Watching Elder Lu Yu's retreating figure, Qin Feng's heart filled with wariness, but he understood that Lu Yu would undoubtedly resort to more coercive measures to force his hand. In the days that followed, Qin Feng devoted himself even more diligently to cultivating the floating pagoda sword art to enhance his strength. He knew that only by continually growing stronger could he attain true safety. Meanwhile, the turmoil surrounding the Ziyang sword art within the sect escalated. The elders of the law enforcement hall were restless. However, due to the significance of the Ziyang sword art, they refrained from leaking any information. After all, if the Peak Masters and the Sect Master became aware, they would never have a chance to obtain the Ziyang sword art. Yet if they managed to acquire it and submit it, they would undoubtedly receive immense rewards. Upon learning that Qin Feng was unwilling to surrender the Ziyang sword art, Qin Sheng erupted in fury, his voice icy. Xiao Yi, it seems that Qin Feng has not left the sect to undertake any missions in quite some time. Has he? Chapter 8. The mysterious room. Xiao Yi chuckled inwardly, realizing that Qin Feng had truly rejected the offer. How foolish. Yet this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Indeed, according to sect regulations, outer disciples are required to undertake missions each month unless under special circumstances. Previously, Qin Feng was unable to do so due to his cultivation being crippled, but now that he has regained his strength, it is time for him to contribute to the sect. Qin Sheng spoke coldly. Then let him go to Fengmen village to investigate the traces of demonic cultivators. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded. Taihuang Peak. Qin Feng was deeply engrossed in his cultivation within his cave dwelling. Suddenly, he felt the Taihuang Sword seed within his dantian igniting, piercing the darkness like a blazing sun, radiating brilliant light. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. He beheld the once dull Taihuang Sword seed emanating an enigmatic resonance. The Taihuang Sword seed grew increasingly powerful and luminous, devouring the essence of heaven and earth within his dantian. Sensing something, Qin Feng halted his cultivation and prepared to head to the training chamber at Yuhua Peak. Meanwhile, within the law enforcement hall, upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, Xiao Yi suddenly realized, "Grand Elder, I understand now. I will follow your instructions at once." The reason Qin Feng did not undertake sect missions before was due to the sect's compassion. Now that his grace period is ended, everything should return to normal.go. But remember, I do not wish for too many people to know about this matter. Yes. Xiao Yi respectfully nodded, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng, with the Grand Elder himself taking action, let's see how you escape this time. After resolving all his affairs, Qin Feng returned to Yuhua Peak. He first visited his master and recounted the events of the past few days. Master, rest assured from now on, I shall no longer hold back that it is a pity that my cultivation is still insufficient to investigate how you were injured back then. However, Master, with my current aptitude, I firmly believe that one day I will uncover the truth about who harmed you. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he offered a stick of incense to Yu Qingxian before returning to his cultivation chamber. He opened the cultivation barrier and summoned the floating pagoda sword tower. Gazing upon the small tower that radiated an ancient aura and exuded an imposing presence, Qin Feng's mind stirred, and he found himself inside the tower once more. The vastness of the space, even though he had visited it once before, still left him in awe. How could such a grand treasure tower be constructed by a top-tier powerhouse? Just as Qin Feng pondered this, an invisible wave surged forth, causing him to tremble momentarily. "What are you thinking about?" a cold voice inquired. Following the sound, Qin Feng turned to see the 9 Nether Empresses' piercing gaze fixed upon him. "I wasn't thinking of anything," he replied, averting his eyes, "that I was merely contemplating the fact that this floating pagoda sword tower must serve a purpose beyond mere confinement." His current strength was still insufficient, even with the divine demon sword bone. He remained a mere ant until he grew stronger. The unexpected demise of his master had left him reluctant to continue placing faith in the Eternal Heavens sect to enhance his power. He needed to forge a new path. "You are quite astute," the 9 Nether Empress remarked, a glimmer of appreciation shining in her beautiful eyes. "Indeed, the floating pagoda sword tower serves a purpose beyond merely imprisoning us. Its greatest function is, in fact, suppression. However, for you at this moment, it is still far too early to utilize that capability. The tower has merely begun to recognize you as its master. To truly master it, you have a long way to go. Yet, I have an inkling of your thoughts that go to the right. There are several doors there. See if you can open them." Qin Feng, initially approaching this with a trial-and-error mindset, was astonished that she truly knew. He immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Upon reaching the right side of the structure, he beheld several heavy doors. The doors appeared ancient and sturdy, faint glimmers dancing upon their surfaces, remnants of the formations inscribed upon them. And oh wonder, the 9 Nether Empress had stated earlier that even if he knew there were doors, it did not guarantee he could enter. As Qin Feng examined the doors before him, he found it difficult to discern which would be easier to access. Drawing from the foundational knowledge of formations he had previously studied, he surmised that these formations were likely sealing formations rather than ones with significant offensive power. It made sense. The predecessors who designed these formations likely intended to test future generations rather than eliminate them. After a thorough observation, Qin Feng finally discerned certain nuances within the formations. He tentatively extended his hand towards one of the doors. In his palm, he concentrated the floating pagoda sword Q. As the sword chi made contact with the formation, it was as if boiling water had been poured into a pot of oil. An invisible oppressive force instantly surged forth. Qin Feng was caught off guard and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, his body had already undergone a baptism, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Otherwise, this blow would have surely caused internal injuries. Rising from the ground, Qin Feng's eyes remained fixed on the changes within the formation. he sensed an incomprehensibly profound aura beginning to emanate from it. To his astonishment, the formation seemed to carry hints of the floating pagoda's essence. Could it be that the predecessor who established this formation also practiced the floating pagoda sword technique? Puzzled, Qin Feng contemplated this as the formation began to dissipate, revealing the heavy stone door slowly creaking open. Cautiously, Qin Feng peered inside. There were no signs of an attack. Upon entering the room, he discovered that it was utterly empty. How could this be? Qin Feng thought incredulously. He could not believe that a room protected by such formations would be devoid of anything. He wielded his sword and meticulously surveyed the space, yet found nothing. Just as he was about to give up and return later for exploration, his gaze fell upon a stone wall within the room. The material of that wall appeared subtly different from the surrounding stones. Not entirely convinced, he moved closer for a better look, and indeed, he was correct. This particular stone wall possessed a texture that was smoother and more refined than ordinary stone. Suddenly, while contemplating the significance of this stone wall, he felt a sharp, cutting sensation at his fingertip. He quickly withdrew his hand, only to find a significant gash had appeared. However, such an injury was trivial for cultivators. Qin Feng instinctively channeled his spiritual energy to heal the wound. Yet, as he directed his internal spiritual energy to his fingertip, he realized something was amiss. His spiritual energy was entirely ineffective against the wound, and it seemed as though a mysterious force was resisting his spiritual energy at the site of his injury. This force appeared to carry a faint metallic aura along with an aura of destruction. Due to the presence of this force, Qin Feng could barely feel his finger anymore. Faced with this situation, a momentary panic washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure and devised a plan. If his spiritual energy could not contend with this destructive aura, perhaps the floating pagoda sword chi could. Resolute, Qin Feng unleashed a surge of floating pagoda sword chi. When it entwined with the mysterious force, the latter offered only slight resistance before being completely worn down. He channeled his spiritual energy once more. And this time, there were no unforeseen complications. The wound healed, and Qin Feng gazed intently at the stone wall before him, now certain that the room's hidden opportunity lay within it, drawing from his previous experience. He refrained from touching it again, and instead unleashed a strike of floating pagoda sword chi, which struck the wall and quickly dissipated like a tea that moment. Qin Feng instinctively sensed an impending danger. An invisible sword chi shot toward him. Familiar yet imbued with destructive energy, he instinctively sidestepped to evade it. However, that sword chi seemed to have locked onto him, compelling him to dodge once more. Meanwhile, he pondered the situation. He was certain that this was the very sword chi he had previously unleashed, yet somehow, during its return, it had been tainted by an unseen force, prompting him to evade its attack once again. Qin Feng realized he could not continue this way. This cursed place offered no explanation of its trials or rules. For now, he had no choice but to test each door one by one. Observing the incoming sword chi once more, he chose not to evade but to confront it directly with his weapon. Compared to before, this sword chi appeared even stronger. He swung his weapon again, and the colliding sword chi erupted in a violent clash, scattering into the air. Was that a success? Qin Feng stood there, momentarily dazed by the spectacle. Just as he thought it was over, the very sword chi he had unleashed earlier struck the wall again. As Qin Feng's mind began to formulate a theory, another sword chi surged forth from the wall, evidently stronger and equally imbued with destructive energy. Knowing how to counter this, Qin Feng did not choose to evade, instead unleashing another strike of sword chi, and thus the cycle continued. Half an hour passed, and Qin Feng was utterly drained. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he felt a stinging pain throughout his meridians. At this point, he no longer contemplated how to continue training, but instead focused on how to escape this room. The heavy stone door had closed behind him upon entry, and now he needed to devise a way to evade that attack to open it. Damn it! Qin Feng planted his sword into the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath before steeling himself once more. He'd endured so much. There was no reason for him to falter at this juncture. After all, how could he face the world if the awakener of the divine demon sword bone were to fail at the hands of his own golden finger? With this thought, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword and declared, Let us do this again. He refused to believe he could not succeed. After several more exchanges, he found himself utterly spent, unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy. Was it all over? Leaning against his sword, he knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he watched the destructive sword chi approach him, devoid of strength to evade. Just as he braced for what he believed to be his impending doom, he did not feel the anticipated sensation of death. Qin Feng opened his eyes, incredulous at what had transpired. He beheld that the door to the training room had inexplicably swung open as he regained awareness of his own body. He finally comprehended that everything that had happened was due to the floating pagoda sword tower's unique protective mechanism for its master. Once it detected that Qin Feng, as its master, had exhausted his ability to train, all training would cease immediately. As this realization dawned on him, a surge of invisible energy erupted from within him, elevating his realm. Gathering Spirit Level 8, Gathering Spirit Level 9, Pinnacle of Gathering Spirit. Just like that, Qin Feng's realm ascended to the pinnacle of Gathering Spirit at a speed that others could scarcely fathom. He was but a step away from breaking through to the sea of Qi realm. Yet, at this crucial moment, Qin Feng suddenly halted. What is happening? A chilling voice suddenly echoed in Qin Feng's mind. He was momentarily taken aback before realizing that it belonged to the Nine Nether Empress. "Senior, can you speak to me from outside?" "You are not. Are you not confined here?" The Nine Nether Empress's voice carried a hint of amusement. Faced with her words, Qin Feng dared not respond, much like he could not inquire how such a formidable being as the Nine Nether Empress had ended up imprisoned in this place. Moreover, he had never dared to contemplate whether someone of her stature would be friend or foe to him. His cold sweat trickled down Qin Feng's back. The Nine Nether Empress suddenly let out a light laugh, so delicate that he began to question whether what he had just heard was merely a figment of his imagination. "All right, I shall cease my jesting. Let me ask you, why did you not seize that power to directly break through the Qi Si realm? Was it because you feared attracting attention? If that is the case, you need not worry. The Taihuang Sword Tower possesses an inherent ability to conceal one's presence, far superior to any stealth technique." Upon hearing the Nine Nether Empress's words, Qin Feng shook his head. "No, my restraint from breaking through is because I aspire to reach the legendary Gathering Spirit levels 11 and 12. Since I have the chance to start new, I must strive to achieve the very best." His tone was resolute, as if he were responding to the Nine Nether Empress, but also affirming his own determination. Furthermore, he was more than capable of accomplishing this. During the 3 years he had spent guarding the spirit, he had meticulously studied the various texts within Yuhua Peak, perusing everything regardless of whether it pertained to cultivation techniques or not. Among these, he was particularly intrigued by the travelogues, which mentioned many places and individuals he had previously been unaware of, including references to the existence of Gathering Spirit levels 11 and 12. Each of these individuals was a prodigy, destined to ascend to a higher realm as long as they did not fall. Therefore, it stood to reason that if these individuals could achieve such heights, so could he, Qin Feng. After responding to the Nine Nether Empress, Qin Feng resumed his cultivation, aiming to further compress the spiritual energy within him, transforming it into a tangible force. The voice in his mind ceased to resonate. Through the light screen, the Nine Nether Empress observed Qin Feng as he diligently adjusted his breathing, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing in her eyes. "Perhaps what we could not accomplish in the future, you might be able to achieve." Her whispered words dispersed into the air, carried away by the wind. Once Qin Feng completed his meditation, he found his realm had steadily risen to Gathering Spirit Level 9. Recalling the Nine Nether Empress's mention of the Taihuang Sword Tower's ability to conceal presence, he prudently suppressed his realm to Gathering Spirit Level 7 before exiting the cave dwelling. Taking a deep breath, he felt that, as of today, he had truly experienced a rebirth. Just as he prepared to move forward, he suddenly sensed a stir at the peak's entrance. Someone was approaching as Qin Feng descended the mountain. He spotted several individuals clad in task hall attire stationed at the entrance. "May I ask what brings you here?" Before Qin Feng could finish his question, he was abruptly interrupted. "Oh, you must be Chief Qin, right? Chief Qin, tell me, how long has it been since Yuhua Peak accepted a task?" "Let me tell you, even if you are an inner disciple, You cannot act so arrogantly. The newcomer, Yang Tian, made it evident that had he not been somewhat wary of Qin Feng's status, he would have boldly trampled over him. They had long harbored disdain for Qin Feng. How could someone who was currently weaker than them continue to monopolize an inner door position? If he were the sect leader, he would have expelled such a useless individual long ago. In any case, I am here to inform you that if Yuhua Peak does not accept tasks soon, prepare for your peak's disbandment. Yang Tian deliberately exaggerated the situation. Initially, Qin Feng paid little heed to their scornful remarks. It was true that the sect had regulations requiring disciples to complete a specified number of tasks each month. However, these rules were established to prevent disciples from solely focusing on cultivation while neglecting practical experience. Moreover, such a vast sect indeed required disciples to fulfill tasks to support the sect. Nonetheless, he recalled that as long as disciples paid sufficient contribution points, they could forego tasks. Over the past 3 years, he had diligently submitted his contribution points on time. Even the task hall could not coerce them into completing tasks. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Although he had spent these 3 years guarding his master's spirit, the value of what the sect had taken from Yuhua Peak far exceeded what he had earned from tasks during that time. I do not care. In any case, we have delivered our message. Whether you choose to act on it is up to you. Chief Qin. If you refuse, there are plenty of inner disciples without accommodations in our sect, and we could easily relocate them to Yuhua Peak. Yang Tian's words carried an air of certainty. You dare? The implications of his words crossed Qin Feng's bottom line. Yuhua Peak belonged to his master. No one could take it from him. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping Yang Tian and his followers, who were caught completely off guard in an instant. They nearly knelt before the weight of Qin Feng's aura. How is this possible? This waste. Yang Tian's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he glanced at Qin Feng with trepidation. Yet he quickly recalled that he was not alone, and besides, this so-called waste had even self-destructed his cultivation. How dare he act like a genius? Let me tell you, do not act recklessly. If you dare to harm me, I will report to Elder Chun. If Elder Chin's wrath befalls you, you will not escape unscathed. Qin Feng had already calmed down from his earlier rage, beginning to ponder who this Elder Chun was and when their paths had crossed. After ruminating for quite some time, he could not recall any such interaction. However, there was no need to rush. Since he could not remember, he would simply ask directly. Yang Tian observed Qin Feng approaching. Fear filled his eyes. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that harming fellow disciples is strictly forbidden at the sect. His own cultivation was not high, only at gathering spirit level 5. Were it not for his uncle's position in the task hall, he would not have been able to act so brazenly. What am I doing? Qin Feng sneered at him, recognizing him as nothing more than a bully who preyed on the weak. Tell me, who exactly is this Elder Qin you mentioned? Yang Tian hesitated, uncertain if he should share the information, as he had only heard it by chance. Qin Feng would not give him the luxury of hesitation. Seeing his reluctance, he stepped forward and forcefully knocked him to the ground. Yang Tian had no time to react to Qin Feng's sudden movement. Speak! Just as he was about to protest, Qin Feng placed his foot firmly on his face. If you do not speak, you shall descend into silence. The surrounding individuals were already taken aback by Qin Feng's actions, hastily drawing their weapons in defense. However, Qin Feng paid them no mind, his focus solely on Yang Tian. He would not allow any lurking dangers to disrupt his plans. Applying more pressure, Yang Tian felt as though his head might burst beneath Qin Feng's foot. He did not wish to die. I will tell you. In truth, this matter was also something I overheard by accident. I am not sure how accurate it is, but I know that Elder Yang seems to have connections to the Outer Sect's law enforcement hall. As for anything beyond that, I truly do not know. Yang Tian whimpered, tears streaming down his face. He regretted coming here. He had initially thought he could humiliate those inner disciples who usually held themselves in high regard. Little did he expect that his life would come perilously close to ending here. Suddenly, he remembered hearing that Qin Feng seemed to have ties with the chief master sister of Binglian Peak. Initially, he had thought it was mere gossip. Little did he know it was indeed true. Otherwise, how could Qin Feng be so audacious? As if he had grasped the truth of the situation, Yang Tian's expression shifted to one of smugness. Unaware of Yang Tian's thoughts, Qin Feng withdrew his foot. Leave? Yes. Yang Tian scrambled to his feet, nodding and bowing. Just as they prepared to depart, Qin Feng unexpectedly called out to them again. Yang Tian, wearing a pained expression, turned back. "Brother, is there anything else you require?" Qin Feng produced several pills from his storage bag, his tone brooking no argument. "Come here and take these. Today, what transpired here must not be disclosed to anyone." The dark pills were unmistakably poisonous, and Yang Tian grimaced, reluctant to consume them, as did his companions. Yet, in the end, they complied. It was not merely because they noticed the blood-stained sword in Qin Feng's hand. "Brother, we have all consumed them. Now may we leave?" Yang Tian cautiously inquired, planning to head to the Pill Peak afterward. Qin Feng could easily discern their true intentions. However, did they truly believe that the people at Pill Peak could cure their poison? The pills were not toxic. Rather, they contained the floating tower sword Qi that he could manipulate, infused with a trace of the annihilation aura he had cultivated in the small tower's training chamber. He discovered that combining these two energies complemented each other remarkably. Qin Feng suspected that from the very beginning, they were indeed the same essence, with this aura of destruction, combined with his current cultivation level at the 9th stage of spirit gathering. He could guarantee that if he caught his opponent off guard, even a typical practitioner at the Sea of Qi stage would not stand a chance against him. Thus, this could be considered a novel application of sword energy that Qin Feng had recently developed. "You may leave now, but remember, when I summon you, you must return at any moment. Also, assist me in investigating who has been targeting me during this recent period." Understood that a few individuals, living under the same roof, had no choice but to bow their heads. After dismissing everyone, Qin Feng let out a sigh. Being within the sect had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that, while in the sect, even if someone wished to harm him, they had to consider the sect's rules. The drawback was that if he wanted to take action, he also had to ponder whether he would be discovered. Just as Qin Feng was deep in thought, a sudden wave of energy emanated from afar. Was someone else arriving? Chapter 11. Finally hooked, Qin Feng frowned. However, he decided to remain a passive observer. Soon, a figure approached him. The newcomer was clad in a pristine red robe. Evidently a member of the Scripture Pavilion. "Chief Qin, these are the rewards for your contributions to the Scripture Pavilion this time. Please verify them. There's no need. I trust you. Also, please convey my gratitude to Elder Feng." Qin Feng did not expect his rewards to arrive so promptly. It seemed Murong Shui had played a significant role in this, of course. One could not dismiss the possibility that the sect intended to win over the hearts of its members through such means. After delivering the items, the few individuals quickly departed, and Qin Feng promptly returned to his cave, eager to see what treasures lay within. He hoped the sect would not disappoint him this time. Upon opening the storage pouch, the first item he encountered was 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Compared to the scarce market for earth-grade techniques, this amount of spirit stones was not particularly substantial. However, it alleviated his immediate financial woes. After 3 years of guarding the spirit, the resources atop Yuhua Peak had dwindled significantly. With these spirit stones, he would no longer have to resort to selling his own resources to make ends meet. Next, he examined another item. Several high-grade spirit herbs and flowers, all suitable for use during the spirit gathering phase. Although these items offered him little direct benefit, he could sell them or ask the Alchemy Peak members to refine them into pills, thus allowing him to make a modest profit. After storing these away, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the final few jade vials. If the contents did not satisfy him, then what could be said of the Wangu, Tianzong? He opened a jade vial, and a powerful fragrance of elixirs rushed forth. Qin Feng's pupils dilated in shock. This turned out to be a vial of minor healing pills, along with 2 breaking mirror pills and a geomancy pill. Judging by their quality, the rich aroma indicated they had reached the high-grade level of the mysterious tier. Just the names of these pills suggested they could, to some extent, mend a person's innate qualities. Especially the geomancy pill, which was crafted from the essence of geomantic energy. The better the quality of the geomantic vein, the superior the resulting pill. To his astonishment, the sect had not skimped on this aspect, and he had also received 200 contribution points this time. The total value of these items was nearly equal to that of an earth-grade low-tier technique, yet he felt a twinge of regret. Qin Feng helplessly stored away the pills. Although these items were excellent, given his current aptitude, he could not make use of them at all. Instead, If these items were released into the market, they would likely incite fierce competition among countless individuals. Shaking his head, Qin Feng once again dispelled that thought from his mind. What he needed to focus on now was cultivation. Cultivation. More cultivation. The ancestors were right. To fall behind was to be beaten. To avoid being beaten, he would have to endure a little inconvenience from others for now. Time flew by during his relentless training. 2 days passed, by the time Qin Feng concluded his training. He had lost count of how many times his communication J tablet had illuminated. Upon checking, a smile crept onto his lips that the thoughts within his heart were laid bare by the other party. Leaving Qin Feng momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, the voices in his mind similarly faded away. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to refrain from dwelling on it for the time being. Since the Tower of the Wild Sword possessed the materials to forge his destined spirit sword, there was no need for him to peruse the treasure pavilion. Just as Qin Feng was descending the stairs, preparing to depart, a mocking voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Look, this is the foolish imbecile who has willingly crippled his own cultivation. Just look at him leaving in such a disheveled state. With the contribution points he possesses, he probably can't even afford the most basic of cultivation materials. I wonder how he can still bear to remain in the sect. If it were me, I would have long since resigned." Initially, Qin Feng paid little heed to their taunts, having endured countless insults over the past 3 years. If he were to react with anger each time, he would have surely perished from frustration long ago. Aware that there were valuable items in the sword tower, he simply wished to leave swiftly. Yet the voices behind him grew increasingly outrageous. At this point, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. They could speak ill of him, but they must not insult his master. Look at that fool. He even dares to stop. How can he still glare at me with such disdain? Has he been guarding the spirit for 3 years only to become a simpleton? If it were me, I would have surely sought a powerful ally in the sect. Even if that were impossible, I would never have crippled my own cultivation. One has to wonder if his master bears a grudge against him. The speaker's words became more brazen, oblivious to the changing expressions of his companions. "You should be careful," one companion began, but before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed as Qin Feng's fist sent the speaker hurtling backward. The wall behind him caved in with a mighty impact. What is going on here? At that moment, a commanding voice accompanied by an overwhelming pressure swept through the area. The individuals present were instantly cowed by this force, lowering their heads and kneeling in submission. Only Qin Feng, in the instant the pressure descended upon him, instinctively activated the floating tower sword technique, barely managing to withstand the oppressive force, though he still let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Seeing that someone remained unaffected by his pressure, the elder from the treasure pavilion regarded Qin Feng with a flicker of curiosity, instinctively intensifying his oppressive aura. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in defiance, acutely aware of the cracking of his bones, as if they might shatter at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, the divine demonic sword bone within him began to emit a faint glow. The intricate patterns that had previously receded now slowly surfacing once more. Just as he was on the brink of succumbing, the elder suddenly withdrew his pressure, causing Qin Feng's body to relax in an instant, almost collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the inner disciples who had long since knelt were like lifeless dogs, gasping for breath. The elder regarded the disheartened group with a cold snort, demanding, "Speak up. What is the meaning of this? How dare you cause a ruckus in my presence?" The individuals questioned by the elder dared not hesitate. Yet as they caught their breath and prepared to respond, Qin Feng's voice preempted them, respectfully reporting to the elder. "It was they who first insulted my master. I could not bear it, so I acted. However, I acknowledge that my actions within the treasure pavilion were indeed inappropriate, and I accept the consequences." Qin Feng recounted the sequence of events in rapid succession, leaving no opportunity for interruption, that he understood that the elder of the treasure pavilion valued disciples with spirit and accountability, and though his actions were impulsive, they had been carefully considered. On the other hand, the others reacted differently. Upon hearing Qin Feng attribute all blame to them, they quickly protested. "Elder, do not listen to his nonsense. We merely offered him a few words of advice. Who could have known he would suddenly lose his mind and attack us?" "Exactly. Such a person deserves severe punishment. Yes, elder, he must be dealt with harshly. Their voices were filled with fervor, their gazes toward Qin Feng brimming with malice, hoping the elder would expel him from the sect. Anticipating that once the Yuhua Peak was divided, they might share in the spoils and escape the overcrowded Tianxiong Peak. Silence. The elder's oppressive aura spread, silencing them instantly to you take me for deaf or blind? Are you unaware of your actions just now? It seems you have learned nothing of the sect's rules. Very well. You shall copy them. Each of you will transcribe the sect regulations 3,000 times. And no substitutions will be permitted. The elder's gaze was stern, then shifted to Qin Feng. Given your respect for your master, I shall reduce your punishment to 1,000 copies. Understood. Qin Feng bowed respectfully, while the others reacted with indignation, questioning why Qin Feng's punishment was lighter than theirs. If you are dissatisfied, then you may all go to the back mountains. At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. Qin Feng sincerely thanked the elder, bringing the matter to a close. The elder watched Qin Feng leave, nodding in satisfaction. Upon returning to his dwelling, the task of transcribing the regulations was not particularly challenging for Qin Feng, as each iteration contained over 10,000 characters, and he was permitted to use spiritual energy. He quickly completed the task. Having done so, he entered the ancient sword tower, only to immediately sense something amiss upon entry. Chapter 13. Descending the mountain, the space within the ancient sword tower appeared to have expanded significantly. Areas that had previously seemed vague were now much clearer. Notably, Qin Feng observed that a staircase had seemingly materialized within the tower. Tentatively, he approached and, upon stepping onto it, was met with an overwhelming pressure. This force exceeded even that of the elder from the treasure pavilion. Qin Feng attempted to endure, but ultimately had to retreat in resignation. You certainly possess tenacity, the voice of the Nine Nether Empress echoed. She had evidently taken note of Qin Feng's recent actions. What is this? Just as you surmise, this is the staircase leading to the second level. However, given your current realm, you are far from ascending, the Nine Nether Empress replied, her tone light. When will I be able to ascend? Qin Feng queried. Once you have acquired everything you are meant to gather on this level and break through to the Qi Sea, you will be able to ascend. Does that mean I must break through a realm each time I ascend? Not necessarily today, as far as I know. There are 7 realms from spirit gathering to great Tao, which would only allow for 7 levels that, only you mortals would consider the great Tao to be the pinnacle of humanity, unaware of the true depths that lie beyond. What do you mean? Qin Feng pressed. Nothing of consequence, young one. Such matters are still beyond your grasp. Focus on breaking through to the great Tao first, the Nine Nether Empress replied, her tone lacking condescension. Yet Qin Feng felt a tightening in his fists upon hearing her words. By the way, weren't you interested in the materials for sword practice? The Nine Nether Empress abruptly shifted the topic. Oh, over there. She gestured towards the stone door, where Qin Feng had previously undergone trials. As long as you can master the third form of the floating tower sword technique within, the killing stone on the wall will serve as your materials for sword forging. Qin Feng followed her indication, surprised to discover that this trial stone chamber held such an opportunity. Reflecting on his floating tower sword technique, he had already mastered the first 2 forms, but the third form, the demonic exorcising sword, was still merely at the entry level. To fully integrate these 3 forms, he would need further practice. With a determined heart, Qin Feng's expression solidified. After all, the external mission he had accepted only required completion within half a month, leaving him ample time. While Qin Feng diligently practiced within the stone chamber, those outside who were watching him noted his prolonged absence from Yuhua Peak. They desired to ascend, but found themselves thwarted by the protective barrier Qin Feng had activated. To breach it would mean disregarding the sect's regulations. Watching Qin Feng seemingly cower like a turtle, Xiao Ye's face twisted with frustration. I refuse to believe he can truly accept a sect mission without acting. If he dares to refuse, I will report him. You lot keep a close watch on him, that if he tries to sneak away, you can forget about your lives. Understood. Days passed, and on this particular day, as Qin Feng sat in meditation, his body suddenly surged with energy, the spiritual aura igniting around him. Ha! With a powerful shout, Qin Feng's eyes flew open, spirit gathering 12-fold. I did it. Joy surged upon his face, for the floating tower sword technique was indeed formidable. Each time he endured the trials in the stone chamber, though he knew he would not perish, the life-and-death pressure he faced was a constant companion to his soul. Moreover, he discovered that with each repeated experience of being killed by sword energy, the strength of his soul had indeed reached the pinnacle of the Qi Sea. This level of soul strength rendered him largely immune to many mental attacks. Most importantly, he could now finally unleash his divine sense. Qin Feng closed his eyes, perceiving everything within a 5-mile radius with crystal clarity. Rising to his feet, he immediately activated the floating tower sword technique within him. Boom, boom, boom! 3 blades of sword energy shot forth effortlessly, creating a massive crater in the ground and shaking the surrounding structures. Qin Feng gazed in awe at the formidable force before him, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Particularly striking was the pit, entwined with remnants of obliterated energy, suggesting that this land would remain barren for the foreseeable future. Could this truly be the manifestation of the profound power derived from the first 3 forms of the floating pagoda sword technique? Just as Qin Feng reveled in his thoughts, a faint cracking sound interrupted him. Instinctively, he glanced at the sword in his grasp, a blade bestowed upon him by the sect when he held the title of chief disciple. It was the Minshing sword. Yet now, a barely perceptible fissure marred the hilt. Gently caressing it, Qin Feng murmured, "Old friend, you have endured alongside me. It won't be long before you too can retire, having already received the Killing Stone reward from the Taihuang Sword Tower." He was merely awaiting his return from this expedition to forge a sword of his own destiny. Meanwhile, he sensed within himself that since slaying Xiao Yun and his companions, his sword essence had remained stagnant. It seemed that to elevate his sword essence, he would need to engage in actual combat. "Master, I am departing. I humbly seek your blessings for a safe journey." Lighting incense before the ancestral tablet, he stepped out from Yuhua Peak, where countless individuals began to stir in secret. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, Qin Feng verified his identity and mission with the gatekeeper disciple, then mounted a horse, leaving the sect behind. "Come on, keep up." A throng of voices trailed behind him, but Qin Feng chose to disregard them. Under the veil of the Taihuang Sword Tower, his displayed strength remained at the 7th level of spirit gathering. As he reached the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, it was still within the protective bounds of the Wangu Tianzong. The bustling streets were filled with passers-by, mostly at the spirit-gathering realm, though a small handful had reached the Sea of Qi realm. Higher cultivations certainly existed, but they were beyond the reach of ordinary explorers. Esteemed immortal, it seems this is your first visit to our town. Just as Qin Feng observed his surroundings, a young boy approached. Today, Qin Feng donned no sect attire, appearing more like a wandering cultivator. Nodding slightly at the boy, he acknowledged that he had indeed visited before, though that had been 3 years past. "Pray tell me, what recent happenings have transpired in this vicinity?" "Well said, this is yours." Qin Feng produced a spirit stone, causing the boy's eyes to gleam with delight. They typically received mere fragments of spirit stones, rarely encountering such generous patrons. "Esteemed immortal, if you seek information, you have come to the right person. There is nothing in this town I am unaware of." Firstly, not long ago, a wandering cultivator, relying on his strength at the divine platform realm, attempted to rob the Wanbao auction house. That it is said that they unearthed an impressive trove from a relic site. And if you're interested, you have arrived at a fortuitous time, for the Wanbao Pavilion auction is set for tomorrow. Chapter 14, Are You Looking for Trouble? The boy chattered on, following Qin Feng and sharing various topics about the town, giving him a rough idea of the local happenings. "Esteemed immortal, where else do you wish to go? Allow me to guide you." The boy took Qin Feng on a brief tour of the town. But noticing Qin Feng's reluctance to purchase anything, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Qin Feng shook his head. "I believe I have seen enough. I intend to rest here for the night. Do you have any recommendations for accommodation?" "Indeed." The boy's voice brightened instantly. "Esteemed immortal, follow me. I know a place that offers great value and is favored by many." Following the boy, Qin Feng arrived at an inn. Upon entering, the boy displayed remarkable familiarity. "Uncle Zhao, I'm back. This esteemed immortal seeks lodging. I kindly ask that you make arrangements for him. Also, could you provide him with an invitation to tomorrow's Wanbao auction house?" Zhao, the innkeeper, smiled broadly. Of course. After securing accommodation, the boy bid farewell to Qin Feng. Esteemed immortal, this concludes our encounter for today. Should you require assistance tomorrow, feel free to inform Uncle Zhao. Very well. Qin Feng smiled, settled the payment, and soon found himself in the room assigned to him. The furnishings were quite simple, consisting only of a bed, a mat, and a set of tables and chairs. Closing the door, Qin Feng conducted a brief inspection, discovering a low-grade spirit gathering array and a basic soundproofing formation. With a sigh, he produced another set of partition arrays, ensuring he would be alerted in case of any unforeseen disturbances. After a night of cultivation, Qin Feng's foundation had become remarkably solid. This journey was not merely for the sect's mission. It also represented an opportunity to break through to the Sea of Qi. The multitude of watchful eyes within the sect had instilled a sense of insecurity in him, following a light breakfast of spiritual sustenance. He made his way to the auction house, where a considerable crowd had already gathered, primarily drawn by the treasures unearthed from a recent relic excavation. While described as a relic, it was more akin to wild graves constructed by fallen cultivators. With some linked to ancient battlefields or old sect sites, such places contained treasures, albeit in scarce quantities. Moreover, if one could truly discover exceptional items there, they would hardly be left to the whims of the outside world. Qin Feng was well aware of this reality, yet he still resolved to make the trip, primarily to replenish his supplies. He also harbored a glimmer of hope for an unexpected fortune, as who wouldn't wish for a stroke of good luck. Arriving at the entrance, he was greeted by a maid who inquired about an invitation, just as he prepared to produce one. How could he possibly have such a thing? A sudden voice interrupted him. Why is there always such a fool around? Frowning, Qin Feng turned to see a young man adorned in opulent attire striding towards him. His garments radiating a soft glow, it appeared he was a wealthy second-generation cultivator. A collective thought crossed the minds of the onlookers. Is this a spoiled rich kid? Chen Tianyu wore a haughty expression as he swung his fan, looking down on Qin Feng. You worthless wretch. I never expected you to have the audacity to show your face today. Are you tired of lounging around Yuhua Peak and seeking punishment? Chen Tianyu's words dripped with disdain for Qin Feng. Recalling their past, Qin Feng realized he did not recognize this individual. Uncertain of his origins, he chose to ignore him, presenting his invitation to the maid to enter. Chen Tianyu swiftly noticed the invitation in Qin Feng's hand. Laughing mockingly, you truly are a waste of space. Who would have thought that the former chief of the Wangu Tianzong now relies on a commoner's invitation to enter the auction house? With your current state, do you think you can afford anything inside? Upon hearing Chen Tianyu's taunts, the surrounding crowd focused their attention on Qin Feng, disbelief etched on their faces. What did you say? This person was once the chief of the Wangu Tianzong. Looking at his strength, he seems to be only at the 7th level of spirit gathering now. He can't even compare to me. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Our boss would never make such a mistake. A follower of Chen Tianyu interjected, eager to assert their connection to the same sect. With that face, even if he turned to ash, we would recognize him. As the conversation unfolded, the follower eagerly recounted the tale of how Qin Feng had discarded his cultivation due to a single remark from his master. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood that I used to live nearby. I've heard of this incident, but never so thoroughly until now. People have an innate curiosity for gossip. As more individuals gathered, the crowd swelled, encircling the entrance to the auction house. The maid, witnessing the escalating situation, worried that a confrontation might disrupt the auction's business, quickly signaled to a servant inside. Once the servant dashed away, she felt a sense of relief and to the entrance. Qin Feng and Chen Tianyu stood at opposite sides, locked in a tense standoff. What is that look in your eyes? Do you not believe what I have said is the truth? Chen Tianyu showed no signs of fear in the face of Qin Feng's gaze. Did he still think of himself as the exalted chief of the sect? No, he was nothing, just a worthless wretch. How could someone like him ever gain the favor of Murong Xianzi? The thought of Murong Shui personally advocating for this waste during their time in the sect only fueled his jealousy to a boiling point. Qin Feng could clearly see the hatred boiling in Chen Tianyu's eyes. Although he remained oblivious to the reason behind the animosity, the harsh realities of the past 3 years had forged a heart of unyielding resilience within him. If Chen Tianyu harbored such intense hatred, Then Qin Feng's palm subtly summoned a surge of spiritual energy, just as he prepared to unleash it. Stop! A sharp voice rang out. Bai Muya, clad in white and accompanied by personnel from the auction house, appeared. Who permitted you to cause a ruckus here? Should you wish to enter, do so. If not, be gone. The newcomer possessed a complexion fairer than snow and exquisite features, radiating an aura of authority that clearly indicated her cultivation at the 7th level of the Sea of Qi. Bai Muya's furious gaze fell upon the two individuals, particularly directed at Qin Feng, where a flicker of disdain danced in her eyes. I ask at you two who are causing this ruckus. Do you genuinely wish to oppose our auction house? The moment these words were uttered, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. After all, it was evident to all present that the newcomers possessed a remarkable identity, bolstered by the support of the auction house. Chapter 15. A second cancellation of engagement. The onlookers hastily asserted that they were merely there to observe the spectacle, subsequently exchanging pleasantries as they entered the auction house. Before long, only Qin Feng and his companions remained. Bai Muya's fiery gaze continued to scrutinize them. The tea first. Chen Tianyu was so taken aback by Bai Muya's beauty that he lost his train of thought. Once he regained his composure, he recalled that just moments ago, had it not been for Bai Muya's sudden intervention, this useless individual had indeed intended to strike him. This good-for-nothing, how dare he? Chen Tianyu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he glared at Qin Feng. Accusing, were you just about to hit me? And if I was? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. He saw no reason to deny such an assertion. Witnessing Qin Feng's indifference fueled Chen Tianyu's anger further. Do you even know who I am? No, Qin Feng replied honestly, unaware of my identity, and yet you dare to strike me? Chen Tianyu could hardly believe the situation. Since you don't know, allow me to enlighten you. I am an elder in the Outer Sex Law Enforcement Hall. Chen Sheng's son. He looked at Qin Feng triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. However, it was not out of fear, but rather because the name Chen Sheng sounded oddly familiar, before he could ponder further. Bai Muya's voice interjected. Qin Feng, I do not care what grievances exist between you two, but since you are here, shall we discuss our marriage? Her tone was devoid of emotion. Chen Tianyu's composure shattered at her words. What did you just say? He exclaimed in disbelief. You are actually considering this good for nothing? Jealousy was unmistakably evident in his eyes. Why should Qin Feng, this useless individual, attract so much attention, while he, a person of such excellence, could only garner the affections of lesser beings? Noticing his lingering presence, Bai Muya frowned. Sir, the auction is about to commence. Are you not going in? The implication of her words was clear, yet Chen Tianyu was reluctant to depart. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng spoke up. Miss, regardless of whether you are my fiancé or not, the auction is imminent. Any matters can wait until after. After all, he perceived no indication that she was someone intent on fulfilling their engagement, thus deeming it unnecessary to squander more time on her. Stop right there. Bai Muya's fury ignited as she witnessed Qin Feng's dismissal. I shall not delay you for long. Besides, with me here, do you truly fear being unable to participate in this auction? Qin Feng halted, not due to her words, but because of the individual blocking his path. Chen Tianyu, witnessing this scene, wished he could annihilate Qin Feng with a mere glare. Why should this good-for-nothing be so fortunate? My lord, what are you doing? We should leave, urged one of Chen Tianyu's companions, glancing warily at the cultivator beside Bai Muya, who had already drawn his sword. Ray, especially for those among you who have younger generations at home, or siblings, purchasing a few supplementary elixirs to present as gifts is undoubtedly a most thoughtful choice. Even I find myself wishing that some young gentleman present could bestow upon me a few of those elixirs. Ultimately, the auctioneer made a light-hearted jest to the audience. However, at the same time, the atmosphere in the hall became even more intense than before. Qin Feng also participated in the bidding this time. Yet, as before, just as he was about to secure his desired item, Chen Tianyu suddenly emerged once more. The item fell into the hands of his rival again. Did you expect this? Chen Tianyu looked at Qin Feng with a smug expression. Taunting, without the supplementary elixirs, I wonder how your cultivation can possibly advance. Since you have chosen to cripple your own abilities, you might as well resign yourself to a life as a rat in the gutter. After several exchanges, Chan Tianyu consistently triumphed with great satisfaction. The young men beside him wished to offer a word of caution, but were at a loss for how to phrase it. Primarily fearing that Chan Tianyu might unleash his ire upon them, wouldn't that be a regrettable outcome? Amidst their silence, they failed to notice that Qin Feng had quietly summoned a maid from the side, discreetly handing her several elixirs. Once he completed this task, Qin Feng calmly gazed into the distance. I could see this moment. There was no trace of the anger and frustration he had previously displayed. Instead, a smile graced his lips. For his belongings had sold for a price far exceeding his expectations. How could he not be pleased? As for the subsequent auction items, Qin Feng chose not to compete any further. Firstly, because he had no use for them. And secondly, he surmised that Chan Tianyu's supply of spirit stones must be nearly depleted. Unless he possessed some hidden reserve of wealth, one could only wonder if that fool had yet to realize his predicament. Qin Feng's gaze subtly shifted towards the direction of the private box. Inside the box at that moment, Chan Tianyu was just about to bid on the gifts he had prepared with his father, ostensibly to celebrate his father's future rise to prominence among the inner disciples. However, to his dismay, as he reached for his storage bag, he discovered that his spirit stones had vanished. That was a full 10,000 spirit stones. Chan Tianyu felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. You worthless fools! Why did you not alert me earlier? The furious Qin Tianyu could only vent his frustration on those around him. The young men beside him became his primary targets for his wrath. Faced with his fists, they dared not resist until he finally grew weary. You lot, just like that man, are all worthless. Now, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Hand over all your snacks to me. Those present hesitated at his words. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Chan Tianyu continued. I'm merely borrowing them, not taking them without return. Or do you not trust me? With the hesitation evident on their faces, Chan Tianyu shot them a fierce glare. I know you follow me only for the chance to be elevated by my father once he becomes a true inner disciple. You need not rely on him. I will take matters into my own hands. If you are willing to lend me your spirit stones today, I assure you that each of you will receive your due rewards in the future. Chan Tianyu knew how to strike a balance between a slap and a sweet reward. Some among the crowd were swayed by his words, trembling as they produced their spirit stones. Brother Chan, we will certainly rely on you in the future. Hand them over. And what about yours? Chan Tianyu approached the next young by the time he had gathered all the spirit stones from those present. He had amassed little more than 1,000. I ask this all. Speak. Do you have any hidden reserves? At such a moment, I advise everyone against trying to be clever, for if I find out, Chan Tianyu's gaze turned threatening as he scanned the crowd. The young men quickly assured him, we truly have only this much, big brother. You know us well that we are merely outer disciples, and this little we possess is the result of frugality. If we had any surplus, we would certainly help you. Seeing their earnestness, Chan Tianyu finally pocketed the spirit stones. Just then, the next auction item was announced. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that your interest today lies in the treasures we excavated from the ruins. Therefore, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Please welcome our first auction item. The item appeared to be an unremarkable black tile. Despite its mundane appearance, we have yet to discern its material properties. However, we assure you that this tile is exceptionally durable. Even a strong practitioner of the four symbols mirror would struggle to destroy it. The starting bid is 400 spirit stones, the auctioneer concluded, glancing around, awaiting bids. After all, she knew well that aside from its quality, the tile held little other value. There were plenty of such tiles available, as they had not been able to transport them all back. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the hall. All present exchanged glances. Brother Zhang, do you want this tile? Not at all, do you? If Brother Zhang is not interested, then neither shall we bid. The speaker shook his head. The tile exhibited no discernible spiritual energy. Even if they want it, would they really use it in battle? That would be utterly embarrassing, seeing the disinterest among the attendees. The auctioneer attempted to salvage the situation, saying, I understand your concerns. While we have yet to determine the tile's use, what if it turns out to be an extraordinary material? After all, the price is modest, and purchasing a piece would not be a loss. Besides, I'm counting on your support for my business. Her voice carried a hint of allure. Under her persuasion, a few attendees indeed raised their paddles. Qin Feng merely glanced and then dismissed the notion. Just then, the voice of a nine Nether Empress echoed in his mind. This aura seems somewhat familiar, yet something feels off. Should I bid on a piece? Although Qin Feng initially thought there was no need to bid on such an item, since the nine Nether Empress had brought it to his attention, he felt compelled to give it a try. After all, even if it proved useless, he would not suffer greatly, and no need. The nine Nether Empress continued in his mind. That item would be of no use to you. It is merely the most basic of building materials. If you desire it, once you ascend to the higher tiers of the Taihuang Sword Tower, you can acquire as much as you wish. Her tone conveyed disdain. Hearing this, Qin Feng withdrew his hand, which he had been ready to raise. The first item failing to fetch a high price did not deter the auctioneer. Next, please take a look at our second item. This is a fragmentary map we obtained from the ruins. We believe it to be a treasure map or a route to a secret location. However, due to its severe damage, our experts have yet to restore it. I wonder if any of you here might be interested in this remnant map? Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, the attendees expressed their disappointment that I say, Wanbao Auction House, you truly jest with us this time. You dare to present a torn map for sale? You cannot even clarify its origins. Even if we were to restore it, what if it reveals nothing? Wouldn't that be a significant loss? A hot-tempered cultivator in the audience questioned the auctioneer. Facing the cultivator's inquiries, the auction manager calmly stepped forward. Regarding the ruins we encountered, I am sure all present are aware that this is an ancient relic left behind by a powerful figure of the Tao realm, though the identity of that powerful figure may be lost to time. The treasures left within are undeniably genuine, that if you do not seize this opportunity today and let the chance of a Tao realm master slip away, you may find yourselves filled with regret when you recall it later. The manager concluded with a sigh, as if lamenting their narrow-mindedness. With such a splendid opportunity presented before them, how could they not vie for it? As the manager's words faded, the atmosphere in the hall indeed grew more charged. After all, what had they practiced for all these years if not to one day achieve the Tao? Now, with this opportunity before them, regardless of its authenticity, they were willing to take a gamble. Qin Feng shook his head slightly at the sight of these eager individuals. If they could not even discern such basic commercial rhetoric, how would they ever aspire to achieve the Tao? Yet, in an instant he recalled the nine Nether Empress's earlier words and engaged in a mental dialogue with her. As item after item was auctioned off for varying prices, Qin Feng felt a growing desire to depart. However, before he left, he still had one matter to attend to. Just as Qin Feng prepared to rise, a low hum resonated from within him, as if his sword bones were alerting him to something. Along with the sword seed within him, a restlessness began to stir. Qin Feng's sudden movement froze in place. Instinctively, he glanced around, his expression waried. He was uncertain whether anyone had noticed his reaction. If they had, he dared not imagine how they might target him. In any case, his vigilance had escalated to its peak. After a thorough observation revealed that the surrounding individuals were oblivious to him, he slowly began to relax, easing himself back into his seat. Simultaneously, he delved his mental energy into his body. Upon noticing the demonic sword bone still emitting a faint glow, seemingly a reminder of something, Qin Feng could only repeatedly soothe it until it finally calmed down. Only then did he direct his gaze towards the stage. What had just provoked the tremor of the sword bone within him must be this. The auctioneer presented a rusted sword on a tray, its blade adorned with dark red deposits, reminiscent of blood that had yet to be wiped clean. The sword's body was decayed, yet remnants of its former brilliance could still be discerned. It was a blade steeped in an ancient aura. After the display, the auctioneer began his introduction, stating that this sword was also unearthed from the ruins, and after thorough authentication by our experts, it was determined to be a mid-grade spirit sword of the earth tier. Although it had deteriorated over time to a mundane state, the materials used to forge its blade were far from ordinary, and we detected that it once bore at least a dozen formations. It could be considered a masterpiece among masterpieces. Given our current masters, crafting such a sword would be exceedingly difficult. However, anyone who acquires this sword, with the right restoration, could potentially slay those of the Four Symbols realm, even from the Gathering Spirit realm. Thus, the bidding for this sword starts at 400 spirit stones. 500. A voice immediately rang out as the auctioneer's words fell. The crowd was captivated by the prospect that possessing this sword could enable them to battle above their rank. What did this imply? It meant that as long as they possessed this sword, they could engage in combat beyond their current capabilities, even if they could not reach the gathering spirit to slay the four symbols. Surely they could manage a gathering spirit strike at the Qi level, couldn't they? Chapter 18. Request for asset verification. Only a handful of individuals remained capable of maintaining their composure within this frenzy. The excitement of these individuals placed immense pressure on Qin Feng's bidding. The resonance of the sword bone within him indicated that he must acquire this sword at all costs, even if it meant exhausting all of his spirit stones. He would not hesitate. 2003. Is there any further increase? The auctioneer's voice was filled with urgency. Initially, they had not anticipated selling the sword for a high price. After all, despite their claims of it being a peerless sword, the cost of restoration outweighed the value of crafting a new one. Moreover, due to the extent of the damage, only a rare master craftsman could comprehend its intricacies, and they would need to consult a formation master as well. In a world devoid of major powers, only those with authority could afford such expertise. With this in mind, the auctioneer glanced at the crowd. 3,000. Qin Feng raised his paddle without hesitation. This price should deter anyone from competing against him. The fervor of the earlier crowd had subsided, and now they would need to ponder the worth of this item. Just as Qin Feng felt confident, the Nine Nether Empress voiced a thought in his mind. If my judgment is correct, the aura I sensed earlier emanates from this sword. This sword is undoubtedly more than what they claim to be of Earth tier. Bid boldly today, with me here. No one shall take this sword from you. Once you acquire it, I will assist you in its research. As she spoke, the Nine Nether Empress exuded an air of dominance. Even without her urging, Qin Feng was resolute. He would have this sword. 3001. Just as Qin Feng believed the auction was nearing its end, a voice echoed from the upper level. Qin Feng cast a dangerous glance upward. Spotting the arrogant face of Chun Tianyu, he looked down at Qin Feng with a smug expression. How does it feel? Didn't expect this, did you? You tricked me earlier, and now I shall ensure you never obtain what you desire. It was evident to him that this sword was precisely what Qin Feng sought. Otherwise, he would not have raised the bid at the last moment. As Chun Tianyu spoke, those present recognized the two as the individuals previously embroiled in conflict. Though the sword was unremarkable, the spectacle of their rivalry was entertaining. Qin Feng, though you are indeed a waste yourself, this useless sword suits you well. But alas, you brought this upon yourself. He added, if you come to me now, bow your head twice, perhaps I might show mercy and allow you to have this sword. Based on prior investigations, Chun Tianyu knew that Qin Feng's Yuhua Peak was currently destitute, making it all the more absurd for such a fool to squander valuable resources. Resulting in his current pitiful state, since he did not cherish it, he would wait for the day Qin Feng begged to reclaim it. As he thought of his father, a brilliant idea formed in Chun Tianyu's mind. He failed to notice the murderous intent sparkling in Qin Feng's eyes. However, due to the auction setting, Qin Feng averted his gaze. 3004. This was nearly all the spirit stones he had. 4,000. Observing Qin Feng's increase, Chun Tianyu hastily followed suit. The two engaged in a rapid back and forth, with the price swiftly climbing from 400 to 5,005. The auctioneer watched in delight, hoping they would continue bidding. The other attendees were left speechless, watching the two contend fiercely. After Chun Tianyu called out 5,005, he felt a twinge of regret. He looked at Qin Feng, hoping he would continue bidding. Should Qin Feng raise the bid again, no matter the amount, he would ensure that the other would secure the item. Yet, in the expectant gaze of Chun Tianyu, Qin Feng remained silent, merely observing him. Chun Tianyu's forehead began to bead with sweat. Why aren't you raising the bid? Hurry up, he clenched his fists, eager to hear Qin Feng's voice once more. Silence. In endless silence, the auctioneer began the countdown. And just as Chun Tianyu wished he could rush down to shake Qin Feng into action, Qin Feng finally spoke. He turned to the auction house's manager. I have a question. What happens if a customer raises the bid but cannot afford the spirit stones? Of course, we detain the individual until they can pay. If they cannot, then they must pay with their life. The manager's voice carried a chill. Very well. I now request that the auction house verify this person's assets. Qin Feng pointed at Chun Tianyu. his tone grave that I suspect he is engaging in malicious bidding. Furthermore, I strongly suspect that your auction house is colluding with him to drive up prices. Qin Feng's accusation caused gasps to ripple through the crowd. Whispers erupted among the attendees. Those in the upper private boxes took interest in this scene. This young man had the audacity to drag the auction house into his vendetta against an enemy. Did he comprehend the repercussions of such actions? In the uppermost VIP box of the auction house, Bai Muya frowned at the unfolding scene. What is he trying to accomplish? One of her attendants quickly replied. In my humble opinion, he might regret the annulment of your engagement and seeks to draw your attention through this method. Miss, do not be deceived by such a man. He is unworthy of protecting you. Listening to her attendant's analysis, Bai Muya found her reasoning sound. With a cold snort, she commanded, send someone down to clarify the situation. Additionally, investigate whether he is indeed engaging in malicious bidding. Upon entering, that man's gaze towards me was most displeasing, reminiscent of those who once looked at me with disdain. But I, Bai Muya, shall never be a pawn for any man. Her subordinate departed. Chan Tianyu, upon realizing that they intended to verify his spirit stones, felt a rush of panic that on what grounds do you inspect me? Do you know who I am? He bellowed, attempting to intimidate them with bluster. As the inspectors exchanged glances, they stepped forward. Chapter 19. The Ancient Dragon Soul. Esteemed Immortal, please do not make this difficult for us, that we act in the interest of fairness for the auction. If anyone could leverage their status to bid recklessly, what would become of our auction house? I will not allow you to approach. Chan Tianyu's mounting anxiety was evident as they drew nearer. A few individuals began to sense something amiss about him. Consequently, their demeanor grew increasingly stern. Esteemed Immortal, we kindly request that you present your deposits. Should this matter prove to be a misunderstanding on our part, our auction house shall extend an apology to you. However, if the situation is indeed as we suspect, we must express our regrets. Before you investigate me, have you looked into him? Chen Tianyu pointed at Qin Feng downstairs, attempting to divert the topic. He appears to be far poorer than I am. Rest assured, esteemed Immortal, prior to our ascent, we conducted a thorough check on that Immortal. There are no issues with the spirit stones in his possession. Now, we merely require to examine yours, after which both of you may continue to bid. The steward spoke with a benevolent tone, yet his attitude left no room for dispute. Qin Feng, calmly holding a teacup downstairs, had already anticipated the outcome before the examination was concluded. To ensnare his opponents further, he deliberately raised the bid slightly, ensuring they would have no chance of recovery in such a predicament. Soon, the steward descended, and silence reigned above, with no further sounds from Chen Tianyu. The rusted sword inevitably fell into Qin Feng's hands. Upon acquiring the sword, Qin Feng hesitated not a moment. He received the spirit stones from the auction house, deducting the stones for the sword purchase along with a portion for fees, without a glance. He tucked them into his storage pouch. With hurried steps, Qin Feng first rented a cave dwelling outside, then deployed his highest-tier defensive formation to secure the place completely. Senior, this should suffice. Having completed all preparations, Qin Feng respectfully addressed the Nine Nether Empress, as he still required her assistance in refining and repairing the sword. In response to Qin Feng's reverence, the Nine Nether Empress remained non-committal. Bring your sword and enter. Qin Feng, puzzled, wondered why he could bring items into the tower when he always entered as a soul. Yet, given her words, he hesitated no longer. Upon entering the tower, the Nine Nether Empress scrutinized the sword before her. This is indeed a fine sword, yet it lacks the quality to accompany you. With a slight exertion, she shattered the once sturdy sword, leaving only a fiery red substance that floated in the air. Embodying a nascent sword intent that Qin Feng gazed at this substance. It seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet with careful perception, he could sense the profound sword intent emanating from it. He also felt an urgency within this intent, as if it yearned to fuse with him, to achieve its ultimate form, consume it. Just as Qin Feng's mind wavered, and he took a step forward, a sharp command pierced through the air like winter's icy chill. Instantly, he regained his senses, beads of cold sweat forming on his back that a moment's lapse had nearly led him to succumb to the allure of this substance. Thank you for the warning. "Senior, I am curious about this substance that possesses such temptation." Qin Feng inquired, bewildered by its nature. "Oh, this is merely a fragment of a dragon soul that previously escaped," the Nine Nether Empress replied casually, as if discussing something trivial. Yet Qin Feng was astonished. According to the records he had studied, dragons had seemingly gone extinct over 100,000 years ago. Even the veracity of those ancient texts was uncertain. Now, the Nine Nether Empress revealed to him that this substance was a dragon soul. Instinctively, Qin Feng scrutinized it closely. Is this truly a dragon soul? It appears far more akin to a sword soul, infused with domineering sword energy. Sensing Qin Feng's skepticism, the Nine Nether Empress replied, "What? Do you find it unconvincing?" "Indeed. Very well. Let me be frank. It is not a pure dragon soul, for this fragment has long been integrated into the sword. What you see now is merely its residual instinct. It sought to tempt you into consuming it, aiming to take over your body." And no sooner had she spoken than an invisible pressure surged forth, and the formless substance let out a spine-chilling shriek. Its form instantly expanded, becoming more vividly red. "Now, take it outside and absorb it," the Nine Nether Empress commanded, gesturing for the substance towards Qin Feng. Before he could react, the substance surged into his body. In an instant, he was expelled from the tower. As his soul returned to his body, an excruciating pain assailed him from the depths of his being. Instinctively, he let out a howl. An invisible wave rippled outward, and he felt as though an intangible sword energy was tearing through his meridians. The agony was so intense that he felt compelled to end his own life. Why hadn't anyone warned him that pain could reach such depths? Had he not previously endured the torment of meridian reformation? He might have succumbed to despair. The sword intent surged within him, and the demonic sword bones began weaving intricate runes at an astonishing speed. The two forces responded to each other, alleviating Qin Feng's suffering considerably. He even found the strength to inspect the changes within his body. The brightness of the runes within the demonic sword bones had markedly increased, and the dormant sword seed, which had lain still since his last act of violence, began to show signs of change. Most notably, as he gazed at the sword seed within his dantian, Qin Feng's lips twitched. Hadn't the Empress asserted that she had obliterated the last vestiges of the dragon soul's will? Then what was this black little dragon quietly coiled around his sword seed? After examining his dantian, he found no other anomalies. The little dragon remained still, obedient to his mental probe, withdrawing his thoughts. Qin Feng contemplated returning to the tower to inquire with the Nine Nether Empress regarding this matter. However, in the next moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 20. You are doomed. The tasks I needed to perform for you have been completed. I shall now enter a deep slumber. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Also, I have repaired your sword to some extent. Although its quality is somewhat lacking, I have imbued it with the potential for growth. Utilize the materials you possess to gradually forge this sword. I will provide you with specific methods afterward. Study them carefully, and should you have any questions, wait until I awaken. Additionally, it is time for you to break through. Only upon reaching the 7th layer of the Qi Sea can you ascend to the 2nd floor, that I hope you will be able to converse with that old fellow by then. With that, the voice faded. Qin Feng was taken aback that the Nine Nether Empress would fall into slumber at such a moment. He sighed. It was evident that she was currently imprisoned within the sword tower and could scarcely exert her former strength, let alone having expended her essence to refine the dragon's soul and erase its will. Feeling a twinge of regret, Qin Feng quickly rekindled his determination, just as he prepared to consolidate his energy. A sudden crash resounded, and a sword fell from the sky. Startled, Qin Feng instinctively drew a talisman, believing it to be a foe's attack. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the sword lying on the ground as one he found oddly familiar. Confirming there was no danger, he picked up the sword. As he scrutinized the intricate patterns upon it, his pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had witnessed the Empress destroy this very sword moments ago. Yet now, it stood before him, appearing far newer and devoid of any previous imperfections, retaining its simple form that allowed him to identify it as the same sword. Tentatively, Qin Feng infused the sword with his spirit energy. A hum resonated, and an ethereal glow enveloped the once placid sword, revealing numerous intricate lines, array formations. Though not as numerous as the hundreds mentioned at the auction, there were certainly several dozen. Recalling the Empress's instructions, Qin Feng endeavored to gradually merge his sword seed and sword intent with this newly acquired sword. A surge of energy rippled through him, and he could distinctly feel an emerging, profound connection with the sword. This sword felt akin to an extension of his very being. As their bond deepened, wielding this sword became effortless, akin to an extension of his own will. Having completed the ritual, Qin Feng gazed at the sword before him and declared, "Since you are so closely tied to dragons, I shall henceforth name you Long Yuan's sword." As he spoke, the ancient characters for Long Yuan formed upon the sword's hilt. The more he beheld the sword, the more satisfied he became, and instinctively, he swung it to test its balance. Whoosh! A visible wave of sword energy erupted forth with explosive speed, cleaving towards the cave's entrance. Realizing the impending danger, Qin Feng knew it was too late. With a resounding roar, the cavern trembled violently. The patrolling soldiers, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, accompanied by the master of the cavern. In the end, Qin Feng found himself parting with precious spirit stones and enduring a thorough reprimand from the guards before he was finally permitted to leave. Once outside the cavern, Qin Feng took a moment to assess his own strength and resolved to first complete his sex task. The mission he had accepted was not particularly arduous. The only challenge was that it was located within the cloud barrier forest. Just from its name, one could infer that it was rife with venomous traps, necessitating a visit to the nearby market to procure avoidance pills and various insect repellent potions. The cloud barrier forest was notoriously infested with poisonous insects and toxins, and one could easily lose their way within its depths, making a directional compass indispensable. Ironically, this perilous place, teeming with poisonous creatures and demonic beasts, was also home to rare detoxifying herbs seldom seen outside. The principle of mutual existence and conflict among all things was particularly evident here. The item Qin Feng sought to gather was the cloud spirit flower, which grew on the edge of a cliff within the forest. Complying with the task requirements, he swiftly gathered all necessary items at the market, including a disguised mask that would enable him to obscure his identity when the moment called for it, in conjunction with the secretive aura of the Taihuang Sword Tower. However, there was no rush at present. Qin Feng ventured down a narrow path, seemingly preparing to enter the cloud barrier forest alone. Ha ha ha! Qin Feng, at long last, I have awaited your arrival. Do you have any idea how severely you have wronged me in the past? Just as Qin Feng was about to step into the forest, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted nearby, and several auras swiftly surrounded him. Shan Tianyu stood at the forefront of those encircling him, his eyes fixed on Qin Feng with an intensity that suggested he wished to flay him alive. Qin Feng, you are now encircled by us. This area is ensnared by our intricate web, and this time, there will be no escape for you. I shall slay you to avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me. The expression on Shan Tianyu's face twisted into one of fury, resembling a fiend that had crawled out from the depths of hell. He recalled the countless times he had been mocked by Qin Feng, leading to "How dare you treat me this way? Are you not afraid? What if I manage to return alive today? Do you still wish to go back and lodge a complaint?" Shan Tianyu cast a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with disdain. "Have you all forgotten? What are your standings, and what is mine? This is utterly outrageous. Who dares to accuse this official in my presence?" Shan Tianyu's gaze shifted away from these individuals, for all of them were destined to perish here today. Even if they survived, they would stir no significant trouble upon their return. His primary concern now was Qin Feng, regardless of how formidable the strength of the Four Symbols' Ninth Realm might be. What Shan Tianyu possessed was merely a talisman. Once the power contained within that talisman was exhausted, it would be no more than a worthless piece of paper, just as Shan Tianyu believed that. Under such relentless assaults of thunder, Qin Feng would surely be gravely injured if not dead. A figure as dark as ink, both divine and demonic, strode forth from the storm, wielding an ancient longsword, silently advancing towards Shan Tianyu. Qin Feng had not anticipated that Shan Tianyu still held such a trump card, almost falling into his trap. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Qin Feng finally ceased to suppress his cultivation. Qi Si, Qin Tianyu stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Chapter 22. Death? Recognizing the other's cultivation level, Qin Tianyu was instantly paralyzed by fear, collapsing onto the ground. He could not accept it. Why did the heavens favor him so? Others would be severely injured, if not dead, when faced with such assaults. Why was he able to ascend amidst such onslaught? The disparity in power was so vast that he felt utterly incapable of resisting. Qin Feng regarded the prostrate Qin Tianyu as one might observe an insignificant insect. No, you cannot kill me. My father is, just as Qin Tianyu prepared to unleash his final trump card. A flash of cold light surged forth. His severed head flew through the air in an instant. The last remnants of terror lingered on Qin Tianyu's face as he felt his vision ascending. Higher and higher. Below him lay a familiar figure. Enough of this nonsense. Qin Feng sheathed his blade, unperturbed by his disheveled appearance. Next came his favorite part, searching for valuables. However, this time Qin Feng was met with disappointment. Despite Qin Tianyu's apparent affluence, there was naught of worth within the storage pouch. The only familiar items were a few bottles of elixirs he had previously contended for at the auction. Nevertheless, this too was fortuitous, as it meant the items had returned to their rightful owner. Qin Feng stowed the elixirs away, enabling him to exchange them for spirit stones. After cleaning up the scene, he erased any trace of his presence, while the bystanders, witnessing the end of the skirmish from a distance, dared not approach. After all, had not those who had ventured near perished? Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, their thoughts were far removed from his own. He felt quite content, having finally eliminated a latent threat. Now, he sought a safe haven to change his appearance and consolidate his cultivation. A full-force strike at the ninth realm of the four symbols was still somewhat overwhelming for him. Wiping the blood that surged to his throat, Qin Feng consumed a healing pill. Meanwhile, at the moment of Qin Tianyu's demise, Qin Sheng, who was deeply engrossed in a critical breakthrough to the pinnacle of the four symbols realm within a secret chamber, suddenly sensed an ominous disturbance. His heart raced. The flow of spiritual energy within him became chaotic. In the next moment, Qin Sheng reacted swiftly, pressing acupoints around his body, barely stabilizing the backlash from his cultivation attempt, yet still spitting out a mouthful of blood. Someone is coming, he called out to the outside. Soon, a disciple entered. You go investigate. Qin Sheng hesitated mid-sentence, pondering what event could so violently disrupt his concentration. Finally, he concluded, look into the young master, and also find out what has transpired within the sect recently. Once you ascertain the situation, I wish to continue my seclusion. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Understood. After completing his recuperation, Qin Feng's strength had quietly reached the third layer of the Qi Si, a spectacle that would surely leave many astounded. Who else could experience such rapid advancement in power? In this world, only Qin Feng was capable of such feats. All of this was attributed to the solid foundation he had established. Qin Feng surveyed his current cultivation with satisfaction. Ascending to the Qi Si realm brought a remarkable transformation, as he now felt an evident boost in both his spiritual energy reserves and mental acuity. For instance, during his time in the Gathering Spirit realm, he could only execute the first 3 forms of the floating pagoda sword technique a limited number of times. Yet now he sensed that he could continuously wield the technique without issue. Most importantly, he had already grasped the 4th form of the floating pagoda sword technique, the Sword of Oblivion, from the 4th form onward. What he required was combat. He needed to cultivate his sword through battle, continually charging it with energy. This was essential for his forthcoming breakthroughs. Exiting his temporary quarters, Qin Feng did not seek companionship, instead venturing alone into the cloud barrier forest. After consuming a barrier-dissolving pill, he pressed onward. Initially, he encountered others, but as he delved deeper into the forest, dense fog enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Throughout this journey, he remained vigilant. Occasionally, low-tier beasts attempted to ambush him, but he successfully dealt with them. Following the mapped route, the fog grew increasingly thick, and any ordinary person would have surely lost their way. But for Qin Feng, his spiritual awareness guided him through. The fog posed little challenge for him. As he cautiously advanced, several figures suddenly darted past him. Senior brother, Do you think the moon-watching toad is truly in this vicinity? We've searched for so long without success. Do you think that informant was deceiving us? A woman complained ahead. Her words soon drew the attention of a nearby man, who replied reassuringly, "Junior sister, do not fret, I've already employed soul-searching techniques on that informant, and can guarantee he spoke the truth. Moreover, the moon-watching toad is notoriously cunning and adept at disguise, only emerging during the full moon. Our primary objective is to locate a nearby cliff, for only at such heights can the moonlight reach us. Junior sister, do you not desire a toad as a pet? This moon-watching toad would make an excellent companion. I shall capture it for you when it appears." The man's voice was laced with affection. The moon-watching toad? Qin Feng pondered, recalling what it was. The moon-watching toad was indeed one of the rare non-poisonous beasts found within the cloud barrier forest. It was rumored that its entire being was treasure. Not only could its blood be used for detoxification and alchemy, but even its flesh was renowned for its delicate and smooth texture. Most importantly, it could purify toxic substances, and the most exceptional aspect was the moon-watching toad's life essence, which was a primary ingredient for longevity elixirs. However, due to the immense value of the moon-watching toad, it was nearly hunted to extinction within the cultivation world. How surprising to find one here. Qin Feng's interest peaked as he concealed his presence, stealthily trailing the two up before long. He followed them to a cold pond, where upon nearing, they felt an overwhelming chill. The presence of the moon-watching toad was palpable here. It seemed the informant's claim was indeed true. "Junior sister, hold on. I shall set up a formation here. If the moon-watching toad returns, we will be alerted," the man stated, while Zhao Yin'er nodded coolly. Qin Feng observed them setting up the formation, and upon witnessing the man's actions, he could not help but shake his head. This man, with such a meager skill set, dared to assert he could manage this situation when the moon-watching toad returned. Meanwhile, the woman caught Qin Feng's attention. Chapter 23. Halt! Who goes there? Just as Qin Feng was observing, the woman seemed to sense his gaze and abruptly turned, her spiritual energy igniting that a beam of magical light shot directly towards Qin Feng. He had not anticipated this woman to be so vigilant. Ready to strike at a moment's notice, to avoid detection, Qin Feng swiftly retreated into the Taihuang Sword Tower. He discovered that since entering the Qi realm, his body could now accompany him into the Sword Tower. Although he still could not ascend to the second floor, merely being able to bring his physical form into the tower was a tremendous advantage, especially in such a situation. However, each time he entered, he had to exit from the same location. Should anyone uncover this secret and lie in wait outside, this tactic would become futile. Feng Wanli was taken aback by Zhao Yin'er's sudden reaction. "Junior sister, you sent someone here? I did not detect any presence." Zhao Yin'er ignored him, swiftly approaching where Qin Feng had stood. Finding no traces of anyone's presence, she finally eased her tension. "Junior sister, could have been a small animal passing by." Seeing his junior sister so vigilant, Feng Wanli felt a sense of unease. Logically speaking, his cultivation was superior to hers, and if there were any anomalies, he should have been the first to notice. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yin'er, realizing that there was indeed nothing unusual around, turned back to the man with a smile and said, "Senior brother, it's nothing. I must have misread the situation earlier. However, we should remain cautious. If others discover the existence of a Wangyuechan, it'll become challenging for us to obtain it." Hearing Zhao Yin'er's reasoning, Feng Wanli agreed. "Junior sister, I admit my oversight this time, but I assure you that I will be more vigilant moving forward." Zhao Yin'er nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Feng, observing their interaction from within the sword tower, knew his initial instincts were indeed correct. This woman was certainly problematic. After narrowly avoiding detection, Qin Feng chose to remain hidden in the sword tower. It was only after he saw the two finish their preparations that he emerged. Taking a deep breath, he realized he could no longer maintain his current appearance. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng retrieved a human skin mask from his storage bag and donned it, changing into a new set of clothing. With his aura concealed by the Taihuang Sword Tower, he maintained the appearance of being at the first level of Qi, freshly breaking through. Instead of trailing behind the two, Qin Feng opted for a different direction, taking a shortcut directly toward the cliff summit. Regardless of the circumstances, completing the sex task was of utmost importance. After all, The two were also headed for the nearby cliffs, and if they were to find the Wang Yuechan before him, it would be difficult for him to proceed unnoticed amidst the chaos that would ensue from their confrontation. If, during their tussle, they inadvertently destroyed the Yunling flower he intended to present to the sect, completing his mission within the next fortnight would become an impossible feat. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the cliff he sought. It was a steep precipice, and gazing down, he beheld a forest below, dark as ink, shrouded in eerie mist. Even in daylight, night, it would undoubtedly be far more terrifying. After a brief glance, Qin Feng's attention remained focused on the Yunling flower growing on the cliff face. This petite blossom, exuding a crystalline blue hue, glistened with droplets that were not true water, but rather a secretion meant to attract nearby, small demon beasts. Thus, in order to gather the Yunling flower in its entirety, Qin Feng needed to devise a method to lure out the small beasts guarding it, lest they devour the flower during a confrontation. Qin Feng had prepared for this eventuality. He cautiously extracted a powder from his storage bag, composed of Yunling flower pollen, specifically concocted by the sect to ensure its disciples could fulfill their tasks. With deft precision, Qin Feng soon obliterated the small demon beasts near the Yunling flower. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved the spirit box provided by the sect and gently plucked the Yunling flower, placing it inside. The sect required him to collect no fewer than 40 of these flowers. And just as he was about to gather the last one, an unexpected sound broke the silence. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward him. Instinctively, Qin Feng sidestepped. The figure, missing its target, leaped again, its four legs gripping the cliff face. A pair of round eyes fixated on Qin Feng. To his astonishment, he found himself staring at a small frog, or rather, a small toad, adorned with golden skin, remarkably exquisite despite its diminutive size. Most notably, it boasted small fleshy protrusions atop its head resembling a crown. This was the Wang Yuechan. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could recover from the shock of recognizing its identity, two voices echoed from the cliff's edge, one after the other. "Yinner, my judgment cannot be wrong. That creature must be nearby. After all, this is the formation plate I secretly obtained from my master. The markings on it are unmistakable. This time, we are bound to strike it rich." Feng Wanli's voice trembled with excitement. As Qin Feng sensed the rapid approach of their auras, he glanced back at the Wang Yuechan, cursing his luck. He thought how fortuitous it would have been if they had arrived just a little later. By then, he might have already captured the toad. Yet, they appear at the most inconvenient moment. If he acted now, he would surely be discovered by the two, but to forego this opportunity was out of the question. Since he had spotted the creature first, it was unreasonable to relinquish it to others. A resolute determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he swiftly moved to seize the Wang Yuechan. Sensing the impending danger, the Wang Yuechan's body suddenly expanded, soon towering like a small mountain. The approaching duo quickly noticed this peculiar phenomenon. "It's the Wang Yuechan. We've found it," Feng Wanli exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy, while Zhao Yinner's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Senior brother, let us hurry and ensure no one else gets ahead of us." Both of them took note of Qin Feng standing before the Wang Yuechan. Astonished that someone else had fortuitously stumbled upon the very thing they had searched for so diligently, it felt like a slap in the face. Stop. Chapter 24. Xiaoye pursues. Seeing Qin Feng ready to attack the Wang Yuechan, Feng Wanli shouted sternly, simultaneously unleashing a blade of wind aimed directly at him. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he dodged to the side, causing the wind blade to strike the Wang Yuechan instead. Although the attack did not inflict significant harm, it nonetheless enraged the creature. With a wide-open mouth, it exhaled a gust of frigid air toward the trio. Where the chill passed, grass and trees instantly frosted over. Qin Feng narrowly evaded the assault, his expression grave as he regarded the Wang Yuechan. Another guttural croak erupted, filled with fury and intimidation. Just then, Zhao Yinner and Feng Wanli finally arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the Wang Yuechan, both felt a surge of joy. They had indeed struck gold. Ignoring Qin Feng, they were oblivious to his presence, believing him to be a mere novice at the first level of Qi Si, evidently just having broken through. Such a person posed no threat to them. Their sole focus was on capturing the Wang Yuechan. The Wang Yuechan, however, paid no heed to the intentions of the individuals before it. It only knew that they had harmed it and could not be forgiven. With a swift flick of its long tongue, it launched an attack, the end of which bore a massive suction cup lined with sharp teeth, enough to induce fear in anyone with a mild case of trypophobia. The tongue moved with such agility that it was nearly invisible, its afterimages dancing in the air. This young man, since the Wang Yuechan is something we all discovered together, let us not be unreasonable. Why don't we simply cooperate to subdue it and then split the spoils afterward? Zhao Yinner's voice rang out, laced with a hint of persuasion, as she offered Qin Feng a sweet smile. Qin Feng chose to ignore her attempt at charm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Wang Yuechan Jr.'s sister. Why concern yourself with him? We discovered this creature together. He merely got lucky. Let us disregard him and focus on capturing the Wang Yuechan first. Then we can deal with this pretty boy afterward. Feng Wanli, filled with jealousy at Zhao Yinner's smile toward Qin Feng, felt resentful. They had toiled for so long to find the Wang Yuechan, and now it seemed they might be robbed of their hard-earned reward. Zhao Yinner, sensing Feng Wanli's frustration, offered a bitter smile to Qin Feng. Senior brother, please don't listen to him, that we mean you no harm. You must trust me. We are all disciples of the righteous sect, and if trouble arises, we will assist one another. Qin Feng observed her performance in silence, realizing that had he not followed them earlier, he would have been unaware of her true, venomous nature. His gaze shifted to Feng Wanli, who remained oblivious to the true character of the junior sister he idolized. Keep your distance. One more step. And Qin Feng's eyes glinted with coldness, causing Zhao Yinner to pause in her approach. What do you mean by this, senior brother? Are you dissatisfied with me? I assure you, I mean no harm, Zhao Yinner replied. Her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow at that moment. Feng Wanli, locked in combat with the Wang Yuechan, turned his attention toward them. You bastard! How dare you bully Yinner? He rushed to defend Zhao Yinner. Disregarding the Wang Yuechan completely, be careful, Zhao Yinner cried out, having sensed the commotion. The Wang Yuechan, perceiving Feng Wanli's back was turned, took advantage of the moment, launching its long, crimson tongue straight toward him. By the time Feng Wanli realized the danger, it was already too late. Yinner, seeing this, had no time to converse further with Qin Feng and swiftly dashed over to fend off the long-tongued creature. Thank you, Yinner. Feng Wanli gazed at Yinner with a face full of gratitude, oblivious to the fleeting annoyance that shimmered in her eyes. This foolish imbecile. Were it not for his utility, she would have no desire to concern herself with him. It was Qin Feng's first encounter with the concept of a love-struck fool. This was indeed a prime example. That lad over there. While we toil away here, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and lend a hand. Feng Wanli shot a glance filled with malice at Qin Feng. Earlier, he had been so close to death that had it not been for Yinner, he would have perished. The mere thought of Qin Feng standing idly by to spectate filled him with indignation. Why was it that he could be so carefree? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he regarded Feng Wanli. Just as he was questioning Qin Feng's capabilities, an arrogant voice abruptly echoed in the air. Aha! Who would have thought that at this juncture, I would still encounter such an opportunity? You young lads, release that moon-watching toad. It belongs to me. All of it is mine. The sudden laughter reverberated, accompanied by the oppressive aura of the four symbols mirror. The expressions of the individuals present instantly turned serious. Feng Wanli trembled as he glanced at his junior sister. Senior, a formidable presence has arrived. What shall we do now? Should we offer this moon-watching toad to the senior? Seeing his cowardice, Yinner felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him on the spot. How could there be such a spineless man in this world? It was utterly repulsive. She then shifted her gaze to Qin Feng, who remained impassive, before retracting her attention. Yet her expression remained grave. As for Qin Feng, upon hearing that voice, he felt a twinge of familiarity. When he laid eyes on the descending figure, he understood why it was familiar. Wasn't this the 13th elder? He never expected that in pursuit of him, the elder would come in person. Qin Feng pressed his lips together, his internal spiritual energy and sword aura already surging forth, ready to strike should the foe attack, even if he found himself unable to fight back. Escape was always an option. However, fleeing was the last resort. If possible, he wished to eliminate the adversary entirely. Yinner, and Feng Wanli were unaware of the turbulent emotions swirling within Qin Feng's gaze. For Xiao Yi had arrived. Qin Feng, you truly excel at hiding. In these past few days, I have expended considerable efforts searching for you. Who would have thought that persistence would finally yield results? And that heaven would still favor me. Initially, he assumed Qin Feng would come directly to the Yunzhong forest. Thus, he had awaited him here. After several days of waiting without catching a glimpse of him, he realized he had been deceived. Qin Feng was not coming to the Yunzhong forest. Perhaps he was simply frightened. He sought to seize this opportunity to extricate himself from the Wangu Tianzong. For as a mere waste, remaining in the sect could spell his doom at any moment. Chapter 25. The Sorceress. Xiao Ye's words instinctively drew the attention of the other two towards Qin Feng. Even if they were dim-witted, they understood that these two undoubtedly harbored enmity. Upon hearing their exchange, Feng Wanli felt a glimmer of hope and spoke eagerly. Senior, since this brat has offended you, please do not hold back. My junior sister and I are utterly unfamiliar with him. Upon hearing Feng Wanli's words, Zhaoyaner shot him a glance but remained silent. What a fool! Given their current predicament, how could things be as simple as he suggested? Did he truly believe that this individual would let them off the hook so easily? Zhaoyaner looked toward Xiao Yi, and sure enough, she discerned a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. Xiao Yi, upon hearing Feng Wanli's remarks, turned to him and said, Junior, I must admit, your words hold a semblance of truth. You truly are not acquainted with him? Not acquainted at all. Truly not. Feng Wanli shook his head. Believing that Xiao Ye's question signified a willingness to spare him, he hurriedly grasped his hand, eager to flee. Wait. Just as they turned, Xiao Yi abruptly called out, How can you expect me to believe you won't disclose today's events? Feng Wanli's movements froze instantly. Xiao Yi gazed at the shifting emotions on his face with satisfaction. The thrill of this cat-and-mouse game was utterly addictive. Despair. Let them all wallow in despair. They would all remain here to accompany his Yuner to her grave. Xiao Ye's aura erupted. The oppressive force of the four symbols at the fourth level surged forth. Feng Wanli, unable to withstand it, fell to his knees. Senior, he was unwilling to remain prostrate and attempted to rise. Never expecting Xiao Yi to act so swiftly, he still sought to struggle. After all his efforts to reach the fourth level of the Qi Si, he did not wish to perish here. At the moment Xiao Yi unleashed his pressure, Qin Feng began to channel his internal spiritual energy and sword aura. He would never kneel before his enemy. After releasing his aura, Xiao Yi was taken aback to see that apart from the initially pleading lad, the others had withstood his pressure. He chuckled, his laughter tinged with a complex undertone. As expected, Qin Feng, you are indeed not as simple as you appear. You harbor secrets. Reveal your secrets. Xiao Yi lunged towards Qin Feng with lightning speed, his fingers curling into claws. As for the moon-watching toad, it had already been ensnared by Xiao Ye's spiritual net the moment he arrived. The toad now struggled, surrounded by its frosty aura, as Xiao Yi charged at him. Qin Feng drew his Dragon Abyss sword. Clang! The blade clashed against Xiao Ye's claws, producing a resounding metallic sound. Qin Feng was forced back by the impact. Xiao Yi was astonished that Qin Feng could withstand his attack. A smile of delight spread across his face. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. But do you think this is enough to defeat me? The disparity between our realms is not something you can easily surpass. Qin Feng was acutely aware of the truth in Xiao Ye's words. Even with his ability to battle beyond his level, the gap between them was not a simple matter of one rank. The difference in strength between the Qi Si and the four symbols was as vast as the heavens and the earth. But would he concede defeat because of this? Qin Feng glanced at Zhaoyaner, noting that she too had remained standing during Xiao Ye's oppressive aura. This woman had been hiding her strength. Let us join forces and combat him. Otherwise, do you think he would hesitate to turn against you once he finishes with me? Qin Feng knew he needed to rally more allies to stand alongside him. Xiao Yi, observing Qin Feng's maneuvers, chuckled, Do not engage in futile struggles. Even if the two of you combine forces, you will not stand a chance against me. Submit to your demise. As he spoke, he wasted no time, once again curling his fingers into claws, each radiating a deadly glint, poisonous and extremely toxic. Xiao Yi regarded everyone present with equal disdain. in his mind. Anyone who witnessed his actions today must die. Collaborate with me. If you do not, it will soon be too late. Seeing Jin'er still attempting to conceal her strength, Qin Feng felt compelled to push her further. He dashed towards her, evading Xiao Ye's attention. Damn it, that shameless man. Noticing Qin Feng's evasive maneuver, Xiao Ye's focus shifted towards him. In this critical moment, Jin'er had no choice but to retaliate. She shot Qin Feng a fierce glare. Wait, I will settle the score with you later. With that, an aura surged around her as she ascended through the levels of the Qi Si, 3rd, 4th, all the way to the pinnacle of the 9th level. At last, she halted. Although Qin Feng had always suspected her of concealing her strength, he was astounded to discover she was so adept at hiding. She was but a step away from entering the realm of the 4 symbols. The most incredulous was Feng Wanli, who exclaimed, Jin'er. He could hardly believe that Jin'er's power exceeded his own by such a margin, considering their shared journey. How could this be possible? Yet Jin'er paid him no mind. Now that her strength was revealed, she deemed this waste of a man expendable. She remained vigilant. Watching Xiao Yi, I never expected you to hide your strength as well, reaching the 9th level of the Qi Si. No wonder you were unaffected by my earlier pressure, but you should be known more than that. Initially, he had believed there to be someone remarkable among them, only to find they were all quite ordinary. Now he could finally unleash his attacks without restraint. Xiao Ye's aura surged dramatically. Do you think only you have concealed your strength? He had reached the 7th level of the 4 symbols. Caution flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he gripped his Dragon Abyss sword. Floating Tower Sword Technique. First move, Killing Sword. Second move, Exorcising Evil Sword. Third move, Vanquishing Demons. 3 consecutive strikes, each more potent than the last. Qin Feng launched his assault without mercy, forcing Xiao Yi back several steps with the suddenness of his attack. It is your turn. Qin Feng, having completed his strikes, showed no inclination to linger in battle, quickly retreating to allow Jin'er to take the forefront. Though he was uncertain of her capabilities, her earlier ability to detect his position indicated her exceptional prowess. In her hand, a bell-like artifact materialized swiftly. The Gu Xian Bell. As the bell's resonance echoed, an ethereal violet light radiated forth. As Qin Feng beheld the opponent's spiritual energy, he instinctively covered his ears with his own power. However, Xiao Yi was not so fortunate. Chapter 26. Are we delivering ourselves to death? He had not anticipated that Zhao Yin'er not only concealed her strength, but also her true identity by the time he realized. It was already too late. The invisible sound waves seemed to evoke the most painful memories within him. He clutched his head while swiftly circulating his spiritual energy. At last, he expelled this assault from his mind. You, Qin Feng, how dare you consort with evil cultivators? Today, I shall cleanse this sect. He produced a command sword, swiftly infusing it with spiritual power. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted from the sword. The command sword rapidly enlarged, hurtling directly toward Zhao Yin'er. The immense force caused the surrounding flora to sway violently, uprooting even the strongest trees. Faced with this onslaught, Zhao Yin'er dared not be complacent. She hurriedly summoned a protective shield of spiritual energy before her. The Gu Xian Bell in her hand was pushed to its utmost limit. The sound of countless poisonous insects and vermin echoed as they swarmed forth in waves. Rushing straight toward Xiao Yi. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and help me. I cannot withstand this for long. Zhao Yin'er shouted at Qin Feng. As a practitioner of seductive arts, she was ill-suited for direct confrontation. Especially now, the command sword wielded by her adversary was at least a superior grade artifact, while her Gu Xian Bell was merely of mid-grade. She could not hold out much longer. Qin Feng was acutely aware that he could hesitate no longer. He retrieved a pill from his robe and swallowed. It was the earth vein pill he had saved for such an occasion. As the pill took effect, an invisible force rapidly surged through his meridians, and he gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body from the medication. Raising the Long Yuan sword in his hand, Qin Feng unceremoniously poured the meager sword intent from his dantian into the Long Yuan sword. With the owner's enhancement, the sword emitted a thunderous roar in an instant. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Yi was still distracted by Zhao Yin'er, he unleashed the floating pagoda sword technique. Fourth form, the Sword of Oblivion. As he mobilized his sword energy, his power surged exponentially. Qi C 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Qin Feng's strength ascended to the 8th level of the Qi C realm. The sword in his hand began to crackle with latent lightning, and the clouds above along with the mist around him began to swirl in tandem with his sword's movement. Whoosh! Just as Qin Feng felt he might lose grip of the sword, a formidable sword aura, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, sliced toward Xiao Yi. Even Xiao Yi, confronted with this incoming strike, felt uncertain about intercepting it. A monster, truly a monster. How could a mere Qi Si cultivator wield such power? Even if he briefly elevated to the 8th level, Xiao Yi could not fathom how Qin Feng achieved this, but that did not deter him from seeking to evade. He must not allow Qin Feng to cleave him with that sword. Sensing his intent, Zhao Yin'er continued to channel her entire spiritual energy, propelling the Gu Xian bell. Today it was either their death or his. If she wished to survive, she had no choice but to ensure her opponent perished. In that instant, Xiao Yi seemed to glimpse his Yin'er once more. Just as he became lost in thought, the sword energy of oblivion had already surged forth, imbued with an aura of annihilation. Striking before him, it was too late to evade. Since evasion was not an option, they would have to fight. Realizing this, Xiao Yi recalled his command sword. The forces of both sides collided. Boom! The entire Yunzong forest reverberated with the impact of that strike. Was there some great power battling? Should we venture closer? What for? To deliver ourselves to death? Are we not aware of the carnage that transpired at the number 2 intersection in the Yunzong forest today? Do you have any idea about the lives lost? Initially, some eager rogue cultivators hesitated, swallowing hard upon hearing their companions' words. They had indeed heard whispers of today's events. It was said to involve some second-generation cultivator. Such matters were beyond their capacity to contend with. Xiao Yi finally neutralized Qin Feng's assault, albeit at the cost of being thrown back. He clutched his chest, feeling the remnants of annihilation coiling around him, an enigmatic force that he could not easily dispel with his spiritual energy. Blood trickled from his mouth as he glared at Qin Feng. Good, very good, and oh wonder you met her end at your hands. It seems you harbor secrets. That sword and this strange power must be your hidden truths. Xiao Yi spoke with conviction, a trace of greed evident in his eyes. Particularly when he witnessed the sheer might of Qin Feng's recent maneuver, his desires ignited. He could scarcely imagine the power that sword could wield in his hands. Unable to restrain his yearning, Xiao Yi wiped the blood from his mouth, retrieved another pill, and hastily swallowed it before charging toward Qin Feng. Having employed that technique earlier, Qin Feng already felt his strength waning. Observing Xiao Ye's advance, he wasted no time retrieving an array talisman, one his master had entrusted to him. Originally meant as a keepsake, it was now a necessity. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he flung it forth. A colossal formation materialized above Xiao Ye's head, pinning him to the ground. The 4 symbols mirror had gained the ability for brief aerial flight, but now, Qin Feng suppressed that capability. What is this? Feeling as though a massive stone compressed his spiritual energy, rendering his movement sluggish, Xiao Yi finally sensed something amiss. He shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng had no inclination to engage in conversation. He swiftly drew talisman after talisman from his storage pouch and activated them, hurling them directly at Xiao Yi. In an instant, Xiao Yi found himself besieged by the talismans, reduced to a pitiful state. While these talismans might not claim his life, the impacts certainly stung. You think I can manage this alone? You must join me in the assault. Qin Feng frowned at Zhao Yin'er, who remained idle. He could easily surmise her intentions, to bide her time like a cunning sparrow. But the situation was far from over. Zhao Yin'er, incensed by Qin Feng's seemingly all-seeing gaze, felt a surge of anger. Yet his words rang true. The matter was far from resolved. Just as both sides exchanged glances filled with ulterior motives, Feng Wanli, who had been knocked unconscious by the earlier attack, gradually regained consciousness. What happened? Did I just black out? Chapter 27. I am unwilling. Had he just witnessed an illusion? It seemed he had glimpsed his junior sister's prowess. He dismissed the notion of having misperceived. A familiar wave of spiritual energy surged before him. Feng Wanli opened his eyes to see that familiar figure. It was not an illusion. None of this was false. Qin Feng took note of his awakening and shouted, "That person over there! Do you have any useful talismans or treasures? Hurry and bring them over. I cannot maintain this formation much longer. If we wish to survive, do not hesitate." Each impact from Xiao Yi within the formation struck Qin Feng like a hammer. They had to act quickly while their opponent remained ensnared. Although Feng Wanli's mind had yet to fully catch up, he instinctively began rummaging through his storage pouch. "This is the lightning strike talisman my sect provided. It can only affect those at the Qi Si level. That I'm unsure if it will be of any use," he said, but before he could finish, a hand snatched the talisman from him. "Regardless of its efficacy, it was better to use it than not. This is the first time I've endured such indignity. Is the Four Symbols realm so impressive, as if I could never enter it again?" Zhao Yinner's actions and quips struck Feng Wanli like a thunderbolt. His junior sister, his goddess, all the admiration he once held seemed to shatter in that moment. He stood there, dazed, unable to comprehend. Meanwhile, Zhao Yinner had already gathered all the talismans she possessed, igniting them with her spiritual energy. "You old fool. Enjoy a grand gift from my talismans." Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions echoed as Xiao Ye's robe was utterly shredded, and blood began to flow from his wounds. Trapped within the formation, he resembled a beggar. He roared in frustration. Amidst his turmoil, he recklessly expelled his spiritual energy. Under his relentless assaults, the formation began to show signs of cracking. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng's brow. "Do you have any other potent attacks? Hurry and unleash them. I can barely hold on. If he breaks free, we are all doomed." In this life or death moment, none present dared to withhold their power. To hold back now would only spell one fate: death. As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, a wispy purple mist began to emanate from Zhao Yinner, a sight that exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. Under her command, the purple mist swiftly coalesced into a serpent-like form, surging toward Xiao Yi, who is ensnared within the formation. "That I can still control the purple evil for a while. What about you? The technique you just used. Can you employ it once more? Let's inflict severe injury upon him. That way, he will no longer pose a threat to us." Zhao Yinner turned her gaze to Qin Feng. "You foolish woman! Did you not see that I barely managed to execute that technique just now? My current strength is derived from forcibly consuming medicinal pills. If you ask me to use that technique again, are you wishing for my demise?" Qin Feng retorted sharply. Zhao Yinner, upon hearing this, her eyes flickered momentarily. "Well, I care not. The predicament we face is evident. If you do not act, then we shall perish together. I possess some escape techniques. It will simply come down to who he chooses to pursue first." Qin Feng seemed threatened by her words, his expression darkening significantly. "You are forcing my hand." Zhao Yinner remained silent. As if having resigned to her demands, Qin Feng relented. "Since you insist, then I shall use that technique once more, but on the condition that you first provide me with healing pills. Moreover, you must guarantee that once this matter is resolved, you will not turn against me." Zhao Yinner nodded in agreement. Qin Feng scrutinized her for a moment before diverting his gaze to Xiao Yi, who was now on the verge of breaking through the range of the formation. He raised his long yuan sword high, his aura surging in an instant. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically. He struck. A brilliant and dazzling black light erupted from the long yuan sword, slicing directly toward Xiao Yi. Feeling the cataclysmic force within that blade of energy, Xiao Ye's pupils widened in disbelief. No, just a fraction more, and he could have shattered this damned formation. Yet it was that very fraction that rendered him helplessly watching as the attack hurtled toward him. Even with his finest defensive artifact, he could not entirely fend off this assault. Unwilling to accept his fate, Xiao Yi seethed with frustration. He had not yet ascended to the divine platform. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of greatness. The sword energy swept through him. With a sudden cough, he spat out a mouthful. Qin Feng found himself suspended in a state of disorientation, as if the world were spinning around him. His hands and feet instinctively groped for something solid to steady his body. Upon reopening his eyes, he was roused by a droplet of water falling onto his forehead, as if some entity were licking him there. With a start, Qin Feng opened his eyes. A familiar croaking sound caught his attention, causing him to grip his sword tightly. Fortunately, his Long Yuan sword remained bound to him and had not been lost. With the comforting presence of his weapon, he began to survey his surroundings. He discovered that he was in a seemingly arid cave, sparsely furnished with only a layer of hay. Having thoroughly examined the cave, he turned his gaze downward where the earlier sound had originated. There, a cute little frog stared back at him, unflinching even as he looked at it. Its large, blinking eyes expressed an innocent demeanor. However, Qin Feng did not underestimate it simply because it appeared harmless. After all, the moon-watching Toad King had once been a creature of similar size. Realizing this, he decided to take the initiative and unleashed a burst of sword energy toward the small frog. In an instant, the creature was torn to shreds, an outcome that did not surprise him. With curiosity piqued, Qin Feng remained vigilant, scanning the cave for any hidden passages. Finding none but a single exit, he proceeded toward it, only to be abruptly halted by a curtain of water, formed from condensed spiritual energy. This was the first time he had encountered such pure spiritual essence. It suggested that this place harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Thus, Qin Feng meticulously searched the cave, knowing that any undiscovered mysteries could harbor dangers. Eventually, he stumbled upon a section of the stone wall that seemed anomalous. The temperature near this stone wall was markedly lower than that of the surrounding area, and deep water stains adorned its surface. Most importantly, the aura emanating from it felt strangely familiar. Was it not reminiscent of the icy essence exuded by the moon-watching Toad King? The presence of such power implied that the being must possess corresponding cultivation techniques, as an ordinary moon-watching toad could not possibly survive for so long. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng prepared himself and struck the wall with his sword. Alas, the stone wall proved remarkably resilient, resisting his initial strike. Undeterred, he swung again and again until, after several attempts, he finally created a breach that a wave of chilling air surged forth, rushing toward him. With no time to evade, he raised his Long Yuan sword. Confronting the oncoming frost with an invisible sword energy, as the icy onslaught subsided, Qin Feng found himself adorned in beads of ice. His body slightly stiffened. Shaking off the frost, he realized that the cave had transformed from a mere earthen hollow into a veritable ice cavern. This place undoubtedly concealed treasures. Qin Feng's suspicions were confirmed, and he sensed that the treasures hidden within were far from ordinary. After all, how could mere cold emanating from his chamber enable an ordinary moon-watching toad to evolve into the Toad King? He could now surmise how the Toad King had come to be, and it was precisely because of such fortuitous circumstances that its bloodline underwent transformation. Moreover, he recognized that the small frog he had just vanquished was likely the offspring of the moon-watching toad. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Feng felt certain he had not overlooked anything. He settled into a meditative position and opened his storage pouch. Having accomplished so much, he had yet to examine his gains. With the road ahead uncertain, he knew he must seize the moment to recuperate. Upon opening the pouch, the most prominent item was the body of the moon-watching Toad King, which had swollen into a small mound due to his prior neglect. After a brief assessment, he began the process of refining it, for only by placing it within his own possession would it truly belong to him. Despite the size of the Toad King, he managed to extract only a small amount of precious blood, which shimmered enticingly like gold beneath the icy glow. To his astonishment, the toad had awakened a trace of ancestral bloodline. Yet its fortune had evidently reached its limits. "Fear not, for I shall make good use of your precious blood," he reassured the fallen creature. As for the remaining flesh of this massive beast, he realized that even if he were to feast upon it daily, it would be a considerable time before he could consume it all. Additionally, the flesh of magical beasts typically deteriorated quickly, losing its spiritual essence over time. That'd be why the time he could eat it, the meat would be little more than ordinary fare. Thus, his best course of action was to sell the surplus, reserving the most exquisite portions for himself. Having made this decision, Qin Feng wasted no time, employing the skill of a master butcher to swiftly dismantle the small mountain of flesh before him. Next, he turned to Zhao Yinner's storage pouch, expecting it to contain only a meager sum of spiritual stones after her previous penalties. To his surprise, he discovered an astonishing wealth. Over 50,000 spiritual stones. This did not even account for a high-grade spiritual stone he had found, equivalent to 1,000 medium-grade stones or 10,000 low-grade ones. Quickly, he stashed these spiritual stones into his storage pouch, anxious to avoid unwanted attention. Once he had calmed his excitement, he continued to inspect the other contents of Zhao Yinera's pouch. The old hag. He had not anticipated her to be so affluent. It seemed she had not spared her lower-tier disciples in her pursuit of wealth. By eliminating her, he had inadvertently rid the lower ranks of a scourge. Without a shred of guilt, Qin Feng collected the bounty, leaving only a couple of items behind to aid in his own cultivation. He intended to embark on a path of advancement, nurturing the sword intent he had previously cultivated within himself. Following this battle, he felt it had all coalesced into a void, causing his cultivation level to regress to the first stage of Qi Si. His surrounding sword energy needed to be rejuvenated. Yet he was fortunate to have consumed a ground pulse pill beforehand. Drawing upon the cold energy within this cave, he might even be able to forge an even greater sword intent than before. With his legs crossed in meditation, Qin Feng began to circulate the energy within his Qi Si, surrounding himself with spiritual stones. The energy he absorbed now stemmed from these very stones. As he meditated, he reflected on his battle with Xiao Yi. Though he had narrowly triumphed, he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the encounter. Despite Xiao Ye's lack of swordsmanship, every element of existence bore inherent connections. Qin Feng recalled each of Xiao Ye's moves, recognizing that, despite his mediocre aptitude, he had managed to transcend a stage in his cultivation that if Xiao Yi were aware of Qin Feng's assessment, he would likely be infuriated to the point of rising from his grave. What? He had no grave. And since Qin Feng had reduced him to ashes, there was no issue at all. As Qin Feng felt the sword seed within him grow under his guidance, his Long Yuan sword pulsed with life in tandem with it. Responding to his every breath, that moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes wide, their sharpness akin to the glint of a blade. With his fingers deftly forming seals, he began to draw the sword seed out of his body, allowing it to attach itself to the Long Yuan sword. The Dragon Abyss sword succumbed to the encroachment of the sword essence. It began to emit a resonant hum, akin to a gentle call for Qin Feng. He could distinctly sense the deepening bond formed between himself and the sword. Subtle illusions of small dragons began to flicker across the blade's surface. Just as Qin Feng felt that the connection with the Dragon Abyss sword had reached a significant depth, he abruptly performed a series of intricate hand gestures. Reluctantly, the sword essence departed from the Dragon Abyss sword. So you too have developed an affection for it, little one. Indeed, I have chosen the sword that complements you the best. Although, after his rigorous refining, the quality of the Dragon Abyss sword had finally ascended to the level of low-grade Xuanji. Such a rank would not attract undue attention in the outside world. Unlike its previous state, which was fraught with peril, Qin Feng remained uncertain whether there existed formidable figures in this world who could discern the true rank of this sword. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the Taihuang Sword Tower. He recalled a dainty sword tower that could conceal its aura. Could it be possible that it could also mask the essence of the Dragon Abyss sword? With a sense of anticipation, he found that it indeed worked. His eyes gleamed with excitement. If this method were viable, it would mean he would no longer have to fear the leakage of his treasure's auras. Alas, as of now, he had no means to place his possessions within the Taihuang Sword Tower. Would such a feature become available in the future? Reflecting on the future, Qin Feng remembered his current state, having descended in rank and needing to rebuild his strength. He could only stabilize at the first level of the Qi Si for now. The thought of acquiring more spiritual plants and treasures to fortify his realm filled him with a sense of dread. Glancing at the scattered fragments on the ground, remnants of the 50,000 spirit stones he had just obtained, he felt a surge of heartache. Since his realm had reached initial stability, it was time to investigate what lay within. As he spoke, he cautiously advanced. He had sat in meditation here for quite some time, and nothing had emerged. Thus, the interior was either devoid of contents or harbored something lurking, poised to ambush him. With careful steps, he traversed the space, channeling spiritual energy to shield himself from the biting chill. Upon entering the realm beyond the stone wall, he beheld a world composed of ice and snow. Most astonishingly, within this frigid expanse lay a modest azure lake. The cold pool amidst the snow, Qin Feng had encountered mention of such phenomena in his readings. It was said that in certain exceptional locations, whether due to the birth of treasures or the fall of otherworldly entities, such surreal spectacles could manifest. He never anticipated to witness one today. Such locales were bound to be rich in spiritual energy. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the waves of spiritual essence with every breath he took. Cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Furthermore, this cold pool might even possess the ability to enhance his physique. Without hesitation, Qin Feng shed his garments and immersed himself in the icy waters to commence his cultivation. Initially, the extreme cold nearly hindered his ability to circulate his techniques, yet as time passed, he began to employ the floating pagoda sword technique, which aggressively coursed through his body, enveloping him in a frigid essence. Subsequently, the fierce sword energy commenced the meticulous refinement of this icy essence. Time and cultivation knows no bounds. When Qin Feng finally reopened his eyes, the waters of the cold pool had transformed into an astonishing clarity, and the surrounding ice and snow appeared no different from ordinary frost. Meanwhile, his cultivation within the Qi Sea had reached the 7th level. The floating pagoda sword intent within him had also acquired a hint of frost, a testament to his continuous nurturing. With his current strength, he could confidently declare himself invincible within the Qi Sea realm. Rising from his meditative state, Qin Feng felt immense satisfaction with his progress, realizing that this time he had turned misfortune into fortune. Since there was nothing left here to further his advancement, it was time to return to the sect. He wondered how much time had elapsed during his absence. Would he still be able to submit his tasks in time? As he pondered, he began to exit the cold pool. The return journey was serene and undisturbed. "Oh, my ancestor, you have finally returned. Where have you been for over half a month? If you had delayed any longer, the tasks would have been overdue." Upon his return to the sect, Yang Tian swiftly approached and seized him, hastily dragging him toward the task hall. So, it has already been half a month, Qin Feng reflected, feeling a sense of nostalgia for the myriad experiences he had undergone during that time, as if years had passed. After submitting his tasks at the hall, Yang Tian rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, Brother Qin, since you have completed your task, how about the antidote?" His tone was cautious, yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable desire. Qin Feng glanced at him coolly. "Rest assured, as long as you diligently follow my lead, you will certainly reap the rewards." With that, he tossed a vial of elixir towards Yang Tian. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's reluctance to provide him the antidote, Yang Tian felt a pang of disappointment. However, when he opened the vial to reveal several high-grade, Shin-level healing pills, his expression brightened instantly. "Chief Qin, did you truly give this to me?" He had not anticipated such generosity from Qin Feng. After all, even his own uncle would hesitate to part with such treasures. Qin Feng merely nodded. After all, the elixir had little use for him, and it was merely one of the spoils he had acquired. Parting with it did not evoke feelings of loss. "Now, could you enlighten me about what has transpired in the sect lately?" During his journey back, he had noticed the bustling activity in the sect's plaza, teeming with individuals who had long been engaged in tasks outside, seemingly returning en masse. "Brother, you must be referring to the imminent grand competition between the inner and outer sects, right? I've heard that the sect intends to merge these two significant events. It remains unclear what the sect's intentions are this time. As for us outer disciples, we are hardly a match for those inner sect prodigies," Yang Tian lamented. However, recalling that an inner disciple stood nearby, he quickly apologized. "Forgive me, brother. I meant no offense. I was merely expressing my frustrations with the sect." Qin Feng paid him no mind, instead lost in contemplation regarding the sect's motives behind this decision. He was aware that the grand competitions of the ancient heavenly sect were held every 3 years for the outer sect and every 5 years for the inner sect, serving as a means for disciples to continually assess their strengths while providing an opportunity for outer disciples to join the inner sect. As for Qin Feng, he had never participated in such contests, as he had entered directly as an inner disciple and, given his master's prowess, none dared to question his absence. His reflections concluded. Qin Feng bid farewell to Yang Tian and resolved to return to his residence at Yehua Peak. After half a month's absence, the scenery remained unchanged. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Feng first employed a dust removal technique to clear the accumulated dust, instantly refreshing the air within the cave. Subsequently, he bowed before the ancestral tablet within, saying, "Master, your disciple has returned from this journey." After recounting the recent events, he offered incense to Yuqing Shan. Only then did he summon his Taihuang Sword Tower. Now, at the 7th level of the Qi Si, he recalled that, as per the words of the 9 Nether Empress, he could ascend to the 2nd level of the Sword Tower. Yet he wondered what awaited him there. As he approached the tower, Qin Feng ascended the stone steps. The pressure he had previously felt was now absent, seemingly ineffective against his current Qi Si level. He effortlessly unlatched the stone door. "You rascal, you've finally made it up here." A warm, gentle voice greeted him. Following the sound, he discovered a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding a disheveled yet charismatic aura. The man's gaze upon Qin Feng was reminiscent of an old friend. Although he had anticipated this scenario, he was still taken aback upon seeing the M.S. recognition dawned. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Qin Feng, paying my respects to the esteemed elder." Regardless of the man's attitude, Qin Feng felt it prudent to display courtesy, given the inscrutable depth of his cultivation. "Enough of that. Rise. There is no need for such formalities in my presence, regardless of my past. I am now but a lowly prisoner," the man remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and dissatisfaction. Qin Feng, uncertain how to respond, remained silent, as he was unaware of this man's history. After expressing his sentiments, the exalted immortal of freedom recalled Qin Feng's presence and inquired, "You must have received what the 9 Nether bestowed upon you, correct? To ascend to the 2nd level in such a short time speaks to your talent. However, if that is all you possess, it may still be insufficient." The exalted immortal shook his head as he spoke. Qin Feng's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "May I ask, esteemed elder, what do you mean by that?" He mustered the courage to speak up. Previously, the 9 Nether Empress remained silent. Now, perhaps this esteemed elder would share some insights. In response to Qin Feng's confusion, the Celestial Emperor shook his head, indicating that it was not yet the time for him to know. "What you must focus on now is to strive for strength. Since the 9 Nether has bestowed upon you her knowledge, I shall lend you my assistance as well. Come closer." The Celestial Emperor beckoned Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was perplexed, he stepped forward nonetheless, that a single finger gently touched his forehead, and an overwhelming surge of profound information flowed through that finger into Qin Feng's mind. It felt as if his consciousness was instantly filled, creating an overwhelming sensation that was both bloating and uncomfortable. He fought against the urge to retch. After a while, that sensation began to subside. "This is the entirety of my array knowledge. I now impart it to you. In my heyday, with this knowledge of formations, there was no place in this vast world I could not reach. Even the stars and seas were mine to traverse," as the Celestial Emperor reminisced about his past feats. His expression radiated confidence and ease. However, upon reflecting on his current predicament, that nonchalance faded into despondency. In any case, should you master these array techniques, whatever endeavors you pursue in this world will become significantly simpler." Qin Feng began to absorb the array knowledge flooding into his consciousness. Though he did not fully comprehend it yet, he could not help but admire the intricacies of this profound wisdom. Among the teachings was even a method to forcibly enhance one's absorption and transformation of spiritual energy using array knowledge. Truly, it encompassed everything, but do not be overly eager with your current level of cultivation. "Reaching the proficiency I speak of is still far off," the Celestial Emperor remarked, noting the expression on Qin Feng's face. "And if you genuinely wish to learn these, it will not be so simple. The resources required must be earned by your own efforts." The Celestial Emperor's words served as a sobering reminder for Qin Feng, yet he quickly regained his spirits. After all, what he had received thus far was already something most people could only dream of. Since the elders had paved the way for him, the remaining journey was his to undertake through hard work. The Celestial Emperor observed Qin Feng's quick adjustment of mindset with a hint of satisfaction and added, "In addition to the array knowledge, I shall also impart some of my swordsmanship experience to you. You may use it as a reference to AS for other matters. If you have no further questions, do not disturb me again." With that, the Celestial Emperor fell silent. Qin Feng watched him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This elder certainly exuded a carefree demeanor. However, given the circumstances, he understood it was indeed inappropriate to intrude any further. After bidding farewell to the Celestial Emperor, Qin Feng made his way outside the Sword Tower to organize the teachings he had received. First, he focused on the array knowledge. Having merely skimmed the catalog before, he now intended to delve deeply into its contents. Upon examination, he discovered that much of the array knowledge imparted by the Celestial Emperor was sealed, only unlockable upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. A fleeting thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, and he quickly grasped the elder's intentions. This was merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. This realization strengthened his resolve to accelerate his cultivation. Next, he examined the swordsmanship experience shared by the Celestial Emperor. The technique he employed was known as the Spring Breeze sword technique, characterized by its gentle and fluid movements. Even at its pinnacle, it could strike from 1,000 miles away, yet its soft essence starkly contrasted with the fierce nature of the floating pagoda sword technique. Thus, it served primarily as a reference point. Chapter 32. Do you dare? It must be said, Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment upon facing such an outcome. Once he finished organizing the knowledge in his mind, a particular array quickly captured his attention. That it was called the Nine Nether Floating Pagoda Array. Initially, Qin Feng was drawn to it by its name, but soon he became captivated by its capabilities. This was a large-scale array that combined both trapping and lethal functions, requiring its master to input a considerable amount of sword energy each time it was set up, meaning it possessed the ability to store sword energy. This was simply perfect for Qin Feng. After all, despite his commendable progress with the floating pagoda sword technique, he often found himself hindered by insufficient spiritual power during battles. Prolonged confrontations could easily place him at a disadvantage. However, if he could maintain such a sword array, he could store the sword energy generated during his training within it. Most importantly, the Nine Nether Floating Pagoda Array could grow in strength, provided it remained intact. To maximize the array's potential, Qin Feng resolved to visit the sect's treasure pavilion to exchange for some materials. The only uncertainty that lingered was his innate talent for formations. To be cautious, Qin Feng decided to procure some ordinary materials for practice. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, he noticed a considerable number of people, most of whom were fervently preparing for the upcoming sect competition. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Feng headed straight to the section where he intended to make his purchases. First, he sought various auxiliary materials for setting up arrays, with the most fundamental being the 5 elemental materials, followed by the primary stone, the ghostly soul stone, and the true water of 10,000 shadows, which served to interconnect various parts of the array. Senior brother, here is the true water of 10,000 shadows you requested. This is the last bottle. Just as a disciple of the treasure pavilion was about to hand the materials to Qin Feng, a loud voice interrupted, "Wait, that bottle of true water of 10,000 shadows is mine." Qin Feng, hearing the voice, did not pause in his actions and reached out to take the vial from the disciple's hand. "Are you deaf? I said that bottle of true water of 10,000 shadows belongs to me." As Qin Feng feigned ignorance of the interruption, Shan Fei's expression darkened, and he reached out to snatch the vial from Qin Feng's grasp. Qin Feng deftly sidestepped. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. "Look, it's Senior Brother Shan Fei," someone exclaimed. "I heard Senior Brother Shan had been in seclusion. I can't believe he has emerged now." Whispers circulated, noting that Shan Fei had likely advanced to the Qi realm now that he was out. The onlookers gazed at Shan Fei with envy, for to them, his achievements were a distant dream. They speculated that after this grand competition, Shan Fei would surely enter the inner sect. Hearing the discussions around him, Shan Fei wore a smug smile, casting contemptuous glances at Qin Feng. "Kid, hand over that bottle of true water of 10,000 shadows, or don't blame me for being impolite. Since you say so, I am curious to know how you intend to be impolite," Qin Feng replied, a playful glint in his eyes, showing no regard for Shan Fei's threat. Shan Fei felt his pride wounded by Qin Feng's blatant disregard. His confidence wavered momentarily, but upon noticing Qin Feng's ordinary attire, which lacked even a proper robe, his bravado returned. "Don't think your words intimidate me. Let me tell you, my brother is associated with the inner sect's true disciples. If you provoke me, you'll be provoking him." Qin Feng was taken aback by Shan Fei's cleverness in leveraging his connections as a threat. However, Cleverness was not enough, that I care not who stand behind you. The rules of the treasure pavilion have always been first come, first served. If you wish to use it, you will have to wait for the next opportunity. Qin Feng was unwilling to engage further with such a fool. He merely wished to return and complete his drawings, thereby enhancing his own arsenal. As Qin Feng continued to disregard him, Shun Fei's fury intensified, especially when he saw Qin Feng produce the disciple token and complete the transaction. His anger became uncontrollable. Since you mentioned the rules of the treasure pavilion, allow me to remind you of the rules of the Eternal Heaven sect. Truth be told, I have my eye on that true water of 10,000 shadows. And aside from that, everything else should rightfully belong to me. I challenge you to the sect's challenge platform. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Qin Feng replied with a lopsided grin. However, since you wish to fight, the challenge platform alone is insufficient. Let us engage on a life and death arena. I ask you, do you dare? The surrounding crowd was taken aback, not expecting the conversation to escalate to such extremes. The life and death arena was a place where the outcome was irrevocable unless there was an insurmountable grudge. Generally, no one would seek to involve themselves in such matters over mere verbal disputes, especially since this was merely a quarrel between the two, as the onlookers speculated that Qin Feng must be joking. Shun Fei also assumed it was an empty threat. However, when he saw the seriousness etched on Qin Feng's face, unease crept into his heart. Qin Feng smiled as he observed Shun Fei's hesitance. Since you lack the courage, step aside. That I must caution you. Do not be so arrogant next time. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Shun Fei gazed at Qin Feng, just as Qin Feng was about to step out of the treasure pavilion's entrance. Wait, I promise you. Shun Fei could no longer endure the humiliation he would face in front of so many people today. Brother Shun, perhaps you should reconsider, someone advised, that is a life and death arena. Yet it was precisely the presence of such counsel that solidified Shun Fei's determination to engage in the duel. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng halted, turning back with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Shun Fei assumed Qin Feng was merely afraid and was about to mock him, but upon discerning Qin Feng's demeanor, he opted to remain silent. Even Qin Feng himself was unaware that since he began practicing the floating pagoda sword technique, his aura had grown increasingly formidable with each passing day, particularly when his mood soured. The intensity of his presence could send shivers down one's spine. The life and death arena of the Wangu Tianzong was situated not far from the sect square. The moment word spread that someone dared to challenge the life and death arena at such a time, countless disciples were instantly captivated by the two figures. What transpired? Why would anyone choose to fight in the life and death arena now? Chapter 33. A single strike. Do any of you recognize these two? Who are they? People are inherently curious, especially on the eve of the sect's grand competition, and the emergence of such a significant conflict raised eyebrows. Soon, those in the know began to enlighten those who were puzzled. What did you say? These two are quarreling over a medicinal herb. One of them is rumored to be the fool who, for the sake of his master, self-destructed his cultivation and guarded the spirit for 3 years. I heard he has only just begun his training. Does he even stand a chance against Brother Shen? In the crowd, skepticism and disbelief were rampant. Meanwhile, the two protagonists had already arrived at the arena, which was stained with dark reddish-brown marks, remnants of battles fought by their predecessors. The sect intentionally left it unclean to instill a sense of intimidation and composure among the spectators. Are you two truly intending to engage in the life and death arena? You must think this through. Once you step onto that platform, it is a matter of life or death, and there is no retreat. The elder guarding the arena scrutinized the two with a tone laced with warning. I understand, Elder. Please grant us the decree of life and death. While Shun Fei hesitated, Qin Feng had already spoken decisively. Observing Qin Feng's resolve, Shun Fei, unwilling to be outdone, declared, Elder, give it to me as well. Very well, since you insist, I shall not impede you. The elder produced the decree of life and death, allowing both to sign, then stepped aside to grant them entry. The formation activated, enveloping everything within a blue barrier that separated the participants from the onlookers. You are the ones seeking death today. Do not blame me. Before the elder could announce the start, Shun Fei, eager to strike first, drew a dagger from his storage pouch to ambush Qin Feng. Be careful, The crowd gasped instinctively, only to witness Qin Feng raise the Longyuan sword and slash towards Shun Fei with a single stroke. The sword's energy surged, and Shun Fei fell, unwilling to accept his defeat. He was defeated in an instant. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes. How could Qin Fei, renowned for his prowess, be vanquished so easily? "I must be dreaming," murmured one. Yet, at that moment, as the formation sensed only one living soul remaining on the arena, it quietly dissipated. Witnessing this scene, even the most skeptical could no longer deny the truth. Qin Feng had indeed dispatched Qin Fei with but a single strike. Surely, Brother Shun was unprepared. It must have been an ambush. Some lamented. Brother Shun was destined to advance to the inner sect during this outer sect competition. How could he fall so easily? Amidst the shock, some recalled Shun Fei's status and still felt it was all an illusion. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a tinge of regret. He had intended to use this opportunity to hone his newly acquired sword techniques, but it seemed this opponent was far from formidable. Unable to withstand even a single blow, he wiped the blood from his sword and nonchalantly descended from the stage. The gazes of those around him were filled with trepidation. After all, Qin Feng's display had been nothing short of ruthless. Who do you think will be unfortunate enough to face this fearsome deity during our competition? Someone cautiously ventured in the crowd, given that even Shun Fei could not contend with Qin Feng. The rest of them, certainly inferior to Shun Fei, had little hope. "What are you afraid of?" Those around him shot him incredulous looks. "You are merely an outer disciple. He is an inner disciple. Are you truly frightened of facing him? Ultimately, we are but minor players. We only need to watch the grand spectacle unfold." Others began to see the sense in this perspective. "Alas, brother, you articulate it so clearly. What is your name?" "Yang Tian." Yang Tian gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, feeling as if the day he could escape his shadow grew ever more distant. As the crowd prepared to disperse, believing they had witnessed all the excitement, suddenly a clear cry and the exclamations of those in front captured their attention. "Look, it's the Snow Lotus Fairy. The Snow Lotus Fairy has returned. The creature she rides must be the legendary Qingwan beast." The excitement surged through the crowd. The Snow Lotus Fairy was renowned throughout Wangu Tianzong as a frost-kissed beauty. Her origins said to be extraordinary, and her talents astonishing. From a young age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi Si's 9th layer. Now, after so many years, who could say she had not ascended to the divine platform realm? In the midst of the crowd's fervor, Qin Feng remained unmoved. No fairy could eclipse the importance of his own strength. He turned to leave once more. The murmurs behind him persisted, speculating who might be fortunate enough to become the Snow Lotus Fairy's partner. "I heard that the son of the Tianling sect pursued the Snow Lotus Fairy, only to lose in a confrontation." "You must be mistaken. Last time it was, wait, look, the Snow Lotus Fairy seems to be coming this way." As people continued to discuss the glorious achievements of Lung Ningxiang, someone suddenly pointed skyward at, "Oh, it truly appears she is flying toward us." Initially met with disbelief, they soon witnessed Lung Ningxiang's Qingwan halt before them, transforming back into a small bird that fluttered beside her. What does the Snow Lotus Fairy intend to do? The crowd was already astonished by Lung Ningxiang's presence, but they were even more taken aback when she continued to approach them. "Qin Feng, wait a moment." While everyone was curious about Lung Ningxiang's intentions, her cool voice rang out, calling for Qin Feng to stop. Hearing his name, Qin Feng halted and turned to see a woman of ethereal beauty. Her face veiled, regarding him with a pair of indifferent eyes. "Who are you? What do you want?" Although Qin Feng did not recognize her, he began to speculate about her identity. The crowd gasped collectively at Qin Feng's seemingly dismissive demeanor toward the Snow Lotus Fairy. How could he be so audacious, setting aside her identity and cultivation level? One would expect even the most indifferent person to respond with more warmth to such a stunning visage. If the Snow Lotus Fairy were to speak to them, they would certainly offer incense to their ancestors upon returning home. Faced with Qin Feng's aloofness, Lung Ningxiang frowned slightly. Yet considering he might not recognize her, this was understandable. "I am your fiancé." Chapter 34. "Who killed my son?" Her tone remained frigid, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. The disciples present were nearly rendered speechless upon hearing the goddess declare that Qin Feng was her betrothed. Was this all just a dream? No. It couldn't be a mere dream. Otherwise, how could they witness such a fantastical event? If the goddess truly was this young man's fiancée, what did that mean for all their years of admiration? So, Qin Feng regarded Lung Ningxiang calmly. Are you here to discuss marriage? Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lung Ningxiang's frown deepened. No, I am here to annul our engagement. Given your current circumstances, you must realize that our disparities are too vast. Even if my family seeks a bride, it must be one whose strength matches our own. She proceeded to explain her position. All right, if you look down upon me, then just bring the marriage contract. I wish to annul our engagement. Qin Feng extended his hand. There was no dramatic outburst, no desperate clinging. This left Lung Ningxiang momentarily speechless, her prepared words caught in her throat, leaving her awkwardly standing there. You wish to annul our engagement, did you not? Why not hasten to produce the marriage contract? Or are you having second thoughts? Seeing Lung Ningxiang frozen in place, Qin Feng continued to remind her. Who said I have any regrets? It's merely a marriage contract, not an object of great significance. I simply placed it in my storage bag, and you couldn't find it for a moment. Here, this is for you. The temperament of this celestial maiden seemed to diverge from the rumors that surrounded her. However, such matters were not of concern to Qin Feng. Taking the marriage contract, he, as before, shattered both copies of the contract right in front of the parties involved. From this moment forth, you and I shall have no further ties. With the contracts obliterated, Qin Feng turned away without a hint of nostalgia. Lung Ningxiang gazed at his departing figure, her eyes brimming with complexity. Today, it felt less like she was the one rejecting Qin Feng, and more as if it were he who had cast her aside. This sensation sent a chill throughout her being. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this scene, instinctively refrained from speaking. Qin Feng's audacity was indeed remarkable, daring to treat their celestial maiden with such disrespect. After pondering for a moment, Lung Ningxiang finally became aware of the gazes directed at her from those around. And with a cold snort, she mounted her Qinghuan beast and departed. Once she left, the onlookers finally began to discuss the matter loudly. What on earth just transpired? This is the first time I've heard that the Snow Lotus Fairy was once engaged to Qin Feng. We didn't expect that our first knowledge of their relationship would be their annulment. Do you think Qin Feng left in such haste because he was heartbroken and didn't want us to see? Of course, I refuse to believe there exists a man who wouldn't be captivated by a beauty like the Snow Lotus Fairy, unless he were Lu Xiaohui. Someone quickly added, prompting a round of laughter from the crowd. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, as he departed, the disciples began to speculate about the incident. And as the discussions expanded, so did the conjectures surrounding him. In the outer sex law enforcement hall, Chan Sheng looked at the returning disciples and inquired, Well, what have you found out? His expression was grave. The disciples, meeting the elder's serious gaze, swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. Sensing their trepidation, Qin Sheng's heart sank with an ominous premonition. You lot, confess honestly what you have discovered. The disciples, gripped by fear at the elder's anger, hesitated, but knowing he was about to explode, one of them reluctantly stepped forward. Elder, after our investigations over the past few days, we found out about young Master Tianyu. What happened to him? Speak the truth. A potent pressure washed over them, and the disciples immediately knelt in submission. Elder, this is not our doing. We discovered earlier that young master. He perished some days ago. The words tumbled out of one disciple-less lips, almost as if he were closing his eyes to utter them. Though Chan Sheng had his suspicions, hearing the confirmation of his son's demise caused his heart to plummet. Despite his son Tianyu's lack of exceptional talent and low cultivation, he was still his only child. The path of cultivation is arduous, and he had only managed to have one child, albeit with a mortal woman. Yet Tianyu was of his blood. Who was it? Who killed my son? I demand vengeance. That person must pay with their life. Chan Sheng screamed in madness, causing the surrounding disciples to fall silent. They refrained from speaking, fearing that their words might implicate them in the elder's wrath. After venting his fury, Chan Sheng finally regained a semblance of calm. He cast a cold gaze at those present and asked, Have you uncovered where my son was when he died? Who did he have grievances with prior to his death? What exactly transpired during that time? As he posed his final questions, his tone grew increasingly flat. To an outsider, it might appear he was regaining his composure, But those who knew him understood this to be the calm before the impending storm. The disciples, feeling the urgency, quickly responded, "Elder, through our investigations, we found that before young master went missing, he was in the cloud barrier forest, alongside several disciples who have long been by his side. He dared not say dead, opting instead for missing, as it still held a glimmer of hope. However, when they arrived at the scene, there was nothing left but ashes. Their knowledge came solely from inquiries with those nearby, leading them to deduce that it likely was young master." "The cloud barrier forest?" Qin Feng echoed, feeling a flicker of familiarity with the name, though his primary concern remained his son's fate. "Have you only managed to uncover this after such a long time?" Qin Feng's tone darkened ominously, as if he might erupt at any moment. "Certainly not." The desperate urge to survive prompted the disciples to shake their heads vigorously. In addition to this, we learned that before young master went missing, he had a dispute with someone at an auction. Perhaps that person is involved. The disciple trailed off, his voice lacking confidence, fully aware that everyone knew Qin Feng from Yuhua Peak was merely a former waste who had just regained his cultivation. If he could deal with that, the world would surely be turned upside down. Chapter 35. The eve of the great competition, as the saying goes, a friend's misfortune is a boon to another. "Qin Feng, for my survival, I must impose upon you. Rest assured, once you descend, I will ensure my fellow disciples offer you paper offerings." The disciple mentally prepared himself, uttering Qin Feng's name aloud. Upon hearing this familiar name, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Are you implying that my son's death is connected to him?" The disciple dared not assert a direct link, but noted that he was the only one to have antagonized young master before his disappearance. The disciple speculated that even if young master's disappearance was unrelated to Qin Feng, he likely knew something. "As long as this matter does not entangle me, I will not object to anyone." He thought that if Qin Feng were wrongfully accused, would that not absolve him of guilt? Contemplating this, the disciple added, "Moreover, I heard that upon his return from his trials, Qin Feng made quite the impression on the life and death arena. Even our revered senior brother Qin Fei was no match for him." In a bid to place the blame for Tianyu's demise on Qin Feng, the disciple had truly exhausted every avenue. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. "You say Qin Feng has returned from his mission, and that his strength has significantly improved?" "Indeed," the disciple replied, believing his words had struck a chord. Qin Feng, however, fell into deep contemplation. "Qin Feng managed to return? How is that possible? Did I not arrange for others, including the formidable Xiao Yi, to take action against him? How could he have escaped?" Observing the secrets surrounding this youth, he felt a rising curiosity. "All right, you may leave now. I need to ponder this matter." Qin Feng did not wish for these individuals to learn of the monumental secret that Qin Feng harbored. Should it come to light that Qin Feng was responsible for his son Tianyu's death, Qin Feng's expression grew sinister at the thought. The disciples, surprised by the elder's decision to let them off so easily, revealed expressions of profound gratitude as they retreated from his chamber. Once outside, they discovered beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. Upon returning to Yuhua Peak, Qin Feng focused intently on mastering the intricacies of the 9 nether floating tower formation. Initially, he intended to learn just one formation, but as he began to engage with the process, he realized that mastering formations required a foundational understanding. Thankfully, since entering the Qi realm, his memory had proven quite sharp, bolstered by much of the knowledge that the venerable Xiaoyao had imprinted into his mind. Within a day, Qin Feng successfully grasped the basics of formation crafting. Gazing upon the spirit-gathering formation he had painstakingly drawn, he contemplated how he might one day rely on this skill for sustenance. After spending some time within the formation, he noted a marked increase in his ability to absorb spiritual energy, though this came at the cost of rapidly depleting the spirit stones that powered the formation. Nevertheless, it was still a more efficient means of energy absorption compared to consuming spirit stones directly. Qin Feng felt immense satisfaction with the results of his spirit-gathering formation and, upon concluding his practice, turned his attention to researching the next formation, with the foundation of his initial success. Even if he could not yet set up the remaining formations, he could at least comprehend them to some degree that a week passed, and at last, the door to Qin Feng's seclusion swung open. "It's done," Finally, Qin Feng beamed at the small, circular formation plate in his hands, grateful that all his prior failures had culminated in this moment of success. Moreover, the current outcome surpasses his expectations. He had believed it would take him quite some time to construct the formation, yet it materialized within mere days. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this array resonates profoundly with his own essence. Qin Feng now finds himself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to experiment with the effects of this formation to that moment. However, a commotion arises from the direction of the Peak Gate formation, given that he is the sole occupant of Yuhua Peak. He frequently keeps the Peak Gate formation open. With this unexpected interruption, Qin Feng must reluctantly set aside his experimental plans. Upon reaching the Peak Gate, he is approached by individuals from Tianqiong Peak. Noticing the tardy arrival of Qin Feng, one of them furrows his brow and inquires, "Qin Feng, what is the meaning of this? Why have you kept the gates of Yuhua Peak firmly locked? You have disregarded the sect's decree, and now I must come personally to inform you." Qin Feng glances at his disciple token, which indeed displays a notification. However, engrossed in his studies of the formation, he had overlooked it. Realizing that his demeanor does not suggest willful neglect of the message, the visitor's expression softens slightly. "Very well. No need to dwell on that. We have come primarily to notify you and inquire whether Yuhua Peak intends to participate in the upcoming sect competition. By the way, let me remind you that your previous absence was due to either a lack of disciples or circumstances preventing your participation. Now that Yuhua Peak has you, if you choose not to partake, not only will it affect the resource allocation for Yuhua Peak, but you may also find it increasingly difficult to dwell alone upon this mountain." Before Luo Hao can finish his statement, Qin Feng already comprehends his intent. "Thank you for coming to inform me, senior brother. I genuinely failed to notice due to my seclusion. Rest assured, I will certainly participate in this sect competition, if I do not. After 3 years of Yuhua Peak's stagnation, I fear there will be nothing left." After bidding farewell to Luo Hao, Qin Feng ascends to the back mountain to light an incense stick for his master. "Master, I hope I'm not being bothersome, but I truly miss you." He rambles on for a while before deciding to temporarily halt his studies on the formation and instead focus on enhancing his combat abilities. With Yuhua Peak currently devoid of anyone but himself, he must devise a plan to safeguard his master's legacy and foster the growth of Yuhua Peak. As he calculates, he realizes there are numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Luo Hao informs him that the external sect competition has already commenced over the past few days. Qin Feng has no intention of attending the chaotic skirmishes occurring among the outer sect. He plans to attend only during the final rounds when the top 10 competitors are determined, as is customary for the inner sect. For the past few days, Qin Feng has remained at Yuhua Peak. Diligently cultivating, he is acutely aware that many will likely target him during this competition. For the honor of his master, he cannot afford to lose. When Qin Feng finally receives word that the competition for the top 10 in the outer sect is about to begin, he concludes his training. Gazing at the somewhat ravaged area around him, he feels a twinge of embarrassment for the state of Yuhua Peak, which is now solely his responsibility. Chapter 36. The competition begins. It appears he will have to wait and see if any suitable candidates emerge, as having even a couple of servant disciples would be more convenient than being alone. As Qin Feng contemplates this, he descends the mountain. Upon arriving at the Sex Plaza, he is met with a veritable sea of people that a glance reveals a throng of heads. Qin Feng takes his seat at the designated area for Yuhua Peak. Despite his master's absence, he refrains from occupying the master's seat, opting instead for a chair beside it, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the other peaks. His section appears particularly desolate. The crowd below notices Qin Feng seated next to the sect leader. Who is this person that sits beside the sect leader? Could he be some sort of prodigy? He certainly doesn't appear to be one. One observes this disciple's seat. That clearly belongs to an elder. This young man, one of the elders of Wangu Tianzong. The elders of Wangu Tianzong are classified by their strength, and even the most ordinary outer sect elder must possess at least the strength of the Four Symbols realm. Not to mention, only those of the Divine Platform realm and above are allowed to sit beside the sect leader. Look at his attire. He wears the garb of the chief disciple, that he must be the chief disciple of that peak. Can a chief disciple be so brazen as to vie for a seat with their peak master? He must be exceptionally favored. Those unfamiliar with Qin Feng begin to murmur, but soon, acquaintances enlighten them that I wondered how he had the audacity to sit there. It turns out he is the only one left at Yuhua Peak. Isn't it rather uncomfortable for him to sit there all alone? And how has the sect allowed him to monopolize an entire peak for 3 years? The crowd's initial sympathy for Qin Feng shifts to jealousy as the reality of his situation sinks in. At Tianxiong Peak, Yi Qing Snow sits frostily at the forefront. A mischievous girl suddenly leans in beside her and teases, "Sister, I heard that Qin Feng is your betrothed. Can you bear to see him subjected to such ridicule without stepping in to defend him? Look at him, sitting there all alone, so helpless. Why not go over and keep him company? With the sect leader as fond as for you, surely he would support Qin Feng if you interceded." Ring, ring, Yi Qing Snow warns sharply. "I have told you before, my engagement with him was merely arranged by our elders. Their decrees cannot be defied. But if he truly wishes to be my fiancé, he must demonstrate strength that earns my respect. If he lacks the capability, then even the elders' wishes can be rightfully rejected." Her gaze toward Qin Feng is laced with deeply concealed disdain that a waste of space like him might have been acceptable in the past. But now, after having his cultivation crippled, he remains unrepentant. I granted him 3 years to prove himself, yet he squandered every opportunity. Now he dares to show himself here, not even aware of who has emboldened him. Hua Lingling, overhearing Yi Qing Snow's words, expresses her disapproval. "Sister, I believe Qin Feng possesses a sense of responsibility. Despite the current circumstances, he hasn't given up. What if we grant him more time? After all, you have waited for so many years. What if a little longer? Perhaps he will be grateful to you in the future." Grateful to him? Yi Qing Snow scoffs. If anyone should be grateful, it is he who owes me thanks. Had I not suggested the dissolution of our engagement, he might still be languishing in despair that I gave him the impetus to strive for greatness. Hua Lingling is puzzled by her sister's pride, but sees that Qin Feng indeed does not measure up to her. "Qing Xue, what has you so agitated? Who has offended you?" Just as Hua Lingling is about to speak, a greasy voice interjects. "Who has wronged you? Tell Brother Shi, and I shall avenge you." Hua Lingling instinctively steps in front of Yi Qing Snow upon seeing the man. "Shi Tian, I warn you, do not harbor any designs on my sister. Why are you so wary?" Hua Lingling. "I am merely concerned for Qing Snow," Shi Tian retorts as he attempts to approach. "No one has bullied me. I kindly ask you to keep your distance, Dao is sure. This is Wangu Tianzong." Yi Qing Snow's voice carries a warning. Her disdain for Shi Tian palpable. He dares to act so brazenly solely because he has a father who is a core elder at Hunyuan Tianzong. Yet his talent pales in comparison to her own, relying entirely on his father's reputation and family resources. Shi Tian is accustomed to Yi Qing Snow's frosty demeanor. Moreover, she is not merely cold to him. She treats everyone in the same manner, which implies he still has opportunities. Qing Snow, since you do not wish to discuss this topic, let us speak of something else. That we have discovered traces of demonic cultivators near the sect. We are still uncertain of their intentions. Your sect will undoubtedly have a quota for the upcoming expedition to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. I shall accompany you there to protect you. Rest assured, as long as I am present, no one shall dare to harm even a single hair on your head." Shi Tian speaks with fervor, but Yi Qing Snow's expression remains as frigid as ever. While conversations unfold among the crowd, the sect leader and the elders of Wangu Tianzong begin to arrive at the venue one by one. Upon their entrance, the audience promptly falls silent, performing a respectful bow before rising again. "Please be seated. What stage is the competition currently?" The sect leader inquires of the officiating elder nearby. The officiating elder respectfully replies, "The outer sect competition is now down to the final round, while the inner sect has yet to commence, awaiting your formal announcement, sect leader." The sect leader nods in satisfaction. "In that case, let us commence. The rewards for the competition remain unchanged. The top 10 will be unconditionally promoted to the inner sect. In the first place will have the opportunity to challenge disciples from various peaks. Should they succeed, they will become a disciple of the peak master." Understood. The elder referee casts his gaze upon the 10 individuals present. "You should have all heard the words of the sect leader. In pursuit of greater rewards, let each of you put forth your utmost effort. With the introductions concluded, the competition commenced in earnest, employing a draw system. The first contender to step onto the stage was a brawny man, while his opponent appeared to be a delicate young scholar. One wielded fists, the other a fan, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Evenly matched in their prowess, Qin Feng observed the arena below. Although these individuals lacked his strength, there were aspects from which he could glean valuable insights. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes was fixed upon Qin Feng, brimming with resentment. Chapter 37. Tireless. Following the man's gaze, Qin Feng discerned it was Chun Sheng, but a smirk curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. This fellow dares to provoke me. Chun Sheng's forehead bulged with veins. Firmly convinced that Tianyu's demise was unequivocally linked to this brat, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and tear Qin Feng apart. Yet with so many elders and the sect leader present, Chun Sheng had no choice but to suppress his fury for the time being. Although his inner rage only intensified under such constraints, he vowed that Qin Feng must perish. Gazing at the ongoing battle below, a malicious grin crept across Chun Sheng's face. Qin Feng, do you truly believe I will let you off so easily this time? You have forced my hand. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, a conspiracy aimed specifically at him was brewing beneath the stage. Time passed, and the competition drew to a close, culminating in a victory for a man clad in a fitted outfit, exuding an unruly aura. I hereby declare the winner of the outer sect competition to be Shun Ran. Shun Ran stood triumphantly upon the arena, basking in the congratulations of the crowd, his vanity thoroughly satisfied, especially considering that he had triumphed with a single, decisive blow. This Shun Ran appears to possess considerable talent. How did I fail to notice it before? He is merely an outer sect disciple, yet he seems to possess the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi Si. This child undoubtedly possesses extraordinary fortune, and given his youth, he would be a suitable addition to my ranks. Nonsense. He should be taken under our wing. Several elders argued amongst themselves, while Qin Feng watched Shun Ran atop the platform, sensing an oddity in the situation. Yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss at that moment. The referee inquired of Shun Ran, now that you have emerged victorious, which intersect disciple do you wish to challenge? Shun Ran surveyed the high platform before suddenly pointing towards Qin Feng, his tone resolute. I choose him. All eyes turned towards Qin Feng. Upon recognizing his true identity, murmurs rippled through the crowd. It's him. That fool who crippled himself. They whispered of how the Snow Lotus Fairy had recently called off their engagement. How does he dare show his face here? If it were me, I would have secluded myself long ago. It must be said his audacity is remarkable. Even in such circumstances, he still dares to appear. You think he will outright refuse Shun Ran's challenge? Refusal would be the logical course, considering Shun Ran's 7th level of Qi Si cultivation, an exceptional talent even within the inner sect. The crowd believed it inconceivable that Qin Feng would agree to a challenge he was bound to lose. They braced themselves to witness his humiliation. The elders too perceived Shun Ran's cunning. He had anticipated that Qin Feng might decline under the current circumstances. They turned to Qin Feng, urging, Qin, this competition represents the honor of Yuhua Peak. The rules of the Wangu Tian sect have always been upheld. Surely you do not wish to tarnish a tradition that has endured for centuries for the sake of one individual. Their words, cloaked as persuasion, were in truth a form of coercion. Qin Feng regarded their faces with disdainful amusement. Did they forget that the Wangu Tian sect of yore was not the same as the current one? All these advancements stemmed from his master's efforts. Had it not been for his master's tireless dedication in securing opportunities for the sect, how could it have risen from decline to prominence? Such hypocrisy is truly astonishing. Qin Feng had never encountered such shamelessness. They basked in the benefits brought forth by his master while remaining utterly ungrateful. You brat, what are you glaring at us for? An elder felt insulted by Qin Feng's gaze, shouting in a desperate attempt to reclaim his dignity, while the other elders cast reproachful looks at Qin Feng. Chun Sheng observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction. Qin Feng, I allowed you to be so arrogant. Now you're beginning to understand the consequences, aren't you? You've offended so many elders of the sect. I eagerly await your downfall. Even if you survive this ordeal, you will find it impossible to thrive within the Wangu Tian sect in the future. Once you are cast out, I will have my way with you. Chun Sheng reveled in the thought of the torment he would inflict upon Qin Feng. Amidst the malice directed at him from all sides, Qin Feng maintained an unyielding expression. Disciple Shun Ran requests a duel with inner sect Brother Qin. In that instant, Shun Ran's voice echoed once more, sincere in tone, though his words carried a venomous undertone. Brother Qin, just now, the strength displayed was merely a fraction of what Senior Brother Shun is capable of, only 1/10. If it were me, I would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even a single blow. Speaking of Senior Brother Shun, who exactly is this formidable individual? Why have I not heard any mention of his name before? A person of his caliber should not be so obscure, should they? Some began to ponder, wondering if they had ever crossed paths with this Senior Brother Shun. If they had, given the prowess he exhibited, he ought to be a true disciple of the inner sect without a doubt. That way, they could seek opportunities to curry favor with him. While the audience below harbored varying thoughts, on stage, Shun Ran was rapidly enhancing his power under Qin Feng's provocation. Ascending from the 7th level of the Qi Si to the pinnacle of the Qi Si, Qin Feng remained vigilant, his expression betraying no change, just as Shun Ran completed his ascension and prepared to act. Qin Feng's figure lunged towards him, bloodthirsty sword, exorcising evil sword. Qin Feng's attack struck Shun Ran, but were swiftly neutralized by the soft armor he wore. This is a mid-grade Xian tier spiritual treasure armor. It can withstand 3 full force strikes from a peak Qi Si cultivator. In that moment, the crowd finally realized that the armor Shun Ran donned was extraordinary. No wonder he displayed no defenses against Qin Feng's assaults. For with Qin Feng's current strength, he could not breach. The pain was unbearable, driving him to scream in madness. He desperately swung the knife in his hand, yet it merely passed through the oncoming sword energies, which then struck him mercilessly. In no time, Shun Ran had been reduced to a grotesque figure, drenched in blood. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng would wield such a formidable array? This was cheating. Someone shouted, but no one had explicitly stated that arrays were prohibited in the competition. Some believed Qin Feng was clever, recognizing his inability to win and seeking external assistance. Others thought he was merely playing tricks, relying on his status to bully others despite his evident weakness. That why each Qingshu scoffed at the scene, looking down upon him. Perhaps this array was left to him by the former master of Yuhua Peak, and now he was using it without restraint, utterly lacking in prudence. She had never witnessed such a person using an array in the sect competition. Truly, he was a waste. Hua Lingling was oblivious to her senior sister's thoughts, but she felt elated when she saw Qin Feng emerging victorious. Primarily, it was Shun Ran, who, especially after consuming that pill, appeared anything but benign. That he even instilled a sense of fear in her. The elders were equally taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden deployment of the array, providing them with a momentary sense of relief, while also realizing that they must urgently unravel the formation. They now had but one final step remaining, since discovering his inability to break Qin Feng's array. Shun Ran had gone completely mad. His spiritual energy and blood essence were wildly contracting inward, causing his body to swell ominously. He was on the verge of self-detonation. A powerful being of the Four Symbols realm was about to explode here. The elders immediately sprang into action. They had to unlock the formation before Shun Ran could self-destruct. If all else failed, they would have to forcibly breach it. Qin Feng, too, instantly sensed Shun Ran's abnormality and the imminent threat of self-detonation, sending a shiver down his spine. Although he was uncertain whether his array could withstand such a blow, he had painstakingly crafted it and did not wish to see it destroyed, just as Shun Ran contemplated taking everyone down with him in a final act of vengeance. He suddenly noticed that the bothersome sword energies around him seemed to have vanished. Shun Ran was momentarily stunned. Then, terror spread across his face as he realized that he could no longer stop the compression of his spiritual energy. Save me. Chapter 40. The reward in this life and death moment. Shun Ran regained a glimmer of clarity in his mind. He looked at Qin Feng and the elders, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He could not fathom the thought of dying like this when he had so much further to go. Yet Qin Feng ignored his plea for help. He was solely focused on how to prevent this self-detonation. Would the fourth form of the floating pagoda sword technique, the Oblivion Sword, suffice? although the sword technique carried the power to obliterate everything. He remained uncertain. Would this strike be effective against Shen Ran? It mattered not. He could only find out by trying. Qin Feng, weary of overthinking, raised the Longyuan sword and invoked the floating pagoda sword technique. Fourth form, Oblivion Sword. A formidable, ethereal black dragon emerged alongside the execution of the sword technique, cutting through the air. This strike drew upon all of Qin Feng's strength, as the fierce black dragon surged toward him. Shen Ran understood that he could not withstand it. He was now at the brink of self-detonation. Seeing Qin Feng intent on killing him, he resolved to take Qin Feng down with him. In that moment, Shen Ran hastened the process of absorbing and compressing his spiritual energy. He needed Qin Feng and his brother to accompany him to the grave. No. The elders were astonished to see Qin Feng voluntarily cancel the erase effect on Shen Ran at that crucial moment, leading them to believe he had lost his senses. Or perhaps his internal spiritual energy had finally run out, leaving him unable to sustain the array. Why Yi Qingxue smirked at the scene unfolding before her. She had predicted that this waste of a person could not possibly shine in such a manner. Ultimately, Wu Nti had fallen upon the elders to clean up his mess. Shi Tian, observing Yi Qingxue's expression, followed her gaze just in time to see Qin Feng swing his sword directly at Shen Ran. Was his junior sister truly captivated by this fool? As Shi Tian scrutinized Qin Feng, he noted that he was only at the 3rd level of the Qi Si. How dared a mere newcomer challenge him? A murderous intent crept into Shi Tian's gaze directed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng seemed to sense this hostility. His eyes flicked to the platform. What keen observation! Shi Tian's heart tightened. He felt compelled to ensure that this boy was not allowed to escape easily. For if he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he had unwittingly offended yet another individual. His focus remained solely on the imminent threat of Shen Ran's self-detonation, which collided with the force of Qin Feng's Oblivion Sword, creating a cataclysmic explosion. An ear-splitting roar reverberated through the air. The crowd felt as though their vision had been obscured by a blinding flash. They could see nothing. Qin Feng's body was thrown back by the overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, and although he was knocked back, he sustained minimal injuries. After hitting the ground, Qin Feng promptly got back to his feet. As the dust settled, the surrounding disciples finally discerned the chaos that had transpired. Many of those who had stood close to the arena were affected by the shockwave, suffering various injuries. Disciples from the medicine peak rushed over, quickly using stretchers to carry the wounded away. The elders, momentarily dazed by the recent upheaval, were brought back to reality only when the sect leader cleared his throat. They had not expected that before they could even breach the arena. The combatants had already shattered the formation. The arena lay in ruins, but fortunately, the outer door competition had concluded. The elder announced that the outer door competition had reached a satisfactory conclusion, declaring Shen Ran disqualified for using prohibited substances. Meanwhile, inner door disciple Qin Feng was rewarded for his triumph over the external sect's rogue cultivator. A plethora of rewards followed. The only prize that truly piqued Qin Feng's interest was a spot in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Speaking of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, it held significant potential. His master had previously suggested he visit, but alas, the realm had not yet opened, rendering his aspirations futile. After he had self-destructed his cultivation, many believed his chances had dwindled further. However, due to Qin Feng's remarkable performance in front of so many today, he was granted special permission to forego the upcoming inner door competition. How could this be? When the sect leader announced this, Yi Qingxue was the first to express her dissent. Master, he merely dealt with an outer disciple. Why should he be treated so uniquely? Could any of us not handle such a situation? If it had been one of us, would you reward us similarly? She could not abide the sect leader's favoritism towards Qin Feng. Not only was he exempt from the inner door competition, but he was also bestowed with an opportunity to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm without any assessment. Countless individuals had bled for such a chance. The sect looked on, somewhat helpless at the defiance of their disciple. Qingxue, now is not the time for your objections. Be quiet. The sect leader's voice rang out her mind that I know about your impulsive decision to withdraw your engagement with Qin Feng. Do you think I am unaware? Yi Qingxue was taken aback, falling silent. She had not anticipated her master would learn of this matter, yet she still questioned why her master insisted on binding her to that waist, after reprimanding his disciple. The sect leader turned to Qin Feng with a smile. "Qin Xiaoyu, what do you think of my arrangements?" Qin Feng remained silent, perplexed by the sect leader's intentions, as he had not previously heard of any connection between the leader and his master. Furthermore, during his 3 years of spirit guarding, he had not seen the leader visit or engage with him. Nevertheless, receiving a free spot in the 9 Nether Secret Realm trial was undoubtedly a gain for him. He clasped his hands, expressing his willingness to abide by the sect leader's arrangements. Excellent. The sect leader beamed with satisfaction, while the disciples below were left bewildered by the private conversation between the leader and Qin Feng. Noting the leader's apparent contentment, Chun Sheng watched the scene with gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly, fingers digging into his palms. This accursed individual. How could he survive this? He was now completely certain that his son's death was intricately linked to this person. He sought vengeance. Yet, even the sect leader had taken notice of him. Chun Sheng wished he could step forward, separate the two, and urgently warn the sect leader not to be swayed by this boy. He was no good. After concluding his conversation with the sect leader, Qin Feng found himself with little else to attend to as for the upcoming inner door competition. He held little interest. His focus remained on how to swiftly enhance his strength. Since he had decided to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm, he needed to familiarize himself with its information. Chapter 41. The top floor of the library facing Qin Feng's inquiry. The sect leader chuckled. "The materials you seek can be found in the sect's library. You may use my token to access them." As he spoke, the sect leader handed a token to Qin Feng, gazing at the gleaming sect token before him. Qin Feng's heart was filled with deeper suspicion. He could not shake the feeling that the sect leader seemed to be attempting to curry favor with him. How could this be possible? After all, he was merely a nascent practitioner at the Qi Si stage. Yi Qingxiu, witnessing this scene, was about to voice her thoughts when the sect leader cast a silent spell upon her. Shi Tian watched her with a pained expression. When he turned his gaze back to Qin Feng, the murderous intent in his eyes had nearly solidified into something tangible. Qin Feng did not recognize him, nor did he care. It was evident that this person did not belong to their sect. Should he dare to act against him within the sect, he would likely be swiftly suppressed before he could retaliate. Qin Feng's disdain was perceived by Shi Tian as an affront. He longed to rush forward and deliver 2 punches to Qin Feng. Yet currently, the sect leader was present, considering that they would eventually enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Shi Tian regarded Qin Feng with an enigmatic gaze, understanding that while he could not touch him within the sect, once outside its confines, the tables might turn. Qin Feng could clearly sense Shi Tian's hostility towards him. However, was he not also biding his time? Qin Feng cast a casual glance at him, then promptly departed the scene with the token bestowed by the sect leader. The sect leader had mentioned that there was something he desired in the library, and Qin Feng felt compelled to explore it. With the sect leader's token in hand, he navigated the library with ease, soon arriving at the top floor. The tomes housed there primarily contained the core secrets of the sect. And as Qin Feng surveyed the shelves, he noticed numerous high-level techniques, ranging from profound to earth tier, lying unattended that in truth, they were not neglected. Rather, only those who had achieved monumental feats were permitted access to this level. The librarians, upon seeing the sect leader's token in Qin Feng's possession, were momentarily struck dumb. After confirming multiple times, they finally grasped that it was indeed authentic, skimming past these coveted tomes, which would incite fierce competition among seekers. Qin Feng did not spare them a glance. His sole purpose for ascending to this level was to seek clues regarding the 9 Nether Secret Realm. The origin of such realms was shrouded in myriad rumors across the continent. Yet few had truly unraveled the mysteries behind them. Some claimed these secret realms were fragments of the continent itself, while others asserted they were nascent worlds that had inadvertently drifted into their domain. Regardless of the narrative, the existence of these realms was undeniably enigmatic. The 9 Nether Secret Realm, which they aimed to explore, was rumored to harbor non-human races, though the veracity of this remained uncertain. Qin Feng reached for a hefty tome titled 9 Nether Secrets. Its contents were heavily annotated, filled with the notes of predecessors who had ventured into the secret realm. Among the pages, he also discovered a handwritten map. Although it was prohibited for factions to employ various means to gather intelligence about the secret realms before entering, This restriction primarily applied to rogue cultivators. Sect disciples, like them, could hardly be expected to remain uninformed. After perusing the records, Qin Feng felt he had gained substantial insight. The rudimentary map detailed resource locations, firmly embedded in his memory, while the records indicated that upon entering the secret realm, they would be randomly teleported, making it uncertain whether they would arrive in familiar territories. The ever-changing environment of the secret realm, which opened only once every decade, necessitated vigilance. What puzzled Qin Feng was the mention of frequent tremors within the 9 nether secret realm. Countless cultivators sought to uncover the source of these disturbances, only to return empty-handed. He sensed that within lay a grand secret. Perhaps he could attempt to unravel it upon his entry. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Feng resolved to linger a while longer in the library. After all, opportunities to access the top floor were rare, and he had no intention of sharing his discoveries with others. Even if the sect leader were to learn of it, he likely would not hold him accountable. Resolute, Qin Feng remained in the library for 2 days. The elder guarding the library often hesitated to voice his concerns about Qin Feng's prolonged presence. Though he longed to remind him of the rules, the token in Qin Feng's possession rendered any such admonishments moot. Ignoring the unspoken tension, Qin Feng utilized his time to absorb new knowledge, planning to put his learnings into practice upon his return. When he finally exited the library, the elder behind him exhaled in relief. That moment, the sect leader's token seemed to sense something, transforming into a shooting star that soared from Qin Feng's grasp. Watching the departing token, Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to linger longer, for with the sect leader's token, he could traverse nearly all areas of the sect, barring the forbidden zones. Regretful as it was, he understood that the path ahead must be pursued. Upon returning to Yuhua Peak, he began contemplating the techniques and spells he had encountered over the past 2 days. Although these techniques did not possess the staggering power of the Buddhist sword art, their strategic application could yield remarkable results. For instance, the heart-reading technique allowed glimpses into one's thoughts. The tickling spell could induce uncontrollable laughter, and the truth-telling spell compelled honesty for a brief period. It was Qin Feng's first encounter with such an array of fascinating techniques, igniting his desire to master them, as he believed they would prove genuinely useful. Regarding swordsmanship, he also explored various sword arts, some soft and fluid, others fierce and unyielding, resembling both gentle waves and rushing torrents. Having acquired the divine demon sword bone alongside the Buddhist sword art, he recognized this as his primary cultivation technique now and in the future, that he needed to ensure he did not stray from the path while practicing the Buddhist sword art, lacking a master to guide him. He had to learn through observation. Fortunately, his comprehension was quite adept. By integrating multiple sword techniques, he found clarity on many previously perplexing issues. This sensation was akin to having his meridians opened, allowing a rush of relief. Qin Feng eagerly seized the Long Yuan sword, executing a series of sword techniques. Each of his movements seemed to resonate with the heavens, yet he remained oblivious to the world around him, lost in his own realm. Every action, the lift, stance, and sweep, was as beautiful as a painting, infused with an undeniable aura of lethal intent. Anyone daring to approach at that moment would be cleaved into fragments by the invisible sword chi. The surrounding flora danced in response to Qin Feng's movements, while he remained completely unaware. Upon completing the series of sword techniques, he suddenly realized how remarkably well he had performed today. In the past, finishing this sequence had often met with hindrance, but today was entirely different. Yet when he sought to recapture that earlier feeling, he found it elusive. Was that what enlightenment felt like? A flicker of understanding blossomed within him. He sensed that his internal energy had not diminished significantly, indicating that executing the technique had not depleted much of his power. If this could be applied in battle, he would not need to fear a shortage of internal energy when unleashing sword chi. With this thought, Qin Feng promptly settled into a meditative posture, eager to explore the insight he had just experienced. Time passed swiftly, and when Qin Feng finally opened his eyes, the world around him had transformed. Now, even without relying on spiritual awareness, he could distinctly perceive the swirling motes of dust in the air and the trajectories of falling leaves. Everything appeared strikingly clear. He had succeeded. A smile of joy graced Qin Feng's face. After days of effort to capture that fleeting inspiration, he had finally achieved it. His vision had sharpened, and his control over internal energy had become more refined. He would no longer collapse to the ground after unleashing a single powerful technique, as such behavior would be utterly inadvisable. After all, one could never know when an ambush might occur. Just as Qin Feng was gaining confidence in his abilities, a voice emanated from the sect's communication talisman, summoning all disciples participating in the upcoming 9 Nether Secret Realm expedition to gather in the sect leader's hall. Not daring to delay, Qin Feng hurried to the hall, albeit with some confusion. Had the intersect competition concluded so swiftly? Upon arriving at the sect leader's hall, he noted that the number of attendees was significantly reduced compared to before, and he recognized several familiar faces among them. Most notably, he spotted his former fiancée, Es, who now regarded him with hostility, as if they were adversaries that Yi Qingxue scoffed disdainfully. Turning her head, some people, relying on sheer luck and backdoor dealings, still have the audacity to show their faces here. The secret realm of Juyo is not to be underestimated, for its inhabitants will not spare you merely due to a stroke of good fortune. Among those present, who among them is not at the pinnacle of the Qi realm? If you still possess any semblance of dignity, I would advise you to forfeit voluntarily, lest you find yourself in peril with no one to rescue you. The mere thought of being associated with this loathsome man makes Yi Qingxue feel nauseated. What is most concerning is that this time, the gathering at the Juyo secret realm comprises the elite from various sects, and to have a mere ruffian infiltrate their ranks would be an utter disgrace. Qin Feng immediately sensed the unfriendly gazes directed at him to owe them. He was but an insignificant insect, barely worth their attention. After all, even an insect would know to wag its tail in submission in their presence. Ling Ningxiang, surrounded by others, observed this scene with undisguised disdain. She had initially thought that although Qin Feng might lack strength, he would at least possess some integrity. However, upon returning and conversing with Qingxue, she discovered that even his character was in question, that a person of such lowly caliber was not worth her time. In response to Yi Qingxue's mockery, Qin Feng merely smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Qingxue queried, feeling as though she was the subject of some ridicule. Yet, Qin Feng simply shook his head, deciding against speaking further, for he did not wish to inflict any more blows to the egos of certain individuals. A trivial matter like Yi Qingxue was of no concern to him. What truly mattered was the protector who constantly accompanied her. However, once they entered the secret realm, it was unlikely that her guardian would accompany her inside. Qin Feng squinted, already devising plans in his mind. He had not forgotten the vow he made. He intended to compel her to kneel and plead for the marriage contract to be returned. It was utterly nonsensical. As Qin Feng contemplated, Yi Qingxue perceived his actions as deliberate mockery. How could one behave in such an odd manner? With a cold huff, she dismissed Yi Feng, believing that engaging with such a fool would only degrade her own status. It would be best if someone so presumptuous perished within the Juyo secret realm. Qin Feng, unsure of how this woman could shift her demeanor so swiftly, nonetheless sensed her ill intentions, just as everyone had gathered. The sect leader finally made his appearance. He surveyed the group with satisfaction, recognizing that these individuals would become the leaders of the new generation of disciples within their sect. You should all understand why I have summoned you here today. Congratulations on standing out in this competition. You will represent our sect in the Juyo secret realm to seek opportunities. Each participant will not be treated unfairly by our sect. Whatever materials you discover within the realm, you need only submit half, and the remainder shall belong to you, of course. The sect will also provide a certain subsidy for the materials collected, ensuring no one incurs losses. Additionally, there are specific materials our sect is in dire need of. Should you find any of these during your exploration, please bring them back, as these materials can offset the 50 you owe. The sect leader distributed a small booklet to the crowd, which Qin Feng also received. It clearly listed rare materials and precious or that were seldom seen. It appeared the sect sought to incentivize its disciples to collect these valuable resources. After memorizing the contents of the booklet, Qin Feng tucked it away. Once he noticed everyone had finished reviewing it, the sect leader continued, "The Juyo secret realm is fraught with danger. We have one more day to prepare, in addition to the supplies provided. You may gather more resources during this time. Familiarize yourselves with the routes within the Jiuyo's secret realm, as your fellow disciples will be your natural allies once inside. The lecture concluded, primarily emphasizing camaraderie and vigilance against enemies. Along with anecdotes from the sect leader's youthful adventures, be wary of treachery. That will be all for today. You have one day to prepare. We shall meet at the airship tomorrow morning. The crowd dispersed. Qin Feng contemplated what he should prepare. His storage bag already contained a substantial amount of supplies, particularly after he sold the moon-watching toad meat, significantly replenishing his resources. He lacked offensive items for the time being, as the Long Yuan sword in his possession was his best means of attack. With his deepening comprehension of swordsmanship, he realized he could even release sword energy without relying on spiritual power, albeit with less potency. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would gradually enhance its power. Thus, he needed to focus on defense, healing, and being prepared to escape. Qin Feng did not consider himself invincible simply because of his strength. He knew there would be times he could not prevail. The primary objective in life is survival. If one were to lose their life, what meaning would there be in their gains? With thoughts of self-preservation, Qin Feng made his way to the equipment pavilion. In the formation passed down by the elder Xiaoyao, there existed a technique known as the substitute puppet technique, which allowed the transfer of fatal injuries from the master to a substitute through a formation. The substitute must resonate with the master's aura. Otherwise, the technique would be deemed a failure. Qin Feng sought to find an object that could harmonize with his aura to serve as a substitute, providing him a safeguard against mortal wounds. The equipment pavilion housed a myriad of items, mostly discarded belongings from disciples, broken tools, or weapons inadequate for their cultivations. Most visitors hoped to find hidden treasures, while others, unable to afford many spirit stones, sought unwanted goods. Like many others, Qin Feng wandered through the pavilion, contemplating his next move if he could not find what he sought. Eventually, in a corner, he stumbled upon a dull stone that appeared unremarkable. Yet upon drawing on his aura, he sensed something intriguing within. How much for this? 20. Without haggling, Qin Feng promptly transferred 20 contribution points. Just as he exited the equipment pavilion, a voice called out from behind, stopping him. There's something you need? Brother, you've been deceived by that old man. It's just a worthless stone, not worth 20 at all. For us outer disciples with low strength, the only tasks we can take on are tending to flowers or feeding beasts. Earning 5 contribution points from a task is already a tremendous boon. Someone like you, splurging on a piece of rock, is quite the spectacle. As Qin Feng listened to the young man ramble without clarity, he initially thought the fellow intended to snatch the stone from him. To his surprise, the lad was genuinely concerned. Brother, if you truly seek such stones, I know where to find plenty more. There's no need to waste your money. Intrigued, Qin Feng inquired, where is this place? Follow me, the young man replied, leading them towards the Sword Valley. Be careful here. This area is frequented by the disciples of the Battle Sword Peak, that if they catch us, we rebound to face their wrath. The disciples there are all lunatics. They challenge anyone they encounter. If you refuse, they let you go easily. Zhuangyu led the way cautiously, while Qin Feng followed leisurely. After several warnings, Zhuangyu resigned himself, regretting his decision to speak up. Should their actions draw the attention of the Battle Sword Peak disciples, he would undoubtedly be in trouble. Brother, the place I mentioned is just ahead. I've brought you here. Can we leave now? Following the direction Zhuangyu pointed, Qin Feng saw a forge, uncertain whether it was still in use. As he stepped inside, a wave of warmth greeted him. The temperature here was noticeably higher than the surroundings. Was this a place of underground fire? The ordinary flame failed to evoke any sense of restlessness within him. In that moment, Qin Feng experienced an instant of clarity. Observing his surroundings, he noted the chaotic atmosphere, and regarding the stones mentioned by Zhuangyu, he gazed down at his feet. These stones were likely remnants of countless individuals who had once forged swords here, gradually accumulating from the precious materials used in the process. Generally, people regarded such items as mere impurities, paying them little heed, yet Qin Feng was different. Having taken notice, he was determined not to overlook such valuable resources. Zhuangyu watched as Qin Feng began to gather the stones from the ground. Although unsure of their purpose, he felt compelled to collect some himself, given Qin Feng's interest. What are you doing? Who permitted you to come here? Just as Qin Feng was about to collect the last of the materials, a voice filled with anger rang out. The two turned to see Zhuang Yu's face turn pale. "Senior brother, we didn't mean to intrude. We'll leave right away. Wait, what were you digging for? Hand over what you have." Zhuang Yu, trembling with fear, tugged at Qin Feng, attempting to retreat, just as he took a step. A burly man stepped in front of them. "Could you please step aside, senior brother?" Zhuang Yu thought, tears welling in his eyes. How unfortunate he was to have sneaked in only to be caught red-handed. "My brother asked you a question, and you haven't answered. Do you intend to leave?" The man pressed. "Speak. What are you two doing here? Are you spies sent by the heretics?" "Senior brother, you're mistaken. I'm not a spy. We came here because we noticed that there are many stones, and we thought we could help clean up a bit since life isn't easy for the senior brothers." Zhuang Yu displayed the stones he had just dug up. The others glanced at the stones in his hands and then at the ground, realizing his words held some truth, yet they remained unconvinced. "What use are these worthless stones to warrant your special attention? You two must be spies from an external sect. Senior brother, let us not waste time with them. Just take them to the Elders' Hall. Everything will be clear there." Upon hearing they were to be taken to the Elders' Hall, Zhuang Yu burst into tears and pleaded with Qin Feng. "Senior brother, you must save me. As outer disciples, if we're taken to the Elders' Hall, we could suffer severe consequences, but you insisted I come with you. You can't just abandon me." Qin Feng sighed. He had never encountered someone so timid, and one with such a soft heart at that. "Enough. Release him." Qin Feng's voice carried an inherent authority. The members of the Battle Sword Peak looked at his intersect disciple attire and his strength at the third stage of Qi Si, falling into a momentary silence before ultimately letting Zhuang Yu go. Once released, Zhuang Yu quickly hid behind Qin Feng. The gaze of the Battle Sword Peak disciples returned to Qin Feng. "Since this matter involves you, senior brother, how do you intend to explain your actions today?" Though often labeled as brutes outside, the disciples of Battle Sword Peak were not truly foolish. The situation of the two appeared somewhat peculiar. Yet they had observed from a distance, and it seemed their sole aim was indeed the discarded stones. Rather than spies, it seemed they had discovered some hidden utility in these stones, prompting their deliberate search. Their eyes fixated on Qin Feng, who remained remarkably composed. "If they wish to stare, so be it. If I were to say that I came here solely for these stones, would you believe me?" "Of course, why wouldn't we believe that?" Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from behind the crowd. Upon hearing the voice, the disciples of Battle Sword Peak all bowed in respect. "Senior brother Luo." That was Luo Xuan, the chief disciple of Battle Sword Peak, possessing a 9th stage Qi Si cultivation. He was also one of the participants in the upcoming expedition to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Luo Xuan scrutinized Qin Feng. "I know you. Your reputation among us is nothing short of resounding. After all, none of us have been as fortunate as you, resolving a heretical seed and receiving a personal audience with the sect master, who granted you passage to the 9 Nether Secret Realm." Qin Feng listened to his words, uncertain of their intent. Luo Shuyuan seemed to sense his lack of eloquence and shifted his tone. "Brother Qin, while others attribute your success to luck, I hold a different view that I can feel the sword intent within you, like a mighty river, surging and unceasing. I firmly believe that as you grow, you may become a formidable rival that I witnessed today's events. The sect master has granted us a day to prepare, since you desire these stones, and as they hold no value for us, I can arrange to give them to you. However, it comes with a condition. You must duel with me." As he spoke, the battle intent radiating from Luo Xuan grew increasingly intense. Zhuang Yu felt a chill at the imposing figure before him, instinctively gripping Qin Feng's sleeve tighter. Qin Feng, however, remained unaffected, contemplating the worth of battling Luo Xuan. "Brother Qin, there's no need for further deliberation. Since you began your sword training, I presume you have yet to engage in a genuine duel with another sword cultivator. Cultivation requires mutual encouragement for growth. If you fear injury, I can suppress my cultivation to the 3rd stage of Qi Si for our match that will only compare sword techniques, not other aspects." Luo Shuyuan's words indeed stirred something within Qin Feng. Recalling his journey since acquiring the floating pagoda sword technique, he realized he had not truly sparred with anyone. Now, an opportunity presented itself, so why hesitate? "Very well, I accept. Excellent," Luo Xuan exclaimed. pulling Qin Feng toward the training ground, surrounded by onlookers from Battle Sword Peak. IS senior brother Luo going to dominate again. Who wants to bet on how many moves this fellow can withstand under senior brother Luo's blade? ILL wager he won T last a single move. That's a bit too dismissive. I'll bet he can last 3 moves. Zhuang Yu observed as the crowd readily fetched chairs and benches, betting on how many moves Qin Feng could endure against Luo Shun. This was merely a matter of how many moves. Qin Feng was the one he had brought along, and if something happened to him, how could he explain it to Qin Feng's family? No, that absolutely cannot happen. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Come, sit with us and enjoy the show. Someone grabbed Zhuang Yu, forcing him to sit down. Faced with the towering figures around him, Zhuang Yu found it difficult to resist. He could only silently pray for Qin Feng's safety, hoping that if he were injured, he wouldn't seek him out for medical expenses. On the training ground, Luo Shuyun asked, Brother Qin, are you ready? I've suppressed my cultivation to the 3rd stage of Qi Si, just as we agreed. Luo Shuyun could hardly contain his excitement. He sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from Qin Feng and was eager to engage. As soon as Qin Feng nodded, Luo Shuyun launched his attack, wielding a heavy sword that glimmered brilliantly. The two initially refrained from using spiritual power, relying solely on their physical strength and innate swordsmanship. When their swords clashed, both felt a jolt in their wrists, providing them with a basic understanding of each other's strength. Luo Shuyun was surprised that Qin Feng could withstand his raw physical power. After all, he had dedicated himself to refining his body since childhood through various medicinal substances. Meanwhile, Qin Feng realized that despite his relatively short time in cultivation, he possessed remarkable strength in an instant. Luo Shuyun's excitement surged. Qin Feng's prowess confirmed his initial judgment. Brother Qin, prepare yourself. I'm about to unleash my full strength, he warned. Bring it on. Qin Feng replied, equally invigorated. He hadn't anticipated that Luo Shuyun could match him blow for blow. At least in their current state, without using spiritual power. The spectators were astonished, particularly the disciples of Battle Sword Peak, witnessing someone who could actually hold their ground against senior brother Luo for the first time. Who was it that claimed the kid wouldn't last a single move? Could he truly be a swordsmanship genius? If he is, someone needs to inform the elders so they can swiftly recruit him to our side. The disciples of Zhangjin Peak engaged in fervent discussions below, while Qin Feng and his companion were locked in an intense duel on the training ground. Zhuang Yu watched, wide-eyed and incredulous, as he beheld this scene. He never anticipated that a casual acquaintance, a senior brother he had casually befriended, could stand toe-to-toe with Luo Shuyun. Given the impressive prowess of this senior brother, he wondered why he had never heard of him before. As the two combatants realized that they were unable to gain the upper hand without employing spiritual energy, they tacitly agreed to unleash their powers. With the infusion of spiritual energy, Luo Shuyun's sword became increasingly formidable, while Qin Feng's Long Yuan sword began to shimmer with an ethereal energy. As both combatants fully unleashed their potential, the onlookers belatedly recognized that their training ground lacked any defensive formations. The air crackled with sword energy. The earth trembled beneath their might. The first form of the Buddhist sword technique, killing sword, waves of energy surged outward, prompting those who could flee to do so. Those unable to escape relied on their own defensive skills. Some noticed that Zhuang Yu remained rooted to the spot, seemingly dazed, and quickly rushed over to pull him away, urging, "What are you doing? Hurry and get out of here." Given their strength, what do you think you're doing being so close? Zhuang Yu was not unwilling to flee. He was merely momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure, unable to react. "Thank you," he murmured. Yet, those who heard him were too engrossed in the spectacle to acknowledge his gratitude, their eyes fixated on the fierce competition unfolding before them. Both sides felt they had finally encountered worthy opponents. As the battle raged on, Luo Shuyun began to feel a sense of helplessness. The opponent before him, Qin Feng, was undeniably formidable to the observers. It appeared that their strengths were evenly matched, yet only Luo Shuyun understood that his techniques were nearing their limit. Conversely, Qin Feng, though employing similar moves, seemed to wield them with effortless grace. Upon realizing this, Luo Shuyun felt a sense of impending defeat. He could not help but contemplate unleashing his full power, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. He had already promised Qin Feng a fair match. Just as Luo Shiyuan was contemplating conceding, Qin Feng preemptively discerned his intention, sheathed his sword, and declared, "Indeed, Brother Luo's reputation precedes him. Let us consider this match a draw. Next time, when we have both advanced in strength, we shall compete again." Surprised by Qin Feng's willingness to offer him an easy way out, Luo Shiyuan initially hesitated but soon smiled and replied, "Very well. Today's sparring session with Brother Qin has been immensely beneficial, at the very least. It has made me realize that there are always greater heights to aspire to, with my current strength. I must remain diligent. By the way, Brother Qin, I notice that your sword technique seems quite extraordinary. Yet, I observed some stiffness in your wrist during execution. Had it not been for that, you might not have been able to sustain your performance for such a duration, especially after employing spiritual energy, which made your sword energy even more domineering." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng began to ponder. Sometimes, it was only the observers who could see things more clearly. It's something I can think about later. After all, cultivation is a continuous journey of improvement. Tomorrow, we are set to depart for the Juyo secret realm. Perhaps we can form a team then. In truth, had it not been for the mysterious force that separated them upon entering the Juyo secret realm, they would naturally have been allies, as long as there were no disputes over interests. Upon hearing Luo Shiyuan's words, Qin Feng resolved to reflect on his technique later, for the immediate concerns loomed large. It was certainly better to be aware of problems than to remain oblivious to them. As the disciples of Zhang Jianpeak observed, the duel finally concluded, and they cautiously returned to their positions. "Who do you think won this match? It seems like a draw to me," remarked one perceptive disciple. "Is that true? A draw. Can anyone truly match Luo Shixiao in swordsmanship?" Though they had witnessed the battle, the disciples were still taken aback by the outcome. Some began to look at Qin Feng with a hint of admiration, while others speculated that Luo Shixiao had intentionally held back, asserting that no one could truly match him otherwise. "Luo Shixiao, am I right? This match was deliberately thrown, wasn't it?" one disciple pressed. Luo Shiyuan felt his face flush at this line of questioning. It was clearly Qin Feng who had allowed the draw. Had Qin Feng not taken the initiative, he might have faced defeat himself. "You need not speak further. A draw is a draw. Moreover, this matter must not be spread beyond these walls," Luo Shiyuan cautioned the others. Qin Feng's willingness to concede a draw was a matter of respect, and should he boast about it carelessly, it would be inappropriate. Upon hearing Luo Shiyuan's admonition, the onlookers began to speculate. Convinced that this was indeed a case of Luo Shixiao deliberately holding back, for how could someone like Qin Feng truly stand against him? Unfortunately, they could not articulate their arguments in Luo Shiyuan's defense. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of his juniors, Luo Shiyuan returned to his residence after bidding farewell to Qin Feng, reflecting on the insights gained from their encounter. After parting ways with Luo Shiyuan, Qin Feng decided to return and see if he could develop the substitute puppet technique today. As for Zhuangyu, Qin Feng glanced at him and asked, "Do you have accommodations in the outer sect? If you wish, you may come and assist me in managing Yuhua Peak. Aside from the places I've mentioned you must avoid, you're free to roam elsewhere. Additionally, here are my requests. See if you can fulfill them." "Absolutely," Zhuangyu exclaimed in excitement at the prospect of staying at Yuhua Peak. That he was not foolish, and now he finally understood who Qin Feng truly was. Just knowing that much dispelled any lingering doubts about the rumors circulating outside. In his eyes, despite their limited interaction, he genuinely admired Qin Feng. Qin Feng paid no heed to Zhuangyu's thoughts and summoned Yang Tian using a communication talisman. Even if it was just the two of them, they would supervise one another. After issuing his instructions, he indicated that he would be entering seclusion and requested they refrain from disturbing him. Chapter 46. The Heavenly Demon Sect. On the following day, Qin Feng emerged from his seclusion. After a night of relentless effort, he had successfully extracted a blue-green substance from the stone, which resonated with his own essence that he subsequently crafted 2 puppets from it, thus acquiring 2 substitutes. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Tian and Zhuangyu at the entrance, Qin Feng proceeded to the designated spots as instructed by the sect leader. Though he arrived neither too early nor too late, Luo Shiyuan greeted him immediately. expressing genuine gratitude and contemplating a rematch in the future. Seeing Luo Xian interacting with Qin Feng, Yi Qingshu interjected with a sardonic tone. Some individuals who have taken shortcuts should at least understand the rules. With so many of us present, it is rather inappropriate for him to arrive late and keep us waiting. The onlookers could clearly perceive her disdain for Qin Feng, and those eager to curry favor with her turned their discontented gazes toward him. Yi Shiji is right. If some people lack ability, they should possess the self-awareness to acknowledge Yi Shiji is of great worth. She is not someone just anyone can associate with, they chimed in. Hearing the disparaging remarks directed at Qin Feng, Luo Shiyuan felt compelled to speak up in his defense. After all, Qin Feng was a brother he recognized, and he could not allow anyone to insult him. Just as he was about to intervene, Qin Feng preemptively stopped him. With a cold gaze, he addressed the naysayers, stating, "Some people, rather than valuing their own worth, choose to act as sycophants. Why should we stoop to their level? The more pressing matter is that our leading elder is about to arrive." Qin Feng was uncertain which side the leading elder would support if the situation escalated. For now, their priority was to reach the Juyo secret realm. He cast a warning glance at the individuals who had spoken earlier, silently wishing they would not encounter him alone within the realm. As they processed Qin Feng's insult, the faces of the few who had spoken turned an ugly shade. They contemplated retaliating against him, but were quickly restrained by those around them that we are all of the same sect. Let us remain calm and avoid any conflict. We can address our grievances in the secret realm. Someone suggested, I'll let him off this time, but he better not fall into my hands next time." Both parties exchanged glances, each harboring similar thoughts. As the time drew near, the leading elder soon arrived. To their astonishment, it was none other than Murong Shui leading the expedition. Accompanying her was Elder Bailey, a renowned peak-level powerhouse in the Shuntai realm. It seemed their safety was assured this time. As the elder leading the team appeared, gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the crowd. Upon his arrival, the elder first introduced himself to everyone, then added, "Recently, numerous locations across our continent have been plagued by the emergence of malevolent practitioners, and their activities have become increasingly rampant. Therefore, for the safety of your journey, we shall take the lead this time. However, once you enter the secret realm, we will no longer be able to accompany or protect you. At that moment, the only reliance you will have is upon yourselves. Moreover, each time the gates of the secret realm open, countless cultivators have perished within. If any of you wish to withdraw, now is the time to do so. Once we set forth, it will be too late to change your mind." Despite the elder's words, not a single person in attendance faltered. What a jest, as they had fought tooth and nail to secure this opportunity. With no one backing down, the elder smiled with satisfaction. The spirit vessel ignited, soaring into the heavens. The onlookers gazed in rapt attention at the scenery outside, many experiencing such a view for the first time. Qin Feng surveyed the magnificent landscape before him, a surge of lofty ambition swelling within him. Soaring to the skies, a true man, born between heaven and earth, should traverse the North Sea at dawn and the Kangwu at dusk. To ascend to the azure sky and grasp the bright moon, to exchange it for the great Peng of the North Sea. In an instant, Qin Feng's state of mind experienced a profound breakthrough. Murong Shui looked at him in surprise, wondering if he had attained enlightenment so swiftly. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, his mindset had indeed elevated. He simply felt that, gazing upon this grand vista, many of his previously insurmountable troubles suddenly became clear. It was then that he realized he had not forgotten many matters, but had merely suppressed them in his heart until this very day. With this understanding, Qin Feng chose not to continue gazing at the scenery outside, but returned to his cabin to resume his cultivation and meditation. Luo Xian, initially intending to discuss how they would regroup upon entering the secret realm, was taken aback to see Qin Feng once again enter seclusion. If those more capable than him were still striving diligently, what reason did he have not to do the same? Yi Qingshu had just prepared to summon all those participating in the secret realm to heed her words, only to find herself thwarted by Luo Xian. The 9 nether secret realm lay to the north of the sect, and after a day's journey aboard the flying vessel, they arrived at their destination. With Qin Feng concluding his training, stepping onto the deck of the vessel, Qin Feng observed that, aside from their Wangu Tianzong ship, numerous smaller sect vessels were moored nearby. These diminutive vessels were evidently not spacious. And Qin Feng even noticed some carrying only a mere pair of disciples, with the helmsman being the sect master of these minor sections. Upon spotting the Wanggu Tianzong, the smaller sect vessels hastily made way, their tones laden with deference. Just then, a brash voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to someone exceedingly arrogant. "Wanggu Tianzong, is there no one left? Why do you dare bring anyone into this secret realm?" The speaker gestured toward the young individual. "Look, this little one has merely reached the 3rd level of the Sea of Qi, and you dare to bring him in. Are you not afraid of him perishing within? Guyu." Elder Bailey's gaze turned icy as he fixed a cold stare upon the speaker, a flicker of murderous intent evident in his eyes. The audacity of the Tianma sect was indeed growing bolder, daring to mock the Wanggu Tianzong. "Oh, Bailey, you old man, do not regard me with such a look. Those unaware might think you have taken a liking to me." Guyu's voice dripped with a hint of effeminacy. "Who would take a liking to you, you insufferable fop, since you have already arrived? Can we not open the secret realm now?" Upon hearing Elder Bailey mention the matter at hand, the speaker finally lowered the fan that had concealed his face, revealing a countenance that was androgynous in nature. "You know I detest being called effeminate." The air grew tense with a palpable killing intent. Qin Feng's senses heightened instantly. He was uncertain whether a confrontation would ensue under such circumstances, yet he recognized that this effeminate individual, exuding an overwhelming aura, was undoubtedly a formidable presence at the divine stage. However, he could not discern who was stronger, him or Elder Bailey. Chapter 47. Get lost, regardless of who was more powerful, if a battle were to break out. Qin Feng's foremost priority would be to ensure his own safety. Meanwhile, he pondered the origins of the Tianma sect, which dared to challenge the Wanggu Tianzong. He inquired of a nearby individual. Soon, he was informed that the Tianma sect had suddenly established itself nearby 5 years prior, initially appearing as an inconspicuous minor sect. Yet, in a mere 5 years, they had evolved into a force that could stand toe-to-toe with the Wanggu Tianzong. Furthermore, the practitioners within the Tianma sect cultivated demonic techniques. Although practitioners of demonic arts were not universally reviled like malevolent cultivators, no respectable cultivator would voluntarily associate with them, given that most demonic practitioners were known for their erratic temperaments. After all, one could never predict which word might provoke them. Such individuals were known to employ lethal force without hesitation. You may not be aware, but I heard from my elders that the 9 Nether Secret Realm was once exclusively ours, the Wanggu Tianzong. However, ever since these demonic practitioners arrived, it seems they have employed some means to usurp a significant portion of our authority over the management of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Now, we must seek their permission to enter our own secret realm. As he spoke, the disciples' tone brimmed with indignation. After all, who could bear to see something that rightfully belonged to them seized by others? Qin Feng listened and began to understand the situation. However, he still had questions. Since the Tianma sect had managed to grow to such an extent in just 5 years, was their sole aim merely to stand equally with the Wanggu Tianzong? He found this notion improbable and unrealistic. There must be more to the story that he was unaware of. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed ahead, where Elder Bailey was locked in a standoff with the opposing faction, and the other elders had gathered around him, standing united against the adversaries. Very well. A clash seemed imminent. A figure emerged from the demonic vessel, exuding an aura reminiscent of scholarly grace. Since we are all here to partake in the secret realm and our neighbors, there is no need for hostility. His voice was soothing, and his overall demeanor resembled that of a learned scholar. Blood-Rain Scholar. Someone recognized him and called out his name, their expression filled with wariness. Elder Bailey's countenance grew grave. He had not expected the Blood Demon sect to send forth this harbinger of death. Yet, fortunately, it appeared that the other party did not have intentions of aggression at present, which allowed them to breathe a slight sigh of relief while remaining on guard. Everyone, please do not be alarmed. Did I not say we are friends? Since you are all so tense, let us proceed. Bailey, my friend, it seems the time is right. Why don't we open the array and allow everyone to enter? Though uncertain of the opposing party's true intentions, Elder Bailey nodded in agreement. He then turned to address his companions. Be cautious once you enter the secret realm, that if you encounter disciples of the Taihuang sect, fight if you can, but if you cannot, flee. Also, remember to keep the life-saving talismans provided by the sect on your person at all times. If you find yourselves in dire peril, crush them. I shall await your return outside. All the various sects took this moment to earnestly remind their disciples. Qin Feng felt the talisman hanging from his waist, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to stow it in his storage pouch. After all, should he lose it, he would have to wait for a month until the secret realm reopened to escape. And he had no idea what might transpire in the meantime. Just as Qin Feng prudently resolved to change his appearance once inside, the gates of the secret realm finally swung open under the combined efforts of both factions. Gentlemen, enter, with the Blood Rain scholar as command. Elder Bailey prepared the disciples of the Wangu Tianzong to embark. Qin brother, let us go together and see if we can fortuitously end up together, Luo Shun suggested to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. A whirlwind of chaos ensued. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself on a small island, surrounded by lush, verdant trees, just as he was about to assess his surroundings. An unsettling sensation enveloped his feet. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ah! Help me! Countless crocodiles surged from the water, their large eyes fixated upon him, exuding an unnerving presence. Qin Feng reacted instinctively, leaping upwards. A massive maw nearly clamped down on his ankle. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He had not anticipated such misfortune, being teleported into a crocodile-infested pool. Yet he was marginally better off than the others. Having not been plunged directly into the water, someone nearby spotted Qin Feng and cried out, "Fellow Taoist, save me! Help!" The man was ensnared by a crocodile, which executed a deadly roll, and soon the entire pond was awash in blood. More and more crocodiles began to awaken. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's heart raced. He quickly activated his techniques, and, seizing the moment while the crocodiles were still dazed, began to frantically escape by leaping atop their heads. Damn it! Only at the four-symbol stage can one hover briefly in mid-air. His current strength had yet to reach such heights, forcing him to rely on mundane agility to leap from one object to another. After narrowly escaping the encirclement of crocodiles, Qin Feng finally found the energy to examine the map in his possession. The entire Nine-Nether secret realm was divided into 4 cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north, and he currently found himself situated in the southeast. However, he could not precisely determine his exact location and could only proceed while observing his surroundings. Fortunately, the map had already indicated the perilous areas explored by previous adventurers. As Qin Feng scrutinized the map, he discovered a deep chasm nearby, the origins of which remained a mystery. Within this chasm lingered a particularly peculiar gray mist. Any cultivator who came into contact with it risked losing their internal spiritual energy. It was said that those who ventured into the depths of the chasm never returned. Qin Feng had no intention of heading in that direction. His goal was precisely the opposite, an area marked on the map as a medicinal herb garden, which also contained one of the crops required by his sect. With his decision made, he quickened his pace, eager to avoid being beaten to the location to AS for contacting the sect. Qin Feng deemed it unnecessary at the moment. As he hurried along, he ultimately found himself a step too late. This is the territory of our Tianling sect. You, a mere rogue cultivator, should return whence you came. Since entering the secret realm, Qin Feng had changed into a different set of clothes. Now he was confronted at the entrance of the herb garden by several disciples of the Tianling sect. He had no intention of tolerating their domineering demeanor. Get lost. With that single word, an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged forth. Chapter 48. Are you insane? To everyone's astonishment, Qin Feng acted on his words without hesitation. The 2 disciples were struck by his imposing presence, their faces paling in fear. They hailed from a minor sect and had only just begun to cultivate in the Qi realm. Senior, please calm down. We are members of the Tianling sect, and there are numerous senior brothers here. Even if you are in the mid-stage of the Qi realm, you surely cannot contend with so many of our senior brothers. They threatened, attempting to leverage their connections against him. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly at their words. Did you just say you have many senior brothers here? If memory serves, you should have only just arrived in this secret realm. How could they possibly have gathered so quickly? a sense of suspicion prickled at him. The two disciples, believing their threats to be effective, had shifted from a state of fear to one of smugness. Of course, our senior brothers are peak Qi realm experts. With their backing, we can traverse this secret realm without issue. I advise you, rogue cultivator, not to provoke us. Hearing their arrogant declarations, Qin Feng could only chuckle coldly. Even if your senior brothers are formidable, what does that have to do with you? With a swift motion, two heads flew high into the air. Qin Feng, indifferent, strode into the herb garden. Though it was labeled a herb garden, it was merely a hastily delineated area. It appeared that a sect had once occupied this space. From the remnants of collapsed walls, Qin Feng discerned faint traces of formations. Puzzled, he scanned his surroundings. The two guards had claimed that many of their senior brothers were present, yet thus far, he had seen no sign of anyone. The herbal plants around him, particularly the precious moonshadow flowers, showed no evidence of having been harvested. The two disciples had spoken of their comrades, but their whereabouts remained a mystery. Until he located them, Qin Feng dared not let his guard down, keeping his Dragon Abyss sword at the ready. As he ventured deeper, the narrow path seemed endless. Logically, a typical herb garden could not be so expansive, yet Qin Feng had not encountered any repeated scenery. After walking for a while longer, he suddenly halted, his sharp gaze scanning the vicinity, as if something had caught his attention. In an instant, his divine sense emanated outward, and with a fierce thrust of sword intent, he struck at the spiritual flowers and herbs nearby. Showing no mercy, fragments of foliage scattered into the air, and the scene before him abruptly transformed. Indeed, it was as he suspected. A wry smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. The individual who devised this formation was truly a genius. They had utilized the limits of common understanding, crafting a seemingly simplistic yet ingeniously intricate formation from the very spiritual flowers and herbs of reality. This had provided Qin Feng with a valuable lesson. He could draw inspiration from this when setting up formations in the future. However, he recognized that he would need to make further enhancements, for if someone discerned its nature, dismantling it would be all too easy. As he surveyed his surroundings once more, the meandering path had vanished, replaced by several individuals who gazed at him in astonishment. "How did you get in here?" one of them exclaimed, staring at Qin Feng. "Why waste time talking to him? Are you worried our plans will be thwarted? Hurry and take him down. Kill him." The urgency in his companion's voice snapped the first individual back to reality. Nodding dumbly, he brandished his weapon and lunged at Qin Feng. Seeing them act, Qin Feng did not hold back, summoning forth the phantoms of sword intent. This was a new technique he had developed, and its effectiveness was remarkable that he named it 10,000 swords returning to the sect. "Everyone, be cautious. He is a sword cultivator." It was well known that sword cultivators were the most formidable among their peers, and these individuals were acting like wild lunatics, reckless in their approach. "Let us surround him. There is safety in numbers," the leader shouted. Yet before they could converge, Qin Feng's sword had already felled the majority of them. How are they so weak? Qin Feng frowned. He recalled that he should not have possessed such overwhelming strength. He had initially intended to test their capabilities. To his astonishment, these foes were far less resilient than anticipated. Just as he prepared to eliminate the remaining opponents, he suddenly observed that those who had fallen were rising again in grotesque postures. Their faces bore no trace of the warmth of life. What in the world is this? Qin Feng had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The dead could rise again, and it was evident that this was likely the result of some nefarious sorcery. Were the Tianling sect members themselves corrupted by dark forces, or were they mere puppets of sinister practitioners? Confusion clouded his mind, but regardless, these beings had to be eradicated. Coincidentally, the adversaries before him clearly shared a similar sentiment. Charge! Several figures, resembling zombies, lunged towards Qin Feng, having just moments ago been alive. Yet now, their faces were marred with the marks of decay. This transformation could not have occurred in mere moments. Their mode of attack was brutally simple. They pounced, biting and clawing. However, when Qin Feng's sword struck them, the impact resonated like metal clashing. Only by channeling spiritual energy could he sever their limbs. Yet these creatures seemed oblivious to pain and fatigue. Even when dismembered, they would continue to pursue him. Recognizing the complexity of dealing with these entities, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the audacious individuals nearby who who were reveling in the sight of him being pursued by the undead. I advise you to stop struggling. Can't you see you're already injured? Soon, as the poison spreads through your body, you too will become like them. Ha ha ha. In their minds, no matter how formidable Qin Feng might be as a sword cultivator, he would soon be under their control. The thought of seeing a once proud sword cultivator reduced to a mindless creature thrilled them. Upon hearing their taunts, Qin Feng swiftly assessed his own condition. Indeed, he detected an unusual aura coursing through his meridians. His expression hardened as he realized he had been struck. When had he been compromised? Upon inspection, he discovered a minuscule wound on his arm. Likely from a careless brush, that he could hardly believe that he had been poisoned in such a manner. What sort of malevolent force was this? In light of the circumstances, Qin Feng resolved to end this swiftly. Since these beings were under the thrall of their masters, he would simply eliminate them all. Buddha's sword technique, fourth style, Oblivion Sword. Are you insane? Stop. The moment they realized Qin Feng was willing to drag them down with him, the expressions on their faces shifted dramatically. Chapter 49. Apologize at once? They hastily drew their defensive artifacts. In an instant, various luminous auras erupted. Yet, despite their efforts, their defenses were no match for Qin Feng. And soon he stood before the last remaining disciple. Please, don't kill me. The final Tianling sect disciple stammered, trembling at the sight of his fallen companions. Enough with the nonsense. Answer my questions. What are you despicable beings? What is your purpose in the secret realm? And where are your comrades? Speak, or I will ensure you wish you hadn't been born. Please, don't say it's all a misunderstanding. We were coerced. The heavenly demon sect threatened us, saying if we didn't follow their orders, they would annihilate our entire sect. We are victims here, standing on the same side as you. The individual lamented, Hero, I see you possess remarkable strength. But you truly have no need to wade into this murky water. You should utilize your teleportation token now to leave this secret realm directly, while they have yet to engage in combat. In this vast world, where can you not go? He observed that Qin Feng was merely a loose cultivator, not anticipating such misfortune to befall them on their very first day. However, it was fortunate that their adversaries were merely loose cultivators, not disciples of those large sections. If you are unwilling, with your strength, we can petition the higher-ups for you. What do you desire? We shall strive to accommodate you in a bid to preserve his own life. This man was truly desperate. Nevertheless, a veneer of indifference graced Qin Feng's countenance as he continued to inquire. Tell me, what is the nature of those substances? How can their poison be neutralized? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the man recalled that Qin Feng had indeed been poisoned moments earlier. His complexion instantly turned ashen. What has happened to this esteemed senior? Do you not know? Qin Feng's voice gradually took on a perilous tone, causing the man to break into a cold sweat. If you are unaware, then prepare to meet your demise. No, I know. As Qin Feng prepared to strike, the man, terrified, shut his eyes. The only way to resolve this sinister poison was to seek the blood demon sect, for they were the ones who had developed it. Very well. I thank you for your answer. Without affording the man another moment to speak, Qin Feng promptly sent him to meet his ancestors. Even in death, he remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. After dealing with the man, Qin Feng sighed. Initially, he intended to act alone, but now, it seemed evident that those from the Blood Demon sect had allied with these minor forces. He wondered just how many of their number were concealed within this secret realm, that if by chance there were indeed many of them, coupled with the overwhelming number of sinister corpses like the ones encountered earlier. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine that he retrieved the communication jade slip bestowed upon him by his sect. This artifact could reveal the locations of other sect members within a certain range. Qin Feng infused it with spiritual energy and soon discerned a red, indicating that it was not far from his location. Following the direction indicated by the red dot, Qin Feng hastened his journey. Before long, he discovered several figures clad in the robes of sect disciples, and to his surprise, they were the very individuals he knew best. He had not anticipated that they would encounter the disciples of the heavenly demon sect here. However, these members of the Blood Demon sect had yet to summon those sinister corpses, but even in their absence, Yi Qingxue and her companions were still no match for them. Junior sister, you must flee. I will hold them off. A fellow disciple stood before the assailants, calling out to Yi Qingxue, Quickly, go and summon reinforcements. Additionally, inform the others to be cautious of the blood demon sect. No, Yi Qingxue rejected vehemently. Senior brother, if we are to flee, we flee together. I cannot bear to see you face them alone. From the shadows, Qin Feng observed the scene unfold, indifferent to their futile struggle that if you wish to escape, do so swiftly. If you intend to stay, unite and attack. What is the point of this melodrama? Do you truly believe that such antics will deter the enemy? Qin Feng found it incomprehensible what thoughts occupied Yi Qingxue's mind. However, realizing that their defeat was imminent, he understood that it was time for him to intervene. Though Yi Qingxue's foolishness was apparent, she was still a member of his sect, and he intended to wait until the moment when all sect members were present to demand her sincere apology. If she were to perish at the hands of outsiders, who could he turn to in the future? Just as Yi Qingxue and her companion believed their demise was inevitable, a sword suddenly shot towards them. Who goes there? The disciples of the heavenly demon sect, surprised by an unexpected rescuer, cast fierce glares at Qin Feng. Yi Qingxue, witnessing someone come to her aid, felt a rush of joy mixed with trepidation as she turned to see who it was. She had hoped for the handsome young man, but to her dismay, it was the very person she wished to avoid. Qin Feng, Yi Qingxue's expression darkened. This waste, what is he doing here? If he sees the situation, why does he not flee? Does he intend to die alongside me? This insufferable sycophant. He should not presume that such actions will win my affection. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, Yi Qingxue was entangled in her own thoughts. He was currently preoccupied with dealing with the two disciples of the heavenly demon sect. What are you two still doing standing there? Hurry and lend a hand, if the two of you cannot handle these few adversaries together. Do you expect me to manage alone? Although Qin Feng was indeed handling them with relative ease, he questioned why he should bear the burden alone at such a time. The two, previously frozen in place, were taken aback by Qin Feng's unexpected words. However, Li Guanyang, who bore the brunt of the injuries, was the first to react, propping himself up with his sword. Senior brother, I am coming to assist you. Yi Qingxue, witnessing this, furrowed her brows in discontent. She felt a sense of injustice at Qin Feng's indifference towards them while simultaneously lacking a retort. With their combined efforts, the disciples of the blood demon sect before them were finally vanquished. Thank you, senior brother. May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Guanyang asked respectfully after the battle had concluded. Yi Qingxue scoffed disdainfully. You dare to inquire of him? He is the most useless disciple of our sect. Qin Feng. Even without him, we would have triumphed today. I could simply use the life-saving talisman my master bestowed upon me. Regardless, once we exit, my master will continue to provide for me. Junior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? You must apologize to this esteemed senior. Li Guanyang interjected, realizing the gravity of the situation. With this senior's capabilities, how could he possibly be that rumored waste? Just as Li Guanyang prepared to express his gratitude, he was taken aback by Yi Qingxue's sudden remarks, prompting him to urge her to apologize. Chapter 50. What do you think I discovered? Upon hearing Li Guanyang's words, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Am I truly that waste of whom you speak? That is impossible, Li Guanyang instinctively retorted. How could the person before him possibly be the infamous waste? If the individual before them were truly a waste, then what did that make those who required his rescue? Li Guanyang dared not contemplate the implications. Yi Qingxue, feeling the awkwardness of the moment due to Li Guanyang's remarks, was caught in an uncomfortable silence. After all, it was a fact that Qin Feng had saved them, even if it might have merely been a coincidence. Qin Feng had no desire to dwell on this topic, now that there are only the two of you left from our sect. Where are the other disciples? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Li Guanyang realized he had indeed misspoken earlier. He apologized to Qin Feng, stating, as for the other disciples, I have only encountered Sister Qingxue thus far, and we are still searching for the others. He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Yi Qingxue, however, wore a cold expression, maintaining her silence despite the multitude of questions that swirled in her mind. After all, what did it matter that Qin Feng had reached the third stage of the Qi Si? Such cultivation was insignificant compared to those favored by the heavens. Now that Qin Feng's cultivation was advancing rapidly, it was still all thanks to his previous accumulation of resources. Once he exhausted those reserves, he would revert to being nothing. Qin Feng remained oblivious to Yi Qingshue's thoughts, wearing an expression of amusement. He chose to disregard her. Addressing Li Guanyang, he recounted the circumstances he had encountered. Given the recent anomalies occurring within this secret realm, it is imperative that we act swiftly to notify our sect's disciples so they may prepare in advance. Additionally, I must emphasize that we should prioritize informing our sect members. The awareness of those outside is of no consequence. His tone carried an air of urgency. Upon hearing his authoritative tone, Yi Qingxue bristled. Why must I be the one to notify them? Why can't you do it instead? And why should I heed your commands? Just because you rescued me, she added with a haughty tone, I forgot to mention. Even if you had not intervened, I would have been just fine. Noticing Yi Qingshue's refusal to understand, Qin Feng drew his Long Yuan sword and pointed it at her, his voice frigid that I am not negotiating with you. You will inform them, whether you wish to or not. As for why I am not the one doing it, that is not your concern, were it not for the absence of communication methods for the other sect disciples. He would not require her assistance. Seeing Qin Feng brandishing his sword, a genuine aura of menace emanating from him, cold sweat beaded on Yi Qingshue's brow. How had she forgotten that this man was notoriously unreasonable and utterly lacking in respect for female cultivators? Li Guanyang, witnessing the tension, felt his heart race, thought he hastily intervened. Senior brother Qin, sister Qingxue did not mean it. Please do not escalate this. That I understand you both have grievances, but how about this? I will assist you in contacting the others. Just put down your sword. We are all from the same sect. Let us not damage our camaraderie. I seen your brother. Do not waste your breath on him. I refuse to believe that he would dare to kill me. Yi Qingxue retorted defiantly. Qin Feng, I understand your intentions. You are merely envious of my relationship with Li senior brother. But I have made it abundantly clear. I am a free person, and you have no right to dictate my actions. If you wish to feel envious, you can only blame yourself for being so ineffectual. If you were truly exceptional, before she could utter a word, Qin Feng's Long Yuan sword had already swept towards her neck. Yi Qingshue's pupils constricted violently, and she instinctively channeled her spiritual energy to retreat. Li Guanyang, taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden aggression, hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Senior brother Qin, observing Yi Qingxue, who lay helplessly on the ground. Qin Feng coldly sheathed his sword, stating, were it not for our shared sect, you would already be dead. Senior brother Qin, Li Guanyang watched in trepidation. The tasks entrusted to you must be executed with utmost diligence. I grant you but a single opportunity. Should any misfortune arise thereafter, do not claim I did not forewarn you. With that, Qin Feng departed. The two of them, witnessing his demeanor, dared not inquire about his destination. Even now, Yi Qingshuo felt a lingering dread. Yet, once she regained her composure, her eyes brimmed with resentment. Li Guanyang cautiously glanced at her. Junior sister, perhaps we should heed his words. After all, we are of the same sect. And junior brother Qin is unlikely to deceive us. He too felt that Yi Qingshue's actions had been somewhat misguided. As members of the same sect, even if personal grievances existed, it would be prudent to unite for the sake of the sect's interests in such matters. Why should I listen to him? You can listen to him. Yi Qingshuo retorted coldly, turning to leave. The mere fact that he had saved her did not obligate her to follow his orders. That was out of the question. Qin Feng, meanwhile, retrieved the sect's jade slip, intent on discovering whether he might encounter anyone else along the way. Additionally, he held little trust in Yi Qingshuo. If she were indeed to betray him, he could not afford to gamble on that. He remained uncertain about the true intentions of the Tianma sect and what cards they held. That entity was notoriously difficult to deal with. Had he not awakened the sword seed, he would have been forced to rely on temporary sealing to contain it within his body. In any case, this situation proved challenging even for him. He found it hard to believe that among the individuals in this secret realm, whose highest cultivation level did not exceed the peak of the Qi Si, anyone could awaken a sword seed as he had. This was a source of pride unique to Qin Feng, a testament to his dominance within the secret realm. Following the directives on the jade slip, Qin Feng once again made his way toward populated areas. Yet he did not forsake the resources along the path. He collected various spiritual herbs and plants, filling his inventory. But he could either refine them into elixirs with the help of an alchemist upon his return or sell them outright. With a thud, another beast fell, and Qin Feng withdrew his sword, wiping the blood from its blade. Under his care, the Long Yuan sword had become more subdued in brilliance, while within it, the shadow of a black dragon frolicked joyfully beside the sword seed. Qin Feng sensed the state of his own power and discovered he had made further progress. His actual strength now stood at the 7th level of the Qi Si, yet his combat prowess could rival that of the Four Symbols realm. At this moment, Qin Feng was confident that, within this secret realm, ordinary cultivators would stand no chance against him. "Brother Qin, I finally found you." Just as Qin Feng prepared to move on, a warm voice called out. He turned to see Luo Xuan, surprised by his swift arrival. Prior to entering the secret realm, they had exchanged contact information, and once inside, Luo Xuan had promptly sent word, upon discovering their respective locations, one in the east and the other in the west. Luo Xuan had to traverse a considerable distance, facing potential dangers along the way. Qin Feng had not wished for him to come, deciding that they would meet again if fate permitted. Now that he had arrived so quickly, Qin Feng couldn't help but be astonished. "What brings you here? Why shouldn't I come? Am I truly obligated to heed your wishes? Don't you know we only have a month within this secret realm?" Luo Xuan replied. "During this month, I cannot believe you wouldn't want to acquire something of value from this place. Just on my way here, I overheard that there is a hidden ruin within the secret realm. Those I observed were acting suspiciously, so I dealt with them directly. And guess what I discovered?" "What?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. He noticed that since they had grown more familiar, Luo Xuan's aloof demeanor had transformed into that of a chatterbox. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Qin Feng was now the only one in the Wangu Tianzong who could surpass him in swordsmanship. Chapter 51. Old affairs. Luo Xuan possessed the thick earth sword body, a detail he had divulged only after their acquaintance had deepened. Currently, Qin Feng was most concerned about what had transpired with Luo Xuan. "I found out that those from the Tianma sect have joined forces with some smaller sect cultivators, and they are currently capturing people throughout this secret realm. I secretly followed them and discovered that they are gathering individuals to access the ruin, which is said to be an ancient relic. They intend to use these captives as sacrifices." Qin Feng was taken aback that Luo Xuan had managed to gather information that had eluded him. This prompted a look of admiration to surface in Qin Feng's gaze. "Are you telling me this in the hopes that I will accompany you to this ruin?" Luo Xuan nodded. "You are the only one I could think of in the sect who might be useful. So I decided to inform you first before reaching out to others. Given the perilous nature of this ruin, we cannot afford to engage alone. However, I believe that together we could still vie for a significant share of the treasure." Although outsiders often claimed that the Sword Peak disciples were solely focused on fighting and lacked intellect, their combat prowess did not imply foolishness. They possessed a fair share of common sense and reasoning. Qin Feng was taken aback by Luo Xuan's regard for him. "But if what you say is true, we should indeed consider attempting it to be. By the way, have you learned where they claim this ruin is located?" "Not specifically," Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head. "The information I obtained was merely from some lesser sect disciples. To ascertain the precise details of the ruin, we will need to inquire with the Tianma sect. However, they are unlikely to disclose this information willingly, so we may need to employ some methods." Having received such valuable intelligence, Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you, Xuan. What else with all the formality? You are one of the few friends I genuinely value. I am eagerly awaiting the day when I can elevate my strength and challenge you to a duel," Luo Xuan said, clapping Qin Feng on the shoulder. Hearing his spirited words, Qin Feng's expression momentarily turned peculiar. Knowing who they were now seeking, he recounted his previous encounter with the Tianma sect. Upon hearing that the Tianma sect possessed such bizarre abilities, Luo Xuan's expression darkened. Those undead creatures should have vanished from this continent long ago. How can the Tianma sect still have access to them? Luo Xuan's demeanor grew fierce. Thus, Qin Feng began to recount an old tale. Approximately 2,000 years prior, a type of undead had emerged on the continent, one whose origins remained a mystery. These creatures were known for their penchant for biting humans, with a highly contagious nature that even powerful beings in the Beyond Realm could not withstand their assaults. Moreover, these undead could not be killed by blades nor extinguished by fire. Humanity expended considerable effort to combat them, resulting in the demise of many smaller and even medium-sized sects during this calamity. Even the Wangu Tianzong had suffered near total destruction, forcing them to relocate here. It was said that the catastrophe was ultimately quelled by several powerful beings who united in a sacrificial ritual. Qin Feng had never encountered such records in any text he had read, making it surprising to learn that Luo Shiyuan was well informed about it. However, those I encountered seemed somewhat different from what you described. At least, the ones I faced were not truly immortal or unkillable, and although the poison they carried was troublesome to deal with, it was not insurmountable. Thus, I reasonably deduced that the Tianma sect may have unearthed ancient records and replicated these creatures. This is likely why all the major sects have deemed this matter top secret. Even some smaller sects remain entirely unaware. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, such matters required utmost confidentiality. The two continued along the path laid out by the map. Uncertain of where to find members of the Tianma sect, they could only proceed cautiously, observing their surroundings. "Miss, I'll cover you. You must leave quickly." "No, you all must come with me. If we are to depart, we shall do so together." "Miss, we were personally dispatched by the sect leader to protect you. This is what he instructed us to deliver to you at a critical moment," Zhou Sheng implored desperately. "You must take the items and flee." Bai Muya watched as several individuals fought fiercely against the Tianma sect pursuers to shield her. She shook her head vigorously, unwilling to abandon them. "Uncle Zhou, allow me to stay. I promise I won't hold you back." "Miss, we can still leave now. It's not too late. We must not remain here to hinder Uncle Zhou." Those from the Tianma sect were all madmen. A disciple grasped Bai Muya's arm. "You should leave now. It will allow Uncle Zhou to stay behind and fight. Wait a moment, and Uncle Zhou will catch up with us." Several individuals anxiously exclaimed while battling the surrounding evil corpses. "Leave? None of you are going anywhere today." The disciples of the Tianma sect sneered at the crowd, surprised that during this outing they would encounter the renowned Wanbao auction house. "Once we bring you back, I'm certain your father will cooperate with us willingly. Rest assured, we only wish to invite you back. We have no intention of harming you. After all, Miss Bai, you are so beautiful, of noble lineage, and possess formidable cultivation. Perhaps our holy son has much he wishes to discuss with you." The individuals bore wicked smiles as they ruthlessly commanded the evil corpses. "Brother Qin, should we intervene?" Luo Shen inquired of Qin Feng. Utilizing a formation of Qin Feng's own design, they effectively concealed their presence. Luo Shiyuan had begun to center his thoughts around Qin Feng, recognizing that many of Qin Feng's ideas were evidently superior to his own. However, his true expertise lay in combat, and he generally preferred not to overthink matters. Qin Feng observed the unfolding battle. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Among the group from Wanbao Auction House, only the individual surnamed Zhou was a match for several evil corpses. Given his age and experienced demeanor, Qin Feng surmised that this person had likely suppressed his cultivation to enter. His primary objective was to protect Bai Muya, as for Bai Muya herself. Qin Feng regarded her with a mixture of exasperation and concern. Did she truly believe that her ninefold Qi-Si cultivation could turn the tide of battle? It was Zhou Shang's earlier gesture towards Bai Muya that piqued Qin Feng's interest. He had handed her a piece of parchment that appeared to be a sheepskin map. However, the map's significance lay not just in its appearance, but in the engravings upon it. Through the conversations of those around him, Qin Feng deduced that the map was related to some kind of relic. "Let us go lend our assistance." With this realization, Qin Feng understood that they could no longer remain as spectators. Luo Shiyuan had long wished to join the fray, and upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he eagerly seized the opportunity to strike first. Thick earth sword technique, floating tower sword art. The two moved in perfect synchrony, one advancing while the other followed. The Tianma sect cultivators were taken aback by their unexpected assistance. Momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure. "We have an enemy attack. Everyone, rally together." Frenzied demon technique, enchantress heart technique. In an instant, spells flew through the air, allowing Zhou Sheng and the others to finally catch their breath with Qin Feng's aid. "Brothers, I am here to help you." Instead of fleeing at Qin Feng's arrival, they revived their fighting spirit. Through their coordinated efforts, Qin Feng dispatched the majority of the evil corpses upon noticing Qin Feng's sudden appearance. Bai Muya recognized him as her nominal fiancé, or rather, her former fiancé, and her emotions became quite complicated. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng would come to her rescue at such a critical moment. Soon, with everyone united, the disciples of the Taihuang sect were thoroughly overwhelmed. After dispatching their foes, Luo Shiyuan turned to Qin Feng, his eyes filled with envy. "Brother Qin, how did you manage to defeat so many evil corpses?" He had initially intended to compete with Qin Feng over who could slay more, but he was astonished at Qin Feng's reckless abandon in battle, disregarding the toxins on the evil corpses. In contrast, he had been extremely cautious to avoid contact with the vile toxins, fighting with utmost care. Luo Xin now felt a twinge of regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would not have hesitated so much earlier. "Brother Luo, you can learn from me," Qin Feng remarked, immediately discerning Luo Shiyuan's thoughts. "I had dared to act so boldly because my sword intent has a strong restraining effect on these creatures. If it were not for that, I would not have the courage to engage in battle." Qin Feng's confidence stemmed from his complete assurance in the matter. Ever since he discovered that the destructive intent within his floating tower sword Qi was the bane of these creatures, he had incorporated that essence into every strike. Hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Luo Shiyuan realized that this was something only Qin Feng could accomplish. "Given his unique advantages that in that case, Brother Qin, I will let you off this time. Next time, I assure you I will not be outdone." As the two conversed, Bai Muya noticed that Zhou Shang's condition was deteriorating. "Uncle Zhou, are you all right? I have detoxification pills for my father. Please take them. And this healing pill as well." Bai Muya hastily produced a handful of pills from her storage pouch, her voice laced with urgency. Since witnessing the defeat of the Taihuang sect disciples, Zhou Shang could no longer maintain his composure. His voice weak as he replied, "Miss, I can no longer hold on. The pills are precious. Do not waste them on a dying man. There are still many injured brothers here. You should distribute them to them." He was acutely aware of his own condition. The battle against those monsters had allowed the vile toxins to begin invading his organs. Even his dantian was now tainted with the malevolent energy. If this continued, it was possible that his dantian would be completely corrupted as well. "Miss, you should tend to the others. They're injured worse than I am and may still have a chance for recovery. If it becomes dire, we may need to exit the secret realm." The surrounding disciples were also in dire straits. The toxins clung to them like a festering disease, and they struggled to use their spiritual energy to resist. Yet it proved futile. The toxins seemed to devour their internal energy. "Miss, it is no use. We can only retreat this time." One of them groaned through the pain. Given their current state, if they faced another onslaught like before, they would surely perish. The best course of action was to preserve their remaining strength and exit swiftly, in hopes that Elder Zhou could restore his cultivation. But would escaping even help if the toxins remained within them? Bai Muya was now in a state of panic. She had never anticipated such a situation before her arrival. All she possessed was a mid-grade, Earth-level teleportation talisman, and if they wished to leave now, activating the talisman would certainly allow them to escape. However, should they do so, their mission upon entering would be rendered utterly futile. "Miss, do not hesitate." Seeing Bai Muya's indecision, the surrounding individuals began to urge her on. "As long as we can live, no one wants to die." At this moment, Bai Muya felt utterly lost, especially as Zhou Shang had now fainted. "Can I take a look?" Just as Bai Muya was unsure of how to decide, a voice suddenly rang out ahead. "If you do not wish for him to die, step aside." Qin Feng's words carried a commanding authority. Bai Muya was taken aback, not expecting him to speak at such a moment. Qin Feng frowned at her stunned expression. Finally, Luo Shiyuan reacted and said, "Fair maiden, my brother Qin may have a way to save your friend. Please clear the way, or we will be unable to proceed." Although Bai Muya was skeptical of Qin Feng's capabilities, she found herself with no other options but to rely on him. Reluctantly, she stepped aside. The surrounding disciples, seeing Qin Feng's actions, also mustered their strength to gather closer. After all, if Qin Feng truly had a solution, perhaps there was hope for them as well. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Qin Feng. Luo Xuan felt a bead of cold sweat for Qin Feng in his heart. But regardless, he chose to trust him. Qin Feng first injected a surge of spiritual energy into Zhou Shang's body, only to find it rapidly consumed by the malevolent aura within. He then followed with a stream of sword energy. Sensing the foreign energy, Zhou Sheng instinctively resisted, causing his entire body to tremble violently in that instant. Bai Muya quickly reassured him, "Uncle Zhou, do not resist. This is merely a checkup. Qin Feng claims he has a way, so please do not panic." Given the current situation, they could only rely on Qin Feng, as they had no alternative solutions. If heeding Bai Muya's words, Zhou Sheng's body finally ceased its resistance. Allowing Qin Feng to successfully inject the sword energy within, an unmistakably sinister energy became apparent within Qin Feng's perception. This force is exceedingly domineering in the face of Qin Feng's devastating sword intent. It shows no signs of fear. The two powers commence a frenzied battle within Zhou Sheng's meridians. As the prospect of defeat looms for his side, Qin Feng prepares to infuse more sword energy. In his unconscious state, Zhou Sheng feels a sharp pain coursing through his meridians, prompting him to struggle uncontrollably once more. Large beads of sweat erupt from his forehead, and blood even seeps from the pores of his skin. Witnessing this scene, Bai Muya is immediately taken aback. She wishes for Qin Feng to halt his actions, yet fears that doing so may endanger Uncle Zhou, as more and more sword energy permeates. It seems that this force is determined to fight on. Qin Feng snorts coldly, infusing his domineering sword energy once again into the meridians, causing Zhou Sheng to tremble even more violently. Although the malevolent energy steadily diminishes under the onslaught of Qin Feng's sword intent. Ultimately, Zhou Sheng is reduced to a bloodied figure. Qin Feng retracts his sword energy. Zhou Sheng, having witnessed Qin Feng's previous treatment, realizes that everyone present is filled with fear. Yet within their hearts, there lies a glimmer of hope. A hope that Qin Feng's method will indeed prove effective. Observing Bai Muya's doubtful gaze, Qin Feng retorts, "You shall soon find out whether your Uncle Zhou is all right. However, my assistance does not come free. There is a treatment if..." his surprise, Qin Feng boldly demands payment. The words of gratitude that Bai Muya had prepared are instantly lodged in her throat. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Sheng stirs back to consciousness. He becomes aware that his salvation hinges entirely on Qin Feng. "Esteemed friend, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance. Rest assured, we shall never forget your kindness," that he adds. "We hail from the Wanbao auction house. I can be of some authority here that I wonder what you might require. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask." Although Zhou Sheng appears somewhat weakened, he musters the strength to rise and bows respectfully to Qin Feng. Bai Muya, concerned, attempts to assist him but is stopped by Zhou Sheng. She exchanges a glance with Qin Feng, who happens to be looking in her direction at that moment. Instinctively, she worries that he might seize this opportunity to rekindle their past connection. Given Qin Feng's earlier display of power, coupled with his ability to save Uncle Zhou, she contemplates what might transpire should he indeed propose such a condition. Just as Bai Muya grapples with how to respond to this situation, Qin Feng speaks. "The payment is simple. You shall hand over the map you held earlier. I have a keen interest in the ruins." Qin Feng smiles. Bai Muya instantly bristles, shaking her head vehemently without a second thought. "No way. The scroll is a confidential matter for our auction house. You may request something else, but not this." She had assumed that Qin Feng merely wished to renew their acquaintance, and, considering he had saved her, she might have been willing to entertain such a notion. Yet, Qin Feng's audacity in demanding their confidential information leaves her astounded. Upon hearing her refusal, Qin Feng's expression instantly turns icy. Zhou Sheng senses the precariousness of the situation and quickly interjects. "Friend, please forgive my companion. She is young and lacks experience. Do not hold her words against her. If you desire the scroll, it is yours by Muya. Do not delay. Present the scroll to this esteemed elder." Zhou Sheng gestures discreetly to Bai Muya that he knows that given their current disadvantage, they cannot afford to provoke Qin Feng, their savior, with dwindling spiritual energy within him and his fellow disciples appearing equally drained. They must curry favor with Qin Feng lest he decides to turn against them. Upon hearing Zhou Sheng's words, Bai Muya, despite her reluctance, ultimately hands the scroll over to Qin Feng. Noticing their understanding, Qin Feng's mood visibly lifts. He accepts the scroll and, disregarding their presence, immediately unfurls it to examine its contents. Zhou Sheng, fearing Qin Feng might misinterpret the lines, stand by to offer explanations. Friend, see this mountain range here. It corresponds to that one over there. If we follow the directions on this map, we shall reach our destination. To be honest, when we first arrived at this map, we had no idea what it represented. It was only by chance that we stumbled upon the routes depicted on this map, which lead to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Qin Feng, however, is uninterested in the origins of the map. His sole concern lies with its contents. Discovering that it points to an ancient cultivator's cave, he realizes that it must contain valuable items. Yet he wonders whether those items are still usable, that he commits the general routes indicated on the map to memory before stowing it away. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Sheng adds, "Esteemed friend, there is something you may not be aware of. Prior to this, our auction house had sent individuals to explore this ruin and discovered that a large-scale formation has been operating outside. The formation's origins remain a mystery, but we have already enlisted the aid of a formation master. If you are willing to join us, we could collaborate, as the Taihuang sect is pursuing us likely in an effort to seize this ruin." Zhou Sheng shares his assessment, while Qin Feng listens quietly. Qin Feng sighs. Zhou Sheng proves to be a clever individual. He turns his gaze toward Bai Muya and states, "Have you not considered that your esteemed lady may not agree to this collaboration?" Bai Muya, standing nearby, snorts in agreement that it is good to possess some self-awareness. Zhou Sheng glances between his lady and Qin Feng, suddenly laughing. "So, what you mean is that you do wish to collaborate, but are concerned about my lady? Fear not, though she may be a bit headstrong. She is always obedient, especially when it comes to serious matters. Even if she occasionally acts out, it will not hinder our purpose. Furthermore, I believe you are aware of this. With our understanding of this map, your gains will undoubtedly surpass what you could achieve alone." Zhou Sheng's words seem to be crafted with Qin Feng's interests in mind, yet Qin Feng does not believe that their relationship has reached such a level of camaraderie, simply because he has aided them. "I can agree to assist you, but I must take the lion's share of the spoils from the ruins, and I wish to select first." "Agreed," Zhou Sheng exclaims. Bai Muya, however, is taken aback, yet Zhou Sheng pays her no heed. Chapter 54. If you wish to avoid death, be silent. Thus, Qin Feng and Zhou Sheng reach an agreement. Qin Feng's willingness to assist Zhou Sheng is not born from fear of Bai Muya, but rather from the understanding that, as Zhou Sheng stated, the dangers within the ruins remain unknown, that if someone could accompany him, it would significantly reduce the chances of making mistakes. Luo Shuyuan, observing the burgeoning partnership between the two, smiles and says, "Brother Qin, since we have come to an agreement, let's set forth together." The group forms a team. Zhou Sheng consumes a medicinal pill and, after a period of recuperation, appears to have regained much of his strength. As for the other disciples who accompanied him, they too begin to recover slowly, having been treated by Qin Feng. "Everyone, we must remain vigilant. The Taihuang sect shows no regard for human life. They may be lying in wait for us." The group harbors a deep-seated resentment toward the Taihuang sect. Had they encountered them, they would have shown no mercy. Observing the group's fervent hatred for the Taihuang sect, Qin Feng is mindful not to dampen their spirits. After all, given their current capabilities, their bravado may falter should they actually confront the Taihuang sect, leading to a repeat of their recent ordeal. The group follows the route indicated on the map. And along the way, they notice signs of past battles. Everyone, be cautious as they observe the numerous traces of conflict surrounding them. The frequency of these signs increases as they draw nearer to their location. It is clear that they are not the only ones traveling in this direction. Zhou Sheng's expression grows increasingly grave as he grapples with the notion that the presence of so many individuals cannot merely be a coincidence. "Qin Daoyu," Zhou Sheng approaches Qin Feng, his tone serious. "Given the current circumstances, I suspect our map may have been exposed. If that is the case, then our initial plans they had prepared meticulously before their arrival. This map was in their possession alone, and they had ensured that its contents remained confidential. How could so many others be converging here?" Zhou Sheng's concerns do not go unnoticed by Qin Feng. Yet he too is at a loss on how to address the situation at this juncture. We can only proceed step by step. Furthermore, with so many people coming this way, we must remain vigilant for any ambushes targeting us. Have your companions spread out. We cannot afford to be caught all together. As Qin Feng spoke, he simultaneously utilized his spiritual awareness to survey his surroundings. His range of perception had significantly expanded, allowing him to discern scenes invisible to the naked eye. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhou Sheng also recognized the gravity of the situation. He instructed the others to disperse as Qin Feng suggested. You few, go ahead and gather some information to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zhou Sheng particularly cautioned several disciples. The disciples readily complied, and as he watched their figures vanish into the distance with a few leaps, Zhou Sheng exhaled a slight sigh of relief. He then approached Qin Feng once more. Qin, do you think the battle marks we observe along the way could have been left by the celestial demon sect? Qin Feng shook his head. It is unlikely. We have dealt with the celestial demon sect before. We are familiar with their aura. Look closely at these signs of combat. Do you detect any traces of their presence? Zhou Sheng conceded this point. If there had been any signs of the celestial demon sect, they would have recognized them immediately. Given the current circumstances, it seemed more plausible that these individuals were being driven toward this location by some external force. Could something have occurred here unbeknownst to them? The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace at that moment. An abrupt commotion erupted ahead, sounding as though a dispute had broken out. On what grounds do you prevent our passage? What do you intend to accomplish by trapping us here? Are you not afraid that once we escape, the combined might of our sects will come for you? The speaker's voice was laced with fury. Qin Feng hastened his steps, and Zhou Sheng quickly followed. Qin, please do not rush ahead. Be wary of potential traps. Luo Yuanshou matched Qin Feng's speed, for their bond transcended mere sect affiliation. They were good brothers. Qin Feng was not recklessly charging forward. Since increasing his pace, he had concealed his aura, ensuring that even if he approached, those around him would remain oblivious to his presence. Luo Yuanshou, trailing closely, employed his own techniques to mask his aura. Qin, my brother, Luo Yuanshou whispered, as they soon reached the mountaintop. From this vantage point, they could clearly observe the scene below, a small valley teeming with countless individuals clad in various sect garbs. Qin, how is this possible? Luo Yuanshou exclaimed in disbelief, pondering what circumstances could lead to such a congregation of people. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no remarkable treasures that would attract such a multitude. What, then, was the purpose of their gathering? Moreover, he spotted several disciples of the ancient sky sect among them. Look over there. Just as Luo Yuanshou was lost in confusion, Qin Feng suddenly pointed in a direction. Following his gesture, Luo Yuanshou's pupils contracted in shock. So many evil corpses. Surrounding the crowd were densely packed evil corpses, their collective presence strikingly ominous. They were trapped here by these malevolent beings. In an instant, Luo Yuanshou reached a conclusion that moment. Zhou Sheng and the others also arrived at the scene from behind them. Seeing the spectacle, Bai Muya could not help but gasp in astonishment. Qin Feng quickly covered her mouth and transmitted a message. If you wish to live, refrain from speaking. Bai Muya was taken aback by a sudden gesture. Brother, from now on, we shall all rely on you. A few individuals gazed at this scene, reminiscent of disciples of a sect engaged in a desperate struggle. Their uncontainable pride evident upon their faces. This moment, it seemed as though the bright future was beckoning them with open arms. Brother, look, they truly seemed to have a plan. After a brief moment of elation, one disciple suddenly pointed towards the natural cave ahead, where, under the diligent efforts of the disciples from the Wangu Tian Zone, the formation began to exhibit subtle fluctuations. Let those controlling the evil corpses exert more effort. Intensify their focus. They must realize that unless they unravel the formation, their entire force will face annihilation. Indeed, brother, while observing the individuals below, Qin Feng subtly noted the presence of the disciples from the Tianma sect. He turned to Zhou Sheng beside him and instructed, arrange for 2 astute individuals proficient in stealth techniques to investigate whether those over there are disciples of the Tianma sect or from other sections. Exercise utmost caution to remain undetected until the reconnaissance is complete. Hearing Qin Feng's cautious directive, Zhou Sheng decided not to assign anyone else and opted to go himself. My friend, I shall undertake this personally. You manage matters here for the time being. Zhou Sheng then turned to Bai Muya, advising, young lady, stay here with Qin Dao, as he instructs without venturing off on your own. The leader has emphasized the necessity of ensuring your safe return. If anything would happen to you, our safety would be of little consequence. Zhou Sheng's tone was grave. Bai Muya, not wishing to endanger so many, nodded earnestly. Uncle Zhou, rest assured, I shall not be a burden. Also, do take care. Chapter 56. Ambush. Zhou Sheng was uncertain whether Bai Muya's assurances held weight, but currently they had no alternative but to place their trust in her. Before departing, he reiterated to Bai Muya, Miss, ensure you keep the protective jade talisman the leader provided close at hand. Qin Feng silently observed the reluctant farewell between the two, as long as they did not hinder him. He could still assist them in critical moments. After all, they were comrades. Bai Muya, feeling somewhat flustered under Qin Feng's peculiar gaze, was about to inquire about his demeanor when he interjected, You all remain here. With that, he departed abruptly, leaving no opportunity for questions. Bai Muya was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of her two protectors, unsure of how to proceed. This was her first encounter with such a convoluted situation during a mission. Her previous tasks had either been straightforward or accompanied by individuals capable of subduing any threats they faced. After leaving the area, Qin Feng changed his appearance, suppressing his aura and presence to the bare minimum. In a short while, he arrived in the territory of the Taihuang sect. Although he had entrusted this task to Zhou Sheng, he felt a lingering unease and decided to investigate personally. The disciples of the Taihuang sect were oblivious to the infiltration occurring at that moment, engrossed in discussing their plans. After listening for a while, Qin Feng realized they were merely reiterating information he already knew, prompting him to cease eavesdropping. His form was like a specter, striking from the shadows without affording his victims a moment's notice. The Taihuang disciple he eliminated attempted to alert his companions, but the warning never escaped his lips. After dispatching one disciple, Qin Feng swiftly moved to the next target, but by the time the remaining Taihuang disciples grasped the situation, they found their sentinels had vanished without a trace. We are under attack. It could very well be the disciples of Wangu Tianzong. There are still some among us who remain unaccounted for. The senior disciple of the Taihuang sect quickly assessed the situation, but he commanded those controlling the evil corpses to unleash their full power against the barriers. Once the opposing side falters, they will not have the capacity to address our threats. Furthermore, he instructed his disciples to prepare for battle, noting that the Wangu Tianzong had only a scant few remaining, with the highest cultivation level among them merely at the peak of the Qi Si. Once we subdue these individuals, there will be no one left to contend with us. The senior disciple's words instilled great confidence in the remaining disciples. Under normal circumstances, his judgment would indeed have been accurate. However, they were currently facing Qin Feng. Unperturbed by the plight of the trapped righteous sect disciples, Qin Feng's singular objective was to kill. The group of disciples encircled together had not anticipated the sudden frenzy of the Taihuang sect. Quickly, channel your spiritual energy into the talismans. If this continues, we will soon be unable to hold on. Indeed, does anyone possess a hidden card? Now is the time to reveal it. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. The evil corpses were launching a relentless assault. Every claw that struck the barrier sent it into violent tremors. It would not be long before cracks appeared. Once the barrier faltered, they would be akin to fish in a barrel. Some individuals, witnessing the unfolding chaos, began contemplating their escape routes. Above all, they were determined not to lose their lives here. Lung Lingxiang observed the scene. He is about to unleash the extraordinary skills of their celestial demon sect. We must hasten our departure. Zhou Sheng, witnessing this scene, urgently cautioned Qin Feng. The celestial demon sect's formidable arts are the cornerstone of their power. This technique allows those with innate talent to directly commune with the ethereal demon gods, thereby acquiring their strength. An overwhelming pressure began to surge forth, accompanied by the demon gods summoned by the senior disciple of the celestial demon sect, wreaking havoc in all directions. In truth, I have no desire to resort to this. But you have forced my hand. The senior disciple of the celestial demon sect was now enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy. Even those disciples who had accompanied her earlier found themselves kneeling under the weight of this oppressive force. Look, what is that over there? The onlookers within the barrier also became aware of the commotion from the battle. Their eyes widened in terror. Is this still the Qi realm? Was it not said that within the 9 nether secret realm, one's cultivation could not exceed the Qi? Then what is happening now? How could someone achieve such terrifying prowess in this place? Is this still human? Hurry! What the array symbol master over there? Are you ready yet? If you cannot manage it, we should combine all our strengths and attack together. Perhaps we can break this formation. I heard previously that this formation requires a sacrifice. They are now certain that this relic holds the legacy of a great being, and they are eager to discover if there exists a teleportation array leading to other realms. If such a passage exists, they could escape this place. As for leaving the secret realm, they too yearn for it. However, aside from a few individuals who have obtained treasures, the majority have either been pursued or are currently in flight from their pursuers, leaving them no opportunity to acquire anything of worth. How could they simply depart under such circumstances? Some among them are nearing the brink of despair. Why must they be hunted down without having gained anything upon their entry? Damn the celestial demon sect. They may be powerless against the celestial demon sect, but can they not contend with others? At once, several individuals exchanged glances and swiftly launched an ambush against those nearby. No one expected an attack amidst the chaos. Some were caught off guard and met their end in an instant. What are you doing? Stop! Have you lost your minds? Are you really causing discord at this moment? A voice shouted. Yet their cries were quickly drowned out by the throng. Once one struck, the others, either in self-defense or for other motives, began to take action as well. As the chaos erupted, the outer barrier could no longer withstand the pressure. Countless malevolent corpses began to assail the crowd with reckless abandon. Yi Qingxue, intent on halting the turmoil, found her resolve unwaveringly supported by Lung Ningxiang. However, amidst the pandemonium, no one heeded their words. In fact, some even targeted them as potential adversaries. Junior Sister Yi, the situation is too chaotic. Perhaps we should find a place to hide. Indeed, Junior Sister Yi and Fairy Shuilian, this is not the time for discussions. Those around us have not regarded us at all. The other disciples of the Eternal Sky sect, recognizing the gravity of the situation, urged caution. They understood that both fairies meant well, but this was not a time for good intentions. Observing the tumultuous scene, Lung Ningxiang's expression turned cold, given the current state. Let us heed your advice. We retreat. They shielded one another while withdrawing. The death toll mounted. The stench of blood thickened in the air, nearly solidifying into a palpable presence. The scene before them could only be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even among the disciples of the Eternal Sky sect, many fell in that moment. The formation is on the verge of collapse. One more push, and we shall enter, someone shouted amidst the crowd, their eyes clouded with bloodlust. The throng had become frenzied. They disregarded the surrounding malevolent corpses, many succumbing to the corrupting influence of the dark poison. The formation is about to break. We must enter at once. Yi Qingxue and her companions noticed the shifting dynamics of the formation. She cautioned her fellow disciples that remaining here was tantamount to being fish in a barrel. They had no alternative but to forge ahead. This was her first experience of such humiliation. While Qin Feng battled the senior disciple of the celestial demon sect, he too noted the formation beginning to open. I implore you, my friend, shall we come to an understanding? I acknowledge your strength. But with the formation now opened, you surely do not wish for others to seize the opportunity, do you? The senior disciple of the celestial demon sect, panting heavily, found himself taken aback by Qin Feng's ruthlessness. He had never before encountered someone capable of so decisively dismantling his celestial demon phantasm. Such a thing had never occurred prior. The other disciples around him had already been dealt with, leaving him the sole representative of the celestial demon sect. Sensing Qin Feng's intent to shift the topic, he was met with indifference as Qin Feng unleashed another sword strike. The senior disciple, mustering all his strength, narrowly evaded the blow, casting a fierce glare at Qin Feng. Must you truly be so uncompromising? Are you not aware that I am of the celestial demon sect? Do you not fear their wrath should you slay me here? You must know that I had sincerely invited you earlier. In his eyes, Qin Feng's actions were nothing short of ingratitude. Qin Dao, one need not waste words on such a person. He should be eliminated without hesitation. Zhou Sheng remarked coldly from the sidelines. Were it not for Qin Feng rescuing them previously, he would have struck long ago. Qin Feng had no desire to engage in fruitless discourse with such a character. He swiftly brandished his sword once more, executing a decisive strike. The mechanism ahead has been activated. We may proceed. Zhou Sheng was filled with anticipation regarding what treasures the relic might hold. If it contained the fabled legacy, their journey would be immensely rewarding. This was precisely why their leader had ultimately acquiesced to the young lady's personal involvement. When Bai Muya noticed the commotion, her anxiety grew. She yearned to intervene, but Qin Feng had already cautioned Luo Xuan against her interference. Chapter 58. The cave opens, gazing at the sword blocking her path. Bai Muya's countenance darkened. On what grounds do you obstruct me? I merely wish to assist them. You, with your cold indifference, would you truly prevent me from acting? Bai Muya's tone was far from courteous. Yet regardless of her protests, Luo Xuan remained resolutely unmoved. Did I say? You are a grown man. How can you simply acquiesce to whatever he declares? Do you possess no independent thought? If you were to allow me passage, I might indeed be of assistance. By blocking me now, if they require aid later, will you bear the responsibility for the delay? Allow me to pass. Should anything happen, I will not hold you accountable. Were it not for Bai Muya's lack of strength against him, she would have readily taken action. Upon Qin Feng's return, he beheld the two in a heated dispute. His voice was devoid of emotion. If you cannot even best him, how do you intend to render assistance? It is fortunate you did not come. Otherwise, no one would come to your aid, and if you seek your own demise, it would be best to do so far from us. Lest you drag us down with you, that I intend to enter the relic. Whether you choose to follow is your prerogative. I shall not concern myself with you. But should trouble arise, do not expect my aid. Qin Feng's message was crystal clear. He bore no obligation to take responsibility for any individual present. Zhou Sheng, overhearing Qin Feng's words, found himself at a loss for how to counsel him. Indeed, having witnessed the scene, even he felt uncertain about what to say. After all, he had personally witnessed Qin Feng's formidable prowess in the Nine Nether Secret Realm, where their cultivation was suppressed. Even he could not guarantee he would match Qin Feng in combat. Bai Muya was utterly unprepared for the sharpness of Qin Feng's tongue. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, she caught Zhou Shu casting her significant glances. Bai Muya, lacking in insight, felt frustrated. Zhou Sheng, fearing she might utter something further to provoke Qin Feng, quickly interjected. Qin Dao, rest assured, we have already made arrangements regarding these matters. Qin Feng fell silent. The group began to traverse the now open cave. The lingering scent of blood still clinging to their senses. As they proceeded, they encountered numerous gruesome scenes, some of which Bai Muya found too distressing to behold. Upon entering the cave, they were greeted by an intricate network of passageways. Each corridor appeared unfathomably deep. Which path shall we take? Bai Muya inquired. They were entirely unaware of the route chosen by the previous explorers, as each passage bore the marks of those who had tread before them. Let us choose at random. That it seems the first trial here is to test our luck. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. If their intent was to challenge them, then regardless of the path selected, they would likely all lead to the same destination. The distinction may lie in which path is fraught with greater peril and which offers a safer journey. Zhou Sheng, surveying the situation, felt somewhat conflicted. He turned to Qin Feng. I wonder, my friend, how fortunate you are in your daily endeavors? Bai Muya, feeling overlooked as Zhou Sheng directed his question solely at Qin Feng, felt a surge of indignation. Zhou Sheng, why do you not inquire about my luck? Should I have a chance to choose, I might select the correct path. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Bai Muya was eager to showcase her worth before Qin Feng. Muya, Zhou Sheng spoke up. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to the two and casually chose a direction. Luo Xiao Yuan closely followed behind him. For him, it mattered little which path they took, as in the face of overwhelming power, all monsters and demons were mere paper tigers. Observing that both had made their choices, Zhou Sheng hastily pulled along Bai Muya, who still wished to voice her thoughts, and followed suit. The passage within the cave was remarkably spacious. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of visitors, the air here was somewhat murky, but with the simple application of a cleansing wind technique, the atmosphere could be revitalized. as they ventured deeper along the corridor. An eerie silence enveloped them, so profound that only their breaths could be heard. "What do you think lies ahead?" Bai Muya attempted to spark a conversation, her voice tinged with apprehension amidst the unsettling stillness. Yet, apart from Zhou Sheng, none responded, as everyone remained vigilant, wary of potential traps lurking in this relic. In such ruins, everything was shrouded in mystery. As they proceeded, they suddenly stumbled upon a series of wall paintings. The sight of the murals instinctively prompted them to slow their pace. Could this be a clue? Perhaps fortune favored them after all. The mural depicted a young boy born in a destitute mountain village. In his childhood, he accompanied his father on hunting trips, only to unexpectedly discover a cultivation manual that set him on the path of training point one day. A sect arrived, recruiting disciples, and the boy was fortunate enough to be chosen. He entered the sect, progressing steadily from an ordinary disciple to the sect leader. His once unremarkable life was destined to continue in such a manner. Yet one fateful day, a multitude of enemies, accompanied by demonic beasts, besieged the sect. The man led his troops valiantly, but alas, the sect fell to ruin. From that point on, he became a wandering cultivator. Ironically, it was this very circumstance that allowed him to encounter abundant resources along his journey. The man depicted in the mural possessed a remarkable demeanor, undeniably extraordinary. However, in the end, he could not withstand the relentless passage of time, ultimately finding his resting place here. The mural encapsulated the lives of many cultivators, and it was evident that most could not achieve such a fate, as many would perish long before reaching such an outcome. "Let us move on. There is nothing of interest here," Zhou Sheng remarked, offering a brief glimpse into the life of the mural subject. In any relic, one might expect such depictions. Just as Zhou Sheng intended to leave, he noticed that Qin Feng remained rooted in place. "Taoist Qin?" Zhou Sheng inquired, puzzled in response to his bewildered gaze. Qin Feng suddenly advanced, channeling his spiritual energy into a powerful strike against the stone wall before him. Boom! Zhou Sheng barely had time to caution him against such impulsiveness when the wall shattered under Qin Feng's assault, revealing a vast space beyond. Zhou Sheng was taken aback by the nature of this mechanism, his astonishment palpable. Unfazed by his shock, Qin Feng stepped into the chamber, which appeared to be an expansive study filled with shelves. The shelves, untouched for ages, were covered in dust, and as Qin Feng surveyed the contents, he discovered that much had succumbed to decay. After such a long time, even if the place once held treasures, they were likely long past their prime. Nevertheless, regardless of their condition, they decided to search through the remnants. After all, if someone had left items behind, it was improbable that there was nothing of value. They resolved to explore, hoping to unearth something useful. Qin Feng led the way, directly opening rows of boxes on the shelves, discovering various elixirs and precious herbs within. However, the moment they opened the vials and boxes, the contents disintegrated into dust. Indeed, it seems time has taken its toll. Qin Feng sighed. The expressions of the others mirrored his discontent to have such a treasure trove before them, only to see it reduced to nothingness by the passage of time. Was disheartening. Let us continue searching. Perhaps there are still remnants here, they thought, unwilling to accept defeat after finally locating a hidden trove. Ultimately, they did uncover something of interest, the very shelves that once held the elixirs. "This is the legendary Wushuang Divine Wood. I thought it had long been extinct in this world," Zhou Sheng exclaimed. Think we would encounter it here. It is said to be incredibly resilient, with each leaf embodying a trace of unparalleled sword intent while it thrived. Hearing Zhou Sheng's exposition, Qin Feng also developed a modicum of interest in the Wushuang Divine Wood. However, upon further inspection of the shelves, he found no trace of sword intent remaining. The wood, having perished, naturally lost its sword intent. Yet, due to prolonged exposure to such energy during its lifetime, the wood had grown remarkably sturdy. Most cultivators would utilize this material to craft various items, particularly suited for novice sword cultivators. Well, it is not entirely without merit. Indifferent to items he deemed unnecessary, Qin Feng allowed Zhou Sheng to collect the remnants into his storage pouch. The chamber returned to its previous emptiness. As they traversed the space, it felt as though they were mere shadows passing through, Continuing onward, they approached a fork in the path when a faint sound reached their ears from the other side. "Run! We need to hurry!" It was the sound of hurried footsteps drawing closer. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng and the others realized that those approaching had undoubtedly stirred up trouble and were now heading in their direction. It was uncertain whether the trouble was significant or minor, but they could not afford to encounter these individuals here. Quickly, just as Qin Feng urged the group to hasten their pace in hopes of avoiding this predicament. The individuals from the other path also took note of Qin Feng and his companions. That "I recognize him. That useless Qin Feng from the Hornet sect. We must flee quickly. If we can outpace them, we may be saved." The group dashed forward, seeing Qin Feng as a beacon of hope. Qin Feng's expression darkened immediately. These people had mistaken him for a scapegoat. Bai Muya and the others also wore grim expressions. For since their union with Qin Feng, they had implicitly accepted that they were part of the same team, that if these individuals intended to use Qin Feng as a diversion, what difference did that make for them? In an instant, the Long Yuan sword appeared in Qin Feng's grasp. His cold gaze locked onto the panicked individuals, and as they drew nearer, the ground trembled violently beneath them. Everyone stared in shock at the swarm of scorpions trailing behind the fleeing group. Some were as thick as a thumb, while others were as large as millstones, countless in number. Upon spotting Qin Feng and his companions, the fleeing individuals froze in place, their expressions twisting into one of madness. "Get out of the way! Are you all insane? If you don't move, you'll be trampled," they shouted, panic evident in their voices. "That can't you see those things behind us? If you don't run, are you looking to die?" The group regarded Qin Feng and the others as if they were madmen, unable to comprehend how anyone could remain still in such a dire situation. "Get out of the way!" Wang Yu roared, his fists flying wildly as he barreled through the crowd. Those following him mirrored his defiance, believing anyone who dared to obstruct their path was their enemy. "Get out of the way!" The force of their desperation erupted, yet in an instant, their power fell flat before Qin Feng and his companions, creating no ripple at all. "What is wrong with you all? How did you provoke these creatures?" Seeing Qin Feng block their escape route and delay their progress, their frustration boiled over. "Why ask us? Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you," they shouted back. "That can't you see that the horde is about to reach us?" At the critical moment of life and death, their words flew out without thought. Qin Feng glanced back at the approaching scorpions, noting that the highest among them was merely at the peak of the Qi stage. Though their numbers were daunting, he felt no fear. Unleashing the 9 nether floating 2 array, a torrent of sword energy surged forth. Countless blades sliced through the air, targeting the scorpions from every direction, creating a truly spectacular scene. In mere moments, the scorpion horde was decimated, their bodies plummeting from the sky. And one had anticipated that Qin Feng possessed such prowess, their eyes wide with disbelief, especially Bai Muya, who had initially berated him for not fleeing in the face of such peril. It turns out he possesses such remarkable abilities. Hence, his refusal to flee makes perfect sense. The onlookers stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, unable to believe that he could so effortlessly deal with the swarm of scorpions. They recalled the attitude Qin Feng had displayed earlier, which sent shivers down their spines. "Fellow Taoist Qin, we were wrong in our earlier actions. Please do not take our words to heart. We were merely anxious and did not intend any offense," they pleaded, as they were mere disciples of minor sects, desperately seeking to curry favor with the illustrious Wangu Tianzong. They never anticipated that this individual would prove to be so ineffectual. Had they known this would transpire, it would be too late for any words now. Observing their fearful demeanor, Qin Feng smiled, remarking, "To be honest, I preferred your earlier bravado, unafraid of anything." Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged awkward smiles. "Fellow Taoist Qin? Who is your fellow?" Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid. "Speak up. What exactly transpired just now? Why were you pursued by such a multitude of scorpions? If we confess, will you forgive us?" One individual stuttered. Witnessing this, Wang Yu could no longer contain his anger. Chapter 60. This is the backing. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with malice. "Qin Feng, we merely spoke a few careless words, and you target us so ruthlessly. If you were in our position, would you not have acted similarly? We are all from the same sect. Must you be so extreme? Do you dare to inform the elders?" Wang Yu's voice dripped with menace. That it was the first time Qin Feng encountered such audacity, and he was curious about what emboldened them to speak so freely. He now understood that these individuals had provoked the scorpion swarm simply because, like them, they had triggered the mechanisms within this cave. However, the key difference was their sheer misfortune. They stumbled upon danger while he encountered opportunity. As Wang Yu spoke so arrogantly, those accompanying him began to sense the gravity of the situation, especially as they felt the murderous intent emanating from Qin Feng. They urged Wang Yu to cease his words. "Why are you pulling him back? I wish to hear more. Let us see what else he can say," Qin Feng replied, devoid of any emotion. Wang Yu, mistaking Qin Feng's demeanor for fear, became even more boastful. "I told you he is a coward. He doesn't dare to retort. Why are you still afraid of him? I'll tell you." Before he could finish, an arm was raised high. Wang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his shoulder, which was gushing blood, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. With a swift motion, another blade of sword energy sliced through the air. Wang Yu's other shoulder was also severed, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling silence. Bai Muya gasped in horror, her face turning ashen. She could hardly comprehend that Qin Feng was capable of such brutality. After all, as disciples of the same sect, it was said that killing should be a matter of mere inconvenience. If Qin Feng harbored such animosity towards his own sect members, what would he do to them? Bai Muya suddenly realized that her former fiancé was vastly different from her expectations. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. He had already begun contemplating whether to eliminate them all. Just as he prepared to act, a sharp female voice rang out. "What are you doing? Stop at once." Yi Qingxue arrived to witness the scene of sect members turning against one another. Seeing Qin Feng attack Wang Yu, she fired an arrow at him without hesitation. Sensing the imminent threat, Qin Feng deftly deflected the arrow. Wang Yu, spotting Yi Qingxue, seemed to find a lifeline, exclaiming, "Qingxue, please save me. This man intends to kill me. If you hadn't intervened in time, I would have been done for." His gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at Qin Feng. The sight of Wang Yu's dismembered arms filled Yi Qingxue with revulsion. "I never knew you could be so malicious. Your actions are no different from those vile outsiders. I shall act on behalf of my master and expel you from the sect. You are no longer a disciple of Wangu Tianzong." Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's declaration, Wang Yu smirked at Qin Feng. "Let us see if you can still act so arrogantly without the protection of Wangu Tianzong." Qin Feng turned his gaze to Yi Qingxue. "Are you certain you can speak for the sect leader? Moreover, this is my matter. It should have no bearing on you, correct? Additionally, did you inquire about what these individuals did before arriving? Do you truly believe I am targeting him without reason?" Qin Feng's questioning left Wang Yu feeling uneasy. He feared that Yi Qingxue would genuinely ask about the events that transpired. But it soon became evident that he was overthinking why Yi Qingxue did not mention the matter at all. In her view, as members of the same sect, issues should be resolved amicably, even if Wang Yu was at fault. Qin Feng should not have been so ruthless. Yi Qingxue looked at Qin Feng. "I do not care how you justify your actions. I do not trust a word you say, even if I lack the authority to deal with you. I will report this to the sect upon my return. Let us see how you will defend yourself then." With her words, Yi Qingxue appeared utterly incensed. Bai Muya, witnessing this exchange, quickly realized that even if Qin Feng acted cruelly, he had ultimately saved her. With her upbringing, she could not bring herself to repay his kindness with ingratitude. Instantly, Bai Muya stepped forward to clarify, "I can testify that this truly cannot be blamed on Qin Feng. The reason these individuals were pursued by the scorpion swarm is that they intended to use us as scapegoats. Qin Feng's actions towards such shameless people are entirely justified." "And who are you?" Yi Qingxue questioned, taken aback that someone would dare to stand in defense of Qin Feng, especially a woman of such beauty. Her feelings became complex, and her tone inadvertently took on an accusatory edge. Bai Muya introduced herself. "I can assure you with the credibility of our auction house that this incident was indeed their fault. Qin Feng acted solely in self-defense." Qin Feng was astonished that Bai Muya would speak up at such a moment. Following suit, Luo Shun also stepped forward. "I too can attest for Qin Feng, Yi Jr. sister. I implore you not to make things difficult for him." With so many rallying in support of Qin Feng, Yi Qingshua's expression darkened. She now recognized that there might indeed be a misunderstanding. Yet having spoken her mind, she would never admit to being mistaken, even if you claim he is not at fault. What of it? I witnessed him preparing to kill. Even if Wang Yu was in the wrong, this matter should be taken back to the sect for resolution, not settled with personal vengeance here. Yi Qingshua's tone was grave. Although her words seemed to uphold the sect's rules, those present understood that she was merely protecting her own pride. Qin Feng found no interest in engaging with this foolish woman. Although he could openly kill Wang Yu outside, he could not afford to make a public spectacle of this with Yi Qingxue. This was the distinction between having backing and lacking it. Qin Feng turned to leave. Chapter 61. The secret chamber stop. Seeing Qin Feng attempting to walk away after failing to counter her, Yi Qingxue felt her pride wounded anew. She coldly commanded him to halt. Yet Qin Feng paid her no mind. He preferred to invest his time in exploring further rather than waste any more of it on this foolish woman. As Qin Feng prepared to depart, those around him instinctively followed suit. Ever since witnessing Qin Feng's strength, they had resolved to stay close to him, clinging to this formidable ally as long as there were no conflicts of interest. They would remain steadfast friends. Watching Qin Feng blatantly disregard her, Yi Qingshua's face contorted with rage. She pursued him, demanding an explanation. Despite the trailing entourage behind him, Qin Feng remained unfazed, for his singular objective was to acquire as much as possible from the ruins to enhance his own power. Yi Qingxue, seething with frustration as Qin Feng ignored her, could not comprehend how he could be so willful. It could be said that the situation was utterly lawless. She now only regretted why she had chosen to part ways with the disciples of the sect before entering these passages. Although the circumstances at the time were indeed sufficiently chaotic, just as he was pursuing Qin Feng and the others forward, the light ahead in the passage suddenly dimmed. Qin Feng, who had been leading the way, was compelled to halt his steps, for such an anomaly could only signify the presence of malevolence. Those following closely behind him began to cast wary glances around. In the current scenario, no one could assure that there was no danger lurking in the vicinity. Yi Qingxue, trailing behind, continued to ramble incessantly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and his companions remained steadfastly behind her. Why have you stopped? Are we not continuing? Or has it finally dawned on you, Qin Feng, that I was right all along? Yi Qingxue caught up with Qin Feng, appearing somewhat out of breath. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng glanced at her briefly. Instead of concerning yourself with me, you might do well to pay attention to your own well-being. If I am not mistaken, you were indeed seized by those malevolent corpses earlier. Even if you have consumed an antidote, your condition must still be rather precarious. No? Though Qin Feng's remarks were grounded in truth. Yi Qingxue felt as if he were mocking her. Moreover, I must remind you once again, regarding such useless individuals, if you wish to preserve yourself, it is best to ignore them entirely, not wander about, dispensing your futile kindness. The demeanor of these individuals was far from amiable, their expressions dark enough to seem as if they might weep. They clung tightly to Yi Qingxue, driven solely by the desire to avoid being abandoned. Particularly Wang Yu, who had lost both arms. Within this secret realm, if he wished to survive, he had to cling to Yi Qingxue for dear life. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yi Qingxue turned her gaze to Wang Yu and the others. And upon witnessing their disheveled appearance, a barely perceptible flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Yet in the face of Qin Feng, she lifted her chin defiantly. I never would have imagined, Qin Feng, that you could be such a cold-hearted individual. How could you exhibit such indifference towards a fellow disciple from the same sect? I truly misjudged you. She glared fiercely at Qin Feng, as though he had betrayed her in some manner. Fool! Qin Feng could hardly be bothered to glance at her again. After all, he had only been offering a kind reminder, and had already done so. Should anything transpire henceforth, those present could certainly vouch for him. Seeing him berate her again, Yi Qingxue's eyes flushed crimson with anger. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed that Qin Feng had entirely vanished into the darkness. This darkness was unlike the absence of light. It felt as if all illumination had been devoured by some unknown entity, instilling a sense of dread that sent chills racing down one's spine. Qin, must we continue forward? Bai Muya instinctively inched closer to Qin Feng. Despite the terror of Qin Feng's prior actions, she felt a sense of security in his proximity during this critical moment. This passage, seemingly short, was in reality quite lengthy, just as they traversed what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Qin Feng ahead stepped upon something beneath his feet, a crackling sound, akin to a mechanism being triggered, echoed, and simultaneously, a pale blue, ethereal light flickered to life beneath Qin Feng's feet, in the next instant. Before the others could comprehend what had transpired, Qin Feng vanished from their sight. Almost immediately, they felt the ground beneath them give way. An overwhelming sensation of plummeting enveloped them. What is happening? Help! Some instinctively attempted to stabilize themselves with their spiritual energy, only to find that in the face of this sensation of descent, their energy was rendered utterly ineffective. They could not summon it at all. Qin Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in the next moment, he found himself in a different location entirely. It was a vast hall, devoid of any furnishings, constructed entirely of colossal stones, with a circle of enormous chains suspended around its perimeter. These chains were seemingly connected to something, yet Qin Feng could not discern their source. That he was utterly alone. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. None of his companions had managed to follow him here. He sighed in resignation and began to explore the stone hall, where every block was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Upon examining these engravings closely, he discovered that he did not recognize a single one of them, rendering him incapable of extracting any useful information from them. He speculated whether this might be the main hall, but he found no signs of any spiritual energy fluctuations nearby. The only noteworthy features were 4 stone doors, each guarded by a formidable divine beast, positioned in the cardinal directions of a hall. Qin Feng attempted to push open the stone doors, only to realize that mere brute force would be futile. The doors were inscribed with formations capable of absorbing the spiritual energy from any attacks. Thus, all his efforts against these stone doors fell into oblivion. Unable to breach them, he chose to abandon that course of action altogether. He resolved to ascend and take a look from above. There was a skylight above, similarly adorned with intricate engravings, and numerous thick chains dangled from it. Qin Feng harnessed the spiritual energy within him, and, using a nearby statue as a launching pad, successfully leaped up to grasp one of the chains on his very first attempt. Hiss! Qin Feng was taken aback by the icy chill of the chain, the material of which was unknown to him. Merely touching it sent a shock through his system, nearly causing him to lose his grip. It was a bone-chilling cold, as if it could freeze a person's very soul upon contact. Chapter 62. The Resurrection Formation. Had Qin Feng not reacted swiftly, channeling his internal floating pagoda sword chi, he would have surely plummeted to his demise. Now he precariously stood aloft, gazing down upon the layout of the Grand Hall, which appeared remarkably clear from this vantage point. However, as he continued to observe, he began to feel an unsettling familiarity about the hall's arrangement. Despite this being his first visit, he could not recall the origin of this sensation. Just as he was about to resume his scrutiny, the icy sensation from the chain began to rapidly spread, coursing through his hand and invading his entire body, rendering him as if he had tumbled into an ice cavern. Even with the floating pagoda sword chi within him, Qin Feng found it increasingly difficult to resist this chilling force. What in the world was this? Qin Feng was astonished. This was the first time, since acquiring the divine demon sword bone and cultivating the floating pagoda sword chi, that he felt so utterly powerless. As the coldness surged through his flesh, invading his meridians and even his dantian, Qin Feng had no choice but to relinquish his grip. His body fell from the It seemed that the path upward was no longer viable. If this place was indeed the designated inheritance ground set by the tomb's master for future generations, then it must not be entirely unsolvable. There must be a way. Qin Feng consoled himself internally, while simultaneously scrutinizing his surroundings more meticulously and reflecting on the source of that familiar feeling he had experienced earlier. Had he encountered a similar sight somewhere in the past? As Qin Feng racked his brain in contemplation, a sudden voice resonated within his mind, startling him at first. "You rascal! Have you forgotten me after just a few days of absence? If so, then you shall explore this place alone. Moreover, those tasks I entrusted to you have lingered for quite some time. You ought to take a closer look at them. If you would merely pay attention to the details, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament now. The voice in his mind carried a tone of exasperation. It dawned on Qin Feng that it was the immortal emperor of Carefree. Senior, he respectfully responded within his mind, that I mentioned that you need not address me as senior. I merely hope you can spare more time to review what I entrusted to you. Do not underestimate the path of formations. You will eventually discover that when you wish to traverse this world, the most reliable ally will be formations. After a brief reminder, the voice in his mind fell silent. Qin Feng called out a couple of times, but received no further response, that he realized that the immortal emperor had likely chosen to ignore him once more. However, the words of the immortal emperor had indeed served as a wake-up call. He had just felt a sense of familiarity regarding the hall's arrangement, and now, with this reminder, Qin Feng swiftly began to sift through the knowledge stored in his mind. Before long, he unearthed a description of this formation. The reason he felt it was familiar was that he had previously skimmed through information on a formation known as the Resurrection Formation. True to its name, the primary purpose of this grand formation was to facilitate the revival of the deceased. However, resurrection was not a simple task. As an ancient formation, the conditions for its use were exceedingly stringent. First and foremost, the strength of the deceased played a crucial role. The higher the strength, the more challenging the resurrection. For there exists a principle known as the law of conservation of energy. Secondly, the compatibility between the deceased and their next vessel was paramount. Thus, it would be more accurate to describe it as a soul-transferring formation rather than a mere possession formation. Upon realizing this, a chill ran down Qin Feng's spine, for he had not anticipated that beneath his very feet lay a soul-transferring formation. He must leave this place swiftly. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng felt an even greater urgency to find an escape route. While he was diligently searching, the others were also being teleported to different locations. How splendid! This truly is an ancient legacy. As the group beheld the murals before them, the artwork clearly conveyed that this was the tomb of the Immortal by Hai. The Immortal by Hai, contemplating the imminent end of his lineage, wished to prevent the severance of his sex legacy at such a critical juncture. Thus, he left behind this tomb, awaiting a fated individual. Upon seeing this revelation, astonishment lit up the faces of all present, each convinced that they were indeed the destined one. Miss, it appears we too have a chance, Zhou Sheng remarked to Bai Muya, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Not spotting Qin Feng eased his mind. After all, despite Qin Feng having once saved them, the allure of the legacy made them reluctant to have him interfere. Bai Muya, unaware of Zhou Sheng's thoughts, surveyed the opulent hall before them and inquired, Zhou Shu, what should we do in this situation? Although the stone wall suggested they might obtain the legacy, it offered no specifics on how to proceed. They only observed a vast hall adorned with various beastly sculptures, which might pose the challenges they were to confront. Besides these colossal beast statues, a massive stone door loomed, potentially leading the way forward. Yet they could not discern a mechanism to open it. Let me explore a bit, Zhou Sheng suggested as he continued to inspect the area. Suddenly, Bai Muya heard a sound, as if something stirred. Zhou Shu, she instinctively called out, her focus shifting to the stone statues. Just as her words fell, the statues began to move, their enormous forms rising inch by inch. They were puppets. These sculptures were living automatons. The overwhelming presence they exuded was formidable. Zhou Sheng quickly recognized that their trial was to defeat these puppet beasts. Perhaps vanquishing them would unlock the stone door. He was the first to launch an attack against the automatons. And Bai Muya hastily followed suit in different locations. Similar events unfolded as many individuals observed the stone wall's message regarding the legacy. Each was driven by an intense fervor, eager to surpass others and seize the legacy of the ancient immortal master. Surely, no one could resist such a temptation. Soon, countless perished in the trials. Their blood spilled freely within the chamber. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden radiance began to rise from the ground, silently absorbing the very essence of their lifeblood. As time elapsed, Qin Feng remained within the grand hall, striving to find a way out. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. It seemed countless mechanisms were set into rapid motion at that moment. Gripping the Long Yuan sword tightly, Qin Feng warily observed his surroundings. He noticed the previously sealed stone doors trembling, as if something were about to emerge. His grip on the sword tightened as his sharp gaze remained fixed on the periphery. Simultaneously, his other hand prepared the Juyo floating pagoda formation. With a resounding crash, the stone door shattered, revealing figures drenched in blood behind it. Disciples of a sect who had narrowly passed the trial left by the immortal by Hai. Just as they anticipated seizing the legacy, they were taken aback to discover another person behind the door. Stunned, they froze in place. Disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld Qin Feng. They had not expected to find him there. And upon glancing at one another, they noted that Qin Feng appeared unscathed, his attire immaculate. This heightened their wariness. One among them hesitated before stepping forward. Addressing Qin Feng, "Fellow cultivator, may I inquire where you hail from?" They dared not attack recklessly without assessing Qin Feng's strength. As they scrutinized him, Qin Feng did the same in return. Uncertain of their origins, he could surmise that their vigilant gazes indicated fear of him competing for the so-called opportunity. Alas, Qin Feng was already aware that this so-called opportunity was nothing but a deadly poison. Yet, even if he spoke, they would likely dismiss his words. As the standoff continued, sounds emanated from the other stone doors. Drawing the attention of Qin Feng and the others, they turned to see similarly disheveled figures emerging from those entrances. Evidently, these individuals had endured their own harrowing battles before arriving here, in stark contrast to their disarray. Qin Feng's calm and pristine demeanor stood out. Bai Muya and Zhou Sheng had finally triumphed over the puppet beasts. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Qin Feng standing there with an air of tranquility. Their group, once numerous, had now dwindled to just the two of them. Seeing Qin Feng, they instinctively moved closer, for he was the most familiar presence amidst the chaos. Why Qingxue had also noticed Qin Feng. She had fortuitously been paired with Lung Ningxiang when facing the mechanisms. Although they had sacrificed some disciples and others from different sects, they had ultimately survived. Once everyone regrouped, each remained vigilant, not only against the unknown threats that had yet to appear, but also against one another. In the face of absolute gain, even kin could easily turn against each other. I say, since we have all arrived here, it is evident that we are all aware of the current situation. Yes, a disciple clad in sect robes stepped forward, his attire still stained with traces of battle. He scanned the crowd, noting that regardless of their sect, they all appeared equally beleaguered. What I wish to convey is that before the true treasure reveals itself, it would be prudent for us to avoid internal conflict. Let us collaborate, and once the genuine treasure emerges, we can compete fairly. His words bore a semblance of reason, yet each individual present was proud and haughty. Why should a mere disciple from a minor sect assume leadership? If anyone should take charge, it should be the senior disciples of the Wangu Tianzong. They're the only ones I truly trust to guide us forward. A voice emerged from the crowd, directing attention toward those clad in Wangu Tianzong attire. Despite having suffered losses, their current state was undoubtedly the best among all sections under the scrutiny of all. The already assembled Wangu Tianzong disciples felt a sense of awkwardness. Most had never before experienced such unwavering gazes, and this attention stirred an unsettling feeling within them. "Sister," someone called out to Yi Qingxue, who was now regarded as the pillar of support. Faced with the disciples' appeals, Yi Qingxue's face revealed a hint of pride. She glanced at Qin Feng, who was still mingling with the others, a smug expression crossing her features. "Since you all regard me so highly, I must admit," she began, but just as she contemplated agreeing to unite everyone, Qin Feng interjected, "I advise you to think this through carefully. Leading is not as simple as it seems. Why should these individuals expect the Wangu Tianzong to take the lead? They merely wish for us to bear the brunt of any consequences." Before she could finish her thought, Qin Feng's interruption left her visibly displeased. Lung Ningxiang frowned slightly, feeling that Qin Feng lacked compassion. With so many present, are we not all righteous cultivators? Is it so wrong to unite and cooperate? If Qin Feng were aware of her sentiments, he would only lament her naivety, that is not cultivating immortality, a struggle against heaven, earth, and fate itself. If one does not contend, then what is the purpose of pursuing immortality? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yi Qingxue was about to express her dissatisfaction when Qin Feng's voice resonated once more. In truth, I advise you to hastily take these individuals and vacate this place. The opportunities here are far too profound for you to grasp. Although Qin Feng spoke the truth, the people present were infuriated by his remarks, with Yi Qingxue seething. Qin Feng, what are you saying? Are you attempting to drive us away so that you can enjoy the bounty alone? In their eyes, Qin Feng's behavior was utterly repugnant. They believed he sought to expel them out of fear of competition. Yet, were they truly such foolish beings? Chapter 64. Not entirely foolish, a dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's intentions. Qin Feng merely scoffed before turning to Bai Muya. If you trust me, you may accompany me now. The opportunities here are not to be trifled with. Just by the resurrection array beneath our feet, it is evident that the master of this tomb harbors grand ambitions. Moreover, Qin Feng had a nagging intuition that this individual was targeting him specifically. Otherwise, why had he been brought here in such a peculiar manner? He firmly believed that this was not merely a stroke of luck. Just as Qin Feng finished his warning and was about to depart, a sudden rumble echoed, and the ground quaked violently. The surrounding walls began to tremble, and the group found it difficult to maintain their footing, swaying precariously. It seemed as if something beneath was fracturing. Qin Feng reacted swiftly, his toes coiling with energy, propelling himself upward with a mighty leap. Others followed suit, each employing their abilities. However, mere moments after their ascent, they felt an abrupt obstruction to their strength, rendering them helpless as they plummeted downward. Help! There's a forbidden spirit array. Someone cried out. Those with flying artifacts. Use them now. The ground had transformed into a visible abyss, and countless individuals fell into its depths. Faced with this dire predicament, Qin Feng also found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, he remained composed. He did not believe that the unseen forces behind this had merely orchestrated such chaos to claim their lives. There must be a glimmer of hope. The sensation of falling did not last long. When they landed with a thud, they discovered they had entered another realm. This space resembled a towering structure. As everyone instinctively looked up, they realized they could not see the dark chasm from which they had descended. Another spatial transfer. When the group comprehended this, they glanced around, finding that they were all present and uninjured, which elicited a collective sigh of relief. As long as no one was harmed, this could very well be a test from a senior. They rose from the ground, surveying their surroundings. My spiritual energy. It has still gone, a voice suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively attempted to channel their internal energy, only to find it had vanished without a trace, completely beyond their control. The absence of spiritual power left the group feeling vulnerable. Qin Feng, too, cautiously tested his internal energy, discovering that while he could not mobilize his spiritual force, he could still faintly summon his sword qi. With this card up his sleeve, he felt a degree of reassurance. However, he did not display any outward signs of relief, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he scrutinized the surroundings, particularly the architecture that seemed to prevent the use of spiritual energy in the moment of chaos. The others gradually regained their composure. After all, lacking spiritual energy meant they could not do anything about it. Regardless of their struggles, the priority now was to devise a solution. Let us temporarily disperse, forming small teams to explore our surroundings and search for any mechanisms. Are there any array masters present? They should take the lead in our exploration. Yi Qingxue calmly began to analyze the situation. Based on her assessment, her reasoning held some merit, but it hinged on the efficacy of her proposed methods. And what about that over there? Who will investigate that coffin? Just as Yi Qingxue finished assigning tasks, someone stammered. They had noticed upon their descent a coffin resting atop the highest platform in the spacious chamber, bound by countless chains and adorned with intricate carvings. It was evident that this object was anything but ordinary, especially as it emitted a faint black mist, barely discernible in the dim light. Upon hearing the question, Yi Qingxue's expression froze, mirroring the apprehension of those around her. She too was reluctant to confront this topic. Yet the reality demanded their attention. Perhaps the only means of escape lay within that coffin. Fair Yi, as the disciple of the vanguards of antiquity, your sect must have bestowed upon you many treasures. Considering this matter, we, mere soldiers, are unafraid to investigate, yet we dread uncovering nothing of value. Would that not render our efforts futile? Though the speaker claimed to fear a wasted opportunity, it was clear he feared danger more acutely. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding individuals echoed his sentiment, equally apprehensive of the potential peril. Rather than risk themselves, they preferred Yi Qingxue to approach the ominous black coffin. Witnessing the collective pressure to confront the mysterious object, Yi Qingxue's expression darkened. After all, everyone present could discern that the coffin was no benign entity. Should it harbor any threat, they were utterly defenseless without their spiritual energy, leaving no time to flee. Silence. Cold Ningxiang glared at the crowd, her countenance grim. Her icy voice resonated, momentarily silencing them. However, their thoughts soon turned to the fact that even the renowned Snow Lotus Fairy was currently devoid of spiritual power. If she lacked strength, what was there to fear? Especially now, none could guarantee their escape. As the notion of equality took root, the gazes of all present shifted, while Yi Qingxue sensed the peculiar atmosphere and tightened her grip on her sword. Eyeing the crowd warily, I implore you, esteemed fairies of the vanguards of antiquity, must we proceed in this manner? We previously agreed to unite and collaborate, since we have resolved to investigate our surroundings. What issue arises from entrusting the black coffin to you? As the saying goes, those capable should bear more burdens. As the leaders of our group, should not your sect take on greater responsibility in such times? Or is the prestige of the vanguards merely a facade? Their words were driven by the instinct to survive. Observing this assembly of individuals, each focused solely on pressuring her, Yi Qingxue felt utterly at a loss. She had never navigated such a situation before. Her only recourse was to project an aura of strength. The few disciples of the vanguards of antiquity remained steadfastly by her side, uniting their strength as one. Yet, it was regrettably late. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Black Coffin. Qin Feng watched the unfolding scene with a shake of his head. Had they displayed assertiveness from the outset, these individuals would never have dared to so brazenly affront them. Now, with the floodgates opened, any further attempts by Yi Qingxue to assert dominance would only fuel their anger. Qin Feng's suspicions were confirmed. Originally, the group had hoped that the disciples of the vanguards of antiquity would lead them through the dangers. Yet they soon realized that these disciples were equally powerless to act. This realization struck them as a betrayal. As the crowd witnessed Yi Qingxue and her companions suddenly adopt such a defiant stance. The stark psychological disparity ignited their fury. Fair Yi, what do you mean by this? Everything you promised us before is now rendered null. If that is the case, brothers, the remaining members of the vanguards of antiquity are numerous. When the time comes for conflict, we will surely suffer. It is better to unite and deal with them first. This is a secret realm, and without spiritual energy, whatever occurs here will remain unknown to those outside. As this declaration echoed, Yi Qingxue's face drained of color. The disciples of the vanguards of antiquity tightened their grips on their weapons. They were clad in their sex garb. Should conflict arise, they would be at a severe disadvantage against the sheer numbers of their adversaries. Fair Yi, what say you? Have you made a decision? Shall we venture forth to uncover what lies within that black coffin? The leader stepped forward and threatened. Yi Qingxue bit her lip fiercely, her gaze sweeping through the crowd until it landed on Qin Feng, who stood there with an air of indifference, seeing herself being coerced by so many, while Qin Feng appeared utterly unconcerned, as if he were a mere bystander, and notably not wearing the disciples' attire of the Wangu Tianzong. Infuriated her. Qin Feng, who allowed you to linger there? You are a member of our sect, so hurry up and come here. Yi Qingxue rebuked, drawing the attention of all towards Qin Feng, who stood alongside the people from the Wanbao auction house. Realizing they might be affiliated with the Wangu Tianzong, the crowd's gaze suddenly turned hostile towards Qin Feng. This was outrageous. Witnessing Yi Qingxue daring to drag him into this predicament, Qin Feng vowed silently that he would not let her off the hook if he got the chance. Yi Qingxue was intimidated by Qin Feng's chilling stare, yet she reminded herself that if she did not involve him, those who would inspect the black coffin later might be their own disciples. Thus, she resolved that sacrificing Qin Feng was a far better option than endangering her comrades. After all, he was nothing but a waste of space in their sect, To lose him in exchange for the safety of everyone else was a bargain worth making. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and come here. Are you waiting for me to invite you? With so many people here, everyone has their duties, yet you stand idly by. I see you are so clean. Your journey here must have relied on that woman behind you. You truly are displaying your talents. It's just a pity that not everyone will always be willing to protect you. Yi Qingshue's words elicited disdainful glances from the crowd towards Qin Feng. After all, people love gossip, especially now as they regarded Qin Feng with the same scrutiny one would give a pretty boy. Observing his immaculate appearance, they deemed him an entirely different class from those who had fought their way through. This signified that Qin Feng was merely a soft target. I say, brother, since the esteemed Yi Xinzi has spoken, why are you not taking action? Some had already labeled Qin Feng as a pushover. Speaking without any courtesy, Luo Xun, upon witnessing this scene, immediately drew his sword. As Qin Feng's friend, he could not stand by while his brother faced such humiliation. Although he currently lacked spiritual power, his swordsmanship remained intact. Luo Xun's expression turned grave. The crowd recognized him as a sword cultivator and hastily retreated. After all, the combat prowess of sword cultivators was universally acknowledged as formidable, and they had no desire to face him directly. Yi Qingxue frowned at the sight of a sect disciple standing by Qin Feng's side. She believed that someone like him could hardly have many true friends. Seeing Luo Shuyuan stand up for him, Qin Feng raised his hand to stop him, but he calmly addressed the crowd. You want me to investigate that black coffin? I shall do so. However, do not think you can take advantage of this opportunity to trouble them. Luo Xun assumed Qin Feng had agreed for his sake and frowned, about to dissuade him, but Qin Feng stopped him. No need. Even without them, I intend to check out that coffin. There are too many strange occurrences here. All information should be in my hands. These people refuse to investigate, and even if I uncover something, they shouldn't expect me to share it. Qin Feng's eyes swept over the crowd, devoid of any emotion. As he began to ascend the steps towards the black coffin, the tension in the air became palpable. They hoped Qin Feng would uncover something, yet also wished he would find nothing. The atmosphere in the space turned eerily silent. Yi Qingxue watched as Qin Feng climbed the steps, scoffing dismissively. What a charade! He claims he wants to investigate proactively. If it weren't for them sending him, he probably wouldn't even take a step. The closer Qin Feng drew to the black coffin, the more he felt an icy aura envelop him. This sensation mirrored his previous encounter with the chains he had touched. He could not help but suspect whether there was a connection between the two. No, they were undoubtedly related. His gaze fixated on the chains coiling around the black coffin, and from his vantage point, the black mist surrounding it seemed to thicken. This mist resembled both resentment and malevolence. The onlookers watched as Qin Feng ascended step by step. What was he doing? Confusion filled the crowd. Initially, Qin Feng moved at a regular pace, but soon his speed dwindled to a crawl. Someone go up and see what's going on. Someone called out, but no one moved. They weren't fools. The situation was clearly a step forward now would be akin to courting death. Let us just observe what he does next. One thing was certain. The cause of the absence of spiritual energy in this room must lie with that stone coffin. Isn't that obvious? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Their eyes returned to Qin Feng, who, as it stood, seemed to be moving slowly but otherwise was unharmed. Meanwhile, they busied themselves focusing on the stone coffin. Surrounding the coffin were seals of formation. They needed to break them to gain entry. Yet, the formation was so peculiar that they could not find a way to dismantle it. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. Qin Feng's countenance darkened slightly. The formation was not complex. With careful observation, one could discern its patterns that if followed correctly, they could easily breach it. The problem was that none among them had the capability to dismantle it. This was why they turned to Qin Feng, hoping he would attempt it. Junior brother Qin Feng, perhaps you should halt your steps for now, Luo Shiyuan urged. Indeed, look around. Everyone is studying the formation. You should refrain from causing disruption and stay put. Haha, you don't know. He is the waste of our sect, devoid of spiritual energy and lacking in alchemical skills. Just an ordinary mortal unworthy of this place. Exactly, several disciples echoed. A smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. The more you wish for me to leave, the more I shall stay. He turned and continued forward. This spectacle incited displeasure among the alchemists. They perceived Qin Feng as deliberately seeking to overshadow them, prompting one to shout, "Hey, stop right there. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, we will inform the master, and you won't escape the consequences," they threatened. Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed at why Yi Qingshu, observing from below, felt her teeth grind at Qin Feng's blatant disregard for his own dignity. "Qin Feng, you must understand the repercussions of your actions today. If you continue to defy us, we will report this to the sect leader, and then we shall see what becomes of you." She had long held a grudge against Qin Feng for rejecting her during the sect's martial competition, which had led to her humiliation. Over the years, she had covertly schemed against him numerous times. Yet Qin Feng had consistently evaded peril. Moreover, she did not dare to act too overtly, knowing his formidable background. Angering him could lead to her own downfall. But now this was an opportunity. If this waste of a person met his demise here, it would suit her perfectly. She was eager to see how the sect would hold his parents accountable. Why Yi Qingshue's eyes glimmered. "If you possess the ability, feel F." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, followed by a frantic rush of people fleeing in all directions. In that moment, all thoughts of treasures and opportunities were cast aside. Survival was their only concern. "Qin Feng, run!" someone shouted, grabbing Qin Feng to flee with them. Yet, Qin Feng remained rooted to the spot, motionless and unresisting. "Junior brother Qin Feng," Luo Xun shouted desperately, attempting to pull him away. Although he harbored disdain for Qin Feng, he could not bear the thought of his junior brother perishing in such a manner. However, Qin Feng still did not budge. "Elder brother, you go ahead. I will hold him off." Quickly, another man proclaimed, drawing his sword and striking at the stone coffin. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered, staining his clothing crimson. The swordsman froze in disbelief. He had just wielded a pseudo-immortal weapon, yet it had failed to breach the coffin's defenses. Even though it merely bore a trace of false immortal essence, it was exceptionally formidable. This only underscored the dread that the black coffin instilled. "Are you mad?" Luo Xun bellowed in fury. "Retreat at once." The man shot him a glance that if you don't leave, none of us can, without further ado. He ignored Luo Xun and swung his blade once more at the black coffin. Clang! Sparks flew as the pseudo-immortal sword shattered into 3 pieces. The man stared blankly at the fragments in his hands, unable to fathom his failure that moment. The desiccated corpse suddenly extended its withered claw. A chilling roar echoed throughout the square as the corpse leapt up and lunged at the man. He recoiled in terror, attempting to escape, yet his speed was no match for the gaunt figure. "Help!" he screamed. The others hurriedly retreated. Who would dare approach now? The emaciated corpse seized him and bit through his throat. Gulping sounds ensued as the corpse's mouth worked to consume the man's flesh and blood. The grotesque sight was too much for the onlookers. Many were unable to suppress their nausea. The man cried out in agony, writhing in convulsions. Moments later, he breathed his last. The corpse then threw back its head and let out a deafening roar, its form rapidly expanding. Boom! It erupted into a cloud of sanguine mist, filling the air with a nauseating stench. "Cough, cough!" Yi Qingshuo covered her nose and stepped back, casting a disdainful glance around. Gagging sounds erupted as many struggled to contain their disgust, hastily fleeing the scene. Even Luo Xun was no exception. His earlier desire to save Qin Feng had merely stemmed from the fact that Qin Feng possessed something he coveted. But now, the being within the black coffin was far too terrifying. He had to escape. As the crowd scattered in a frenzy, only Qin Feng remained before the black coffin. His sole purpose was to seize the opportunity within. Inside the Tower of the Wasteland, the 9 Nether Empresses' elongated phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement. Within lies the black coffin's nether Ji, an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth. You must not let it slip away. Chapter 67. Nether ZHI.AS for the guarding Een blood corpse. I shall teach you a secret method capable of countering it. The urgency in her tone indicated the significance of the Nether Ji to the 9 Nether Empress. Qin Feng replied, "Understood." In truth, with his current floating pagoda sword technique, he could already contend with the blood corpse. However, given the opportunity for a more assured approach, he would not refuse. This method was known as the corpse burning secret technique. The Nine Nether Empress revealed the secret. Immediately, a series of obscure, ancient, and incomprehensibly complex runes appeared in Qin Feng's consciousness that he closed his eyes, silently reciting the incantation and executing the technique. Burn the corpse to annihilation. Qin Feng commanded. Instantly, golden flames engulfed his entire being, transforming him into a blazing sphere of fire. This was the flame formed from the burning of soul power. The purer the soul power, the greater the flame's might. Qin Feng summoned his soul power, encircling the black coffin in flames. The flames crackled and danced. Qin Feng gazed solemnly at the black coffin before him. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the sect, witnessing Qin Feng's unwavering stance, exchanged glances of disdain. Yi Qingxue sneered. This fool must be paralyzed with fear by the being within the coffin, forgotten how to flee. Those eager to curry favor with Yi Qingxue echoed her sentiment. Yet in the next instant, their expressions froze in disbelief. Qin Feng unsheathed his long sword, its surface ablaze with golden flames. Whoosh, he swung down his blade, and the golden fire cleaved through the air, boom, with a resounding crash. The golden flames shattered the black coffin's outer layer. Boom! The hefty black coffin split cleanly in two, crashing to the ground. Qin Feng stood resolutely beside the fragmented remains, sword in hand, exuding an air of defiance. How is this possible? The scene left everyone in attendance utterly astonished. How could Qin Feng destroy the coffin? It was known that even a peak warrior at the Four Symbols Mirror could only inflict superficial damage upon it. Yet Qin Feng had severed it with a single strike. Lung Ningxiang regarded Qin Feng with astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Qin Feng's strike was extraordinary. Most crucially, they had been unable to unleash their full combat strength. Their spiritual energy sealed. Yet Qin Feng remained unaffected. This was indeed unusual. Qin Feng's display piqued Lung Ningxiang's interest. She pondered if perhaps he had truly concealed his power. However, upon closer inspection, she shook her head in denial. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy within Qin Feng. This very absence led her to question him. Generally, only those at the fifth level of the divine platform realm could resist the suppression of spiritual energy and retain some combat capability. Given Qin Feng's age, it was improbable for him to be a superpower of that level. The only logical explanation was that Qin Feng had not exerted his full strength. Perhaps he possessed some unique technique. Regardless, Qin Feng was undoubtedly extraordinary. Luo Xiuyuan rejoiced. Excellent. With the black coffin severed by Qin Feng, our spiritual energy should be unsealed. However, what no one anticipated was that even though the black coffin had been shattered, their spiritual energy remained bound. Moreover, from beneath the fragments of the coffin, a menacing aura surged forth. The terrifying figure of the Yin blood corpse erupted from within. Whoosh! It charged directly at Qin Feng. Its speed was astonishing, appearing before Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Qin Feng raised his long sword to meet it. Bang! Qin Feng's blade struck the neck of the Yin blood corpse. Yet the only response was a metallic clang, leaving not a single mark. Such formidable defense. Qin Feng felt a surge of alarm. In the past, he would have opted to evade its menace, but now, he was resolved to stand his ground. Boom! The corpse-burning secret technique activated, enveloping him in golden flames, forming a protective armor. Armed with his sword, Qin Feng fearlessly engaged the Yin blood corpse in battle. Bang! 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 They exchanged blows in a fierce contest. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. The Yin blood corpse was even more formidable than the blood corpses he had encountered before. Its grotesque physique and terrifying defense put Qin Feng in a precarious position. Ha ha! That kid is doomed. The black coffin truly lived up to its reputation as a black iron-grade treasure, boasting astonishing defense that even Qin Feng could not penetrate. Yi Qingxue and the others sighed in relief. Qin Feng's performance had indeed exceeded their expectations. But so what? The black coffin's defenses were extraordinary. Qin Feng's attempts to breach the Yin blood corpse's defenses were nothing but wishful thinking. This works in my favor. I won't have to expend energy to slay the monster within the black coffin, allowing you to reap the rewards. Yi Qingxue mocked with a cold smile. Lung Ningxiang shot her a fierce glare. You fool! If Qin Feng dies, How will we fend off the Yin blood corpse? Furthermore, the Yin blood corpse seemed intent on seizing Qin Feng's body to regain corporeal form. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue froze, her lovely features shifting between expressions of uncertain "oh what? As long as I can kill Qin Feng, who dares to intervene? I'll slay them all." Yi Qingxue's lips curled into a frosty smirk. Lung Ningxiang regarded her with disdain. "If Qin Feng dies, we will be next. Do you intend to become his sustenance?" Yi Qingxue glanced at the Yin blood corpse, her face paling. "Then I will take action." As soon as she uttered those words, she charged at the Yin blood corpse. She struck out with her palm, aiming to send it flying. Bang! However, her palm collided with it, causing pain to shoot through her hand, leaving her bloodied and shocked. "What just happened?" Yi Qingxue exclaimed in disbelief. Roar! The Yin blood corpse growled lowly, swiftly seizing Yi Qingxue's wrist. Crack! Her wrist fractured, and an agonizing shriek escaped her lips. She cried out, "Get away!" The Yin blood corpse glared at her furiously, hurling her aside. Then it opened its gaping maw, lunging at Yi Qingxue. Its teeth were fearsome and savage, resembling the fangs of a wild beast, glinting with a chilling light. "Help!" Yi Qingxue screamed, frantically dodging, but the Yin blood corpse had already locked on her. And no matter how far she fled, it would find her. It was over. Yi Qingxue's complexion turned ashen. She never expected that the nether blood corpse would actually be able to track her down. Puffed. Caught off guard, she was directly torn apart by the nether blood corpse. "Hiss, Sister Yi Qingxue!" The other disciples were struck with horror at the sight. Was Yi Qingxue finished? Lung Ningxiang exclaimed sharply, "Everyone, we must unite to combat the nether blood corpse. Otherwise, we will all meet our demise." Understood. The crowd responded in unison, channeling their spiritual energy to unleash a dazzling radiance as they charged towards the nether blood corpse. Chapter 68. Breaking the deadlock boom. The group combined their secret techniques, striking the nether blood corpse. Yet to their despair, such attacks barely even scratched its skin. In fact, they inflicted no injuries whatsoever. "This won't do. If we continue like this, we will surely perish here. We must flee." The crowd cried out in panic, turning to escape. They were not foolish. At this moment, if they did not hurry to flee, they would only be courting death. The nether blood corpse roared, its blood-red tongue licking its lips, revealing a gluttonous gaze. "Ha ha ha!" The nether blood corpse cackled wildly. Its target was evidently the fleeing individual's N.O. A female disciple screamed in fright, her steps faltering. Bang! In the next moment, the nether blood corpse opened its massive maw and swallowed her whole. Crunch, crunch, the sound of chewing echoed. In the blink of an eye, that female disciple vanished without a trace, reduced to the nether blood corpse's meal. The faces of the crowd turned pale. That disciple was a prospective four-element mirror practitioner. Yet the outcome was that in just a fleeting moment, she became food for the nether blood corpse. It seemed the nether blood corpse was growing stronger. Lung Ningxiang gasped. They could distinctly sense that the power of this nether blood corpse was surging wildly. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He could not allow these individuals to be consumed by the nether blood corpse. Otherwise, the difficulty of defeating it would increase tremendously. Thus, Qin Feng brandished his sword and charged once more at the nether blood corpse. His blade, infused with a chilling sword energy, aimed for the creature's head. Clang! Sparks flew. The nether blood corpse's claw blocked Qin Feng's blade, emerging completely unscathed. How is this possible? He actually blocked the nether blood corpse's claws. My heavens, who on earth is he? The crowd was left dumbfounded, nearly forgetting to flee. The nether blood corpse swung a fist. Bang! The air exploded, as if it would shatter the very atmosphere. Qin Feng swayed, narrowly evading the blow. Yet the nether blood corpse relentlessly pursued him, determined to take his life. Although Qin Feng's strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the nether blood corpse. In the brief skirmish, the nether blood corpse held absolute dominance. This won't do. Qin Feng's expression darkened. If this continued, he would undoubtedly face defeat. We must find a way to buy some time. Otherwise, we will all perish. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng resolved to adopt a flanking strategy. Whoosh! Qin Feng's figure flickered as he maneuvered to the left of the nether blood corpse. Sensing a threat, The nether blood corpse immediately followed suit. Bang! Qin Feng was once again sent flying, yet the nether blood corpse's right arm sustained a minor injury. This state of affairs infuriated the nether blood corpse, causing its speed to surge as it lunged at Qin Feng. This is bad. Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically. If this continued, he would surely die. If that is the case, then I shall abandon all hope. With unwavering resolve, Qin Feng halted, raising his gaze to the nether blood corpse, his eyes icy and filled with murderous intent. Die. Qin Feng murmured softly, as spiritual energy surged from his body, pouring into his long sword. Swish! A shimmering silver sword light erupted from the blade. Boom! Crimson flames ignited around Qin Feng, transforming him into a phoenix reborn from the flames. Floating pagoda sword technique. With a single stroke, Qin Feng sent the air quivering. In an instant, the sword light, like a dragon, surged forward with overwhelming might, cleaving towards the nether blood corpse. Swoosh! The sword light sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom! The nether blood corpse was struck by the sword light, instantly cleaved in two. Splash! Blood sprayed everywhere as the nether blood corpse fell to the ground in two halves. What? The crowd was left agape. Just how fearsome was the nether blood corpse's defense? Their combined assaults could barely even graze its skin, yet Qin Feng's strike had severed its neck. It was utterly inconceivable. What kind of martial skill had Qin Feng cultivated to possess such formidable offensive power? Yi Qingxue, Lung Ningxiang, and the others were filled with dread. The death of the nether blood corpse alleviated their pressure significantly. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of fear and curiosity towards Qin Feng, especially Yi Qingxue, whose eyes now brimmed with envy. The person she had always looked down upon now possessed such powerful swordsmanship, igniting her jealousy. Moreover, the most crucial point was that such a level of martial skill was by no means ordinary, but exceedingly rare. This individual's martial skill was certainly not something an outer disciple could possess. Perhaps it was a technique bestowed by an inner sect expert. Lung Ningxiang's eyes flickered as her hidden hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, her nails piercing her palms and drawing forth a hint of crimson. She had originally thought this trial would easily conclude with Qin Feng's defeat, that it now appeared that she had underestimated him. This guy's strength far surpassed her expectations, inciting both jealousy and anger within her. Whoosh! Qin Feng sheathed his sword, his demeanor indifferent. Meanwhile, as the nether blood corpse split apart, the Mingji also came into view for everyone to see. Lung Ningxiang gasped for breath. Mingji, how could such a rare treasure of heaven and earth appear here? She was astonished by Qin Feng's sheer luck. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly seize the Mingji, Lung Ningxiang commanded sharply. As her words fell, the other disciples regained their senses. Quick! The Mingji is mine. You shall not claim it alone. They all rushed towards the Mingji. Qin Feng kindly reminded, the nether blood corpse is not yet completely dead. It still possesses the ability to seize bodies. Yi Qingxue, forcing herself despite her injuries, swallowed a handful of pills and immediately dashed towards the Mingji. But just then, the corpse of the nether blood corpse suddenly trembled, buzzed from the center of the corpse. A dark mist rose, gradually coalescing into a grotesque, malevolent visage. Huh! The nether blood corpse laughed maniacally, its face twisted with madness. I may have lost the qualification to resurrect, but none of you shall lay a hand on the Mingji. Roaring, it opened its mouth wide. In an instant, dark energy enveloped the crowd. This was the nether blood corpse's own manifestation of nether power. This force contained a fierce, corrosive nature, capable of instantly eroding their flesh and obliterating their souls. Not good. The crowd was horrified. They had not anticipated that the nether blood corpse had left behind such a sinister trap. Boom! In an instant, the nether power spread, and the crowd screamed in agony. Collapsing to the ground, Qin Feng was also caught in the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. The nether power surged into his body. Qin Feng groaned, unable to suppress himself as he knelt on the ground. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. He could have evaded this, but to save others, he had endured the brunt of the nether power. This force was brutally relentless. Qin Feng clenched his jaw, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Fortunately, the nether blood corpse was only half intact, and the nether power was not overly strong. Otherwise, given Qin Feng's current cultivation level, he would have been utterly unable to withstand it. The remnants of the nether blood corpse began to writhe slowly. As if attempting to rise, run, Qin Feng urged urgently. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately reacted. Chapter 69. Internal strife go. Quickly flee. The nether blood corpse still has a breath left in it. Everyone retreat. The crowd fled in a panic. Think you can escape? The nether blood corpse sneered coldly. It extended its remaining half, blocking the path of the crowd. Boom! The overwhelming nether power surged forth, enveloping everyone. Qin Feng was also trapped within. It's over. Qin Feng understood clearly that to escape from here, he had to slay the nether blood corpse. But the problem was the nether blood corpse still had residual strength. How could it be easy to kill it? The nether blood corpse fixed its gaze on Qin Feng, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Kid, I never imagined you would force me to use the nether power. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Nether power? Yeah, so this is your true strength. The power of the nether blood corpse was indeed unexpected. However, that was all there was to it. Nether blood corpse, regardless of who you are, dare to obstruct me, and you shall surely die. Qin Feng resolved to no longer hold back, his body radiating a mysterious divine light. The divine demon body was invoked, and an immense power surged throughout his being. Subsequently, Qin Feng took a step forward. Buzz, the sword rang with a resonant sound, as if sensing Qin Feng's battle intent. With a single step, the sword's might erupted. Boom! The blade swung fiercely, cutting through the air with unmatched ferocity. Resembling a dragon's tail sweeping through the sky. Puffed. The sword light tore through the stench of blood, piercing straight through the nether blood corpse's head. The nether blood corpse stood frozen in place, its breath dissipating entirely. How is this possible? This sword intent could only be comprehended by a true disciple. Is that kid some kind of freak? The crowd was left in utter shock after slaying the nether blood corpse. Qin Feng turned to leave with the Mingji in hand. Why Yi Qingxue and the others gazed at the Mingji in his possession, their eyes filled with envy, yet they dared not act rashly. Although they could potentially overpower Qin Feng together, what if he had hidden cards up his sleeve? Stop right there, senior brother. A young man arrogantly obstructed the path, declaring, "This ghostly fungus belongs to me." As he spoke, he unleashed the might of the first level of the four symbols mirror, attempting to intimidate Qin Feng. Just because you say it belongs to you, does it? Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. A mere first-level cultivator of the four symbols dared to vie for the ghostly fungus with him. Seeking death. My father is an elder in the inner sect. Do you dare defy me? The youth seethed with rage and threw a punch. Bang! Qin Feng knelt and collided with him, sending the young man flying. He tumbled several meters, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion pale, and his breath shallow. What? Yi Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened. How dare Qin Feng openly injure someone? What an outrageous act! The others were similarly enraged. Although they feared Qin Feng, such an act of violence in public could not be overlooked. Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he coldly regarded them. This ghostly fungus was harvested through my own efforts. Oh, what if you picked it? Yi Qingxue shot him a frosty glare, her voice icy. If you know what's good for you, hand over the ghostly fungus. She had no faith that Qin Feng would refuse, given their overwhelming numbers. Even if a true disciple arrived, they would have to weigh the consequences. I won't give it up, Qin Feng replied coldly. If you have the ability, come and take it. Yi Qingxue was momentarily speechless. If she dared to snatch it, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. At this point, her only option was to morally compel Qin Feng. Everyone needs this ghostly fungus to nurture their souls. You cannot be so selfish as to take it all for yourself. Indeed, this ghostly fungus is a treasure. It should be shared among us. The others echoed, attempting to bind Qin Feng with moral arguments. Selfish, am I? Qin Feng shook his head when you all witnessed the emergence of the ghostly blood corpse. Why did you not devise a means to collect the ghostly fungus? Had it not been for my intervention, you would have long been devoured by the ghostly blood corpse. His words left them speechless. I advise you all to refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. With that warning, Qin Feng leaped onto an ancient tree, prepared to delve deeper in search of spiritual herbs. However, just as he landed on a branch, a tentacle suddenly coiled around his ankle. The assailant was unmistakably from Yujin Peak. Yujin Peak and Qin Feng had never crossed paths before, yet they boldly attacked, clearly for the sake of obtaining the ghostly fungus. Disregarding all decorum, Brother Zhao quickly subdued this scoundrel. Upon witnessing the attack, Yi Qingxue immediately fanned the flames. Zhao Haoyu from Yujin Peak glared at Qin Feng, disdain evident in his voice. Previously, we were sealed and unable to use our spiritual power, which is why we couldn't defeat the ghostly blood corpse. You clearly know how to break the seal, yet you refuse to share this knowledge. You are guilty of a grave crime. However, if you hand over this ghostly fungus, I might overlook your past transgressions. Zhao Haoyu spoke with arrogance. The others wore mocking expressions, believing Qin Feng would capitulate. It seems you're determined to oppose me. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering. If you wish to avoid death, disappear from my sight while I am still calm. Zhao Haoyu frowned. Qin Feng, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The warriors behind him drew their swords, glaring at Qin Feng with hostility. The atmosphere tense. Qin Feng shook his head, letting out a sigh. If so, I shall oblige you. Whoosh, slowly, he drew his 3-foot azure blade. The sword resonated with a tremor. A blade of astonishing sword energy surged forth. Boom! Where the sword energy struck, it exploded with a brilliance that sent powerful gusts swirling. Ah! The cries of agony echoed. With a single stroke, Qin Feng obliterated 2 disciples. Damn it! Zhao Haoyu's pupils constricted, his face dark as a storm cloud. The others were equally shocked. Qin Feng had instantly slain 2 cultivators on the verge of reaching the 4 Symbols realm. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this? It should be noted that they had already unsealed their spiritual power. Qin Feng, you are far too arrogant. Zhao Haoyu bellowed. I am the chief disciple of Yujin Peak. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. The chief disciple of Yujin Peak? What does that matter? You are merely riding the coattails of your forebears. Come and fight if you have the ability. Zhao Haoyu's face twitched. Those words struck at his sore spot. You seek death. Zhao Haoyu roared, charging at Qin Feng. Clang, a brilliant sword light dazzled the eye. Too radiant to behold. This scene was breathtaking. Qin Feng's swordsmanship had reached a profound level. Even without any martial arts enhancement, he could unleash power comparable to Shin-level techniques. Bang! The clash of sword light and fist shadow unleashed a violent gust of wind. Ravaging the surroundings, thud! Zhao Haoyu staggered back 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Qin Feng remained unscathed. With a single sword strike, he had defeated Zhao Haoyu. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Zhao Haoyu's face flushed red. As the chief disciple of Yujin Peak, he had been vanquished by a so-called waste. What a humiliation! Such a profound disgrace! You have gone too far. Zhao Haoyu, infuriated and humiliated, roared with fury. Qin Feng coldly snorted. Whoever provokes me shall pay the price. With those words, Qin Feng charged forward once more, seeking death. Zhao Haoyu's eyes turned crimson, desperately channeling the Tianshu sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 silver-white long swords materialized in his palms, their tips aimed menacingly at Qin Feng, cold light glinting ominously. Die! Zhao Haoyu bellowed, swinging the long swords with ruthless intent. Clang, clang, clang! The 3 fierce attacks were all thwarted by Qin Feng. What? Zhao Haoyu was taken aback. His 3 silver-white long swords, forged from spirit gold, could slice through steel as if it were mud, their might terrifyingly potent, yet they could not breach Qin Feng's defenses. Get lost, Qin Feng growled, delivering a heavy punch. You dare to ambush me? Zhao Haoyu seethed, raising his arm to block. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out. Spurt! Zhao Haoyu coughed up blood, his entire arm hanging limply. Ah! He endured the excruciating pain, howling in rage. I will fight you to the death. Fight to the death? Qin Feng chuckled coldly. If you seek death, then let it be complete. This time, Qin Feng did not hold back. severing his opponent's head with a single stroke. Brother Zhao. The disciples of Yujian Peak turned ashen. Qin Feng has actually killed Zhao Haoyu. You little bastard. The disciples of Yujian Peak erupted in fury, their murderous intent palpable. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he declared, "Since you all seek death, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell." Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as dark clouds swirled ominously. Qin Feng's figure transformed into a phantom, instantly appearing before the crowd. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Head soared into the air. The remaining two, terrified, fled for their lives. "Can you escape?" Qin Feng, like a wraith, pursued them, knocking them unconscious with a single palm strike. "Our Yujian Peak will not let you off." Many disciples from Yujian Peak were equally horrified, frantically threatening Qin Feng. Wai Qingxue and the others sought to restrain him with sect rules. "Qin Feng, you harm your fellow disciples. Are you not afraid of the sect's punishment once you leave?" Qin Feng shrugged. "As long as you all are dead, who will know?" At these words, everyone present was taken aback. No one expected the usually taciturn Qin Feng to speak so astonishingly. Lung Ningxiang was equally astonished. "Kill us all? Your audacity knows no bounds. We have already regained a portion of our spiritual power. Do you truly believe you can take on 100 of us alone?" The disciples present were all prodigies from various sects under the Wangu Tianzong, many of whom were formidable geniuses in their own right. How could Qin Feng possibly stand against them all? Seeing her own spiritual power restored significantly, Yi Qingxue, bolstered by so many strong allies, became increasingly arrogant towards Qin Feng. "Do not think that just because you killed Brother Zhao, you can act with impunity. Brother Zhao simply lacked spiritual power at that moment. Now, even if you willingly surrender the ghostly fungus, you must cripple your own cultivation." Qin Feng's gaze turned cold and mocking. Had it not been for him, these people would have perished at the hands of the ghostly blood corpse long ago. Now, in their greed for the ghostly fungus, they had abandoned all pretense of decency. Hell-bent on murder and theft, such ingratitude could not be tolerated. With that thought, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. Who else desires the ghostly fungus? At his words, the crowd's faces lit up with avarice. Luo Shuyuan was no exception. Though he had a decent relationship with Qin Feng and had even been saved by him before, the ghostly fungus could enhance one's soul strength and had a chance to awaken the ghostly body. How could he retreat when such a life-changing opportunity was before him? "Do you all truly wish to seize the ghostly fungus?" Qin Feng remarked indifferently. "Do not blame me for not warning you. The ghostly fungus is mine for the taking. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall be slain." "Humph." Luo Shuyuan sneered. "Do you truly think that no one in the Wangu Tianzong can handle you?" Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "Is there any meaning in saying such things? Regardless, I must take the ghostly fungus." He ignored the threats from Luo Shuyuan and others, charging directly towards the remnants of the Black Coffin. Within the remnants of the Black Coffin lay a sealing formation. As long as he utilized this formation, he could seal away the spiritual powers of Lung Ningxiang and the others. "Stay back." Luo Shen was seething with rage, his fury unleashed in a violent outburst. Qin Feng deftly sidestepped Luo Shen's strike and swiftly grasped Lung Ningxiang's AR. An immediate sensation of numbness coursed through her entire body. In the next moment, Qin Feng twisted his wrist. Crack. The arm dislocated. Lung Ningxiang let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Stop!" Luo Shuyuan roared in indignation, sweeping his sword towards Qin Feng. Seizing the momentum, Qin Feng released Lung Ningxiang and leaped into the air. Boom! Luo Shuyuan's strike missed, obliterating a massive boulder instead. "You scoundrel!" He fumed, desperate to pursue. Yet, Qin Feng afforded him no opportunity. "Your opponent is me." Boom! With the swiftness of lightning, Qin Feng struck, sending Luo Shuyuan staggering back. He stomped and shattered the ground beneath him, using the recoil to dart to Lung Ningxiang's side, his hand reaching for her neck. Crack! Lung Ningxiang's other arm was brutally wrenched apart by Qin Feng. Ah! Her piercing cry echoed through the heavens. This was the last sound she uttered. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared unblinkingly at Qin Feng, her expression one of utter incredulity. Why? Why do you want to kill me? She simply could not fathom it. She had merely spoken a few words, Why would Qin Feng wish her dead? Because Qin Feng grinned. Because you are foolish. You. Lung Ningxiang glared at Qin Feng, teeth clenched in fury. Crack. With a swift stroke, Qin Feng severed her life with his sword. At that instant, the forbidden array in his hand activated. Whoosh! The spiritual energy in the surrounding space seemed to come to a halt. This is bad, Luo Xun thought to himself. Alarmed, he quickly drew his sword, attempting to force Qin Feng back, but it was too late. Bang! Qin Feng's fist collided with his chest. Poof! Blood sprayed forth. Luo Xun was flung backward several meters, crashing into a cluster of trees. Poof, 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 poof. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked at Qin Feng. W.I. Qin Feng approached slowly, sword in hand. I warned you, anyone who dares to seize my possessions must be prepared to die. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, his tone indifferent. I'm sorry, you chose to oppose me, and thus, you are doomed. As his words fell, Qin Feng raised his sword, aiming for Luo Shuyuan's head. N.O. Luo Shuyuan's pupils dilated. Qin Feng, don't kill me. He pleaded desperately, but alas, Qin Feng remained unmoved. Swish, swish, swish. The blade in his hand swiftly dispatched Luo Shuyuan's head. Poof! Luo Shuyuan's body lay severed from his head. Even in death, he could hardly believe that Qin Feng had slain him. And with Luo Shuyuan's demise, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The once fervent and domineering crowd fell into stunned silence. If Luo Shuyuan could be killed, who dared to defy? I shall reiterate, I will take the netherworld herb. Qin Feng declared monotonously. Anyone who opposes me, step forward. A profound silence descended upon them all. Though they coveted the netherworld herb, they were not fools. Luo Shuyuan's fate loomed vividly in their minds. Qin Feng's displayed combat prowess was overwhelmingly powerful, suffocating them with fear. They would rather face death than take the risk. Chapter 71. Forbidden Spirit. Furthermore, Qin Feng had activated the forbidden array. They were now like lambs awaiting slaughter. Observing their silence, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Deep within this ancient path, there must be even more formidable treasures. If you follow me and bury this matter in your hearts, I can lead you there. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly agreed, while Yi Qingxue revealed a charming smile. Qin Feng, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. Please take me with you. The others chimed in. Yes, yes. Qin Feng, take us along. We promise not to speak out of turn. Their sole hope for survival lay in following Qin Feng. Very well. Qin Feng nodded. Then let us proceed together. Thank you, Qin Feng. The crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. However, at that moment, whoosh, a man clad in a blue robe suddenly launched a surprise attack. He pointed, and a dazzling light erupted from his fingertip. Akin to the blazing sun, imbued with an intensely scorching fiery power. Watch out, quickly dodge. The crowd changed color in alarm. Yet, they were already too late. The man had astonishingly reached the four symbols realm. Such power was not far off from Luo Shuyuan, and Qin Feng had merely attained the initial four symbols realm. They had no time to intervene. Whoosh! Qin Feng raised his gaze, his eyes were cold. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he lifted his sword, a brilliant sword light emanating from its edge, the fierce sword intent radiating outward. Bang, bang. The sword light exploded, sweeping in all directions. The young man was instantaneously obliterated. This the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Just moments ago, they had praised Qin Feng. Now, they fell silent point one strike, and he had annihilated an opponent of the same tier. What level of strength was this? His cultivation surpassed their expectations. Those who had harbored ulterior motives quickly dismissed their thoughts. Qin Feng strode confidently, leading the way, with Yi Qingxue and the others in tow. The path ahead grew increasingly treacherous, the spiritual energy in turmoil, revealing itself as the fabled spirit ancient path. Indeed, this was a nexus of spiritual energy. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Within this environment, his physical form healed at an astonishing rate, in the span of a mere incense stick. His injuries had fully mended, and he was back at his peak condition. Continuing onward, the temperature rose with each step, mingling with wisps of sinister energy. Roar! Suddenly, a colossal creature towering 2 meters appeared before Qin Feng. It was clad in jet-black scales, with horns atop its head and wings sprouting from its back. It was none other than a ghost-faced dragon crocodile. A ghost-faced dragon crocodile. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Such a beast was thought to be extinct. Indeed, it was said that these creatures were born from malevolent, ghostly energy, often found near corpses, and gradually took shape, possessing terrifying strength. Who would have imagined a ghost-faced dragon crocodile had emerged? This particular creature likely possessed strength comparable to a martial monarch at the 5th layer of the Four Symbols realm. Run! No! My spiritual power is suppressed. I can't escape, the crowd murmured in panic. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, striding directly towards the ghost-faced dragon crocodile. This scene left everyone astonished. Was Qin Feng mad? Did he not comprehend the might of a ghost-faced dragon crocodile? Seeking death, the ghost-faced dragon crocodile roared, swinging its robust tail toward him. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Qin Feng extended his hand, seizing the creature's tail. The ghost-faced dragon crocodile roared, "Ant, you seek death. Ha! The plight of an ant is indeed pitiable. However, you are overestimating yourself." Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, yanking forcefully, then flinging the beast away. Bang! The ghost-faced dragon crocodile was sent flying. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Feng stepped forward. Roar! The ghost-faced dragon crocodile bellowed in fury. "Did you not intend to kill me?" Qin Feng teased. "Come on. Why do you not move?" The ghost-faced dragon crocodile trembled with rage, yet it dared not approach Qin Feng. It felt as though its tail was gripped by an iron claw. The pain excruciating, and despite its utmost struggle, it could not break free. What manner of freak is this human? The ghost-faced dragon crocodile was a mix of fury and fear that if you want to come, then be it. Qin Feng shrugged, turning to leave. He had no interest in bullying such a lowly beast. However, he had to admit that the ghost-faced dragon crocodile's defenses were indeed remarkable. That last strike would have incapacitated an ordinary warrior at the Four Symbols realm. Yet the ghost-faced dragon crocodile remained unharmed, apart from the pain it endured. Roar! Suddenly, the ghost-faced dragon crocodile charged at Qin Feng. His expression hardened. How bothersome! Frowning, he turned and slashed out a radiant golden sword light. Swoosh! The ghost-faced dragon crocodile screamed. Its massive serpentine body cleaved 2/3 away. This sight left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? This guy is too ferocious. A ghost-faced dragon crocodile at the 5th layer of the Four Symbols realm was utterly no match. The crowd stared at Qin Feng in shock. Why? Yi Qingshue's eyes sparkled. She recognized that the sword technique Qin Feng demonstrated was extraordinary, evidently surpassing the Four Symbols realm level. Could it be an Earth-tier secret technique? She speculated. However, it remained merely speculation, unverified. If it were indeed an Earth-tier secret technique, it must have been left behind by Qin Feng's master. Yi Qingxue narrowed her eyes, her thoughts racing. Perhaps she could cultivate a favorable relationship with Qin Feng and acquire such a secret technique. With this thought, a hint of seductive allure appeared on her face. Her enchanting charm was effective on anyone, including Qin Feng. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi Qingxue. Hee. Yi Qingxue giggled, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped, captivating. She lightly bit her lip and cooed, "Young Master Qin, we are all girls. You must take care of us sisters. Why not come back with us?" As soon as her words fell. Before Qin Feng could respond, the crowd erupted. That shameless Yi Qingxue was actually trying to seduce my brother Qin. Humph, I suspect she's coveting my big brother Qin Feng's power. The crowd seethed with indignation. What nonsense are you spewing? Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at them, and the crowd fell silent as if struck by a chill. He continued to fixate on Yi Qingxue, asking in a tone devoid of warmth, "Have you misunderstood something?" Yi Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She blinked in confusion and inquired, "Young Master Qin, what do you mean? I've already stated that your lies are of no concern to me." Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Yi Qingshue's delicate features stiffened, and she soon revealed a look of grievance. "Young Master Qin, I genuinely harbor feelings for you. I only seek a single chance." "A chance? Qin Feng chuckled derisively. Why would I grant you such an opportunity? Because I am beautiful, and my father is the master of Qin Peak, while my grandfather is a peak-tier expert in the divine platform realm. Yi Qingxue declared proudly, young Master Qin, uniting with me would spare you hundreds of years of struggle. Chapter 72. Gu Poison. She was confident that with her qualifications, no man would dare to refuse her. Oh, Qin Feng responded nonchalantly. Yi Qingxue was momentarily stunned, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at him. You agree? No. Qin Feng shook his head, replying indifferently. Your qualifications do not meet my standards. You? Ye Vingu acclaim it. Her voice laced with anger, arrogant. As the direct descendant of the Yi family and the most beautiful woman of Qin Peak, how could Qin Feng deem her unworthy to be his partner? It was utterly absurd. Enraged yet unable to confront Qin Feng openly in that moment, she clenched her teeth and endured. After slaying the dragon crocodile, Qin Feng noticed a faint gray mist rising along the path ahead. This mist harbored deadly poison. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Feng's eyes. He had previously encountered toxic mists in the bloody desert, which, while fierce, were incapable of corroding even true energy. Yet this toxin could even ensnare martial sect experts, plunging them into illusions. Young friend, please halt. Suddenly a voice cried out. What is it? Qin Feng stopped, casting a puzzled look at the speaker. It was an old woman. She gazed into the distance, her expression grave. This miasma is treacherous. Should you step inside, you will surely face dire peril. Qin Feng nodded. Thank you for the warning. He intended to press on. Oh dear, young Master Qin, heed the advice of this old woman. The elderly woman's eyes glimmered with a hint of allure. Yi Qingxue, noticing the old woman, felt a surge of wariness. Who are you? What are you doing here? The old woman appeared quite aged, her skin sagging and her demeanor sickly. However, the aura emanating from her was far more terrifying than that of the previously encountered dragon crocodile. Who are you? The old woman retorted. What concern is it of yours? Yi Qingxue replied coldly. The old woman suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, her voice grating. So, it is merely a little white fox. No wonder you are unwilling to divulge your name. Approaching Yi Qingxue, the old woman continued. Little girl, since you refuse to reveal your true name, this old woman shall do so for you. As she spoke, the old woman reached out to grab Yi Qingxue. Unbridled, Qin Feng's expression shifted drastically as he drew his sword for a horizontal slash. Swish! The gleaming silver light flashed, causing the old woman to withdraw her hand, narrowly avoiding Qin Feng's attack. You dare to ambush this old woman? She roared in fury. Yi Qingxue's face paled slightly. Quick, save me! Before she could finish, she suddenly felt her head grow heavy. Immediately thereafter, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. The deluge drenched everyone. The crowd scrambled for cover, yet Qin Feng remained rooted in place, unperturbed, offering no reaction. What is happening? Yi Qingxue exclaimed in alarm, about to speak again when her consciousness began to fade, and she collapsed to the ground. Sister Yi? The crowd gasped, rushing to her side. This is Gu. They were horrified, yet Qin Feng remained unfazed, striding directly toward the old woman. The old woman's expression darkened. Damn it! She cursed under her breath, turning to flee. She practiced sinister techniques, harboring a multitude of corpse insects within her body. These insects, bred for the purpose of controlling cultivators, were sufficient to compel even those at the Four Symbols realm to obey her commands. She recognized Qin Feng's prowess. However, she had not anticipated how troublesome he would prove to be. But as she sensed Qin Feng approaching the corpse insects, a cold smile crept across her face. Those corpse insects were no ordinary pests. Once they invaded a cultivator's body, even those at the peak of the Four Symbols realm would find it hard to escape death. Kid, the old woman sneered. You are quite clever, yet no amount of cleverness can withstand the gnawing of the corpse insects. Are you certain these creatures can kill me? Qin Feng cast her a casual glance, responding nonchalantly. I fear they might just implode on their own. Implode on their own? The old woman laughed coldly. Do you think they are nurtured spirit pets, obedient to your whims? The corpse insects are malevolent and bloodthirsty. They only heed the call of the purest flesh and blood beings. How could they listen to anyone else? Why not give it a try? Qin Feng shrugged, leisurely advancing toward her. Seeking death, the old woman's face twitched. Her eyes filled with malice as she gathered a dense aura of corpse energy in her palm, ruthlessly striking toward Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng summoned the divine demonic sword bone within him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A flurry of piercing sword light rapidly spread, enveloping the entire area in an instant. The sword light surged and sliced through the old woman's corpse energy as if it were mere tofu. Rushing toward her, swoosh. The sword light tore through her garments, leaving a gash half a foot long on her arm. The old woman let out a piercing scream, retreating swiftly. You scoundrel! She gritted her teeth, glaring at Qin Feng with hatred. I will not let you go. She had underestimated Qin Feng's strength, resulting in her injury. However, she did not panic. What are you all doing standing there? Hurry up and assist me. Do you believe the goo will devour you? Upon hearing the old woman's words, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, rushing to join the fray. With no choice, they were bound by the goo within them to obey the old woman. You wretched woman, your intentions are indeed sinister. Qin Feng scoffed, the momentum of his sword abruptly surging. Swish, 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 the silvery sword light crisscrossed, forming a dense web of blades that blocked the crowd's advance. They could not breach Qin Feng's perimeter and were forced to retreat. The old woman's expression darkened further upon witnessing this. Despite being merely at the Four Symbols realm, Qin Feng proved to be a formidable adversary. Leaving her astonished, she looked up, observing the darkened sky, where lightning danced and thunder roared. Boom! The heavenly thunder intensified with a ferocity that seemed to herald the emergence of a terrifying force on the verge of exploding. The old woman's face turned ashen with dread. She bit her tongue, drawing forth 2 drops of crimson blood. The blood transformed into beads, flying into the bamboo tube on her back. From within emerged a scarlet 6-eyed centipede, its body covered in scales. Resembling a creature clad in blood armor, terrifying and grotesque, evoking a sense of dread. Roar! The blood-armored centipede shrieked as it charged toward Qin Feng. Humph! Qin Feng wore a look of disdain, throwing a punch. Bang! Before the blood-armored centipede could approach, it was obliterated by his fist. Blood mist sprayed forth. The old woman let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Such a pity. Qin Feng shook his head. You squandered your last opportunity. The old woman's complexion paled, and she gazed at Qin Feng in sheer terror. You are not afraid of death? Death? Qin Feng scoffed. I have lived for far too long. I have long forgotten how to fear. Barely had his words left his lips when he executed the 9-heaven step, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. What? The old woman's expression shifted dramatically. Boom! Qin Feng's fist struck her chest, sending her flying several meters. Bang, bang, bang. The old woman crashed through walls, tumbling into the valley. Qin Feng followed, closely behind. Bang! He caught up with the old woman, seizing her neck with one hand. His fingers tightening, and with a crack, he snapped it. Ah! The old woman wailed in agony. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile as he clamped his legs around her. Crack! The old woman's neck was completely broken. Chapter 73. The Gu clan's attack. As Qin Feng released his grip, a swarm of blood-armored centipedes crawled from the severed neck, circling her lifeless body. They seemed to sense a threat, writhing in a desperate attempt to burrow into the ground and escape. Alas, they were trapped, unable to move an inch. You shall accompany her. Qin Feng flicked his fingers that a pill dropped into the old woman's corpse. In an instant, all the blood-armored centipedes stiffened into immobility. An eerie aura spread. And after struggling briefly, the centipedes collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless. Qin Feng reached down to drag the old woman's body back to the courtyard, discarding her among the pile of goo insects. The onlookers stood frozen, their expressions blank. They had witnessed Qin Feng mercilessly slay the old woman. This scene instilled a profound fear within them that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Qin Feng spoke slowly. Had I been weak, the corpse lying here now might have been mine. The crowd fell silent. Their gazes toward Qin Feng grew increasingly filled with awe, especially the young man who had previously ventured alongside Qin Feng. He could hardly fathom that his senior brother possessed such terrifying strength. That moment, he finally understood why Qin Feng had previously remarked that the old woman was unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Because the old woman did not even have the right to carry Qin Feng's shoes. By the way, the young man suddenly snapped to attention, hastily exclaiming, "Senior brother, although that old hag is gravely injured, she is still a Gu master. She must have forces backing her and will be difficult to deal with. Why not dispose of her corpse?" Qin Feng cast a casual glance at him. "You may proceed without me. I will handle matters here." Understood. Several individuals nodded and promptly withdrew. Qin Feng turned and returned to the house. As the others walked towards the mist, their minds were preoccupied with thoughts on how to curry favor with a prodigy like Qin Feng. This junior, Qin, truly conceals his depths. Though his cultivation may not be particularly high, his combat prowess is undeniably terrifying. The crowd was filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Only Bai Yuntao, a disciple from Zixia Peak, bore a pallid expression. Wang Wen, anxious, followed the group deeper into the forest, remaining silent, too fearful to speak. Qin Feng cast a glance at him and said indifferently, "Since you chose to participate in the assessment, you should be prepared for sacrifices. Regretting now is too late." I could see these words. Wang Wen stiffened and quickly lowered his head. He indeed felt a pang of regret for attempting to eliminate Qin Feng with the old woman's assistance. However, he feared the old woman's poison arts even more. "No matter what, I cannot afford to die," Wang Wen silently admonished himself. As night descended, stars filled the sky, and the moonlight shone brightly. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the room. Cultivating his technique, he was refining and absorbing the old woman's poison arts and insects. As the four symbols realm Gu master, her strength was formidable. The poison arts she employed were rather unique, capable of influencing the sword qi within Qin Feng. The spiritual energy of these insects was pure, imbued with potent toxins that could erode a warrior's spiritual power, making them exceedingly dangerous. Had it not been for his robust physique, encountering such an enemy could have easily led to his downfall. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained confident in his ability to slay the old woman. Jiu Dao cultivators were indeed not to be underestimated. Qin Feng opened his eyes, having now discerned the attack patterns of the insects, no longer needing to struggle as he had the previous day. He stood up, preparing to search for the location of the poison master. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door. Qin Feng stood still, awaiting the visitor. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded. "Who is it?" Qin Feng inquired. The visitor replied, "Master Uncle, I am a disciple sent by the elder, tasked with bringing you into the secret realm." Oh. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The secret realm allows outsiders to enter? The master said your performance has been exceptional, and you may be promoted directly." "Then let us go." Qin Feng opened the door. Creak. The moment the door swung open, a pitch-black dagger darted toward Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng sidestepped to evade, swiftly grasping the visitor's arm. The visitor had a strikingly handsome, yet sinister visage. With pupils glowing a vivid green, brimming with bloodlust, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The member of the Gu clan? He recognized the techniques employed by this individual. The opponent sneered, "You killed one of my kin and expect to live? I am Nanyan. Prepare to die." Nanyan's right arm quivered, and his left palm struck out that a torrent of black ink erupted forth, exuding an intensely foul odor. Soul-eating powder. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, promptly holding his breath and closing his eyes. Nanyan's face twisted in mockery as he propelled the soul-eating powder towards Qin Feng's face. The powder possessed a potent corrosive effect. A mere touch would surely result in flesh melting away. Nanyan was resolute in his conviction, envisioning the scene of Qin Feng crying out for mercy. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the soul-eating powder made contact with Qin Feng's clothing, vanishing in a thin air as if it had never existed. Nanyan's eyes widened in shock. Qin Feng opened his eyes, fixing his cold gaze upon him. "I advise you to relinquish any resistance." "Impossible!" Nanyan shouted angrily. The soul-eating powder was a secret technique of the Gu clan, specifically designed to counter human warriors. He had never heard of anyone capable of neutralizing it. Qin Feng replied with an impassive expression, I can indeed kill you, but I intend to keep you alive for now. You will serve another purpose. Another purpose? Nanyan was taken aback. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What have you done to me? Nanyan's face flushed, his eyes turning crimson as he glared at Qin Feng. His spiritual power was far inferior to Qin Feng's, rendering him unable to withstand the latter's mental assault. Don't blame me. Qin Feng raised his hand and pressed it against Nanyan's forehead. A piercing scream echoed through the mountains, startling the beasts. Nanyan trembled all over, realizing what Qin Feng meant by another purpose. He did not wish for anyone to discover his identity, nor did he want to be exposed in front of everyone. As a member of the Gu clan, he had become Qin Feng's captive. Nanyan was filled with rage and despair. You will not extract any secrets regarding the Gu clan from me, he gritted through clenched teeth. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Qin Feng sent Nanyan sprawling to the ground, coldly scoffing, the secrets of the Gu clan hold no interest for me. With that, Qin Feng ceased to pay any further attention to Nanyan. Nanyan lay on the ground, pale and gasping for breath. I knew Qin Feng would treat the Gu clan this way. How despicable. He was certain that Qin Feng had deliberately lured them in, only to launch a sneak attack through the observation of the Gu clan members via insects, resentment filling his gaze. Qin Feng's actions had clearly infuriated them. I believe Qin Shixiang's actions this time are not without merit. Another girl, equally bearing Sword Qi, shook her head. Have you forgotten how Qin Shixiang was almost expelled from the sect due to a plot against him when he first joined? The crowd fell silent. You are right that we cannot judge an entire group by the actions of one. Perhaps we should acknowledge that Qin Shixiang is indeed both brave and cunning. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, unaware that their mindset had already shifted. They had previously deemed Qin Feng unworthy of being a disciple of the Wangu Tianzong. Now, Qin Feng had not only become a disciple of the sect, but had also single-handedly subdued several Gu disciples. Chapter 74. The Underworld Divine Body, however. Qin Feng felt little joy. The Gu clan had actually tracked him here, indicating that they possessed a foundation in this locale. It seemed imperative to acquire the secret treasure swiftly and return to the Wangu Tianzong. Within the Tower of the Ancient Sword, the Nine Nether Empress spoke slowly. Though the nether grass is precious, to unleash its full potential, it must be refined into a pill. I possess the formula for the 9 Revolutions Nether Heart Pill. You must quickly gather the materials to concoct it. Qin Feng glanced at the formula, discovering the materials to be exceedingly rare. However, given his current capabilities, it was not a challenge. It was merely a matter of time to collect them. What truly astonished him was the effect this pill promised. It could enhance the quality of one's soul, increase potential, and significantly raise the chances of acquiring the underworld body, with a certain probability of awakening the underworld divine body. This pill was a necessity for him to refine. After memorizing the formula, Qin Feng led the group deeper into the secret realm. As the mist ahead gradually dissipated, it was replaced by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The blood moon hung high, casting its light far and wide, with spiritual herbs scattered all around. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the true secret realm. What is that over there? The group pointed in excitement. Qin Feng turned to look in the central area shrouded by the blood moon. A massive tree bore 3 leaves, resembling small spiritual mushrooms. Each leaf glowed a vibrant crimson. An aura of enchantment pervaded beneath the blood moon. Blood moon's spiritual mushroom, Qin Feng exclaimed. This item is worth as much as a 6th-grade spiritual herb. Is that true? There are actually blood moon spiritual mushrooms here. We are incredibly lucky. The disciples became elated. Qin Feng scanned the area and shook his head. These effects are merely illusions created by formations. There's only one genuine blood moon spiritual mushroom. Yet there are 4 or 5 illusions. We must move. We cannot linger here. Once I collect the spiritual herb, I will leave. Qin Feng resolved to harvest the spiritual herb and retreat promptly. He was not afraid of the blood moon spiritual mushroom. However, that did not mean others shared his fear that if the blood moon spiritual mushroom were discovered, it would lead to significant trouble. Qin Feng wished to avoid any complications. Wait! A soft voice echoed through the valley. Qin Feng turned to see. his expression freezing to a member of the Gu clan. The individual appeared androgynous, exuding an air of extreme danger. Qin Feng cursed his luck. He recognized this person as Nan Yanyu, a descendant of the Poison Saint, a remarkable young talent within the Southern Gu clan. Qin Feng wasted no words. Nan Yanyu's eyes flashed with cold light, and his figure transformed into a wisp of shadow, rushing towards Qin Feng, revealing two sharp, knife-like teeth. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. What kind of technique is this? He had never encountered such a thing before. Not daring to confront directly, he leaped aside. Crack! Nan Yanyu bit down on a nearby rock, shattering it. His razor-sharp teeth were coated with venom. Nan Yanyu grinned maliciously. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose our Gu clan. The other disciples of the Wangu Tianzong looked on in astonishment. The Gu clan was indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. It seems you Gu clan have allied with the Demon Cloud City. This statement caused Nan Yanyu's expression to change dramatically. The matter of Demon Cloud City had not been disclosed to the public. How could Qin Feng be aware of it? Could it be that he had an insider within the Gu clan? Nan Yanyu's mind raced, and he asked nonchalantly, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you are not allied with Demon Cloud City, then how did you infiltrate the Wangu Tianzong?" Qin Feng retorted coldly, "Are we of the Wangu Tianzong so destitute that we cannot afford a decent Gu disciple?" Nan Yanyu was left speechless. Your Gu clan excels in witchcraft, deceit, and malice. If you were to join the Wangu Tianzong, who could guarantee you wouldn't strike from the shadows, taking advantage of the moment? Qin Feng continued to apply pressure, as he was unperturbed by the prospect of forcing the Gu clan into a desperate situation. At that moment, Nan Yanyu finally revealed a hint of understanding. "You actually know so many secrets about the Gu clan." Qin Feng replied coldly, "The library of the Eternal Heaven Sect contains a wealth of information. I have perused your clan's history, and you are a lingering threat from ancient times." "Is that so?" Nan Yanyu nodded after a moment of silence. "You are correct. We have indeed wandered here since the ancient era." Qin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. "You acknowledge it?" "Acknowledge what?" Nan Yanyu queried, puzzled. Qin Feng sighed with relief, realizing that the other party was indeed one of the descendants of the ancient people. It mattered not from which realm they hailed, as long as they were adversaries. That was sufficient that he was concerned about a possible collusion with the Demon Cloud City. Although the Eternal Heaven Sect wielded immense power, it was not the only force in existence. Nan Yanyu spoke icily. "Since you are aware, then you shall die." A small blue serpent manifested behind her, exuding an aura of peak 4 symbols realm. Qin Feng's mind raced, and suddenly a wild idea struck him. If he could control this talented member of the Gu clan and have her concoct pills for him, wouldn't that be splendid? With that thought, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel invigorated. Nan Yanyu noticed the change in his demeanor and narrowed her eyes. "You seek death." In a flash, a slender centipede tail materialized in the void. With a swift thrust, the centipede's tail viciously lunged toward Qin Feng's chest. His pupils constricted. The attack was too fierce. Moreover, it came without warning, leaving him completely unprepared. In a moment of peril, Qin Feng sidestepped the lethal strike. His right arm's muscles bulging as he delivered a powerful punch to Nan Yanyu's chest. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted forth. With a shriek, Nan Yanyu's entire body was sent crashing in the mountainside behind her. Boom! The mountain wall crumbled. The onlookers were struck with horror. Qin Feng stepped forward, instantly teleporting in front of Nan Yanyu. "Is that all you have?" Hiss! The centipede struck again. This time, it was 2 scorpion tails. With a clap of his hands, Qin Feng swatted the 2 scorpion tails away. Humph! In pain, Nan Yanyu disdainfully snorted. "You wish to die? I shall grant you that." As her words fell, hundreds of venomous snakes opened their mouths in unison, ready to devour. The sinister smile curled upon Nan Yanyu's lips. Though Qin Feng was formidable, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand her poison. However, just as Nan Yanyu believed Qin Feng to be doomed, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. Ah! Nan Yanyu was taken aback. She witnessed Qin Feng's form becoming ethereal and elusive. The serpent's attacks were rendered entirely ineffective, with some even being flung away. How is this possible? Impossible! Nan Yinyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. These snakes had been meticulously nurtured by her master, specifically to hunt martial artists and beasts. Absorbing their essence for cultivation, even a practitioner at the 8th level of the Four Symbols realm would be helpless against them. You mean to say these serpents cannot harm me? Qin Feng replied with utmost calmness. This is merely child's play. Nan Yinyu's heart raced with astonishment. Although the snakes were incapable of injuring Qin Feng, he too could not slay them. He lifted his foot and stepped onto Nan Yinyu's shoulder. Crack! One of her arms shattered, causing her to break into a cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. I shall give you one last chance. Qin Feng's gaze turned fierce. Chapter 76. Nan Rushui. His patience was waning. At that moment, Nan Yinyu's master, Nan Rushui, arrived. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her features exquisitely flawless, her skin whiter than snow, as if sculpted from white jade. With eyes as clear and lively as a tranquil autumn lake, exuding an aura of celestial grace with every smile and frown. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. Nan Yinyu, you dare betray me? Nan Yinyu glared at Qin Feng with venomous resentment. Were it not for him, she would not have fallen to such depths. You think finding your master will protect you? Qin Feng shook his head with a laugh. Nan Yinyu's face turned ashen. My master has arrived, and you shall not harm me. Before her words could fully escape, Qin Feng's long sword sliced through the air, gleaming brilliantly as it lunged toward Nan Yinyu. Terrified, she gasped, You don't adhere to the rules of the martial world. Humph. Neither do you, Qin Feng retorted without hesitation. The sword whistled through the air. Thud. The long sword pierced Nan Yinyu's neck, blood gushing forth. Her eyes widened in shock as she gradually slumped down. Qin Feng withdrew his sword, letting her lifeless body plummet into the abyss. Nan Rushui, witnessing the murder of her disciple, was consumed with fury. You insolent wretch! With a flick of her sleeve, a torrent of formidable energy surged toward Qin Feng. Bang! 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 Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staggering to the ground. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng, the 9 Nether Empress, cried out anxiously. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. His strength was already inferior to Nan Rushui's, and with her surprise attack, his injuries deepened. However, his physique had been tempered, granting him exceptional defenses. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, he regained awareness. Yet he was now utterly drained, with his true energy severely depleted, nearly collapsing. Struggling to rise, Qin Feng gazed at Nan Rushui. Come. If you have the ability, seek vengeance for your disciple. Buddha Tower Sword Technique. Cycle of life and death. Whoosh. The sword light sword. With a single strike, he pierced the air. Qin Feng's sword technique was swift and cunning, catching one off guard. Nan Rushui was taken by surprise, feeling a sudden sharp pain in her chest. How is this possible? You are clearly gravely injured. How can you unleash such a fierce sword technique? Nan Rushui's face paled in disbelief as she clutched the wound at her chest. Qin Feng's complexion was as pale as paper, his lips cracked and dry, his breath weak. Cough, cough, my injuries have not healed. I can only force out one cycle of the sword technique. However, this level of injury is not fatal for you, Qin Feng stated coolly. Though his injuries were severe, they were not beyond recovery. With just 2 or 3 recovery pills, he could regain his peak state. Upon hearing this, Nan Rushui's expression turned extremely grim. In this situation, you can still defeat me? Haha. Qin Feng chuckled, Of course not. But do not forget, I have comrades. Qin Feng looked toward the other disciples of the Eternal Sky sect. Wang Tung, what are you waiting for? At your command, the numerous disciples of the Eternal Sky sect sprang into action simultaneously. Nan Rushui's expression stiffened. You are courting death. With a cold shout, she transformed into a streak of light, charging into the crowd of Eternal Sky sect disciples. Bang! 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 Nan Rushui unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The disciples of the Eternal Sky sect were thrown into chaos, cries of anguish filling the air. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng withdrew from the battle circle. His injuries were not yet healed, and it was unwise to linger. Moreover, the presence of the Eternal Sky sect members was too much of a burden. making it unsuitable for continued combat. Nan Rushue's speed was astonishing, and many of the Eternal Sky Sect disciples had already suffered. Qin Feng quickly made his way toward the direction where Nan Yanyu had fallen. Nan Yanyu had plunged into the abyss. Yet, she was far from foolish. Within her storage ring lay a jade slip, a protective treasure she had prepared for herself, worth its weight in gold, and possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities. She anticipated that Qin Feng would not dare pursue her. Thus, before plummeting into the abyss, she shattered the jade slip. An overwhelming force erupted from it, enveloping her surroundings. Her broken body began to mend. Meanwhile, the battle between the Eternal Sky Sect members and Nan Rushue left them both gravely injured. Nan Rushue fixed her gaze on Wang Tong. You possess some talent, but alas, I've already reached the divine platform realm. How can you stand against me? Wang Tong's complexion darkened, and the despair in the eyes of his fellow disciples grew palpable. Even with Nan Rushue injured, she was not someone they could contend with. Yet they had no choice but to press on. Surrendering would mean being turned into a puppet. Wang Tong gritted his teeth. Fight. 6 pulse divine sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 7 flying swords shot toward Nan Rushue. Nan Rushue's eyelids twitched. The swords moved with incredible speed, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. Her expression darkened. You have some guts. The matter concerning Nan Yanyu had ignited her rage. Seeing Wang Tong unleash the 6 pulse divine sword only fueled her fury, and she couldn't help but curse the incompetence of her own disciples. In her wrath, Nan Rushue did not evade. She struck out with her right palm. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of rapid collisions, the flying swords were all sent crashing to the ground. It's time to end this. Nan Rushue's left hand grasped. Gu Can, a blood-colored jade toad flew out, directly affixed to Wang Tong's face. The goo worm entered his body. Wang Tong immediately felt an icy chill enveloping him, his true energy dissipating and unable to coalesce. Blood began to seep from his skin. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, tearing through the air. Nan Rushue looked down upon Wang Tong with a cold glare. You think you can contend with me? You are not worthy. The disciples of the Eternal Sky Sect, witnessing Wang Tong's defeat, grew increasingly pale. However, Nan Rushue had no intention of sparing them. With a wave of her right hand, whoosh, a disciple from the Eternal Sky Sect was drawn to her, captured before her. Please, spare me. In the face of Nan Rushue's overwhelming power, the disciple lacked even the courage to resist. Spare you? Nan Rushue's eyes caught sight of a distant ravine, and she sneered, Die. After slaughtering the disciples of the Eternal Sky Sect, Nan Rushue immediately pursued the direction in which Qin Feng had fled. Damn wretch, you cannot escape. As she hurried forward, she cursed under her breath. Qin Feng had indeed sustained severe injuries. However, with the divine demon sword bone, he could instantly heal from all wounds. Moreover, he could amplify his own strength. Even though his injuries were not yet healed, he dared not pause as he rushed deeper into the forbidden realm, his only chance of turning the tide. Nan Rushue was hot on his heels. The two of them raced further and further apart. Half a day later, they arrived at a deep valley. Chapter 77. Purple-flamed demon lion Qin Feng finally halted beside a millennia-old tree. He had regained his strength, and there existed a purple-flamed demon lion within this valley. Utilizing the purple-flamed demon lion, he might yet stand a chance against Nan Rushue. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng leaped without hesitation into the valley. The valley was shrouded in miasma, with toxic fog swirling. Even Nan Rushue was unwilling to approach this forbidden place, remaining at its outskirts. Upon entering the valley, Qin Feng immediately sensed the rich fire attribute spiritual energy that a number of purple-flamed demon lions lay nestled among clusters of shrubs, peacefully slumbering. Each lion was adorned with fiery red scales that radiated intense heat, resembling flames and exuding a temperature more terrifying than that of a lava lake. That have ended up in such a wretched place. No wonder the master of the Eternal Sky Sect has such a reputation. This expedition into the Forbidden Realm is sure to be fraught with peril. Qin Feng was filled with emotion. The strength of the purple flame demon lions generally range from the 8th to the 9th level of the Four Elephants realm. Yet they possessed a pair of purple flame eyes capable of emitting potent toxins, a threat that could not be overlooked. The most troublesome aspect was that within the purple flame demon lions resided a fire-type demon core, an exceedingly rare and precious medicinal material that could aid in the breakthrough and growth of one's cultivation when refined into pills. Should he manage to hunt one, it could even assist him in advancing his realm. A glint of determination sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes as he stealthily approached. However, Nan Rushui immediately intervened, intent on eliminating Qin Feng. Qin Feng, receive my Blood Moon Goo. The Blood Moon Jade toad leaped forth, unleashing a jet of crimson energy. With a swift whoosh, the bloodline pierced through the air, instantly penetrating Qin Feng's chest and showering the ground with blood. Qin Feng cast a glance downward, his complexion pale, staggering as he collapsed, his breath shallow. His internal organs had been corroded, and coupled with the prior immense exertion, he was utterly spent. Humph! A mere insect daring to provoke me. Nan Rushui scoffed, stepping forward. Little beast. Today I shall send you to your demise. With that, she raised her hand, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, a tremendous thunderclap resonated from the heavens, striking down upon Nan Rushui's head. Crack! Ah! Who? Nan Rushui screamed in terror. A golden-armored firebird engulfed in blazing flames descended from above, its wings stirring a tempest of fire that engulfed Nan Rushui whole. Caught off guard, she was instantly consumed by the inferno. Hiss, gasps of shock echoed as disciples of the ancient heaven sect recoiled in fear. Is that a phoenix? The crowd was rendered speechless. The majesty of the Phoenix clan's rulers sent shivers down their spines, their hearts trembling in terror. A phoenix? How could a phoenix appear here? Is it a variant born from the fall of that phoenix? No. That is not a phoenix. It is a Zhuke. A Zhuke. Nan Rushui was utterly horrified. Meanwhile, Qin Feng let out a faint sigh of relief. The Zhuke, as mentioned by the Nine Nether Empress, indeed resided nearby. As Nan Rushui attempted to flee, she was pursued by the Zhuke. Though the Zhuke was a beast of anomalies, its formidable physique and mastery over lightning rendered it immensely powerful, making it impossible for Nan Rushui to contend with. In her desperate plight, Qin Feng seized the opportunity, launching several surprise attacks that severely injured Nan Rushui. Ultimately, unable to withstand any longer, she hastily retreated into the valley. Roar! A purple flame demon lion awakened, spotting Nan Rushui and roaring fiercely as it lunged at her. Nan Rushui was terrified. PFF. The claws of the purple flame demon lion struck brutally into her shoulder, blood gushing forth. In excruciating pain, Nan Rushui completely lost her mind. A strange expression surfaced on her beautiful face. The Blood Moon Jade toad within her emitted a piercing shriek, rapidly expanding into a radiant blood moon in a flash of crimson light. The surrounding space froze. The purple flame demon lion, initially poised to attack, was rendered immobile. Crack! The Blood Moon Jade toad bit down on the lion's neck. After a few futile struggles, the purple flame demon lion fell still. Nan Rushui regained her freedom, ignoring her wounded shoulder as she hurriedly fled. Qin Feng did not impede her. After all, she was at the divine platform realm, and merely managing to repel her was already fortunate. His greater concern lay with the valley itself. Within the valley, the spiritual energy was abundant. Various fire-type demon plants and medicinal herbs flourished, igniting his desire. This must be the fabled Flame Valley. It was said that the Flame Valley was rich in fire elemental essence. A treasure trove for cultivation. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. He had heard about this place before entering the secret realm, and he was astonished to find it here. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped into the valley. As soon as he crossed the threshold, waves of scorching energy enveloped him, as if he were standing in a furnace. Such potent fire elemental essence. Qin Feng was astonished. The Flame Valley truly lived up to its reputation. Inside the valley, fire-type demon plants radiated astonishing heat, and deep within, there lay a third-tier fire-type demon, engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a burning sun, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Qin Feng noticed that on the opposite side of the valley, A pack of purple flame demon lions had taken residence. These beasts were notoriously aggressive, and it was best not to provoke them. Just at that moment, a goo worm escaped from Qin Feng's arm. It was a heart-piercing goo. This particular goo had been nurtured by Nan Rushui for many years, maturing over centuries. Now released, it darted straight towards the sun-like fireball, colliding with it. The heart-piercing goo was specifically designed to counter such anomalies. The fireball rapidly diminished in vigor as the goo feasted upon it. At the same time, Qin Feng discerned the scene within the fireball. What is this? A fiery serpent coiled within, taking on a humanoid shape, revealing itself to be a desiccated corpse. Qin Feng couldn't suppress a shiver. How does this resemble a living person? No wonder Nan Rushui acted so strangely earlier. With that thought, Qin Feng quickly suppressed his presence. His aura was faint, and the fireball was oblivious to his existence. Swoosh! Qin Feng stealthily approached, thrusting his sword towards the purple flame demon lion perched upon the mountain wall. The sharp sword energy sliced through the air. Though the lion's hide was tough, under this strike, it still lost a considerable portion of its skin. Ow! The purple flame demon lion let out a mournful wail, twisting its massive body in an attempt to evade Qin Feng's attack, only to find itself bound by a peculiar force, unable to move. Qin Feng silently rejoiced. This was the effect of the floating pagoda sword technique. This technique unconsciously influenced the movements of the purple flame demon lion. Indeed, it was an exceptionally formidable martial art. Qin Feng continued his assault. Chapter 78, Flesh and Fire Lotus. Yet another purple flame demon lion had been dispatched. The remaining lions seemed to sense the peril and retreated en masse. Just as Qin Feng was about to pursue, a slight tremor captured his attention. Following the sound, he beheld a massive red lotus petal suspended on the cliff of the valley. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the red lotus petal lay a crystal-clear lotus pod, within which bloomed vivid red lotus seeds, exuding a faint aroma. Qin Feng's heart raced. This is an extraordinary fire-type spiritual herb. It is worth far more than some demon beasts. The blood-flesh fire lotus, Qin Feng exclaimed. This was an exceptionally rare treasure. Consuming it could potentially enhance one's cultivation by around 200 years. Moreover, it could amplify the power of fire-type martial arts and techniques. This was undeniably a priceless gem. However, beside this fire lotus lay a corpse, dead. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The Flame Valley was perilous, and even those at the divine platform realm would not dare to tread lightly, let alone perish here. The deceased must have been a martial artist who had inadvertently trespassed. Alas, what a pity. Qin Feng sighed, shaking his head. He had no intention of plucking the lotus petals. After all, he was merely at the threshold of the Four Elephants realm, and consuming such a high-grade pill could easily result in his demise. Furthermore, he had more pressing matters to attend to, having gathered a few seeds from the fire lotus. Qin Feng turned to leave, but suddenly halted mid-step. He rummaged through the sleeve of the corpse and extracted a token that it was a token from the Nan family. Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he examined it closely. The inscription on the token was quite messy, yet he was certain that it belonged to Nan Rushui. This valley harbors the Flame Valley's taboos. Once one enters here, they step into the core region of the Flame Valley. And should they be attacked, they could succumb to fire poison. This Nan Rushui is truly treacherous. Qin Feng returned to the ancient Heaven sect, relaying the invasion of the Gu clan and the deaths of other disciples. This incited furious outrage among the higher-ups of the ancient Heaven sect, especially the sect leader, whose eyes turned bloodshot. Most of those who had ventured out with the sect's prodigies and many affiliated sects had suffered significant losses. The sect leader immediately ordered the dispatch of numerous disciples to hunt down the Gu clan. Qin Feng also led a team to track the Gu clan's whereabouts. 3 days later, Qin Feng finally encountered a Gu master again. The Gu master was a Four Elephants realm cultivator, proficient in Gu techniques. This mission was straightforward: eliminate the Gu clan. The Gu clan was a unique race adept at bewitching hearts and minds. Anyone infested by Gu worms or poisoned by Gu would ultimately become puppets and instruments of slaughter. Thus, every time the Gu clan emerged to wreak havoc, it resulted in massacres and the obliteration of sects and clans. This time, they had actually provoked the ire of the ancient heaven sect. The Wangu Tianzong promptly issued a lethal decree, thrusting the Gu tribe back into the public eye on the clear 7th day of July. The team led by Wangu Tianzong to encircle the Gu tribe mysteriously went missing, igniting a wave of anxiety among its members. Reports of the latest developments flooded in as individuals returned from the outside world. The entirety of Wangu Tianzong was teeming with people that ate tea this moment. Qin Feng found himself in the southern region of Chaoyu City within Wangu Tianzong. Amidst the throng, he quietly surveyed his surroundings. His expression serene, betraying no hint of anxiety. He was in search of the Gu tribe's lair. Surely, the lair would be exceedingly concealed, known only to the likes of Nan Rushui and others. Qin Feng had faith in his instincts. The Gu tribe excelled in the art of Gu manipulation, favoring the placement of Gu worms among the masses. Indeed, along his path, Qin Feng encountered numerous Gu worms, some even clinging to individuals unbeknownst to them due to their distance. These unfortunate souls could not escape their fates, ultimately falling victim to the fatal backlash of the Gu worms. Qin Feng refrained from alarming the serpents, continuing his advance. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister aura wafted from the side. Qin Feng's ears twitched slightly. With a swift motion, he drew a flying dagger from his waist, launching it forth. Thud! The dagger embedded itself into the wall. Qin Feng focused intently on the protruding, dark, jagged edges. A profound sense of danger surging within him. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy to dissipate the aura's fluctuations and retreated with lightning speed. Cackling laughter, sharp and eerie, echoed from the shadows, sending shivers down the spine. You are quite perceptive. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the corner. There stood a massive spider, clad in silvery armor, with wings sprouting from its back, nearly 10 feet in length, its body entirely black, a single horn atop its head, sharp fangs, and a tail dragging a spear over 5 inches long that it resembled a spider spirit. This was the true form of the Gu tribe. Ordinary Gu worms could never disguise themselves so flawlessly. Qin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. A wave of dread enveloped him, though he had recently ascended to the 2nd level of the Four Symbols realm, facing a genuine demon, especially one of such formidable strength, instilled a profound sense of trepidation. The monstrous spider revealed a grotesque, greedy expression, as if it had just spotted its prey. Whoosh! A spear was hurled through the air. Qin Feng executed a skillful maneuver, employing the phantom steps of a saber-toothed tiger to narrowly evade the attack. Boom! The ground erupted, dust billowed. The spider creature, having missed its target, let out an enraged roar. Qin Feng swiftly distanced himself. The spider creature was not in haste to launch an assault. Its objective was to capture Qin Feng alive. If it could ensnare this big catch, the Gu tribe would gain precious time to recuperate. However, knowing the opponent's intentions, Qin Feng would never grant it such an opportunity. No matter what you are, daring to attack me today will lead you to the underworld. Protect senior brother Qin. A multitude of martial artists rallied around Qin Feng, united in their defiance, anticipating this very scene. Qin Feng had garnered considerable support during this time. After a fierce battle, half of the group of martial artists fell. Utilizing his flying daggers, Qin Feng successfully blinded one of the spider monster's eyes. The spider monster, in pain, became frenzied, spewing forth toxic mist that transformed into a sea of green light, engulfing a large portion of the street and forcing all martial artists to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng slipped away. Amidst the toxic fog, he heard the agonized cries of another spider monster. Tried to escape? Where do you think you're going? You won't get away today. Qin Feng discerned that it was the voice of another spider monster. It seemed he had misjudged. Indeed, there were 2 spider monsters present. However, fortune appeared to favor him. As he encountered the weaker of the two, this turn of events would spare him considerable trouble. That a smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips. A shadow flitted past. Chapter 79. The demon spider, swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing air resonated through the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of short blades, akin to fluttering willow leaves. swiftly sealing off all escape routes for the spider monster. Realizing it had no avenue of retreat, the spider monster abandoned its escape, its crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity as it opened its gaping maw to lunge at Qin Feng. Seeking death, Qin Feng, quick as lightning, smashed the spider monster's fangs with a powerful punch, the force sending it reeling. Then, drawing his long sword with fervor, he declared, Buddhist sword technique, cycle of life and death, buzzing. The long sword vibrated violently, waves of sword intent swirling like a dragon, sweeping across the vicinity. With a simultaneous clap of his palms, the sword intent surged forth. The spider monster's abdomen was pierced clean through. It emitted a wretched howl. Damn you. Vile insect, daring to harm the great. Crack. Qin Feng's foot shattered the spider monster's head. Puff. Blood sprayed forth. Qin Feng reached out to extract the jade jar. The arrows sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Striking precisely beneath the ribcage on the left side of Qin Feng, he let out a muffled grunt, momentarily halted in his tracks. The force behind that arrow was astonishing, reaching the pinnacle of a ninth-layer practitioner in the Four Elements realm. Yet, alas, the shot had veered off course. Qin Feng felt a sharp pain radiate from his side, where a thin layer of protective energy failed to shield him from the projectile, leaving a shallow fissure that quickly mended itself. The strength of a ninth-layer practitioner in the Four Elements realm was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, to him, they were still nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at his assailant, drawing his long sword and launching into pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind howled menacingly past his ears as his gaze turned icy, finally spotting a dark silhouette ahead. The surrounding mist billowed ominously, contrasting with the dim stars overhead, evoking an eerie ambience that a flicker of unusual light ignited in Qin Feng's eyes, the familiar aura of the black demon miasma. Whoosh, whoosh, the depth of Qin Feng's gaze intensified. He had discerned that the potency of the black demon miasma had not diminished significantly. It still posed a considerable threat, especially as it appeared capable of corroding his protective energy. Even with his mastery of the first layer of the floating pagoda sword technique, he could not prevent the miasma from invading his skin. Intriguing, the Gu clan can manipulate the range of the black demon miasma and pose a lethal danger to me. Excitement gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes, since they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. He would not hold back. In a mere instant, Qin Feng's figure surged, with his fingers clenched. A dazzling orb of silver lightning coalesced in his palm. Crackling with energy, he expelled the black demon miasma from a half-meter radius before hurling it away. Boom! The silver lightning shattered the void, causing beams to collapse and bricks to scatter, a wisp of black smoke wafting into the air. The scene before Qin Feng suddenly opened up. Damn it! The human warrior atop the roof turned ashen, his face as pale as a sheet. The speed of Qin Feng's strike was too swift. He could not even muster a defense before being struck by the thunder. The lightning dissipated. The warrior lay charred and breathless on the ground. The battle concluded. Qin Feng landed gracefully, gathering the fallen storage devices and 2 demon crystals from the ground. His brow furrowed. The opponent was not the mastermind, but merely a pawn. This group possessed commendable strength. However, compared to the formidable foes he had previously encountered, they were still far from sufficient. Qin Feng continued his advance into the city. Along the way, he encountered numerous goo worms, all of which he dispatched effortlessly. During his journey, Qin Feng discovered that this small city belonged to a certain practitioner, as he noticed several familiar insignias within its confines. The tattoo emblem on Nan Yin Yu's wrist. Could it be that she survived? Qin Feng frowned. Upon entering the Illusion Sound Workshop, he found the place in utter disarray. Who are you? A practitioner at the 9th layer of body refinement intercepted Qin Feng, stating, "The Illusion Sound Workshop is closed for today. Please leave." Qin Feng glanced at the man. Noting his impressive cultivation, he was robust, with a faint aura of menace surrounding him, though his profession remained unclear. However, Qin Feng was not inclined to retreat. "I seek your manager." His expression remained stoic as he pointed to a nearby building. "What do you want with our manager?" The burly man appeared taken aback. "Tell me the name of your manager, and I will turn and leave immediately, ensuring I do not set foot here again." Qin Feng replied. The burly man regarded him with suspicion. What exactly are you plotting? I possess something to sell to your boss. Oh, what is it? Show me. The burly man's eyes brightened. He was accustomed to such dealings, as many sought to curry favor with their boss by offering rare items, often unique spirit herbs or precious treasures. Qin Feng retrieved several jade slips from his robe and tossed them into the man's hands. As the burly man scanned them with his spiritual sense, his expression shifted and the muscles in his face twitched. This fellow is indeed after these items. Who are you? Qin Feng replied coldly. No more idle chatter. Take me to your manager at once, or do not blame me for my wrath. You, the burly man's temper flared. Fine, wait a moment. Despite his trepidation regarding Qin Feng's strength, he was unwilling to back down in the situation. Gritting his teeth, I hope you are not deceiving me, for our boss is not easily fooled. With that, the burly man clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Qin Feng, leading him into a small courtyard of the illusion sound workshop. This time, Qin Feng was mentally prepared. No longer susceptible to distractions, he steadied his mind and followed the burly man through the courtyard at a low thatched cottage came into view. At the entrance stood a beautiful woman, meticulously cleaning the tables and chairs. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned, her expression betraying both vigilance and disdain. Oh, why have you brought an outsider here? Mom, please sit. I have something to attend to. The burly man hastily replied, casting an apologetic glance at his mother before rushing toward the cottage. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Clearly, this woman did not recognize him, not even inquiring about his name. Yet he could hardly blame her. He had not introduced himself either, wishing to avoid causing her unnecessary fear. Esteemed sir, may I inquire about your purpose here? The woman asked, her unease palpable as she noted Qin Feng's lingering presence. Madam, there is no need for alarm, that I mean no harm. Qin Feng reassured her, smiling as he produced 3 demon cores. Placing them upon the table. Here are 3 demon crystals, all yours, if you assist me with a task. The woman hesitated. Qin Feng continued to entice her. You may choose to refuse. Her hesitance only deepened. Qin Feng pressed on. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards the illusion sound workshop, that I need your assistance in locating a batch of elixirs. These crystals are of genuine value, and should you procure the necessary materials and ores, they are yours to keep. Materials and ores. The woman's eyes lit up at the mention. You require quite a few items, sir, indeed. Qin Feng nodded. All you need to do is find them for me. The rest can be allocated by your workshop, that I want to take advantage of you. Send 2 trustworthy assistants, each receiving 1,000 gold coins, that a single gold coin made from demon beast flesh was equivalent to 100 silver coins, translating to approximately 10,000 ordinary coins. The annual net profit of the Illusion Sound Workshop was roughly this amount, so Qin Feng was offering a substantial sum right off the bat. The woman felt her heart race at his generosity. However, Qin Feng added, I was referred here by Yin. As he revealed the tattoo design on his wrist, the woman finally relented. All right, a few days ago, Yin visited and mentioned significant developments. The Wangu Heavenly Sect has been relentlessly pursuing members of the Gu clan, creating quite a stir, which is why I've been cautious. Qin Feng mused inwardly. So Nan Yin truly survived. Remarkably, even after having her head crushed, she was still alive. The sorcery of the Gu clan is indeed enigmatic. I understand. Qin Feng smiled gently, his demeanor warm and inviting. After exchanging a few more words with the woman, he took his leave. The Illusion Sound Workshop was remarkably efficient. Within half a day, Qin Feng received an invitation from them. The DISP. Qin Feng let out a chilling smile. Whoosh! The burly man suddenly sprang into action. A burst of red light streaked towards Qin Feng's face like lightning. Forewarned, Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, his form flickering as he evaded the attack, raising his hand to grasp the crimson shadow. Bang! The red light erupted. Qin Feng's palm was stained with blood, his expression turning grave. The burly man's ambush was exceedingly fierce. Had Qin Feng not been so vigilant and quick to react, he would surely have sustained injury. What a swift blade technique! Qin Feng's brows knitted into a frown, a flicker of shock hidden deep within his pupils. The martial skill displayed by his opponent was of no ordinary caliber. Furthermore, Qin Feng sensed that this person possessed exceptional physical prowess. His body refined to perfection, but a thought raced through Qin Feng's mind. "You are not of the Gu tribe," he concluded resolutely. The burly man, Yuan Shun, revealed an expression of surprise. "Oh, it seems you possess some discerning eyes, and oh wonder you managed to evade my strike. I am indeed not of the Gu tribe, but I share a profound connection with them. If you must assign blame, then blame yourself for opposing us Gu tribe members." Qin Feng scoffed, casting a glance at the law elder of the Wangu Tianzong. "Elder Chun, I implore you to take action and eliminate these remnants of the Gu tribe." As his words fell, Elder Chen slowly stepped forward, his cultivation in the divine platform realm unmistakably radiating, enveloping the Gu tribe members. Their faces changed drastically, retreating without a moment's hesitation. The burly man had not anticipated that Qin Feng stood behind the Wangu Tianzong. "Damn it!" Yuan Shun bellowed in fury. Charging recklessly forward, a colossal ape phantom materialized behind him, its blood surging, and a violent aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming Qin Feng and leaving him gasping for breath. "Get lost! You remnants of the Gu tribe wish to escape from the Wangu Mountains? What a delusion!" Elder Chen sneered repeatedly, his gaze fixed on Yuan Shun, brimming with murderous intent. Bati on hand, crack. The protective barrier of aura beside Yuan Shun was shattered, a searing pain tearing through his chest as he was flung back several dozen feet. Blood trickled from the corner of Yuan Shun's mouth, his face paling. "Big brother!" Yuan Shun's subordinates all turned pale with fright. "Run! Quickly retreat!" Yuan Shun's 5 subordinate Zhao replied. "Our Wangu Tianzong has already united with the Miaojiang Alliance and is now preparing to head to the Yue Gorge to eliminate the remnants of the Witch Clan and eradicate any future threats." "Excellent. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. Take a team to assist Wangu Tianzong. This issue concerns our reputation and honor, so do not be careless." The face responded, satisfied. "Disciple understands." Zhao Ye's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Initially, she had suspected that the witchcraft in Yue Gorge was artificially laid, and now she had confirmed her suspicions. Moreover, remind senior brother Qin Feng to be cautious. Yue Gorge is the source of witchcraft calamities, teeming with all manner of witchcraft artifacts. Although senior brother Qin Feng possesses considerable prowess, encountering them could spell trouble. Zhao cautioned at the end. "Rest assured, Sister Zhao, Qin is quite resilient," came the reply. The emerald light faded gradually. Zhao tucked away the jade slip, murmuring to herself, "I hope you can return safely. This journey to Yue Gorge is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution." After departing from Yunying Town, Qin Feng continued to hasten southwestward. Passing through desolate and silent villages, he arrived atop a hill. Here he was still several dozen miles away from Yue Gorge, which was barely discernible in the distance. The terrain of Yue Gorge was indeed mysterious and unpredictable, resembling a labyrinth. Without knowing the precise location, it was akin to a haunted city in the night, instilling fear. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Yue Gorge was a peculiar spatial rift. Due to its harsh environment, shrouded in miasma and toxic gases year-round, ordinary martial artists dared not tread. However, such places also concealed some rare spiritual herbs. Qin Feng's purpose for this journey was indeed to seek out these spiritual herbs. After some contemplation, he decided to take a detour to avoid Yue Gorge. Surrounding the gorge was an expansive terrain, and Qin Feng found a secluded and rugged path to navigate through. Upon reaching a slightly more spacious area, he halted. Ahead was no longer the pitch-black forest, but rather lush greenery interspersed with many withered branches, with a few sparse shrubs exuding a faint vitality. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This was the outer region of Yue Gorge. Further in, the miasma thickened, and demonic creatures appeared frequently, even making the most formidable of beings wary. Navigating through the thickets, Qin Feng pressed deeper into the forest. As he ventured further, the sky grew increasingly overcast. Dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a shadow over the world, as if the apocalypse were upon them, with fierce winds causing Qin Feng's garments to flutter violently. Whoosh, whoosh! A series of arrows sliced through the air, trailing sparks as they whizzed past him, narrowly missing his ear and leaving scorched marks in their wake. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. An ambush. Whoosh! A short dagger suddenly burst forth from the ground, sharp and menacing, aimed directly at his face. Qin Feng raised his shield with his right hand, positioning it before him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dagger shattered into dust upon impact. Using the force to his advantage, Qin Feng staggered slightly, bending his legs to steady himself as he raised his gaze. Before him stood a burly middle-aged man, bow in hand, atop a stone, clad in bronze armor and with a sword at his waist. He exuded an imposing presence, his piercing gaze fixed on Qin Feng, brimming with murderous intent. Nan Yuesian of the Gu clan? So it is indeed you. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he summoned the blood-drinking blade. Nan Yuesian grinned maliciously, drawing back the silver spear in his hands. I initially thought that with your trifling cultivation at the third level of the Four Symbols realm, it would take some effort for you to escape my grasp. I did not expect you to reveal your weapon so easily. Enough with the chatter. Qin Feng scoffed disdainfully. His target was the remnant of the witch clan hiding nearby. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shall enact justice and eliminate you, preventing you from wreaking havoc again. With a furious roar, Nan Yuesian's arm trembled as the silver spear, akin to a dragon, lunged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng swung his blade. Clang! Another spark erupted, a hint of surprise crossed Nan Yuesian's beautiful face. Though Qin Feng wielded a blade, she sensed a trace of sword intent, a swordsmanship genius. With newfound confidence, Qin Feng's blade shimmered fiercely, pinning Nan Yuesian in place. Her expression shifted as she realized the gravity of the situation, and she did not dare to slacken her efforts. Wielding her spear with impeccable precision, the two exchanged blows in rapid succession. Nan Yuesian expertly deflecting Qin Feng's strikes, showcasing her remarkable combat prowess. Had it been anyone else, they would have been crushed by Nan Yuesian's relentless assault. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. Nan Yuesian keenly noticed that Qin Feng's strikes became increasingly ferocious, his strength more overpowering and tyrannical, causing her to furrow her brow. Your sword technique seems somewhat reminiscent of our witch clan's soul-devouring slash. Ridiculous, Qin Feng sneered. This is the floating pagoda sword technique. The cycle of life and death. Whoosh! The sword energy erupted forth. Nan Yuesian's complexion changed dramatically. Floating pagoda, sword technique, the cycle of life and death, you boom! Nan Yuesian was sent sprawling backward, blood trickling from her lips. Qin Feng remained silent, leaping forward to pursue her. In that moment, he demonstrated unparalleled speed and endurance, consistently maintaining an optimal state for attack. While evading Nan Yuesian's interference, he steadily built his strength, aiming to strike at the perfect angle to seize this Gu clan expert. Nan Yuesian's face turned pale, her breath ragged. Under Qin Feng's relentless pursuit, she found it increasingly difficult to evade his onslaught. Feeling as though she was being gradually suppressed, a wave of overwhelming fear surged within her. True to her status as a Gu clan expert, she possessed formidable survival instincts and an intense desire to live, managing to counterattack even in such dire straits. Qin Feng sensed that Nan Yuesian had suddenly become frenzied. Oomph! With a disdainful scoff, he unleashed his blood ignition technique, enhancing his speed. Nan Yuesian's offensive faltered. Clenching her teeth, she endured as Qin Feng sent her flying time, and again, as Qin Feng drew nearer. Forcing her into a corner, her pupils constricted sharply. Suddenly, a blood-red sword shadow flashed from the side, intercepting Qin Feng's assault. Get lost! Qin Feng punched out, shattering the sword shadow. However, upon seeing the face of the attacker, his gaze grew even colder. Nan Yenyu. So she truly did not perish. Nan Yenyu was no longer the radiant beauty of yore. Her cheeks were sunken, cheekbones pronounced, hair streaked with gray, resembling a skeleton. Her once charming visage was now marred by resentment and hatred as she coldly glared at Qin Feng. A chilling dread surged within him. She had nearly claimed his life back then. Now, Nan Yenyu had ascended to the 7th level of the Four Symbols realm. Yet, Qin Feng felt no trepidation whatsoever, for he could clearly sense that there was no overwhelming killing intent or animosity emanating from her. Indeed, it has been a long time, young Master Qin. Nan Yin enunciated slowly, gradually removing her helmet to reveal her true self, her gaze burning as she regarded Qin Feng. Today, we are akin to old acquaintances. Qin Feng responded with a cold laugh. Nan Yin, I did not expect you to become a pawn for others. His words dripped with disdain and mockery, causing Nan Yin's countenance to pale further. What do you mean? She narrowed her eyes. What do I mean? Are you truly unaware? You betrayed Wangu Tianzong, allied with the Miaojianggu clan, and still dare to covet the secret treasure. Do you think I'll let you off the hook? Qin Feng retorted with a scoff. Nan Yin's expression stiffened. I only follow the orders of the Gu King. I know nothing of the secret treasure you speak of. Ha! Is that so? I recall that you once assisted the Gu clan in stealing a rare treasure. The color drained from Nan Yin's face entirely. Considering your current state, it seems you have been abandoned by the Gu King. Qin Feng took on the demeanor of a bystander watching the spectacle. So, that so-called rare treasure must have also been seized by the Gu King. Indeed, Nan Yin gritted her teeth. After the Gu King's failed heist, he vanished without a trace, only sending word for me to return to the Witch Clan at once, leading our kin away from Lingfeng Ridge, forbidding us from lingering in the human realm. Ha! Qin Feng laughed heartily. You deserve it. I warned you back then not to wade into these murky waters. Yet you were obstinate. Now look where you've ended up, caught in the Gu King's sinister plots. Qin Feng. Nan Yin bellowed in rage. Do not think I hesitate to kill you. Qin Feng shook his head. It is not a matter of hesitation. It is a matter of capability. Nan Yin turned to Nan Yuxian. Let us join forces and slay Qin Feng. Nan Yuxian's expression turned dark. The Gu King has promised us that if we eliminate Qin Feng, we shall gain entry to the secret realm. Indeed, Nan Yuxian was tempted. You know the perilous nature of the secret realm. I do not care. We have already been exposed, as long as we kill him. We can leave safely. Nan Yin declared fiercely that I do not believe this mere human can surpass us of the Gu clan. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had clearly observed Nan Yuxian's frail and weary state. Where did this newfound courage come from? No wonder Elder Chun repeatedly cautioned Nan Yin to exercise utmost vigilance. It seems that the Witch Clan indeed possesses some extraordinary secret arts capable of replenishing expended energy and swiftly enhancing combat prowess. Clearly, Nan Yin and her companion were intent on ensuring that Qin Feng did not leave alive to her wrist, a snow-white serpent writhe, exhaling a mysterious black mist that incessantly corroded Qin Feng's protective aura. Our Witch Clan's Gu worms are specifically designed to counteract the protective energies of human warriors. Even if your physical form is formidable, it cannot endure for long. United, we shall undoubtedly vanquish this scoundrel and avenge my sister's grievances. As Nan Yin's hands danced, she manipulated the black mist to coalesce into two sinister, ebony scorpion tails, sharp as daggers, aiming to pierce through Qin Feng's protective barrier and strike directly at his chest. Killing intent radiated from Qin Feng's gaze. Buddha Tower sword technique. Blood shadow of 100 miles. He unleashed his full might. Waves of sword energy morphed into phantoms, slicing through the void and creating myriad sword lights. Caught unawares, Nan Yin was suddenly torn, her skin shredded and blood spilling forth. Yet rather than retreating, she advanced, claws outstretched toward Qin Feng's abdomen. He sidestepped, his foot blossoming like a lotus, executing the floating steps. With a thud, Nan Yin missed her target. A sharp scorpion tail pierced Qin Feng's left arm, severing flesh. Unfazed, he pressed onward. Realizing her inferiority to Qin Feng, Nan Yin inwardly cursed her misfortune. If he closed the distance, her demise would be assured. With this thought, she resolutely abandoned the scorpion tail and struck at Qin Feng's ribs. The impact sent him staggering back 3 paces, seizing the opportunity. She retreated. Withdraw. Do you think you can escape? Qin Feng roared, pursuing her relentlessly. A single palm struck her back, driving her into the rocky terrain, creating a deep crater and causing blood to spurt forth. Coughing, Nan Yin rose from the rubble, disheveled and gasping, her countenance ghastly. Is your sword technique of the earth grade? Qin Feng remained silent, his focus solely on his swordplay. The sword shadows blazed forth. Channeling his inner aura, the sword energy surged wildly, leveling the surrounding cliffs. Despite Nan Yenyu's cultivation at the 9th layer of body refinement, she was still obliterated by the dense, piercing sword light. With Nan Yenyu dispatched, Qin Feng turned to face Nan Yuxian. Nan Yenyu is dead. Now it is your turn. Terrified, Nan Yuxian hastily summoned a jade vial that a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs enveloped the entire Spirit Peak Valley. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Herbal powder. This is the goo poison powder. The source of Nan Yuxian's goo poison is this substance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng kicked over the alchemical cauldron. Boom! The cauldron shattered, and the goo poison powder scattered into the air. Activating the Buddha Tower Sword technique, a thin layer of protective aura enveloped him, blocking the powder from entering his body. Swish, swish, swish. Clouds of powder rained down around Qin Feng, but never penetrated his defenses. Nan Yuxian was horrified. Her powder had taken a decade to refine, and once contaminated, no ordinary person could endure it, save for the goo worms that could absorb its potency. How could Qin Feng resist it with such ease? You are not afraid of goo poison, Nan Yuxian exclaimed. I have long known your intentions are nefarious. Why would I poison you? Qin Feng replied coldly. I merely consumed an antidote. Indeed, goo poison is formidable. Ordinary antidotes struggle to withstand it. However, the batch crafted by Nan Yuxian was of low quality, intended for common warriors, and posed no threat to someone of Qin Feng's caliber. His earlier lack of evasion was a deliberate ploy to lure Nan Yuxian into releasing the lethal powder, for he needed to test the efficacy of his recent meditative insights into swordsmanship and the enhancement of his cultivation. Chapter 84. The White Tiger form, as expected, upon elevating his cultivation to the second peak of the Four Elephants realm. Qin Feng discovered that his striking distance seemed to have increased. Moreover, the Buddha Tower Sword technique he cultivated manifested a powerful sword intent, completely countering the goo poison of the Witch Clan. Qin Feng felt increasingly exhilarated. This venture into the Forbidden Canyon to confront Nan Yuxian was proving incredibly worthwhile. Seeing Qin Feng unscathed, with not a trace of injury, Nan Yuxian's pupils constricted. The cultivation and combat skills he exhibited instilled in her a sense of inexplicable oppression and dread, a sensation she could not feel when facing warriors of her own level. This dangerous aura reminded her of her father's presence. Instinctively, she turned to flee. Qin Feng would not allow her to escape. With a rush, Nan Yuxian suddenly froze, her gaze vacant and her demeanor akin to a statue. Simultaneously, a golden-red light emanated from Qin Feng's waist. He beckoned, and the fire phoenix feather soared into his palm. On the feather, a slender red thread slowly morphed into a bloodline, spreading like a creeping vine. Nan Yuxian shrieked in agony. Qin Feng ignored her cries and continued his pursuit. Within the span of a single incense stick, Qin Feng closed the distance to within 10 paces of Nan Yuxian. That moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a twisted and malevolent visage. Her once black hair, now a fiery red, her hands morphing into razor-sharp claws as she lunged towards her own heart. With a sickening squelch, her beautiful profile became marred by horrifying goo patterns. Resembling a malevolent spirit, a nauseating stench spread through the air. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Mad woman, Nan Yuxian had self-destructed her heart. He swiftly halted, extinguishing the flames nearby to shield himself from the goo poison, then advanced rapidly. As her blood boiled and veins bulged, her features grotesquely contorted until they transformed into a human face. Qin Feng seized her head and crushed it. Yet, she did not perish. Rather, the goo within her fully awakened. The goo bore an identical visage to hers, a strikingly beautiful face, yet her eyes radiated resentment and fury. A piercing, ear-splitting wail erupted from the woman. Ripples of sound radiated outward, causing the flora to wither and die in their wake. The potency of the goo poison surpassed even that unleashed by Nan Yenyu earlier, exhibiting a more ferocious and domineering force. Qin Feng quickly enveloped himself, holding his breath, wary of the encroaching goo poison. This was the offspring of the Goo King, a 6-star ferocious beast, a powerful spirit beast raised by the Nan clan. Nan Yuxian was merely its vessel, Qin Feng recalled hearing tales of the Gu King birthing a peculiar egg that, upon hatching, manifested as a creature with a human head and tiger body. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. The Witch clan could very well be the parasitic tribe of Gu. At this moment, the human-faced tiger Gu fixated its eerie gaze upon Qin Feng. The two strange flames in its eye sockets flickering ominously, revealing its formidable spiritual strength. "You little beast, today I shall use you to nourish my new pet." "Ha-ha!" Nan Yuxian cackled maniacally. Qin Feng regarded her with cold indifference. Remaining silent, taken aback, Nan Yuxian thought, "This scoundrel is not afraid at all. Could he possess some means to counter me? No, I must leave this place immediately." She recalled her plan. Though this boy was powerful, he remained a mere martial apprentice with a shallow foundation. She still held the potential to kill him. Determined, Nan Yuxian maneuvered the Gu worms toward Qin Feng while stealthily moving toward the treetops, preparing to strike decisively and eliminate him. The Gu King's offspring could not be wasted. As soon as Nan Yuxian made her move, Qin Feng perceived her intentions, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, a cunning old fox they spoke. The Gu King's offspring had already closed in within 5 paces, its massive jaws agape, lunging toward Qin Feng. The Gu worms exhaled a corrosive and aggressive black mist. Qin Feng stood his ground, allowing the mist to envelop him, then unleashed a punch, his strength akin to a dragon. Boom! The Gu King's offspring was sent hurtling 100 meters away by the force of his blow. Crashing through multiple trees, its body swaying as it struggled to rise, its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Its poisonous mist proved utterly ineffective against him. The boy possessed strength rivaling that of a body refinement realm warrior. Ha! Qin Feng strode toward the Gu King's offspring. Now you know fear? It's too late. Without waiting for the Gu King to react, he raised his palm and struck its head. Crack! The enormous head fell into the dust. The Gu King's offspring stared wide-eyed, breathless and lifeless. Nan Yuxian fled in desperation, her lamentable life coming to an end. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng could slay her maternal Gu. She didn't even have time to comprehend the arcane techniques he employed. Seizing the Gu King's offspring, Qin Feng heard the voice of the Nether Empress echoing in his ears. The bloodline within this Gu King's offspring can elevate your Buddha Tower sword technique to new heights. Moreover, when incorporated into elixirs, it will enhance their quality. Remarkable. Qin Feng quickly secured it. Meanwhile, Zhao Ye and the others had already located a significant stronghold of the Witch clan, guarded by the clan's third elder. Nan Yu Tian, the father of Nan Yuxian, Nan Yuetan, was advanced in years and had attained the formidable 7th realm of the divine platform, possessing immense strength. Yet he was remarkably gentle and refined in demeanor. Despite the multitude of disciples stationed at the outpost, none had stirred Nan Yuetian from his meditation. Engrossed in his cultivation within his chamber, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a fierce battle erupting outside, causing him to furrow his brow. For the past few months, Nan Yuxian had not returned, and they had made inquiries at intervals. Who could it be this time? As Nan Yuetian pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of disciples from the ancient heavenly sect charging towards him from afar. Upon recognizing Zhao Ye and the figure of the sect's grand elder, Zhao Sheng, his expression shifted dramatically. How had these individuals discovered his whereabouts? Beside Zhao Ye, Grand Elder Zhao Sheng glared coldly at Nan Yuetian, declaring, "You have evaded capture for long enough. It is time for you to surrender. Otherwise, the entire Gu tribe shall perish." Preposterous, Nan Yuetian retorted vehemently. "My Gu tribe is renowned throughout the ancient domain as a prestigious lineage of Gu masters. How dare you two insignificant insects presume to bully us? Enough with your prattle. Seize him." Zhao Sheng snapped, unwilling to engage further in conversation. Nan Yuetian's countenance transformed in alarm. The imposing presence of the Grand Elder was palpable, especially since Zhao Sheng was a peak 7th realm expert of the divine platform, a force he could not afford to confront lightly. In the fleeting moment of his hesitation, Zhao Sheng had already made his move. The Grand Elder's attack enveloped 4 disciples of the Gu tribe, who simultaneously suffered under the onslaught, groaning as they coughed up blood. Nan Yuetian's pupils constricted. Indeed, the Grand Elder of the ancient heavenly sect, was a formidable seventh realm powerhouse. The four disciples combined could not withstand a single strike. This was the undeniable chasm of strength. Not daring to delay further, Nan Yuetian bellowed, "Stop him!" Yes, the remaining 12 disciples responded in unison, each summoning their goo insects. A myriad of spatial fissures manifested above Nan Yuetian, and dozens of venomous goo insects revealed themselves, unleashing a suffocating aura of danger that surged towards Grand Elder Zhao Sheng. The Gu tribe was adept in the arts of poison, employing an array of tactics that left the ancient heavenly sect defenseless. However, Grand Elder Zhao Sheng, as a seventh realm expert, remained unperturbed by the encirclement of venomous goo insects. With a disdainful snort, he swelled his robes, condensing a protective aura to withstand the onslaught. In a swift motion, Zhao Sheng extended both palms and seized two venomous centipedes, slamming them down with ferocity. Boom! The centipedes exploded, scattering countless needle-like fragments across the ground. Nan Yuetian's complexion paled in shock. He had not anticipated that the enemy could withstand the proud techniques of his Gu tribe merely through sheer physical prowess. This was a secret art of the Gu masters, designed specifically for offense. Zhao Sheng intoned solemnly, secret technique. The dance of dragons and tigers. With a single utterance, Zhao Sheng twisted in the air, resembling a dragon and tiger in a relentless charge. Nan Yuetian hastily retreated. His cultivation was already on par with Zhao Sheng's, but his combat instincts fell short. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Sheng moved with agility, and Nan Yuetian, unable to evade, was struck by a flurry of powerful punches. With a cry of agony, Nan Yuetian's chest caved in, bones fracturing as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Grand Elder is magnificent. Grand Elder, eliminate this monster. The disciples of the ancient heavenly sect cheered with fervor. Nan Yuetian's face contorted in rage as he glared at Zhao Sheng. Very well. Since you were so aggressive, do not blame me for being ruthless. Gu King, arise! He plunged his hand into his own heart, and a pitch-black goo insect burst forth, crawling across his body and then scuttling towards Zhao Sheng's fingertips. Zhao Sheng sensed something amiss. The dark little creature was audaciously approaching him. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Nan Yuetian snarled, "This is the most precious Gu King of our tribe, a creature that feeds on living blood. Consuming you will significantly reduce the losses of my Gu tribe." "Oh, so this is your treasure cultivated over 20 years. Zhao Sheng replied, a cold smile spreading across his face. "The heart-devouring Gu. Once it tastes a warrior's blood, it will ravenously consume their essence, becoming increasingly ferocious and growing at an astonishing rate. I have encountered a Gu King before, and it nearly cost me my life. This one is evidently far more terrifying." The Gu King had already latched onto Zhao Sheng's arm, baring its fangs. The acrid scent of blood made Zhao Sheng shudder, instinctively retracting his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Yuetian unleashed his Gu technique. Blood Soul Art. A sphere of crimson spiritual light enveloped the Gu King. The Gu King writhed and screeched, voraciously absorbing the blood-red radiance, its aura rapidly escalating until it reached the peak of the 8th realm of the divine platform. Nan Yuetian's complexion turned ashen as he realized that, being only in the mid-stage of the 7th realm, he could barely control the Gu King at full strength. Zhao Sheng, perceiving the gravity of the situation, inwardly lamented. This was an attempt to cultivate the Gu King into a super weapon. Should the Gu King successfully metamorphose, its powers would be exponentially enhanced. At that point, the Gu tribe would surely rise and dominate the Kanglan dynasty. This cannot be allowed. I must stop him. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes as his aura surged dramatically. Crack! With a sudden burst, sharp bone spikes erupted from his toes, crashing into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, spiderwebs of fissures spreading outward. Nan Yuetian was caught off guard, sent flying by Zhao Sheng's claw, crashing into the wall and collapsing a significant portion of structure. "You seek death," Zhao Sheng roared, launching forth. Giant blades of condensed energy erupted from his back like arrows, sealing Nan Yuetian in place, rendering him immobile. Puff, puff. The blades pierced his body. Severely wounded, Nan Yuetian bled profusely. Teetering on the brink of death, his face twisted with agony and resentment. Ha ha! This is the fate of those who oppose our Gu tribe. At that moment, Nan Yuetian's two sons, along with a throng of Gu elders, stormed in. Nan Yuetian's eyes widened in fury. You are all so treacherous. Heh, if it means ensuring the prosperity of the Gu tribe, we would gladly sacrifice our lives, one of his sons coldly responded. Father, rest assured, we shall avenge you. Nan Yuetian could only watch helplessly as they approached. Zhao Sheng also advanced slowly towards him. Fools, if I die, none of you shall reap any benefits from the Gu tribe. Nan Yuetian summoned his final vestiges of strength, bellowing in an attempt to intimidate his own kin. His sons, daughters-in-law, and the Gu elders all halted, their expressions frozen in shock. Father, Father, you are on the verge of death. Why not give us the Gu king? Allow us to avenge you and slay Zhao Sheng. His son, Nan Shatian, knelt before Nan Yuetian, pleading fervently. Nan Yuetian, incensed, retorted, What do you know? The Gu king can only unleash its full potential under the command of the Gu emperor. If I hand it over now, who will control it? We will heed your wishes. Father, please grant us the Gu king. Nan Shatian insisted earnestly. Nan Yuetian's face darkened, caught in a tumultuous struggle of indecision. Just then, Zhao Sheng spoke. Do you wish for these unworthy sons to inherit your mantle? Nan Yuetian looked up to see Zhao Sheng towering over him, his tone nonchalant yet imbued with an air of condescension. For a moment, Nan Yuetian was taken aback, then elated, for he perceived the glimmer of greed and arrogance in Zhao Sheng's eyes. Perhaps he could turn the tide. No, if I surrender the Gu king to you, will you spare my life? He chuckled mockingly. What do you think? Nan Yuetian's face drained a color as he despondently shook his head, then asked if he would allow me to remain intact and vow never to harm the Nan family. I will willingly surrender the Gu king today, but you must swear an oath. Otherwise, you shall not succeed. Nan Yuetian had long been prepared. Should Zhao Sheng genuinely agree to the terms, he would offer the Gu king as a sacrifice to the Gu emperor, thereby enhancing its powers and ensuring its revival at that time. The Gu king would undoubtedly sweep through the ancient heavenly sect, establishing a Gu tribe belonging to the Nan family. With the Gu emperor's assistance, Nan Yuetian could even ascend to greater heights, reclaiming his life. Then, the entirety of the Kanglan dynasty would tremble beneath his feet. Very well, Zhao Sheng acquiesced without hesitation. Nan Yuetian exhaled in relief. The Gu king soared into the air, circling Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng accepted the enhancement of the Gu king. Yet, Nan Yuetian sensed that the Gu king was voraciously consuming Zhao Sheng's spiritual energy. Nan Yuetian felt his blood surging, his heart racing violently. This peculiar sensation was familiar to him. It was the harbinger of the Gu insect's metamorphosis. Ecstatic, Nan Yuetian proclaimed, The Gu king has officially matured. I have waited for this moment. Ha ha! Nan Yuetian gazed up at the Gu king, laughter spilling from his lips. You know nothing of the wonders of Gu insects. I have dreamt of their metamorphosis all my life, and to think that day has finally come. I shall make you understand the essence of Gu insects. Zhao Sheng, your doom is upon you. A flicker of derision and mockery crossed Zhao Sheng's eyes. Fool. Nan Yuetian's pupils dilated, a sense of alarm gripping his heart. Who do you call a fool? You old dog. Before your words could fade into silence, a blade of sword energy swiftly sliced through Nan Yuetian's neck. Ding-dong. Nan Yuetian's eyes widened in disbelief. Crimson streaks of blood seeping from the corners, his throat gurgling with warm blood as he stared incredulously at Zhao Sheng, gradually collapsing to the ground as a wisp of green smoke floated away, vanishing into the A-I-R-N-O. Master, father! The members of the Gu clan wailed in despair. Zhao Sheng's smile was chilling. He was acutely aware that the opponent would never easily surrender the Gu king. There was surely treachery involved, and he had long been on guard against Nan Yuetian, that he was certain he would not fall into their trap. Kill. Leave none alive. Zhao Sheng looked down upon the Gu clan members with an icy gaze. Damn it, you little beast. How dare you kill the clan leader? I will fight you to the death. Nan Yuetian's younger brother, Nan Ling Feng, howled in fury. leading a group of Elder Gu clan members to charge at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng paid them no heed. With a single palm strike, a torrent of formidable energy instantly shattered Nan Feng's armor and flesh, and with a mere finger, he pierced through the center of his brow, ending his life on the spot. Zhao Sheng, with his extensive combat experience and cunning tactics, effortlessly dealt with Nan Feng and his group, even with formidable adversaries lurking nearby. Moreover, he had the added advantage of the formation from the Eternal Sky Sect. After a fierce battle, all of Nan Feng's group perished. Zhao, witnessing the annihilation of the Gu clan, felt elated. "Father, our contributions this time are immense. I wonder what kind of rewards we will receive upon our return." Zhao Sheng smiled and replied, "The faster the Gu insects evolve, the greater our contributions will be, and we shall receive even more valuable treasures. That would be splendid. We will be able to restore the vitality of the Zhao family." The two conversed merrily, exuding a sense of satisfaction. However, they failed to notice the Gu King in Zhao Sheng's hand, revealing a mocking glint of humanity. "Ha ha ha, foolish ants, to think they would use me as a sacrifice. Truly deserving of being the clan leader devoted to the witchcraft lineage of the southern wilderness, their heads filled with straw. What did you say?" Zhao Sheng, sensing something amiss, was taken aback. "What are you?" "Ha ha ha." The Gu King let out a sinister laugh. "I am the progenitor of the Gu clan, one of the 4 branches of the southern Gu god, each possessing power comparable to that of a dragon transformation cultivator. You, a mere deity platform realm, dare to attempt to control me." Zhao Sheng's expression changed dramatically. "So it's you." "Too late," the Gu King screeched, his blood-colored spiritual energy beginning to flow backward, violently crashing into Zhao Sheng's deity platform. Zhao Sheng let out a muffled groan, his face contorting in agony that he vividly recalled the warning from the Gu god. When encountering the likes of the progenitor of the Gu clan, one must never engage. If confronted, escape is impossible. Alas, he had no opportunity left. The Gu King had already seized control. Zhao Sheng was left with half of his deity platform collapsing, his spiritual sea shattering, his body weakly collapsing to the ground. His face was etched with pain and regret. Seizing this opportunity, the Gu King lunged toward Zhao Sheng, intent on seizing his body. However, at that moment, a deafening thunderclap descended from the heavens. The Gu King screamed as it was blasted away. Crack! A long sword fell with a fierce edge. With a thud, Qin Feng, wielding the long sword, coldly glared at the Gu King, emanating a murderous aura. Ew. The Gu King's face turned ashen. It had never anticipated that it would fall at the hands of a mere youth. Though the Gu King had been sealed for countless years, its power severely diminished. It still possessed the strength of a peak martial artist. How could this boy possibly injure it with a single sword strike? The Gu King was dazed, utterly shocked. The evolution of Gu insects indeed could make them stronger. But this was simply too outrageous. Qin Feng sheathed his long sword and turned to Zhao Sheng. "Clan leader Zhao, the Gu King is yours." "What?" Zhao Sheng stood in astonishment. Then his face lit up with wild joy. "Thank you, young friend Qin." Zhao Sheng had not expected things to progress so smoothly. Just moments ago, it seemed that Qin Feng's sword intent was particularly effective against the Gu King. After all, even he was no match for the Gu King. Zhao looked at Qin Feng with a hint of surprise. Qin Feng's strength appeared to far exceed her expectations. Regardless, had it not been for Qin Feng's intervention, her father would have perished. Upon their return to the Eternal Sky Sect, the members were met with a tremendous uproar. After all, the Gu clan was not a small force. However, the shock did not last long, for a new storm was brewing. The 3-sect examination. In this region, besides the Eternal Sky Sect, there were 2 other formidable sections. One was the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect, and the other was the Spirit Artifact Alchemy Sect. The former was known for its overwhelming combat prowess, while the latter excelled in artifact forging and alchemy. The 3-sect examination involved sending forth the strongest prodigies from each sect to compete for the fortune of heaven and earth. On this day, disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect and the Spirit Artifact Alchemy Sect arrived in droves, entering the gates of the Eternal Sky Sect to announce their participation in the upcoming 3-sect examination. Within the Eternal Sky Sect, discussions erupted among the crowd. Qin Feng also caught wind of the news. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect and the Spirit Artifact Alchemy Sect have each dispatched an elite disciple. Both are top-tier prodigies from their respective sections. The disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect is a sword cultivator named Li Haotian. Haokong ranks first on the talent leaderboard of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect. The other is a disciple from the Spirit Artifact Alchemy Sect, Yang Xiuan. Yang Xiuan has reached the early stages of the 9th level of the deity platform realm, with both alchemy and artifact forging skills reaching the level of a 6th grade master. His strength unfathomable. Among the 3 sects, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect and the Spirit Artifact Alchemy Sect possess the strongest power. Qin Feng was also contemplating his own predicament. His current cultivation level was still shallow, and his foundation was insufficient, far inferior to the top prodigies of the 2 major sects. Moreover, his channels for acquiring resources were too limited. The 3-sect examination presented a golden opportunity for him to ascend to the deity platform realm. He must seize it. However, this matter required careful consideration. First and foremost, he could not expose his identity or background, lest he attract trouble. Otherwise, the people of the Eternal Sky sect would surely suspect him of colluding with the Gu clan. Secondly, this was the southern wilderness. This land was dominated by various tribes, and the natives were deeply influenced by the Gu god, harboring immense malevolence towards outsiders. Once Qin Feng revealed his identity, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from numerous tribes in the southern wilderness. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng resolutely decided to venture out of the sect to hone his skills, intending to participate in the 3-sect examination once he grew stronger. Accompanying Qin Feng was Zhao Ye. Clearly, after Qin Feng saved her father, she had developed other feelings towards him. Thus, she wished to join him on his journey to train, hoping to shine brightly in the 3-sect examination. The southern wilderness was vast and boundless, rich in resources and treasures, perhaps providing opportunities to find items suitable for breaking through her bottleneck. Deep in the southern wilderness, within a miasmic forest, Qin Feng journeyed southward. Along the way, he encountered several batches of Gu clan members, all mere scattered Gu insects of low strength, easily vanquished with a single sweep of his sword, presenting no challenge. Occasionally, when he encountered slightly stronger Gu insects, he simply evaded them. This was a swamp shrouded in toxic mists. The miasma, composed of concentrated toxins, obscured everything. Zhao Ye furrowed her brows, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Qin Feng, upon glancing around, felt a throbbing headache. The miasma maze. The miasma maze, a term used to describe the most treacherous trap within the southern wilderness. This toxic labyrinth was not only home to fierce beasts but also teemed with countless Gu insects, and the miasma was highly poisonous. A moment's inattention could plunge one into a tide of poisonous insects, leaving no trace behind. Miss Zhao, the miasma here is exceedingly perilous. Anyone who steps in is bound to meet their doom. Stay close to me and do not lose your way. Zhao Ye was taken aback by his words. What is so terrifying about this miasma? The toxic substances here are all nurtured by the Gu god. Qin Feng replied astonishingly. Ordinary people who come into contact with it will perish in an instant, with our level of strength. We only need to maintain a barrier of energy to prevent the miasma from invading us. You are familiar with this place? Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled with interest. This is where my father discovered, as well as where my mother found. Since you're familiar with it, we can avoid much trouble. Zhao Ye grew increasingly excited, pulling Qin Feng forward. Chapter 87. The 3-sect examination. Qin Feng was both amused and exasperated. This is the southern wilderness, and we are still hundreds of thousands of miles from the Eternal Sky sect. Even if we hurry, it would take us at least 3 to 5 days. How can we leisurely stroll over? Zhao Ye was left speechless. Is that so? Then what do you suggest we do? Qin Feng stated solemnly. We can only use the teleportation array. Is there a teleportation array here? Zhao Ye was slightly taken aback. Qin Feng explained, teleportation arrays are located every 1,000,000 miles, specifically for the use of disciples from various major sections. Oh, Zhao Ye understood. I see now. Qin Feng continued onward. During this time, he had been keeping a close eye on the 3-sect examination and was quite knowledgeable about this foundational information. The 3-sect examination is divided into 2 modes. The first mode involves the three major sects dispatching representatives to form alliances and compete together. The victor will obtain the ultimate reward of the Heavenly Enlightenment Continent, the mystical iron of heaven and earth. The second mode allows disciples from the three major sects to voluntarily challenge each other. Everyone is welcome to participate. However, those who lose must withdraw from the contest. Yet, what left Qin Feng somewhat astonished was that Zhaoye, the young lady of the Zhao family, who should be well-versed in such matters, appeared utterly clueless, which raised his suspicions. Qin Feng discreetly made a mental note. The two continued on their journey. As they ventured deeper into the southern wilderness, the miasma thickened ominously. Amidst the toxic fog, several grotesque, oversized spiders occasionally emerged. Their carapaces bore a pale, purple hue, and their abdomens were swollen, as if they were heavily pregnant. Qin Feng's pace faltered momentarily, and he couldn't help but pause. "Miss Zhao, I believe you should consider an alternate route. There seems to be a breed of intelligent spiders nearby." Before he could finish, Zhaoye's complexion shifted. Qin Feng quickly realized his miscalculation. These spiders lacked intelligence. Zhaoye spoke rapidly. "But these spiders are a swarm of bone demon spiders." "Oh, bone demon spiders? They feast on carrion?" Qin Feng recalled having read about such creatures. Bone demon spiders are a peculiar breed of venomous insects, possessing formidable parasitic toxins and curse effects, with an acute sense of aggression, excelling in stealthy ambushes. They thrive on rotting flesh, sustaining themselves on blood and meat. Zhaoye quickly shook her head. "You've misunderstood. Their target is the flesh of martial artists. The so-called carrion is merely bait for their hunts." "I see." Qin Feng sighed with slight relief. It was only then that Zhaoye noticed his pale complexion and darkened lips. "Are you all right?" "The miasma is too potent. Inhaling too much can lead to hallucinations." "Be careful," Zhaoye admonished. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, assuring her of his well-being. Zhaoye, disregarding everything else, urged Qin Feng to hasten their pace. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them stood a colossal fortress, its walls towering nearly 100 feet, pitch black as ink, adorned with various eerie and terrifying sigils that imparted an oppressive and solemn atmosphere, making it seem nearly insurmountable. The entrance. A flag was hoisted, emblazoned with the words Heavenly Demon. This was the fabled Heavenly Demon City. Qin Feng's expression turned complex. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the eternal heaven sect of years past. Upon entering Heavenly Demon City, they found it bustling with activity. Warriors clad in armor were ubiquitous on the streets, most wielding weapons, radiating an aura of ferocity that commanded attention. Qin Feng's keen gaze swept over these armored warriors, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. All were at the 9th level of spirit gathering, their vitality robust and combat prowess formidable. Some even possessed the strength of the divine platform realm. Qin Feng averted his gaze and continued toward the city center, soon locating a rather sizable tavern, where he learned from the innkeeper that there indeed existed a teleportation array. Qin Feng's heart raced. Although it was merely a small-scale teleportation array, such a device was exceedingly valuable. If luck were on his side, it could save him months of arduous labor. "Let us go." Qin Feng beckoned Zhaoye to enter the tavern. Just as they stepped over the threshold, they collided with 3 elegantly dressed individuals who regarded Qin Feng and Zhaoye with disdain. Zhaoye's face flushed, and she promptly hid behind Qin Feng, her demeanor vigilant. The 3 warriors, upon noticing Qin Feng's slender build, scoffed derisively. "Humph! A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. What audacity to come to such a poor place." With that, the trio strode away, leaving Qin Feng and Zhaoye standing there, completely disregarded. Qin Feng frowned slightly. These 3 possessed greater cultivation than Zhaoye, one boasting a 7th level in the 4 symbols realm. Zhaoye murmured, "I had heard tales of the arrogance of the warriors in Heavenly Demon City, and now I see they are indeed not to be underestimated." "Ha!" Qin Feng smirked disdainfully, choosing not to comment further as he stepped into the tavern. Zhaoye hastily followed suit. The tavern was bustling with patrons engaged in lively discussions, seemingly all having heard of the teleportation array and hoping to seize the opportunity to venture into the depths of the southern wilderness. Qin Feng surveyed the room and finally settled on an unoccupied table. that table sat two dignified warriors, both at least at the third level of the divine platform realm, exuding an imposing presence that caused many to avoid them for fear of inciting their ire. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with insight. These two were sword cultivators from the heavenly sword sacred sect. What brought them to the southern wilderness? It seemed the heavenly sword sacred sect was facing some troubles. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the two wooden boxes beside them, each ensnared by a tangle of thorns and vines, rendering it impossible to discern their contents. Strange. Why had they not opened the boxes to retrieve the treasures within for so long? I am quite curious as to what rare items lie inside. Don't meddle. The possessions of the heavenly sword sacred sect are not for us scattered cultivators to covet. Indeed, the murmurs reached Qin Feng's ears. He discreetly withdrew his gaze, choosing not to dwell on the wooden boxes, that he understood that the heavenly sword sacred sect must have discovered something significant, prompting them to conceal the boxes here. There was no need to provoke such a formidable entity. Qin Feng preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a chilling aura erupted within the tavern, instantly freezing the ambient temperature, enveloping the entire establishment in a shroud of white frost. Crack, crack! Ice crystals rapidly spread, transforming the tavern into a formidable palace of ice. Qin Feng's eyes widened, his pupils turning blue, emanating a cold glint. Who dares to touch the possessions of the heavenly sword sacred sect? Seeking death. The three sword cultivators rose simultaneously, a formidable pressure enveloping the tavern. The patrons within fell silent, retreating in fear, their gazes fixed on the ceiling where a razor-sharp sword hung, suspended, radiating an aura of lethality. A silver-gray mist enveloped the tavern, obscuring visibility. Get out! The icy, chilling command reverberated throughout the tavern, shaking the very air. Qin Feng's eyelid twitched slightly, and no wonder the heavenly demon city commands such a dominating presence. A single roar evokes such awe. Qin Feng glanced at Zhaoya, who wore a playful expression, seemingly anticipating something. With a silent sigh, Qin Feng realized he would once again have to manage the aftermath for her. This girl had a knack for creating chaos, yet she could never clean up her own mess. This time, it seemed he would owe a debt of gratitude. Qin Feng's thoughts raced. It was unwise to linger in heavenly demon city. Since the other party showed no inclination to engage with him, he resolved to seize the opportunity to depart. However, the atmosphere within the tavern suddenly grew tense. The sinister voice echoed from above. Who dares to spy on my treasures? Bold and reckless fools, seeking death. Two heavenly demon guards burst through the window. Qin Feng's pupils constricted in alarm, his thoughts racing. This is bad. These two are coming after me. There were heavenly demon guards lurking in heavenly demon city. Poised for action, it appeared they had set their sights on him, ready to strike at the slightest movement. Qin Feng quickly assessed the situation. Both heavenly demon guards were at the 8th and 9th levels of body refinement, capable of slaying a 9th-level body refinement expert when working in tandem. Miss Zhao, I apologize for the trouble. Qin Feng spoke gravely. Zhaoya, bewildered, replied, What trouble? You go first. But Zhaoya hesitated. That moment, the two heavenly demon guards had already lunged forward, one on each side, extending their claws. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Buddha Tower, sword technique, cycle of life and death. A flurry of sword shadows wove into a net, their lethal edge slicing through the guards' protective energy and landing squarely on them. Thud! Thud! Blood splattered as both fell lifelessly. Zhaoya stood frozen, her lips trembling, her eyes wide with disbelief. What had she just witnessed? The two 9th-level heavenly demon guards had been instantaneously slain by Qin Feng. Who are you? Nearby, the one who had issued the command felt a dangerous aura emanating from Qin Feng and trembled. You are not qualified to know. Now leave. Qin Feng seized Zhaoya and swiftly exited the tavern. The heavenly sword sacred sect had truly encountered a grave misfortune. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The heavenly demon guards were likely targeting Tage to think that I am confronted by a swordsman of the 5th rank of sword intent. Chase him. We cannot allow this fellow to escape. Outside the tavern, 3 furious shouts echoed. Without needing to glance back, Qin Feng surmised that the pursuers had arrived. gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace. Whoosh, whoosh! The sound of 3 arrows slicing through the air struck, as 3 black arrows tore through the sky, attacking from 3 different directions. Qin Feng remained unfazed, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom! A tidal wave of energy erupted, shattering the arrows on the spot. Simultaneously, an overwhelming mental pressure bore down upon Qin Feng, forcing him to halt. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 6 arrows grazed past the fabric of Qin Feng's attire, embedding themselves into the walls beside the street. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. The arrow tails quivered violently, the buzzing sound piercing his eardrums. Qin Feng's heart raced. What a tyrannical force! This aura is at least that of a being beyond the 4 symbols realm. Qin Feng's complexion turned pale. While he could handle the Tianma guards with ease, facing a formidable foe of the 5th tier of the divine platform realm was a different matter entirely. The disparity was too vast. Moreover, as the pursuers closed in, he sensed a hint of lethal danger. Indeed, the Tianma city was teeming with hidden talents. Not only were there Tianma guards, but such powerful warriors were also concealed within its depths. Sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead. You brat, surrender quietly, and perhaps this commander will spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. The low, hoarse voice carried an undertone of sinister cruelty. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, fingers tightening around his heavenly gray jade sword. His heart filled with foreboding, he distinctly felt the encirclement of the pursuers gradually tightening. The ferocity in Qin Feng's gaze intensified. Humph! You think you can force me to surrender? Do you even deserve it? A fierce intent for slaughter blossomed within him as he stepped into the void, proactively confronting his pursuers. Qin Feng's actions left all the chasing warriors stunned. This kid has gone mad. What does he intend to do? The crowd halted in disbelief. There is actually such a secret treasure. The divine platform realm expert Luo Xiaoling was taken aback. Qin Feng launched his jade sword, proclaiming loudly, "Floating pagoda, sword technique, a sword to cleave the heavens." Boom! The jade sword flew from his grasp, transforming into a golden-red, saber-toothed tiger. The roar of the tiger reverberated through the heavens. The golden-red, saber-toothed tiger charged forth with overwhelming might, as if possessing the power to annihilate the world. Qin Feng's aura, however, rapidly waned after this brief explosion, his complexion pallid and his body drained. Nevertheless, Luo Xiaoling still sensed a suffocating, chilling sense of crisis approaching from behind. Not good. Retreat. Luo Xiaoling reacted swiftly, his figure flickering as he vanished from his original location. Yet, a dark arrow pierced through the very spot where he had stood, crashing into the ruins of a building, embedding itself deeply and shattering the rooftop. The arrow was stained with fresh crimson blood. This is the armor-piercing arrow. Qin Feng gasped in shock. The armor-piercing arrow was specifically crafted to target the Tianma guards, capable of penetrating their protective energies. Typically, only those of the 4 symbols realm and above could possess such arrows. Who exactly are you? Qin Feng discerned that the opponent seemed to recognize his identity. Qin Feng smirked coldly. You all desire the Tianma heart, so why bother with such trivial questions? Humph. The other party's tone turned icy. You are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect. Are you part of the Gu tribe within Tianma City? Chapter 89. Tianma City. Qin Feng did not answer, but instead countered with a question. Speak. Who sent you? And what is your purpose? The Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect had been mingling in the Tianma domain for years, and their activities were no secret. However, Qin Feng was not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect, but rather from the ancient Heavenly Sect. That's none of your concern. Today, you have nowhere to escape. You have only 2 choices. Either hand over the items and come with me, or the speaker was Luo Xiaoling. Qin Feng's eyelids drooped slightly. Then he returned to his usual demeanor. Or what? Or you will die. I advise you not to test my patience, for we do not mind adding another casualty. Oh, Qin Feng chuckled. With your strength, you have yet to prove capable of making me yield. Just as he was about to take action, Zhao Yu whispered, Qin Feng, it would be wise to yield. Their peerless expert from Tianma City lurking in the shadows, Qin Feng feigned ignorance. mere peerless experts within Tianma City. Let us not forget, Tianma City is controlled by the Hall of Heavenly Funeral Flowers. Since they dare to publicly lay an ambush to slay disciples of the Heavenly Sword's sacred sect within the city, they must be emboldened, even if the city's guards rush to provide support. They would likely arrive too late, seeking death. Zhao Ye's warning thoroughly enraged Luo, Xiaoling, and the others as a group of Tianma guards swiftly dispersed, sealing off the street, forming a half-circle encirclement, since you refuse to accept the toast and instead choose to drink a penalty. Do not blame us for being impolite. Luo, Xiaoling sneered. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I guarantee you will become the captain of my 7th team. How about that? Qin Feng naturally refused, gripping the jade sword, his eyes filled with frost. Ungrateful. Luo Xiaoling's fury boiled over. Capture him. Kill. In an instant, the group launched a coordinated assault. Rumble. The violent and fierce attacks descended upon Qin Feng, toppling nearby shops and streets. Qin Feng shielded his head with his arms, sliding forward, evading wave after wave of fierce attacks while seeking an opportunity. Die. At that moment, a silver dagger suddenly appeared beside Qin Feng. Clang! Qin Feng swiftly drew his blade, deflecting the dagger, simultaneously twisting his body, his left hand coalescing sharp blade light, slashing towards the dagger's owner. Not good. The assailant was taken aback, hurriedly retreating. Crack! The sharp claws tore through the garment, revealing black clothing beneath. You are a monster. Qin Feng finally discerned the true identity of the black-clad warrior. This was undeniably a failed warrior who had undergone a second condensation of the divine platform. Not only had the ambush failed, but it had also drawn Qin Feng's attention. At such a close distance, to remain undetected, this person was truly enigmatic. Whoosh! The black-clad man swiftly drew a blade from his waist. Flames erupting. The flames blazed fiercely, scorching heat sweeping over the street. Qin Feng's mind raced, employing the floating pagoda sword technique to lower the surrounding temperature while simultaneously striking with his sword. The flames extinguished. Seizing the moment when the opponent was retracting their attack, Qin Feng lunged forward, puffed, blood splattered. The fire-based martial technique was nearly negligible under Qin Feng's martial arts. The black-clad man's chest was torn open, a gaping wound appearing as his scream echoed, his body sent flying. Truly worthy of being a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sacred sect, you possess considerable skill. Take another of my fiery blade. The black-clad man, whether stunned or not, charged forward once more, launching a deadly strike aimed at Qin Feng's throat. Humph! Although Qin Feng was not adept in fire-based martial techniques, he bore the fire essence within him, thus unafraid. With a push of his feet against the ground, utilizing the cover of the shop behind him, an eerie sword intent manifested around him. The sword aura was piercing and chilling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 streaks of sword light soared forth, so fast. The black-clad man's expression changed drastically, hastily channeling his inner strength to defend. Puffed. A wisp of sword energy pierced in his right knee. The black-clad man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. The other 3 streaks of sword light swept past, severing his neck. Damn! This guy can wield sword intent, that he is not merely a swordsman. Luo, Xiaoling, and the other 3 peerless experts turned ashen. Their eyes filled with dread and fear as they gazed at Qin Feng, T.O. Slay, a peak warrior of the 9th layer of the 4 Symbols realm, with a single sword strike demonstrated extraordinary prowess, far surpassing those of the same tier. Moreover, throughout the encounter, the opponent had exhibited no signs of trepidation. Qin Feng slowly stepped forward, the thumb-sized jade sword hovering above his head, exuding a terrifying sword intent, poised to strike down at any moment. Halt! I admit I am not your match, but if you wish to live, it would be wise to relinquish that jade slip. Otherwise, we shall perish together.